Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Hacker Deku Got Recall Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Reset, 7:58 AM, Wednesday. Izuku, are you okay? Midoriya Izuku asked as her son shoveled Katsuden into his mouth with his left hand, writing furiously into a fresh notebook with the right. You seem a little distracted today. Midoriya Izuku waved his pencil at her, making sure he finished chewing before he answered. Sorry, Mom. I just found a really interesting quirk and couldn't wait to note it down. Izuku shook her head with a smile. Her baby really loved analyzing quirks. Oh really? What's this one called? I don't know its real name yet. Izuku shrugged, and she suddenly noticed that his bright green eyes were a little dimmer today. Did something happen? But I've named it Reset. Property of Izuku Midoriya, 13 years old. Quirk name, Reset. User, unknown. Ability, emitter, time reversal, manipulation. Observed use, 3 consecutive times so far. Rewinding back from 7:50 PM to 7:58 AM, no one seems to remember the reset other than me. It is unknown if the user can rewind further than this, or if their limit is capped at around 12 hours. But why are they creating a time loop in the first place, constantly rewinding back at the exact same time? Is there some event at 7:50 PM that they keep failing to stop? Possible applications, nearly limitless. In hero work, villain attacks could be predicted, police cases solved with extra time, and any human losses reversed. And in day-to-day life, well, everyone wants to fix their mistakes. Drawbacks. No drawbacks have been observed, as of now. Midoriya, can you answer the last question, please? Yoshida-sensei prompted, his voice a bland monotone. It's C-sensei, Izuku replied, not even bothering to look up from his notebook. Correct, Midoriya. Next, Izuku zoned out again, letting the man drone on. Izuku sighed. If this class had been boring the first time, by the third Izuku was ready to leap out the window. Why couldn't he be stuck in a time loop on the weekend or something? He had hacked into the quirk database last loop, but there was no time manipulation quirk listed. If one did exist, they'd probably be in hiding or a well-known hero. The class bell chimed, and Izuku was already out the doorway. Oi, Deku. But apparently still not fast enough. Izuku turned around reluctantly. He played back his memory of the past few seconds, comparing it to the other variations of the day. Katsuki always got up just as he did, meaning that Izuku, unfortunately, couldn't avoid this talk unless he left class early. Katsuki Bakugo was an incredibly talented teenager, blessed with reflexes, a powerful quirk, and the intelligence to consistently stay right behind Izuku grade-wise. Unfortunately, this inflated the boy's pride a lot. Hey, you give up on being a damn hero yet? Katsuki demanded. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Why would I do that, Katsuki? Like every other time he'd used that name instead of Kaken, the blonde twitched the smallest bit. I don't know how many times I need to say this, you shitty nerd. But with that weak quirk, you'll just fucking die trying to do hero work. Izuku cut him off, imitating his gruff voice. Katsuki sputtered, caught off guard as Izuku used his exact words. Is that what you wanted to say? Katsuki gritted his teeth, switching tactics. Get a job as a quirk analyst or some shit, Deku. But as a hero, you'd be fighting quirkless. He didn't hate Katsuki. The boy wasn't really his friend anymore, despite how close their parents were. But at the same time he was looking out for Izuku in some condescending way. That didn't make it any less annoying, though. I'm becoming an underground hero. I won't be in those flashy fights anyway. And plenty of heroes don't have combat-related quirks. I'll use support gear. What about Auntie and Co? The third time through this conversation, it was essentially a script. Izuku's memory told him exactly what Katsuki was going to say, and word by word what he responded. My mother supports me, Izuku said, a bit more irritation than the last loop in his voice. You don't have the right to throw her name at me like that. Leave me alone. The blonde's eyes flashed. Izuku sidestepped in a fluid movement, and Katsuki stumbled over his foot, mid-lunge, and crashed to the floor. I'll never give up on being a hero, Katsuki. Izuku walked away from Katsuki, ignoring the angry shout behind him. Katsuki didn't make any more moves, though. Even Aldera couldn't help their favorite student if he started a fight in a crowded hallway. 3:17 PM. Izuku texted his mom that he would be out with friends as soon as he got out of school. Lying to her felt horrible, but there were less than 5 hours till the next reset and he still had no clues to how to break out of the loop. Both resets so far, Izuku was a different spot at 7:50. He didn't notice anything special before the reset was already happening. So why was Izuku the only one who seemed to remember? If the quirk's activation had no connection to him. Izuku had a photographic memory, his quirk letting him recall any moment in his 13 years of life with perfect clarity. That could be why he could. But Izuku had never experienced a reset before, meaning that the quirk hadn't been used once over Izuku's entire lifetime. Izuku placed a hand on his forehead, already feeling a headache pound his skull. The suspects were endless. Even a 4-year-old newly awakening his ability could be the one causing this time loop. Did Izuku have to check every single kid in Mustatafu? How would he even do that? What it was somebody across the world. He'd be unable to do a thing. He forced the panic away. He'd leave that possibility for later. Izuku chose a different street to stroll down this run-through, wandering aimlessly as his thoughts raced. Villain attacks. Maybe he'd find one right before the reset. That was exactly the kind of thing that'd force you to rewind time. 6:34 p.m. He got to see a pro-hero fight. Kamui Woods captured her easily using his quirk, lumber without any deaths. Izuku was so excited to see a pro fight in person, flashing back through the memory over and over with a grin. The giddiness started to fade though, as he realized he still had nothing to show for this loop. His phone was constantly monitoring the police radio, but there weren't any more villains showing up. Not that Izuku wanted a villain to attack, of course, but he didn't have any other ideas. His eyes caught on a bright sign, reading out Starlight Cafe in glowing yellow. He stifled a yawn. Coffee sounded pretty amazing right now. Then he dismissed the urge. Something could happen, right past the street, and he'd miss it. He couldn't take the chance. This time loop thing was really not as fun as it should be. Izuku sighed as he walked away. Everything was reset once again in a brilliant display of power. The world deconstructed around him. Roads and buildings and people reduced to blocks and drifting away. They were replaced by a field of pure white, expanding faster and faster. Izuku turned to meet the light as it approached from behind, closing his eyes just before he was engulfed in light. Wait a minute, didn't that mean the reset had just come from that way? Reset, 7:58 a.m., Wednesday. Where he just was, Izuku realized, was close to the quirks user. In an incredible stroke of luck, his search had been narrowed down. Slow down on your food, Izuku, you're not late. Sorry, Mom. 3:10 p.m. Excuse me, Yoshida-sensei. The teacher paused, surprised. Yes, Midoriya. Can I leave early? I have a cram class soon, and I don't want to be late. Yoshida-sensei merely nodded, and Izuku passed a grumbling blonde on his way out. Izuku activated his quirk, setting off on the exact same path he took in his memory. 7:26. By finding where he was last reset using a mapping app, he could systematically search in a wide radius around it. He'd skipped the Kamui Woods fight in a tremendous show of self-control, giving him plenty of time to find reset's user. Is what Izuku had thought, like a foolish fool. He slumped his shoulders as the truth hit. Without some kind of high-level vision quirk or ragdoll search, one teenager just couldn't search through an entire area in time. Obviously, maybe he should go to the police. I've been hit by a 1 in a million time travel quirk. You've got to help me break out of a time loop. Never mind, there's no way they'd believe him. Izuku blinked out of his thoughts, realizing he was standing in front of the Starlight Cafe once again. His exhausted body must really want coffee. That's how he found himself taking a booth near the counter, feeling himself relax a little in the cafe's lighting. Hello, what can I get you today? A bright voice said next to him. Izuku glanced up to see a brunette smiling at him, menu in hand. Why was someone his age working in a cafe? Coffee, photographic memory, and he still couldn't remember what else he was supposed to specify. Figures. What size? The girl prompted kindly. Uraraka, he read off her name tag. Medium, please. I'll be right back then. Uraraka walked away, and he checked his phone. 7:45. 5 minutes then. His only goal right now was filling up on caffeine before he was forced to go through the day. Yet again, he'd think of something new next loop. Wait, would the caffeine even transfer over? Izuku absently wondered how he was so calm about the whole time loop thing. Maybe it was because reliving his past was exactly what his quirk did. When he met Reset's user, maybe he'd ask them if they felt the same way. Then a man burst through the door, and Izuku almost jumped out of his seat. He was tall, his face sharp and alert and a little bit scary. His eyes scanned over Izuku and the few customers before landing on the employee there, Uraraka. Izuku's gaze sharpened, photographic memory feeding him more and more details on instinct as the man stormed up to the counter. That pink coat was ugly. Really, what was he even thinking? It clashed with those gloves, and especially that knife. Oh no. You there, kid? Hand over all the cash this cafe's got. He waved the weapon carelessly at Uraraka, a clear threat. A robbery, Izuku realized too late. Could Izuku take him down? He had some training, but he wasn't a licensed hero in any sense of the word. With no clue what the villain's quirk was, he'd just make things worse. The best thing to do, he knew, was to let the man take the money and leave without hurting anyone. But it was almost 7:50. This robbery could be exactly what caused the reset. Uraraka's fingers were trembling, but she did as he asked and unloaded the cash register as Izuku and the rest of the customers watched, anxious and silent. The man grew more and more impatient as the counter filled with yen, tapping his fingers against the wood. Hurry up, I don't have all day here. His gaze wandered over the rest of them as he waited. and Izuku resisted a shiver when it washed over him. Then the villain's eyes narrowed on something behind him. Izuku felt his heart sink through the ground as a woman froze in her seat, her phone still held up to her ear. Did she just try to call the cops? I in clear view of the villain. Damn it, even he had more common sense than that. The man's face twisted into a scowl as he lunged, grabbing Uraraka. The girl let out a short scream and in a fluid movement, the knife was held up to her neck as his other arm gripped her elbow. What's the fucking deal, bitch? He tightened his hold on Uraraka, and Izuku tensed. Who'd you just call? Hey, nobody, I swear. It was just my boyfriend. Bullshit, the villain snarled. Izuku stood, hands up. He had to salvage this somehow. Hey, why don't you just take the money and leave before the cops can even get here? This cafe's pretty new, so that's probably all she's got anyway. The villain met his very reasonable statement with a hard glare. That's all this shitty cafe's got. Well then, I don't need this brat. The knife pressed harder into Uraraka's throat and perfect recall burned the image of a small drop of blood dripping slowly down her neck, deep into Izuku's mind. And then Izuku was moving before he knew it. He elbowed the man's knife arm, pushing it away before his palm struck his chin. The villain stumbled back, and Izuku yanked Uraraka behind him in the opening. Why yeah, no, Izuku said, willing his knees not to shake. He'd never been in a real fight before. Why don't you just leave? The villain laughed in his face. Rude. A kid trying to play hero, eh? What are you, 10? I'm 13. Izuku protested, indignant. Did he really look that small? Whatever, brat. I'm going to fucking kill both of you, and then that bitch over there on the phone. The villain lunged. There was a dangerous villain who racked up dozens of kills a few years back, named Dagger by the media. His knife-summoning quirk and skill were unstoppable for years until Maruko finally brought him down. Izuku flashed through the video in his mind. He ducked low under the first slash, twisting out of the way of the next. The man hurled his fist forward too wide and Izuku sidestepped and kicked him in the ankle, just like Maruko would. The hell? Izuku deflected a heavy arm, his limbs already tiring, before punching him in the stomach. Why is this kid so hard to hit? Izuku grinned as he knocked the knife out of the villain's hand with a chop, letting it clatter to the ground before throwing a punch at the man's face. Gotcha, villain-san. His much smaller fist stopped as the man's palm closed around it, and the villain smirked. Oh, no, I got you, brat. Pain. Izuku's vision went white for a moment. He felt like he was on fire as a sharp sting ran through his entire body at once. His thoughts were stilted as his mind was forced to memorize the sensation, before he toppled to the ground, completely numb. A touch-based electrification quirk, Izuku realized, activated with all 5 fingers. All Izuku had focused on was the knife. So many years spent on quirk analysis and he forgets about the villain's quirk in his first real fight. He'd been so stupid. How does it feel? Much worse than any taser, huh? The man chuckled, picking up the fallen knife. Serves you right, dumbass. But don't worry, I'll end you soon. Leave him alone. A fist slammed into his face, almost knocking the villain over. Izuku blinked. Uraraka. The villain growled. Uraraka grabbed Izuku's elbow, trying to drag his fallen body away. No, you need to run away. Izuku urged. What do you? Uraraka huffed. Think I'm doing? There was no way they could outrun the villain like that. He raised the knife high, aiming for the still paralyzed Izuku. But instead of moving, Uraraka raised her arms wide in front of him like a shield, her face setting into something determined. Izuku forced his eyes shut, desperately refusing the memory. Yet he still heard it happen, the unmistakable sound of the girl he'd known for minutes sacrificing herself, and that was enough to make him scream as everything went white once again. Reset, 7:58 a.m., Wednesday. Izuku, is something wrong? Izuku's smile didn't reach his eyes. I'm fine, Mom, don't worry. Inko bit her lip. If you're sure, honey, just tell me if there's anything I can do to help, okay? I'm fine, Izuku said, his eyes burning. He'd be prepared, this time. 3:10 p.m., property of Midoriya Izuku. Reset. New information. Reset's user is found to be Uraraka, a girl who seems to be around my age. Quirk seems to activate automatically when the user is in critical condition. The page tore there, his pencil stabbing through the page. He took a deep breath and kept writing. Can she use Reset at will, then? Given that Uraraka had no clue the villain was going to attack. Her quirk doesn't carry her memories back with her as mine did. But why? Doesn't that make Reset completely useless? Excuse me, Yoshida-sensei. The teacher paused, surprised. Yes, Midoriya. Can I leave early? I have a cram class soon, and I don't want to be late. 7:40. Usually, the more Izuku viewed a memory, the less emotion he would feel watching it. But now, as Izuku's mind played back the villain fight over and over until the ache in his chest had turned into an angry blaze, that just wasn't true. Seeing Uraraka, bright and alive as he walked into the cafe, was disorienting. He probably stared a bit too long as he took the same seat as before. Hello, what can I get you today? Izuku glanced up. Can I have a coffee? Medium, please. I'll be right back, Uraraka said, walking away. Izuku watched her for a moment, then checked his phone. 7:45. Now, Izuku moved from his seat, ducking under the counter while Uraraka's back was turned, and then he waited patiently as the villain walked in, that fucking knife clenched in his hand. The scene played out again in front of Izuku's eyes, almost like he was using his quirk. The villain leaned on the counter, ordering Uraraka to start handing over money. A tense minute, then the dumb woman made her call and the man lunged for Uraraka. Izuku rose, batting his arm away. Both the potential hostage and villain stared at him, confused. Where the fuck did you come from? Izuku cut him off with a punch to the jaw. The knife swung out on reflex and Izuku ducked, kicking him between the legs. Hard. The man screamed like a wounded bear, dropping the knife. Izuku kicked it aside. The villain's hands shot forward, reeking of ozone and glinting like sparks. Izuku weaved through them, throwing his own jabs and not letting his guard down for a second. Not this time. Not again. He caught Izuku's punch and his furious glare turned into a vicious grin ... only for nothing to happen. The man looked down at Izuku's gloves, a bright red that matched his shoes, eyes going wide. It's rubber, asshole. Izuku's right hook slammed into his head and the villain fell to the ground, unconscious. He whirled around, pointing a gloved finger at the woman whose mistake caused this whole situation, and would promptly receive a decent portion of the blame, at least from Izuku. Please tell me you actually called the cops, lady. 8:23 p.m., Wednesday. Izuku watched as the police took the villain away, Quirk suppressing handcuffs locked tight onto the man's wrist. It was finally over. After going through the same day 5 times, he was out of the time loop. He'd found Reset's user. Uraraka was his age, and this was the first time she had used her quirk. Reset must have some kind of specific activation condition, or maybe it only worked when she died. Izuku frowned at that thought. Either way, Uraraka would have lived quirkless since no one knew about Reset. He couldn't imagine having gone through that in a quirk-focused society. He wanted her help. If Reset could be activated without harming her, then they basically had a way to travel back in time. Izuku could save so many people with an ability like that, yet he knew nothing about Uraraka besides that she was amazingly brave and could throw a mean punch. How would he convince her that she even had a quirk, not to mention to use for hero work? A man walked up, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts. He wore a kind smile and a tan coat, waving at Izuku and Uraraka as he approached. Hello, my name is Tsukachi Naomasa, and I'm a detective. Are you two all right? Yeah, Uraraka replied, and Izuku simply nodded next to her. Wonderful. Tsukachi pulled out a notepad and pen. Is it okay to ask the two of you some questions about this incident? Then, they took a booth in the cafe, and Tsukachi sat across from the two of them. Most of the customers and police already cleared out. Tsukachi was probably questioning them here to save their parents an anxious trip to the station. You're Uraraka, right? Do you work at this cafe? Tsukachi asked. Yep, my part-time shift's from 5 to 8. Wait, so you got robbed just before you got off shift? Izuku blurted. Damn, that was tough. Yes, can you give your account of what happened here? Tsukachi asked. The man stomped through the door, and immediately I saw the knife in his hand. The cafe went silent. Uraraka bit her lip. He demanded money, and I was terrified and handed the money in the cash register over. I was doing that thing, you know, where you take really deep breaths, so you don't panic. And it helped a lot, but he was being impatient. Uraraka, we can continue this another time. Uraraka shook her head. No, I'm fine. Anyway, so this woman in the back, the one who got that latte with so much sugar, tried to call the cops, but the guy noticed. He got kinda angry and tried to grab me, but then bam. Tsukachi's pen paused at the sound effect before it kept moving. This guy jumped up from under the counter and beat him up. It was so cool. From under the counter, Tsukachi glanced at Izuku. His actions were pretty odd without context. Izuku realized he'd just been focused on saving Uraraka, and not at all what it looked like. It was weird for me, too, Uraraka exclaimed. Wait, what's her name? Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya-kun. Izuku blinked. Where'd that honorific come from? Came in shortly before Pink Jacket did. But before I could get him his coffee, the villain was walking in, and I don't remember seeing Midoriya-kun get under the counter. But anyway, Pink Jacket was losing to some really cool moves and then tried to use some kind of blue lightning, and Midoriya-kun stopped it with his rubber gloves. Uraraka paused, turning to Izuku. Wait, how do you know to bring rubber gloves? Oh, that wasn't good. Tsukachi hummed. Yes, Midoriya. Why'd you bring rubber gloves with you today? I needed the gloves for school, a science experiment. Turned out pretty lucky for me, Izuku shrugged, lying through his teeth. The index finger on Tsukachi's right hand moved the slightest bit. Izuku would normally have missed it, but the experienced detective was otherwise the perfect sign of control, calmly listening to their stories. Maybe Izuku was just being paranoid. I don't mean to pressure you here, but why were you behind the cafe's counter? Do you have some kind of precognition quirk? Izuku winced. It's a little embarrassing, so I didn't want to say. I walked around the counter to ask Uraraka-san something, but that's when Pink Jacket came in, so I ducked under before he could see me. The finger twitched again. I was right there when the villain grabbed for Uraraka, so I had to help her. He had a knife. Izuku didn't need to put on an act here. He'd truly been terrified for her. He couldn't let her die again. I could tell he had an electricity quirk from the smell and sparks, so I put on my rubber gloves. Tsukachi-san, am I going to face vigilante charges? Izuku was sure the finger didn't move an inch after that statement. Why, you're very good at thinking under pressure, Midoriya. Taking on a villain is no easy feat. Tsukachi praised. Don't worry about charges. This was clearly a case of self-defense, and according to the other witnesses, neither of you used a quirk. I've never seen Kamui Woods in person before, Izuku suddenly said. Tsukachi stared at him, confused. What? Izuku lied, and the index finger on his right hand moved. He didn't, and the finger stayed still. The twitch was so ridiculously small that Izuku's photographic memory only caught it after he reviewed the times where he lied. The detective must have endlessly trained the tell out of himself, but he couldn't remove it completely. And, well, Izuku doubted he was trying his best for two teenagers. Izuku had no idea how it worked, but the effect was clear. Lie detection, a perfect quirk for a detective. The information wasn't much use to Izuku now, unfortunately, now that he'd already lied about the most important parts. Sorry, I just heard about his villain fight today. He's amazing, Izuku said. Do detectives got to meet heroes often? That must be really cool. Tsukachi smiled. Yeah, we do. For us cops, the hero worship fades a little after years of working with them, but they're still neat, aren't they? Who's your favorite hero, Midoriya? If you asked me when I was little, I would have told you it was Be All Might, and the way he could save everyone with a warm smile on his face, Izuku said. But now, I think I'd say Sir Night-Eye. Tsukachi raised an eyebrow. That's a rare one. Despite being All Might's sidekick, he isn't very well known. May I ask why? I think I can imagine myself with the same kind of investigative focus and heroics. And his quirk is amazing, isn't it? The detective chuckled. You're right about that, kid. Having future knowledge is any hero's dream. Tsukachi waved as he walked out of the cafe. Would he care to investigate Izuku's lies? Or would he just dismiss Izuku as a weird teenager? Here, Izuku turned to see Uraraka, holding a cup of coffee out in her hand. Thanks. He didn't expect her to remember, especially after all of that. Uraraka smiled. You saved me, it's the least I can do. But all of that, do you really not have some kind of precognition quirk? I heard you mention Sir Night-Eye. Izuku opened his mouth then hesitated, taking a sip of his coffee. It's pretty complicated. Izuku started. But if you're free tomorrow, Uraraka-san, I could try to explain. Uraraka pouted. Making me wait, I see. I'm curious now. Fine then, does lunch work for you? We can meet here. 12:34 p.m., Thursday. Uraraka sat across from him in the booth as the people buzzed around the full cafe. Black gloves covered Uraraka's hands, yet left two of her fingers exposed. So what's your quirk? Uraraka asked, leaning forward eagerly. Something super complex. Nothing that special. Izuku tapped his temple. I never forget anything I've lived through. Wow, that must be so useful. Uraraka exclaimed. Never forgetting anything you need to do. And you can study so easily. Yeah, what about yours? Izuku asked, a little hesitant. He didn't want to force her to admit she was quirkless, but, oh, it's called zero gravity. Uraraka chirped brightly. Izuku blinked. Wait, what? She took her gloves off, grabbing the water bottle in front of her. Izuku watched, stunned, as a pink glow surrounded the bottle before it seemed to float in the air. Release. The water bottle dropped to the table. Cool, isn't it? Yeah, it is. She clearly had a touch-based quirk, completely different from Reset. Was he wrong? No, Uraraka definitely had Reset. Maybe she had two quirks. You either got one of your parents' quirks, a combination of the two, or something completely new. Some of the more unique quirk combinations could sometimes seem like two separate abilities, but they were just a single versatile ability. It was theoretically possible, though very rare, to be born with two. And if a quirk as insane as Reset existed, then Izuku couldn't disregard the fact. I think it'll be easier to show you. Izuku held out his hand. Through skin contact, I can show people my memories. Uraraka stared. And you're willing to show me them? Isn't that like letting me inside your mind? Well, yeah, that's what I said. Izuku said. Was he missing something? Uraraka took his hand after a moment's hesitation, and Izuku closed his eyes, searching for the right memory. Hello, what can I get you today? A bright voice said next to him. Izuku glanced up to see a brunette smiling at him, menu in hand. Why was someone his age working in a cafe? Coffee, photographic memory, and he still couldn't remember what else he was supposed to say. Figures. What size? The girl prompted kindly. Uraraka, her nameplate read. Medium, please. I'll be right back then. Uraraka walked away, and he checked his phone. Uraraka's eyes were wide. Wow, that was so weird. What? Everything was in so much detail. Like max resolution or something. Oh, that must be because of my perfect memory. Izuku mused. He hadn't realized that it could be disorienting. You don't have a headache or anything, do you? Nope, I'm good. But, Uraraka frowned. That memory, it's not what happened. You went, her voice dropped, imitating his. Can I have a coffee, medium? All smooth like. No, I can assure you that's what happened. The first time at least. Huh, Uraraka ... You have another quirk. Izuku said. You probably don't believe me, but I can prove it. What? But I already have zero gravity. Uraraka protested. I got its properties from both my dad and my mom. How can I have another quirk? Izuku shrugged. It's super rare, but not impossible to have two. Alright, what is it, then? Time reversal, Izuku stated. You can rewind time, including everything and everyone around you, back at least a day. Uraraka laughed. That's hilarious. Wait, you're serious? That's actually possible for a quirk. Izuku let out a sigh. Yep, time travel's insane, but well, he shrugged. You can negate gravity, and one of the top 10 heroes is a washing machine. I don't think anything's really impossible anymore. That's why you ordered differently in that memory, and how you stopped that guy so easily and came in right before he did. Uraraka realized. You're saying that I activated this quirk on you, somehow, and sent you back in time. Izuku blinked. He didn't expect her to catch on that quickly, not to mention go along with his crazy story. Kind of. But your second quirk isn't target-based. I've analyzed reset a bit already, that's what I named it, by the way. You can change it if you want. Uraraka sounded it out. Reset? Huh, that sounds cool. Instead of sending people back in time, it rewinds the entire world back to a specific point. Uraraka's eyes went wide. The whole world? Are you sure? Izuku nodded. Otherwise, the area around you wouldn't match up, time-wise, and it wouldn't make sense. Not to mention that Izuku wasn't anywhere near her the other times. But anyway, you rewinded me back a day, so I came into the cafe knowing exactly how to stop the villain. Uraraka held up her hands. Wait, go back. What happened the first time, then? It didn't end as well. Uraraka nodded. So something pretty bad must have happened, probably to me. Nothing else would have triggered this quirk that I've never even noticed before. Izuku barely hid his flinch. But then, why don't I remember it? Uraraka tapped a finger against her chin. If I activated the quirk, I should remember, right? Your quirk is a perfect reset, Izuku said. It rewinds everything back, including your memories. Then isn't it completely useless if I can't remember what I've erased? I'd use it, only to repeat the exact same mistakes over and over again. But then why do you remember? Uraraka trailed off. My quirk, Perfect Recall, protects my memories. Since I always have complete access to my past, I can remember what happened in an erased timeline. That's why I wanted to talk to you, both to tell you about your new quirk and ask for your help. My help. Uraraka tilted her head to the side. Sure, if it's possible. What? I haven't even said anything yet. You saved my life, Midoriya-kun. Of course, I'd hear you out. Well, alright then. Uraraka-san, are you aiming to become a hero? Yeah, I'll be taking the UA exams in 2 years. Why? Izuku let out a sigh of relief. That makes things easier. I'm going to be a hero too. Essentially, I want to make a deal. I'll help you study, train, and figure out your new quirk, reset, and analyze zero gravity as well. I'm pretty good at quirk analysis. In return, I want to use your quirk to save lives, and stop or even prevent villain attacks altogether with the advantage for knowledge gives me. Uraraka didn't say anything for a minute, deep in thought. Izuku waited patiently, watching the girl in front of him mull it over. My parents own a construction company, Uraraka started, so I know a few things about business deals and contracts. I can tell you're brilliant, Midoriya-kun. And if I really do have this second quirk, so I'll gladly agree to help you to use it for our future hero work. Izuku opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Uraraka raised 2 fingers. Her eyes narrowed. But all of that, it's entirely in your favor. I don't remember when I reset. You would be the only one able to make any decisions. And handing over that much power to someone I've known for a day is a lot. So I have 2 conditions. 1, show me your memories of what I've erased. You don't have to show me every single thing that happened in your life, just the important events and stuff that made you want to reset. I also want to see things that deal with me. Uraraka paused. This is still so much power to give someone, but I think I'll trust you. 2, show me everything that happened the first time I reset, with pink jacket. I can tell it's not something you want to see again, but Izuku let out a hollow laugh. Uraraka, I've used my quirk to remember that fight many, many times. I just didn't want you to see it. He looked down at their still linked hands. But you're right, that's only fair. I agree, I'll show you what you forget from now on, and what you've already forgotten. Uraraka's lips suddenly quirked up, breaking the serious air. What? Izuku asked. You dropped the honorific. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, I didn't even notice. Uraraka smiled. Don't worry about it. If you're right about this quirk thing, then we'll be working together a lot in the future. Just call me Ochaco. There's no way I could call you that, Izuku exclaimed, cheeks burning. Uraraka giggled. Why not? Within moments, Izuku realized she'd changed the mood around them. I think I'll just stick to Uraraka for now. Izuku smiled back. This memory is going to be a little long, and not nearly as fun, so try to brace yourself. He activated his quirk, and the cafe shop around them shifted. Uraraka gripped his hand like a lifeline, so tight that Izuku winced. Her face was pale. So that's how you knew to bring your gloves, Uraraka stated, her voice rough. Though, the only other person Izuku had brought into his memories was his mom. He didn't realize Uraraka would experience everything the memory had to offer, including that very painful shock. Damn it, I should have warned you. No, I knew what I was getting into. Uraraka hesitated. That white light at the end, that's the reset thing you mean, right? Izuku nodded, and then I opened my eyes. And it's 7:58 a.m. again. All right. Uraraka stood up, letting go of his hand. Her own was shaking, the slightest bit. Thanks for sharing all that with me, Midoriya-kun. I think I need some time to process, though. Can we meet here again, on Saturday? Sure, but for what? A hint of Uraraka's usual smile returned. Well, you wanted to analyze reset, didn't you? 10:22 a.m. Saturday. Emitter quirk, reset. User, Uraraka Ochaco. Ability, reverses everything back to a certain point. Observed use, activates automatically on the user's death, but after seeing her other quirk it's possible that it could be activated otherwise. A reset floods everything in white light, appearing to deconstruct the world around the user. In my experience, the reset took me back to 7:58 a.m. from 7:50 p.m. is that its maximum duration. Possible applications. If we both agree to reset, then we've gifted ourselves with hours and hours of accurate foresight. That'd be invaluable to hero work. Drawbacks. Uraraka's quirk reverses her own memories as well. But if a reset causes any symptoms of quirk overuse, those negative effects would be instantly reversed as well. Uraraka skimmed through the page, curious. You've got a lot of cool theories here, Midoriya-kun. What's the blank page here for, though? Oh, that's usually where I sketch the quirk's user. Izuku scratched the back of his head. People don't usually see these notebooks. I mean, if you don't want me to draw you, Uraraka. No, I think it'd be neat. That's good, then. By the way, has anything felt different since your quirk awakened? Uraraka nodded. Yeah, I didn't notice it last time we met. But there's like this tingling feeling. She poked her stomach. Here, it's not the same as zero gravity, but I can tell there's something new now. It's hard to explain. Have you tried using reset since Thursday? Izuku asked. Nope, I didn't want to forget all of this, and you might have to stop that guy again. I wonder how'd you even convince me a second time. Honestly, Izuku wouldn't mind beating Pink Jacket up again, but he was still happy about the way things went. Then, why not try it now? Izuku suggested. I don't think your quirk can rewind super far, and it's already been about 3 days since the robbery. I doubt you'll go past Thursday. Uraraka closed her eyes, focusing. I'm trying to use it, but nothing's happening, she said after a minute. I can tell I have the quirk now ... but how do I use it? Izuku tilted his head, considering. Well, how do you use zero gravity? Uraraka blinked, surprised at the question. I just touch something with all 5 fingers, and the quirk reacts. Honestly, it's more of an effort to not float stuff. And then when I want to release, I put my hands together and energy pauses, basically. And then everything falls down. Izuku hummed. So maybe reset only works if your hands are together. Uraraka took off her gloves, placing them on the table before lining up her fingertips. A bright light shone between her hands, a mix of blue and pink. Whoa, zero gravity's pink, so that blue must be it. Holding my hands together feels weird, like I'm constantly using up power. Wait, I remember now. Remember what? You said I brought you back at 7:58 a.m., right? That's around when I wake up. On Wednesday, I dropped my phone and just barely caught it before it slammed into the floor. My hands were together, just like this, and I yelled save. Uraraka's hands glowed blue, though I ignored the feeling at the time. That must have been what set the checkpoint. Reset's just like a video game. Izuku realized. You say save to set it up, and then when you say reset, time is reversed back to the first activation. Uraraka blinked, her hands still pressed together. So like, if I say reset, 10:25 a.m., Saturday. Though I ignored the feeling at the time. That must have been what set the checkpoint. Izuku stared at her. Huh, what? They needed to be careful with that. He placed a hand on her arm, showing her what happened seconds ago. Reset's just like a video game. Izuku realized. You say save to set it up, and then when you say reset, time is reversed back to the first activation. Uraraka blinked, her hands still pressed together. So like, if I say reset. Uraraka gasped. It works with just a word. That's so cool. All I need to say is reset. 10:25 a.m., Saturday. Though I ignored the feeling at the time. That must have been what set the checkpoint. Wait, what are you doing? Izuku grabbed her hands as soon as his consciousness returned, pulling them apart. Your quirk sets a save just like that. And if you say reset with your hands together ... it activates. Izuku sighed. Uraraka looked down, sheepish. I can see what must have happened. Sorry about that. It's fine. We figured out how reset works now. Can you set another save, now that you know? Izuku let go, and she very carefully joined her fingertips. Uraraka tapped her phone. All right, save. Sorry, 10:25 am. Her hands glowed blue again. Logging the time is a nice touch, Izuku commented. Some of us aren't lucky enough to have a photographic memory like you do, so it's nice to keep track of it. Though I feel really tired now, for some reason. Saves must really tire you out, Izuku noted. So that's what the main drawback of reset was, sapping her stamina whenever she set a save. You should limit checkpoints to once a day. I don't want to push a powerful quirk and potentially hurt you. A snore cut him off. Izuku glanced over to see Uraraka's head down on the table, fast asleep as her brown hair covered her face. He reached out a hand to wake her, then paused. There were dark circles under her eyes. She'd gone through a robbery and unlocked a new quirk. Before she could process it, Izuku showed her how the villain attack could have gone worse in maximum detail. How did it feel to hear your own death? Izuku winced, his hand dropping to the table. He'd really sprung so many things on Uraraka. Within days, the least he could do was let Uraraka rest a little. 7:43 p.m., Tuesday. Mom, this is my friend. Izuku gestured at the girl behind him. Uraraka Ochaco. Uraraka, this is my mother, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stared at them for a moment, unmoving. Then she burst into a waterfall of tears. My baby's finally brought home a friend. Izuku blinked, taken aback. The last time he'd brought anyone home was when he was still friends with Katsuki ... over 6 years ago. Oh, no wonder his mother was surprised. Hello, Midoriya-san. I've heard a lot about you from your son. Uraraka chirped. It's great to finally meet you. No, the pleasure's all mine. You can call me Izuku. Sure, Izuku-san. Being around cheerful people was weird. Izuku decided. Mom, we're going to go study in my room, if that's all right. I'll have dinner ready in a bit. Uraraka snickered as he closed the door behind them. What? Izuku asked, already suspicious. Izuku, you're the biggest hero nerd I've ever seen. Izuku abruptly realized that all of his walls were covered in hero posters. Merch and figurines were everywhere, mostly All Might themed with several other heroes strewn about like a miniature fan convention. Actually, on second thought, let's go back downstairs. This is almost like a museum, Uraraka exclaimed. Can I touch any of this? No. Uraraka was already poking at his different figurines, excited. Izuku sighed. You even have 13. Uraraka whispered. Are you a 13 fan? Izuku asked. She's pretty cool. Uraraka nodded, vigorously. Yeah, she's super amazing. My dream is to be a rescue hero, just like her. You both have space-themed quirks, too, Izuku noted, though I think you wouldn't want to be solely rescue-focused. 13 almost only acts in rescue situations, saving people from natural disasters and similar events. Probably because of how dangerous her quirk is. I don't think I'd be able to fight hand-to-hand well in a bulky spacesuit, either. Your zero gravity, on the other hand, would be pretty great in combat and much more controlled. Really? Uraraka tilted her head. I always thought the main thing I would use it for would be lifting light rubble and stuff. I guess I can float someone up high, then drop them. Most villains can't do anything when they're stuck in the air, so you could capture people easily like that. Or just negate the gravity on something heavy, chuck it at them, and release. I kinda see your point. I also want to learn to fight as you did in the cafe. That was so cool. Where'd you learn to do that, anyway? I knew I needed martial arts to fight as a hero since my quirk isn't very strong. So I pressured Mom to put me into a dojo and started training early. Izuku shrugged. Perfect recall lets me learn things a lot quicker. Speaking of which, didn't you come here to tutor you in math? Uraraka scratched her cheek. That. Honestly, I was kind of hoping you wouldn't remember. Izuku stared at her. Uraraka, I physically can't forget anything. Uraraka pouted. I wish I had perfect recall. School would be so easy. You have two incredibly powerful quirks, the first literally allowing you to rewind time and the second one actually overrides a fundamental force. But Midoriya-kun, you can memorize study guides. Anyone can do that. 6:23 am, Thursday. You're like a demon, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka panted, barely keeping up next to him. We've been running for so long. Izuku glanced over at the struggling brunette. Sweat covered her face as she sent a death glare at him, her shorter strides pounding against the sidewalk. What? It's only been half an hour. Exactly. You said we were doing some light training. Uraraka stated. Yeah, this Uraraka huffed. Is a bit more than that. Who even runs miles this early in the morning? You made me get up at 6, Midoriya-kun. This is basically torture, I'm telling you. Izuku glanced at her. You know, we can stop if you want. I never said I was going to quit. Uraraka cut in, fierce. I can handle this. All right, then. Onward. That was horrible. I wish I could go back in time and tell my past self never to agree to this. The brunette grumbled as she gripped her knees, gasping for air 30 minutes later. Yet despite her words, Izuku noted, Uraraka hadn't complained once the entire rest of the run. Izuku laughed. I might be able to, actually. Does your Tuesday save still work, Uraraka? Uraraka placed her hands together, concentrating. No, I don't have any checkpoints, so the save lasts a whole 3 days. Then, Izuku mused. That's useful. Is that why you told me not to set any checkpoints on Tuesday? Yeah, I didn't know any other way to test the limits of save besides trial and error. So should we set a checkpoint every 3 days, then, to make the most of it? Uraraka asked. Izuku shook his head. Daily ones are better. We can still use it if we need to, but a whole 3 days is a lot to erase. Right, you'll have to relive all of that time, Uraraka said. What was doing that like, last week, going through the same day? I didn't really do much that day besides try to figure out the reset. Katsuki flashed in his mind. How long could he avoid the blonde? Stop that conversation from happening again. Though, there was one irritating conversation that I got to dodge with the foresight. Thanks for that. For what? Uraraka raised an eyebrow, discovering my quirk through a super traumatic experience. Yes, she smiled. You're welcome, Midoriya-kun. I'm happy I did, too. Izuku drifted through his classes as he always did, half zoned out. The teacher asked him more questions than the rest of the class, as usual, as he leaned back in his seat. He was known as the top student at Aldera Junior High, and for this, he was respected by students and teachers. Yet those same students felt that his quirk was the only reason behind his success, and laughed at his dream of being a hero. 13-year-olds didn't care about Night Eye or Eraserhead, the heroes Izuku looked up to. They, along with almost everybody in quirk society, only thought of the flashy heroes and their overpowered quirks. When compared to Endeavor's burning flames and Maruko's kicks, a kid with enhanced memory striving to become a hero seemed ridiculous, and that reminded him of the burning gaze drilling into him from behind. Katsuki didn't believe Izuku could be a hero. The very idea that he was attempting to do so was seen as a personal attack, so his goal was essentially to convince Izuku he was weak, hence calling him useless, even after so many years and still surpassing his test scores. Yet to the blonde's daily rage, Izuku wouldn't give up. He knew the potential of perfect recall and would try his best to save all the people he could, like All Might, even if he would never be able to fight like the symbol of peace did. Izuku wasn't safe anywhere near school. Though attacking someone with a quirk was a high offense, the school would wave it off for their explosive hero hopeful. Izuku had been dodging Katsuki since that Wednesday. Finding Uraraka had given him more determination to be a hero than ever before, and he'd been avoiding the blonde's yells and confrontations with more haste than before. The bell rang, and Izuku sprinted out of the classroom. Surprisingly, there was no shout for Deku, or any angry blondes chasing after him. His bully was taking a day off, for some reason. Not that he was complaining. The teachers and other students didn't bat an eye anymore when Izuku ran through the hallways. It would be funny if their uselessness wasn't so irritating. He broke through the doors, approaching gate within minutes. Fuck. Katsuki leaned against the side of the gate, a smirk across his lips. It was the only exit, a wide school gate facing the center of Aldera Junior High. Where do you think you're going, Deku? Izuku stared at him, eyes wide. How did you? Katsuki barked out a laugh. I can fly, dumbass. Izuku was so stupid. Why would Katsuki suddenly give him a break? You're fucking annoying to catch, now. Dashing out as soon as you can, like an annoying bug. But then I realized, why even bother chasing you? I can blast off the roof and get here long before your useless ass. So now, Deku Katsuki's grin grew wider. We can finally talk. Izuku forced himself to meet those red eyes. I'm not going to stop being a hero, Katsuki. Nothing you say can change that. Huh? What the hell could someone like you do as a hero? Katsuki mocked. Plenty of heroes have non-combative quirks, like All Might's sidekick, and I can analyze. Against anyone strong, like me, you don't stand a chance. You're weak, useless. Are you going to run away from all the villains, Deku? Izuku felt something inside of him finally snap. So you finally admit you're the villain here, Katsuki? The smile fell off Katsuki's face. What did you fucking say? Attacking civilians with your quirk, willing to cause harm. Isn't that exactly what a villain does? The sharp words tumbled out of Izuku's mouth, and Katsuki's eyes flashed. It was only years of martial arts that saved Izuku from that first right hook as he ducked, eyes wide. He deflected a kick and leaped back, frantically dodging punches. Katsuki was relentless, angrier than Izuku had ever seen him. Izuku couldn't fight Katsuki, meaning he had to escape. A desperate plan formed. Izuku bent low and twisted under the next explosive palm. It grazed his shoulder as he unslung his backpack and swung with all of his might. Katsuki blew up Izuku's bag in a burst of power on reflex, and the whirlwind of papers blinded him enough for Izuku to sprint past him. Something tore into his leg as he ran, like several sharp stabs, but Izuku didn't let himself stop running as adrenaline flooded his veins. He heard Katsuki scoff behind him as he sprinted out of sight. See what I mean? All you can do is fucking run. 6:30 a.m., Friday. He was used to hiding his burns from his mother, treating them himself out of sight. His mother was old friends with the Bakugas, and Izuku didn't think she even realized how bad his relationship with Katsuki was now. Izuku forced a smile on his face as he jogged next to Uraraka, his bad leg screaming at every step. He treated it as soon as he got home, and while losing another backpack sucked, Katsuki's parting shot hadn't done as much damage as he'd expected. It would still hurt like hell for a while, though. Good thing Izuku had a ridiculous pain tolerance. You're already getting better at pacing, Uraraka, Izuku praised. At this rate, you'll be as fast as me in weeks. Uraraka simply stared back at him. Midoriya-kun, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. You're a really good liar, but your smile is still super fake. Uraraka frowned. Just like that time, the detective talked to us. And you're limping, right now, too. Are you hurt? Clearly, Uraraka Ochaco was far more observant than he gave her credit for. Izuku shrugged. I got in a fight and kinda hurt my leg. Uraraka grabbed his arm, forcing both of them to a stop. What? And you just ignored that and went running? Yeah. What happened? Izuku rolled up his pant leg in response, and his friend hissed at the bandages wrapped around his knee. My long-time bully has an explosion quirk. He cornered me after school yesterday. You can probably tell what happened. Uraraka's eyes widened. He attacked you with a quirk like that. But that's illegal. Was he arrested? Izuku shook his head with a sigh. He's intelligent, driven to become a hero, and has an incredibly powerful quirk. Nothing's ever going to go on his record as long as he's careful. I always run away, but sometimes I don't get away in time. That's horrible, Midoriya-kun, Uraraka murmured. Now you know why I'm so good at running. Izuku joked, but Uraraka didn't respond, deep in thought. A long moment passed as Izuku stood there, watching the now silent girl. Her dark brown eyes were fixed on the ground, as her fingers pressed together subconsciously, a habit from her quirks. He was tempted to poke her cheeks, just to see if that ever-present blush would change. Maybe they were just pink spots. Do you want me to go back? Uraraka finally asked. Did he? He could definitely figure out a way to get past Katsuki if he could redo yesterday. But, no, it's not worth it. This was something small. Deku getting caught by Katsuki yet again. He didn't want to solve all of his problems with a reset. All he needed to do was be faster next time. Uraraka bit her lip but didn't argue. You mentioned that you always ran away. Have you ever fought him? Of course not, Izuku answered instantly. A river of memories poked at his mind. All the times he'd defended another kid from Katsuki. All the times they'd argued about heroes. All the times he'd run away from the blonde. It's Katsuki. I've known him for 10 years. He never loses. He's way too strong and has a ridiculously powerful quirk. I'm too weak. Wrong. Uraraka crossed her arms over her chest. Firm. You're super strong, Midoriya-kun, Uraraka declared. Izuku blinked. I am. You saved me a week ago. You don't seem to think it was anything special, but to me, that was so cool. You jumped in to save me, and fought the villain fearlessly, like Pow Pow. Uraraka's arms gestured wide, and Izuku couldn't help but smile at her antics. Uraraka, that was nothing. With the reset, I knew exactly what I was getting into. The fact that you'd already lost to that villain, painfully, just makes it even more impressive. You still took that armed villain down like it was nothing. I've never met this Katsuki guy, but you know, you're Midoriya-kun. She said his name like it was an argument all on its own. So why can't you fight him? Izuku opened his mouth to protest only to close it as his excuses turned to ash. She was right, he realized. A full decade spent running away from Katsuki. And despite all of Izuku's resolve to become a hero, not once had he considered fighting back against the blonde. Why couldn't he? 3:40 p.m., Monday. Equal parts anxiety and confidence. Izuku strolled up to the gate to face his enemy. He got some worried glances from the students he passed in the hallway, yet his mood didn't falter. He knew his chances of beating Katsuki weren't very high, but the very fact that he was trying now, that he was actively planning a way to take down the blonde after a lifetime of hiding in fear, was exhilarating. Maybe that made Izuku a little crazy. Oh well. There was a crowd forming to watch the fight, far back to avoid the coming explosions. A bunch of details ran through Izuku's mind: the cooler weather, the slight breeze pushing against the trees on either side of the gates, the empty road behind the school, and the disappointing lack of teachers. Then he pushed all of that excess information out, focusing on the familiar blonde leaning against the brick walls of the gate. Katsuki glared. You sure took your time, shitty Deku. I didn't ask you to wait for me, you know. Whatever, Katsuki's hands crackled with sparks. This time I'm going to show you your fucking place. Izuku willed his trembling hands into fists, spreading his feet apart as he lowered into a stance. A shaky but real smile fell on his face. Katsuki smirked. You're not running away this time, eh? The sweet smell of nitroglycerin floated through the air. Nope, Izuku stated. I'm done putting up with your bullshit, Katsuki. The angry blonde lunged. What did you just fucking say? Thousands of memories flashed into his mind. Of all the battles and beatdowns he'd seen Katsuki start, Izuku sidestepped the punch, grabbing Katsuki's arm and twisting with the momentum, throwing the boy over his shoulder. Katsuki always started with a right hook. The blonde slammed into the ground, stunned for barely a moment before he was up swinging. Izuku leaned back from an uppercut that grazed his nose, ducking under another punch. Stay still and die, Katsuki demanded, his attacks getting faster and faster. No thanks, Izuku shot back. Izuku slapped a fist down with his palm, snapping upward in the same motion to uppercut Katsuki's jaw. He followed it up with a roundhouse kick, only to have his red sneaker burned away by an explosion. Damn, he loved these shoes. Off balance, Izuku barely hopped out of the way of a blast that carved into the ground. Katsuki swung forward in another right hook as Izuku raised his arms to block, only to fall for a feint, a fiery punch slamming into his chest with a sharp sting. He hit the concrete and rolled to his feet, another hook already sailing for his face. Izuku stepped out of the devastating arc, but an explosion propelled Katsuki's elbow back towards him like a spring to strike his head. The blow was a painful jolt that made him see stars, almost knocking him out, but Izuku gritted his teeth and refused to fall. Katsuki grinned, full of malice. You're still standing, huh? Then I guess I need more fucking firepower. The more he fought, the more Katsuki sweated and therefore the stronger his quirk got. After a few minutes, his explosions were powerful threats that Izuku couldn't afford to take head-on. The blonde cupped his hand now, filling it with bright light. Izuku's eyes went wide, knowing what was coming next. He'd have to time this perfectly. Die, Katsuki yelled, throwing his largest explosion yet. In a single motion, Izuku dove to the side and shrugged off his school uniform, barely escaping the blast radius as the explosion smashed through his shirt. Smoke filled the air. Gotcha, fucking deck, huh? Shreds of black fluttered down, revealing no green-haired boy. Izuku had watched thousands and thousands of videos of his favorite hero and his devastating punches. That's how he knew that, contrary to popular belief, every one of All Might's punches was completely controlled, showing off a powerful, honed boxing technique. Izuku focused on that now, a punch born from decades of heroism, overlapping an image of himself with All Might as he worked to keep track of every single muscle despite their difference in size. Where did the attack start? Where did his arm need to twist forward? Perfect recall made learning martial arts far easier. Yet what people didn't realize was that Izuku could copy any move he'd seen before, as long as his body could physically perform it. Izuku clenched his right fist to his side as the air cleared, flowing his entire body into a single blow just like he'd seen his idol do millions of times before. And Katsuki's eyes went wide, seeing the slightly burned Izuku right in front of him far too late. Smash! Izuku yelled. His punch slammed into Katsuki's gut with a crack, bending the boy over from the force. Katsuki coughed for breath, completely winded. Then the blonde's head snapped up, burning eyes meeting green, angrier than Izuku had ever seen him. Katsuki's eyes burned, angrier than Izuku had ever seen him. Sweat dripped down his forehead as his face set into a scowl, a picture of rage that was immortalized in Izuku's perfect memory. Oh fuck. Fucking Deku. The name was said with such hate that it prickled Izuku's skin. Izuku's bare arms tanked the powerful explosion, almost going numb. Katsuki's next kick grazed his face, and Izuku threw a jab in the opening at his stomach before ducking under a blast that scorched his hair. They were both starting to tire, yet neither slowed down, throwing attack after attack. The smash had been his trump card. Punching like All Might was effective but quite straining on his arms. But Katsuki had shrugged it off and kept going. He really was incredible, Izuku noted as the blonde deflected another kick instantly. The blonde fought wild, nearly unpredictable, and his reflexes were insane. There was a reason he never lost. Katsuki blasted over Izuku's sweep, landing behind him and nearly blowing a hole into his back. Izuku hissed in pain, the t-shirt doing nothing to stop the blast. From an outside perspective, Katsuki's quirk would only get stronger as the fight drew on, putting Izuku at a clear disadvantage as the fight drew on. Explosive palms, thrown elbows, ranged blasts, aerial acrobatics, kicks. It fell into a pattern that Izuku's mind tossed and turned over, analyzing. Then it finally clicked, and Izuku smiled. Izuku saw the next punch coming, batting it away. He sidestepped a large blast, wincing at the heat as he rolled under another kick. Next, Izuku kicked Katsuki's palm up, completely diverting the next explosion. How another fist only grazed Izuku's cheek as he dodged. "Are you doing that? And why the fuck are you grinning like that?" Katsuki yelled, frustrated. This was the first time Katsuki had truly fought Izuku. Izuku, however, had been attacked by the blonde many times before. And with the new application of experience, the wild, nearly unpredictable enemy was now predictable. After fighting this long, he'd finally gotten a decent analysis of Katsuki's fighting style. And now he just needed to counter it. A right hook too wide and Izuku stepped in, landing a fierce uppercut. A replica of Eraserhead's kick struck Katsuki's side. And while he reeled from the strike, Izuku swept out his legs from under him. With both palms now aimed down, Katsuki fired off a massive explosion into the concrete which Izuku had already leaped straight up to dodge. Checkmate. Izuku rose above his enemy, raising his leg high for Maruko's iconic move before swinging down. The powerful axe kick crashed into the back of Katsuki's head like a meteor falling to earth, slamming his face into the concrete. Luna fall. Izuku landed on unsteady legs, surprised when his opponent didn't get up. The world flooded back to him, the wind he hadn't even noticed. The ache in his entire body, the crowd that was so silent all Izuku could hear was his own panting breaths. He looked closer, making out the rise and fall of Katsuki's back. He really was unconscious. Izuku blinked, incredulous, glancing up at the stunned students around him. That really happened. He just fought Bakugo Katsuki. In 4:21 p.m., Sere, Midoriya-kun. Yeah, why are we in a junkyard? That was a pretty accurate term, Izuku thought. Mountains and mountains of trash surrounded them. There was everything from thrown-away plastic cans and other small items to large appliances, like the ruined fridges strewn about. Izuku could even make out a rusted car, somewhere near the middle of the mess. Izuku held his arms out wide. Welcome to Dagaba Beach, a beautiful tourist spot. Uraraka pinched her nose. Oh my god, the smell. Beloved by the community for decades, until they started using it as a junkyard. Now it's just sad. Oh, well, why are we here? Well, it's simple, Izuku said cheerfully. We're going to clean it. Huh, but how? Look at all of that trash, Midoriya-kun. Are we going to do all of it ourselves? Yep, Uraraka stared at him. But why? Can't we just go to a gym or something, though? Uraraka asked. We could. Izuku looked out at the ocean, barely visible through the heaps and heaps of garbage piled up. But I mean, don't you want to see what the beach will look like once it's clean? I bet it's beautiful. A resigned sigh. It probably will be. But you do realize this is going to take ages, right? Izuku only smiled in response, handing her a pair of work gloves. 6:32 a.m., Thursday. 3 months passed in a simple routine. Time passage was always a weird thing for Izuku, especially with his quirk. It was nice to keep his day orderly, neat, so he could flip through it later like a book and sort it with the rest of his growing library. He could take a day off the shelf and hold it next to the week before, seeing all the little interesting differences between their pages. Izuku compared the view of the beach at the end of each day with the day before as they chipped away at the endless pile of trash, and he could feel the slow, steady progress like a changing picture. Hey, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka brought him out of his thoughts. Izuku glanced at his jogging partner as she easily kept pace next to him on the early morning street, most of Musutafu still asleep in the growing light. Yeah, why do you write in your notebooks? Uraraka asked. Izuku blinked, surprised, and she hurriedly continued. I get the analysis part, you're super good at that, but you can remember every single thought you've had. Couldn't you easily just keep them in your head, or something? Well, yeah. But it kinda helps the thoughts and ideas flow when I put them down on paper. I make sure to encode them all later, though. It'd be pretty bad if a villain read through some of my notes on heroes. Uraraka winced at the thought. Yeah, you've thought of ways to beat practically anyone. It's both amazing and vaguely terrifying. Izuku laughed. Thanks. I don't think anyone could beat All Might, though, even with some extra research. True. I mean, his punches literally change the weather. I know, right. And he's so fast, too. They stopped at the intersection, catching some breath as the cars rushed by in front of them. Talking while running was tiring. What's his quirk called, anyway? Uraraka asked curiously. I've never heard his name before, which is weird, because he's like the most famous man in Japan. Izuku shrugged. No one knows. Some kind of enhancement, obviously, but there's never been one so ridiculously strong before. There's Muscular, but that guy's transformation quirk has a visible effect. Who? This powerful villain who rampaged a few years ago. He could create and build his muscles, getting strong and stronger until he was this giant, powerful force. It took this combined team of heroes, some top 10, to take him down. That sounds terrifying. Yeah, unlike muscle augmentation. All Might's quirk doesn't have any visible effect or condition, it's just pure power. Maybe he keeps it a secret because its drawback is something easy to exploit. I could see that being a thing. That much power might be tiring to use, or something. Uraraka mused as the traffic light finally blinked, letting them cross the street. They slowly built up speed again, pushing off the curb together. Lots of villains try to kill him daily. It'd be terrible if they knew something like that. It's been years since a villain was strong enough to really fight All Might, though. Yet you wouldn't hear Toxic Chainsaw's name mentioned outside of hero forums. Izuku wondered how many dangerous villains faded into the background so easily. But Uraraka stopped in her tracks, causing Izuku to stop as well. He followed her eyes down to see a girl curled onto the sidewalk. They'd nearly tripped over her. Long blue hair fell down either side of her face, and she seemed comfortable despite the hard concrete. An orange tabby cat laid on her shoulder, eyeing them suspiciously. She was wearing the same black uniform he was, looking only a little younger than him and Uraraka. Izuku worried she was hurt, or something, to be passed out on the side of the road, but then he realized she was just asleep. Hello. Uraraka bent down and lightly poked the sleeping girl's shoulder. When she didn't even stir, Uraraka pushed harder. She was a heavy sleeper, so Uraraka had to shove her more and more until she was shaking the unconscious girl like a doll. Izuku held back a wince. This probably looked like assault. Finally, her eyes blinked open. She stared at them curiously, gray eyes and blank face showing absolutely no emotion as she sat up with a yawn, her cat stepping off her. It was strange, to say the least, almost like she was a cat herself. "Do you two need something?" she asked. No." Uraraka held up her hands almost guiltily. "We were just wondering why you were asleep here. We almost ran into you." The girl blinked. "I was taking a nap." "On the sidewalk?" Izuku asked. "Why not just sleep at home? Too far away." "Okay. You should be more careful, though, when you nap," Uraraka said. "Don't worry." The girl patted the cat next to her, and the tabby leaned into her palm. Her lips curled up the slightest bit. "I have Star here to protect me." It had to be one of the weirdest conversations he'd been in. He was almost glad when she wandered away, her cat clinging to her shoulder almost protectively. Izuku wondered if Star had a quirk. Intelligence quirks were growing more common in animals, along with less calm. Uraraka poked his arm. "You're muttering again." He could never seem to break the habit. "Sorry, I don't mind. It's always about something interesting." "Not sure you want all your thoughts broadcasted, though." "Yeah, it'd be a huge weakness in a fight. How about this, Midoriya-kun? I'll poke you whenever you start muttering. That way, you'll always know." Izuku sighed. "That sounds like an excuse to poke me, but sure." Her smile gave him shivers. Uraraka saved after their jog, as usual, and he headed off to Aldera. School was very different, ever since he fought Katsuki. He got strange looks from other students, a mixture of awe and fear, sometimes even from the teachers. But no one bothered him anymore. Katsuki hadn't said a single word to him, turning into a silent presence that reminded Izuku of a dormant volcano. It was nice and peaceful overall. Leaving Izuku to his thoughts and memories and half-hearted classwork, he drifted out of the school gates minutes after the bell, not having to run from anyone anymore. Izuku and Uraraka shuffled into their training on the beach, collecting and lifting trash and metal as the hours passed. Her weight limit had increased a little again, and she grinned when he told her. He invited her to eat dinner, and she agreed with an exhausted hum as they stumbled home, limbs filled with a satisfying ache. Uraraka was a common sight at the Midoriya household now, so Inko barely batted an eye when she ushered them inside. Uraraka started a riveting discussion on matcha, of all things, and how it was the best food ever. His mother's cooking was amazing, as always, and afterwards she went up to sleep as he and Uraraka plopped down on the couch to watch TV, full in content. Izuku smiled as he mentally added the book to his shelf, date labeled in neat, green script. Another great day. And then the news started playing, and Izuku's heart dropped to his stomach. Muscular breaks out of prison. 39 dead. The villain burst out of prison just earlier, a brief mistake by the guards quickly proving fatal. Muscular escaped easily with the use of his overwhelming strength and a few powerful leaps before ravaging the streets of Musutafu. Uraraka stiffened next to him. Several heroes attempted to capture the villain so far, leading to severe injuries among heroes like Kamui Woods and the deaths of the W Water Hose duo. The news anchor audibly stuttered, but Izuku couldn't blame her. The bits of news footage were pretty horrifying. Muscular's eye was covered in blood, a maniac grin on the hulking monster's face as he attacked heroes and civilians alike. Izuku really hoped no children had seen this live. Endeavor arrived on the scene, finally pushing him back, but the villain got away. Izuku tuned the rest of the broadcast out, his thoughts a mess. What were the chances? It was almost like they'd summoned a demon, mentioning him earlier. The attack happened while they were eating dinner. What would have happened if they'd spent just a little longer at the beach? Or if he let Uraraka walk home? He shivered at the thought. But wait. Izuku whirled around, grabbing onto Uraraka's arms and meeting her wide eyes. She was still frozen, almost in shock. He couldn't tell which of them was trembling. "Uraraka, can you reset?" Izuku urged. "Back to that save this morning." I can fix this. He knew the exact time Muscular arrived, when he crashed into the formerly peaceful street like an angry meat. Exactly when he needed to get there. None of those people would die if I stop him. No, Izuku stared at her. What? No, Uraraka said again, her voice firmer. You're going to rush right in there, right? Then what? You won't stand a chance against Muscular. None of those heroes did. I can't just do nothing. You'll die, and then you'll just rewind it, and I can try again. Izuku said, a little too sharp. It doesn't matter. The second he said it, he wished he could take it back. Uraraka's face crumpled, but her hands clenched tighter around his. Just because it's reset, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. You, of all people, should know that. Uraraka said quietly. Izuku flinched. And you didn't even know who I was. Neither of them said anything for a minute, holding on to each other as the voices from the television filled the now silent room. You know, it's amazing that your first instinct is to rush in there. Uraraka said. You didn't even falter, though, seeing that. Me, I just panicked and almost did something dumb. Izuku said. That's exactly it, though. You see that terrifying villain, and still move to help before you think about it. Meanwhile, I kinda just froze in place. Izuku tilted his head. So, together ... we almost acted like a hero should. Uraraka hummed. Yeah, now that you've calmed. Izuku coughed. We've calmed down. Think of a better plan than that, Izuku. Izuku raised his hand to his cheek and thought, not even noticing that he was still holding her hand. She didn't move her hand from his face though, as seconds came and went, his mind turning and turning. Izuku finally grinned. I think I got it. Uraraka, do you remember that detective we met? Reset. 6:48 a.m., Thursday. 6:48 a.m., Thursday. The echo of Uraraka's voice reached his ears as his consciousness snapped back to his body. Uraraka looked up from her hands, eyes widening when they caught his face. Well, you seem pretty different from 2 seconds ago. Izuku let out a genuine laugh at that, despite the resolve weighing down his chest. Yeah, we've reset, Uraraka. He held out a hand and she took it curiously and showed her the news broadcast. It was probably worse with Izuku's quirk bringing back every little detail of Muscular's attack. But he didn't skip a thing, including that moment afterward. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. For some reason, Uraraka's cheeks reddened near the end of the memory. Was she embarrassed? Wow, that was a lot of different emotions. Uraraka blinked. I think that plan will work. You do realize we could get in a lot of trouble for it though, right? Izuku shrugged. He couldn't care less. He retraced his school day every step. Every word written through a driving sense of impatience. Alder already felt like a waste of time, but going through the same lessons twice made him want to jump out the window. He met up with Uraraka afterward. They skipped the beach, heading straight for Izuku's house and up to his room. Inko looked surprised to see them this early, taking in their expressions yet not asking a thing. And Izuku opened up his computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. 5:29 p.m., Thursday. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, sometimes known as True Man, was completely exhausted. His colleagues were capable, but it had been a hectic week full of small crimes. They were almost swamped with cases, mostly in response to some stupid social media post that went viral. Naomasa inhaled his third cup of coffee, glaring at the mountain of paperwork on his desk, hoping it'd vanish. It didn't. Was this what Eraserhead felt like? All the time. This was terrible. He should be nicer to that man next time he sees him. Officer Sansa sighed from the other desk, desperately writing as fast as he could. This is my least favorite part of the job. Paperwork is important and necessary to police work and the resolution of cases, Naomasa felt the need to point out. But some weeks, yeah, at least these are all simple incidents, though. Nothing big has happened in a while. A voice resounded from the intercom, putting the entire precinct on alert. It clearly wasn't any known personnel a hack. Hello, can you all hear me? Every person in the room turned to the cat officer. Fuck, Sansa cursed. I just had to say it. Huh. I'll take that as a yes, then. The voice said dryly. It was a woman, maybe in her 30s, but Naomasa had been around long enough to recognize a voice changer. Naomasa flicked a glance at Sansa, silently telling him to track the signal, and he nodded back. Who are you? Naomasa's pen tapped a steady rhythm against his forgotten paperwork. My name is Prophet, a code name, a vigilante. I'm here to deliver a tip. Why not go through the proper channels? Naomasa asked. This issue is ... time sensitive. Plus, I needed to inform you, specifically. Without your quirk, Tsukachi-san, my message would be dismissed. Truth. His quirk wasn't top secret. He had to go through a lot to get it verified for court. But it wasn't exactly public knowledge, either. We're all ears, then, Naomasa said. What's this tip? My quirk lets me get visions of the future. Naomasa's pen paused in shock. Though it isn't the same as Sir Night-Eye's ability. I foresaw the villain Muscular breaking out of prison at roughly 6:30 p.m. and rampaging through Musutafu. The heroes on patrol aren't strong enough to stop him. And to Naomasa's rising dread, all of that rang true. Sansa shook his head, not getting a trace. Naomasa expected that. From the clear, concise way they talked, this vigilante didn't seem like much of an amateur. How had he never heard of a vigilante before? Time-related quirks were incredibly rare. There was probably no way to stop Muscular's escape, but a warning was exactly what he needed to capture him. Plus, noted, Niyamasa replied, "Thank you for bringing this to our attention." The intercom cut out, the attacker leaving the system just as easily as they came. Niyamasa broke the stunned silence with a long sigh. "I'm going to need to make a few calls." 5:33 p.m., Thursday. "Wow," Izuku said, impressed. "You're a really good actress, Uraraka." Uraraka smiled at the praise. "It wasn't that hard. You did most of the work, really. Actually hacking into the police department so easily. Are you sure that was okay, by the way?" Izuku nodded. "I was super careful." Uraraka let out a breath. "Phew, now what?" Izuku settled into the couch. "Now we wait and see if the story goes any better." "What if that detective can't do anything about the attack?" Uraraka asked. "I mean, we don't really know anything about him other than where he works and his quirk." "Then we'd need a new plan," Izuku admitted. "But I have a good feeling about him. He seemed pretty reliable." Uraraka raised an eyebrow. "Feeling? Huh. What happened to my calm, logical eye Midoriya-kun?" Izuku laughed. His mother poked his head into the living room. "Oh, what are you two watching?" Izuku blinked. "Just a news special, Mom." Uraraka bobbed her head from next to him. Inko sat on Izuku's other side. "Sounds interesting. What's it about, honey?" The channel suddenly switched from a nice story about teleportation quirks to the same news anchor from before. She looked panicked, but not nearly as much as before. "This is just in. The villain Muscular has just broken out of prison. His current whereabouts are unknown, but police and heroes are currently rushing to capture him. Oh my, the wait was painful. Any second now, Musutafu would be in danger, and Izuku had to force down the urge pushing against his skin to do something." He squeezed Uraraka's hand, probably too hard, but she didn't let go. And then Muscular was live, smashing through the street on landing, throwing back cars and pedestrians, muscles tearing through his shirt as he faced shaking cameras in all of his terrifying glory. His entire upper half was red, bulging muscle, towering over the running civilians. He had blonde hair, and both of his eyes, whatever injury inflicted upon him, had been reset and was leveling a fearsome, almost hungry glare. The smirk on his face alone set off warning bells in Izuku's head. Muscular didn't move for a moment, just throwing back his head and laughing as terrified civilians struggled to get away. Traffic stilled to a stop on either side of the villain. "Show me your blood," Muscular roared, loud enough to visibly startle the people on screen. A man tripped, hitting the concrete hard. Muscular moved, a blur of red on screen that Izuku's eyes couldn't even track, an unstoppable predator slamming down to squash his prey into nothing. The poor man's eyes went wide, and then the fist stopped, caught in a larger palm inches away from its target. "It's fine now." The live footage captured the exact moment Muscular's smirk fell off his face. "Why?" Izuku leaned forward so far he almost fell off the couch. "Because I am here." All Might's voice boomed. A reassuring grin stretched wide across his face. 5:40 p.m., Thursday. "Because I am here." All Might's voice boomed with the taste of ash. His heroic grin pushed onto his face through the pain in his side. He gripped Muscular's fist, pulling him in for a powerful punch to the chest. The villain went skidding back against the street, tearing up concrete and asphalt. The rescued civilian below Toshinori stared up at him with starry eyes for a stunned moment before he finally remembered to run. If he was being honest, Toshinori Yagi hadn't fully believed in Neyamasa's tip. Many people had claimed to have foresight before, yet only one case had ever been real: his former partner Mirai. But Toshinori couldn't take the chance that it was fake, not with a villain like Muscular, and he trusted Neyamasa and his gut instincts. The problem was that the timing was terrible. By the time Neyamasa called him, Toshinori had already used up most of his time on patrol at most. He had 30 minutes left in his hero form, something that would only decrease the more Toshinori used the power of One for All. Muscular's body was unharmed from the opening blow, but the smirk was now gone. He was almost as tall as Toshinori, a wall of pure, terrifying muscle that reminded him of a very old American comic about a rage monster. "All Might." Muscular's face twisted into a scowl. "Here to lock me up again, are you?" "I'm here to put you back where you belong, villain," Toshinori replied, firm. He didn't even bother asking Muscular to surrender. He'd captured Muscular with Endeavor's help a few years back, easily. But that was before he killed All for One, before that crushing blow tore through his stomach like paper and he smashed his enemy through the ground in return. Muscular was powerful and bloodthirsty, killing everyone he came across to prove his own strength and power. Fighting the man weakened and alone wasn't exactly ideal. "You want to put me back in there? You know how long I've been waiting for this, sitting in that fucking cell with my awesome quirk suppressed. I finally get to rip you apart," Muscular said, his arms bulging with power. The malice rolled off him in heavy waves. "You've killed countless innocents out of pure evil." Toshinori's eyes narrowed. "And you think you don't deserve prison?" Ha, you don't get it. It's simple. I'm just doing what I want. I killed him because it was fun. No one gives a shit about evil. What you want is the complete opposite stopping me. Muscular grinned, wild, his legs tensing up. So, all that's left is to see who wants more. Muscular rushed at him, launched forward like a spring. Toshinori crossed his arms, tanking a blow heavy enough to push him back before ducking under a red hook and countering. Punching that monstrous chest with no small amount of force, Muscular stumbled back, seemingly stunned. But when he met Toshinori's eyes, his grin was even wider. Those punches ... they're way fucking lighter than when we fought. Toshinori hit a grimace. You're getting weaker, All Might. Muscular lunged again, full of crazed laughter, and their fists met in a powerful shockwave. The wind blowed around them like a hurricane. Muscular's muscles grew to their peak, dwarfing Toshinori in size as they continued to clash. The villain was overwhelming, reminding him of All for One for a brief moment, a muted ping in his injured side. Soon Toshinori was losing, being pushed back by the huge force in front of him, further and further, the road ripping up under them from the stress, the panic rising in the citizens around them like a tangible force as their hero lost more and more ground against the villain. Muscular's quirk had been unleashed to the point that he was an incredibly enhanced force of nature, overpowering Toshinori in their test of strength. That just wouldn't do. Toshinori grit his teeth tight, diving deeper into his unlimited ocean of power. The familiar burn of One for All ran through his entire body like a circuit, the centuries of stockpiled strength exhilarating as always even decades later, and his free hand curled into a fist as power flooded into it. His grin lifted from a comforting front into something truly fearless, and the terror around them faded, his aura covering the street like a warm but heavy blanket. That wasn't part of his quirk, despite what some conspiracy theorists would believe. The ability to calm the people around him by just being here was something he'd worked toward, built up over decades. The two came to a halt as their strength canceled out, Muscular's huge arms still pressed against his own, the hero's legs now planted unwavering into the street. 10 minutes left. The symbol of peace laughed, and Muscular unconsciously flinched back. Going all out, though, he'd only need one. Is that all you got, villain? Muscular swung his other arm for his face. All Might's fist struck first, a powerful uppercut that snapped Muscular's head up. He followed up with a Detroit smash that slammed into the villain's face, sending him flying. Carolina Smash. His fastest move brought him into range again, dual chops sweeping away the bulky arms in a cross-shaped burst of wind. Muscular twisted in midair, landing on his feet in time to block another blow ... then another, and another. All Might refused to let up, to give the villain room to breathe. The wall of muscle held strong under All Might's barrage, the shockwaves wrecking the street around them. He might even be more durable than All Might himself, with all those enhanced muscle fibers coiled around him like armor. Muscular growled, huge hands closing around All Might's throat and squeezing. But the hero didn't falter, swinging his head forward to crash against the villains with an ear-splitting crack. Muscular's grip loosened from the impact, blood dripping down the villain's forehead, and All Might reared his fist back. How's this for weaker, villain? All Might asked. What the foo? Texas Smash. The smash hit Muscular's gut with the force of a train, the villain barely managing to keep his footing. Then the muscles around his stomach suddenly grew, trapping his fist within Muscular's mass of red like something out of a horror film. All Might instinctively yanked, but he couldn't get free. Shit. All Might swung his other fist forward, only for it to get similarly caught on Muscular's shoulder. A rookie mistake. He'd assumed that this was a pure brawl, enhancer versus enhancer, but this application of Muscular's quirk had him completely trapped, stuck. I wasn't expecting that headbutt of yours, damn. Muscular chuckled with a hurt cough, throwing punch after punch at All Might's unguarded chest. You're full of surprises, but now that you can't punch me, what are you gonna do? One struck his injured side, hard, and All Might held back the blood in his throat. The thing was, All Might didn't become the #1 hero just by punching things. How about this? All Might made to headbutt again, and Muscular flinched at the feint, raising both arms above his head. And All Might instead stomped down on the ruined street, collapsing the ground beneath them in a single blow. Muscular looked utterly confused as they fell down together, too slow to react. He didn't have the decades of hero experience All Might did, adapting to cases and situations and fights. So as the terrible smell of the sewers hit their noses and All Might planted both legs on the villain's massive chest in midair, Muscular could do nothing until it was way too late. All Might leapt, kicking off his chest and ripping himself free of muscle fibers to rise up through the hole, flying higher and higher above his enemy. He paused at the apex of his jump, floating for a single second in open air, almost as if he had his master's quirk. Then gravity told hold, and he was curling into a tight ball, somersaulting through the air in a blur of red, blue, and yellow as he fell back down like a mighty meteor. California. He sprung out of the roll as he passed through the ruined street, his fists streaking out on a collision course. Muscular's eyes went wide. Smash. 5:44 p.m., Thursday. Smash! All Might yelled, his powerful voice easily booming out through the television. Izuku couldn't directly see the symbol of peace's finishing blow strike Muscular through the news camera. All the same, the whirlwind rising out like a tornado was awe-inspiring enough, washing away the clouds above. All Might hopped out of the sewers seconds later, a shrunken, unconscious Muscular slung over his shoulders, his reassuring grin still in place. Amazing, Izuku breathed. I've never even seen him use this much power before. Despite his decades of heroism, there were rarely ever villains strong enough to challenge All Might. Izuku had complete memories of all his public fights. He could count the number of times the hero had gone all out on a single hand. That was so fast, Uraraka said. He beat that Muscular so easily. That detective had ended up calling in the actual symbol of peace, and the terrifying threat they saw was dealt with in no time at all. This day was the ultimate proof of Reset's ability. They'd completely overwritten a tragedy, saving everyone involved with just a well-timed call. All that destruction caused by Muscular stopped in minutes. Incredible. Well, he is the #1 hero, after all. Inko glanced at them. I'm surprised you kids know about Muscular anyway. His rampage was years ago, and it's not exactly something people talk about. You shouldn't be. Your son's almost addicted to researching heroes and villains, Midoriya-san, even the forgotten ones. Uraraka laughed, just as happy as he was. He could teach a class on them at this point. It sounded kinda concerning when she put it like that. Inko smiled warmly. My Izuku has always been so smart. I sometimes wonder why he loves his heroes so much, but when I watch All Might, she gestured at the screen, where All Might was waving at a cheering crowd. I think I truly understand. He's my favorite hero as well. All Might soared off into the sky soon after, likely to save more people. Izuku couldn't help but wonder when he'd get to see the symbol of peace again. His appearances had been lowering the past few years. Uraraka's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. I still think 13's cooler, though. One of Izuku's eyes twitched. There's no way. Inko just shook her head fondly as they dove into the argument. 4:21 p.m., Tuesday. Hello. Izuku made sure Uraraka wasn't currently breaking quirk laws before carefully placing the toaster in his arms down in the sand and turning to face the newcomer. He was tall but unnaturally skinny, with stick-like limbs and worn features, his shirt too large and colored with hints of red. Sir, are you okay? Izuku blurted. Thank you for your concern, young boy, but I can assure you that I'm quite fine. The man actually coughed up blood at the end of that sentence, wiping it off like it was nothing. I'm not a doctor, but you really don't seem to be fine right now, Uraraka remarked, walking up behind Izuku. Izuku winced at her bluntness, but well, she wasn't wrong. He only chuckled. I do have a medical professional that's been looking after me since my injury, but I'm sure you don't want to hear about that. I heard about 2 students working together tirelessly to clean up this beach. That's you too, isn't it? Izuku hummed, cautious. And what if it is? Are you going to tell us to quit? The opposite, actually. It's been years since Dagaba Beach was clean, and I very much want to see that site again. I'll help you. Really? The blonde man nodded. I own a pretty large truck. I can park her nearby. And you can load the heavier stuff like kitchen appliances, so I can drop them off at an actual junkyard. That'd be super nice of you, Uraraka said. But you do realize that we come out here every day, right? We don't want to take up too much of your... He waved it off. I have a lot of free time these days, don't worry about that. I'll be here. Izuku smiled, holding out his hand. We'll be relying on you in the future, then. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and the girl next to me is Uraraka Ochaco. The man shook it with a grin, his blue eyes glinting. Despite his appearance, his grip was unwaveringly firm. Yagi Toshinori, 7:28 p.m., Sunday. Izuku collected 3 more months of memories. Yagi, true to his word, was almost always there to help when they arrived. His truck made their job way easier. Izuku guessed they'd finish cleaning the beach within a few more months. He started training Uraraka in hand-to-hand combat. Now that her stamina was decently well off, knowing how to fight was necessary for any hero, even those with offensive quirks. Zero gravity, a touch-activated quirk, only made the skill even more essential for her. Her talent and determination were incredible, and she got the basics down easily. Uraraka favored grapples and throws, seeming to enjoy slamming Izuku into the sand. Surprisingly, Yagi was quite experienced at combat. He sparred with the 2 of them sometimes, offering his own tips and tricks. Izuku had a hunch the man was an injured retired hero helping the next generation, yet he couldn't recognize the blonde at all. An underground hero, like a racerhead. Despite Yaga's weak build, his reflexes were fast and his eyes sharp. He moved like he was used to having much higher mass, likely because he'd lost weight from his injury, but it barely left any openings. Both Izuku and Yagi were terrible teachers, though. Uraraka didn't hold it against them, and they did manage to give her a good foundation, but she would definitely need actual training. Maybe he should take her to meet Sensei. They'd get along well, he bet. 6:10 p.m., Wednesday. Now that Izuku actually had people to train with, he could practice the active part of perfect recall, something that could be invaluable to heroics and investigations. He formed the idea of a library as a mental construct long ago to represent his memories within his mind. Izuku slowly worked on getting his library more tangible and organized. At 14, he had years and years of complete memories filling hundreds and hundreds of bookcases. There were multiple floors, all adorned in that same dark, polished wood. A massive spiral staircase stretched through the middle, stretching up higher and automatically building with the rest of the construct. There was no roof, just more space for floors meeting the blue sky above. The term library barely did the place justice anymore. The books themselves were color-coded and labeled by date. Most of the shelves held his green books, a separate one for every single day he had lived. His quirk was the ability to relive his past, meaning that he even had memories from before perfect recall awakened. In total, he had 5280 green books at the moment. The other colors were each given their own small sections. Izuku's very first memories of strange consciousness, drifting aimlessly in pure comfort, were in 9 different brown books on the bottom floor. He remembered his time asleep, as well as the dreams during it. While those dreams were usually recorded with the rest of a day in green books, he sometimes put down interesting dreams in his orange ones. The red books were his worst or most painful memories. Thankfully, Izuku didn't have many of those. But there were still a few, such as the feel of burns from explosions and that terrible electricity crackling against his skin. Izuku hated even touching their narrow covers, but he couldn't help but wonder how useful the red books could be. A single touch, and a villain would be thrown a terrible memory. On the other hand, Izuku would literally have to go through the same pain. Finally, Izuku's most beloved memories were colored a bright blue. He didn't think he'd ever get tired of flipping through those, feeling the same thoughts and emotions flow into him as they did in that moment. They were all beautiful. Passively, perfect recall let Izuku remember all the text and information contained within his many books. Actively, Izuku could enter his own mind, pick up the book he wanted and go through the memory itself. No time passed outside his mind while he relived it. He opened his eyes to see Uraraka's face, his hand still holding hers. "Do you see anything, Uraraka? I can't really tell if my quirk's working or not." Uraraka shook her head. "Nope, my head kinda feels fuzzy, like it does when you're about to show me a memory. But then, nothing happens. I wanted to show you my mind itself, instead of just my memories. But that might have been too big of a leap. He could bring people into his memories, but so far it seemed that he couldn't bring anyone into his mental construct itself. Or maybe that wasn't even possible, and he was just stretching the concept of his ability too far. I mean, you could just need more practice," Uraraka said thoughtfully. "You told me yourself that you almost never worked on this part of your quirk." "True, mental quirks are always a little harder to figure out. What if you chain memories together?" "Huh?" Uraraka tilted her head. "No time passes while you're in a memory, somehow, right? Midoriya-kun. If you could play memory after memory inside your mind, or even just loop the same one." Izuku hummed. "I see what you're getting at. But you realize that this is probably going to cause some kind of quirk backlash, right?" Uraraka nodded. "Yep, alright then." Izuku hummed. "I see what you're getting at. But you do realize that this is probably going to cause some kind of quirk backlash, right?" Uraraka nodded. "Yep, alright then." Izuku focused on replaying back those few seconds before his hold on Uraraka's consciousness faded. It worked, surprisingly, and the scene rewinded fast before flowing normally once again. Izuku hummed. "I see what you're getting at. But you do realize that this is probably going to cause some kind of quirk backlash, right?" "Man, seeing my face in maximum detail from your eyes is weird. And hearing your voice from your eyes is even weirder," Uraraka muttered. "Wait a minute, we can talk while inside my memories." Uraraka nodded. "Yep, alright then." It was much easier to grab onto the time frame he needed the third time, bringing them back into the same sequence. Izuku hummed. "I see what you're getting at. But you do realize that this is probably going to cause some kind of quirk backlash, right?" "Now that's really useful," Izuku mused. "If I can keep this up, we can just pause in the middle of hero work and have so much more time to think." "That's incredible. Midoriya-kun ... How the hell am I listening to you talk in the memory at the same time without missing either?" "Your quirk's bullshit." Uraraka nodded. "Yep, fair. Alright then." Again, Izuku hummed. "I see what you're getting at. But you do realize that this is probably going to cause some kind of quirk backlash, right?" Izuku hissed. "Yeah, my brain is definitely hurting now. Do you feel that too?" Uraraka nodded. "Yep, yeah, it must be the quirk overuse. How many times did you replay that so far?" 4. "Alright then. Maybe just one more, then." Izuku hummed. "I see what you're getting at. But you do realize that this is probably going to cause some kind of quirk backlash, right?" Uraraka nodded. "Yep, alright then." Izuku let go and they both blinked their eyes open, their hands flying up to cradle their aching skulls. "Ouch," Uraraka cursed. Oh no, really not a fan of the headaches. I mean, at least it's better than your nausea. I guess. So, how long were we in there? A minute, maybe. But almost 0 time passed here. Uraraka's eyes widened. That's amazing, then. Just watch the longest memory you have. Nah, it's not just how many memories I view at once. It's how long we spent there. But a minute is definitely plenty of time to think in a fight. Izuku smiled. Thank you, Uraraka. I don't know how I didn't think of that. She waved it off. You're always helping me with my quirks. Plus, helping you practice yours is fun. Perfect recall is the coolest. Again, Uraraka, you can rewind time. Izuku trailed off, watching her eyes narrow in thought. What? Why are you still calling me Uraraka? Izuku blinked, confused. Because ... that's your name. Uraraka tilted her head. You stopped using an honorific on my surname months ago. And I'm pretty informal with you anyway. Why not just use Ochaco? That's not weird, right? Gee, there's no way I could. Izuku-kan. Uraraka tried. Izuku completely froze up, his cheeks surely burning red. Uraraka nodded to herself, mind made up. Yeah. That works. What? No, it doesn't. So, Izuku-kun, I have a few more ideas. 4:30 p.m., Sere. The call picked up after a single ring, Uraraka's altered voice flowing smoothly through the microphone. Hey, Tsukachi. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Prophet. I still have no idea how you got this number. It was easy for Izuku to get the man's cell number after their earlier hack, and a lot safer to call him with their information directly. I can see the future, Uraraka reminded the man. That really shouldn't surprise you. Tsukachi sighed. I guess not. Speaking of which, today, at around 7:20 p.m., there's a big bank robbery, the one about ... 5 blocks east of Mount Agency. What? No one hits that one. It's way too close to most hero patrols, not to mention our precinct. Well, they did, Uraraka said simply. There were 5 of them, in masks. At least 2 carried guns. Do you know any of their quirks? Nope. I only saw their ringleaders some kind of fire. That's how they escaped. No one was killed, but there were a lot of injuries in their getaway. All right. There was a pause, likely the detective writing notes. Your quirk has definitely been accurate in cases so far. Thanks for the information, as always, though I can't help but wish you did this through official channels. You know that wouldn't be the best idea, with a quirk like mine. Uraraka spoke a bit slower here, making sure she got the wording right. I'm not in a stable position like Sir Night-Eye, and there are plenty of people who'd want to know the future for their own ends. I suppose that's true. Until next time then, detective. She hung up before he could respond, not very Uraraka-like, but very much a mysterious informant thing to do. After seeing how much Prophet had changed the outcome of that day, it was hard to resist using the name again and again. Simply telling the well-connected detective about an appearance of villains and what they knew about it was almost always enough to make a major difference in a situation. Prophet represented both of them. And while originally created as a way to discreetly pass on information and get around the detective's quirk, it was quickly becoming their own persona. Unless they actually went out and solved foreseen villain incidents themselves, Prophet couldn't be considered a vigilante. What they were doing was completely legal. But as the detective understood, foresight quirks were incredibly valued. So while they couldn't get in trouble with the law, they had to be very careful dropping tips. They didn't actually have visions of future events, just Izuku's memories of watching the news. They knew the basics and the time an event happened, yet none of the specifics. If Izuku was being honest, that really bugged him. The bank robbery they told Tsukachi about, Izuku knew almost nothing about it but the time it happened. The detective's actions could make things go worse. Of course, Izuku could learn about an event, reset, go there and get all the information himself, reset again, and then tell Tsukachi everything. But a teenager wouldn't be allowed near a villain attack, and his very presence could drastically affect what happens. A sudden poke to his shoulder broke him out of his thoughts with a jolt. Are you trying to give me a headache? Uraraka teased. Izuku blinked. Uraraka, was I? Muttering, yeah. Uraraka shrugged. I love hearing your thought process, though, so I let you go for a while. Stop making that guilty face. Guilty face. Thanks. I didn't think you'd actually remember to poke me, Izuku admitted, rubbing his shoulder. Oh, Uraraka grinned. Never underestimate me, Izuku-kun. But you're right. We need to be more careful about the tips we give, especially when we don't know everything about the incident. They left for the beach, his mom warning him not to bring back sand again as they jogged out the doorway. Blocks passed behind them, Uraraka ranting lightly about her English homework. Izuku was easily fluent after a bit of practice and his quirk, something that made her adorably annoyed. Izuku noticed everything he experienced. If something didn't immediately prick at his attention, he'd notice it later when he read through the memory. So, he knew that the black cat behind them was actively following them for some reason, turning where they did, keeping the same distance away from them. Can we stop for a second? Izuku asked. Uraraka nodded, albeit confused. The black cat padded closer and closer to them as they paused on the sidewalk, its bright yellow eyes seeming almost intelligent. It stopped at Uraraka's feet, rubbing its furry head on her ankle. Uraraka squealed, immediately bending down to pet the creature. "Oh my god, she's the cutest cat I've ever seen." The cat didn't shy away from her hand, just continuing to gaze up at her as she stroked her fur. Izuku squatted down next to her, hesitantly reaching out as well. His eyes widened. "Wow, are all cats this soft?" "Depends," Uraraka answered, her face stretched with a wide smile. "Strays like her usually aren't, though." "How do you know she's a stray?" Izuku asked. "People in Musutafu usually put thin collars on them to tell." The cat leaned into Uraraka's hand a bit as she petted her neck, and the girl seemed to melt. Izuku watched the cat's eyes fix on Uraraka's, glancing at him from time to time. She slowly backed away from the two of them, turning to walk away. Then the cat stopped and looked back, and Izuku realized that she wanted them to follow her. "Do cats usually do that?" Uraraka stared as the cat flicked her head at them again. "I don't know. Should we?" "Don't worry." The girl patted the cat next to her, and the tabby leaned into her palm. Her lips curled up the slightest bit. "I have Star here to protect me." That had to be one of the weirdest conversations he'd been in. He was almost glad when she wandered away, her cat clinging to her shoulder almost protectively. Izuku wondered if Star had a quirk. Izuku hummed, "Let's see what she wants." He didn't have to tell Uraraka twice, the girl excitedly following after the creature. The cat walked a little faster, now that they'd made their choice, glancing back every now and then. Minutes and several turns passed, the buildings giving way for more trees as they got closer to the edge of the city. Izuku looked up at them now to see a shrine at the very top of a hill, a huge number of steps building up to it. The cat paused for a second to let them take in the sight before steadily padding up the steps. Uraraka sighed, and Izuku nearly did too. That many stairs were never a fun time. The cat seemed to be completely fine, somehow, and that was probably the most annoying part as they huffed up the many stone steps, the shrine getting closer and closer into view. They were both a little tired when they finally reached the top. The shrine itself was a small wooden building, traditionally designed and decorated and surrounded with a forest of green. It was beautiful and somehow nostalgic in a way only historical artifacts could manage. What drew Izuku's attention were the dozens and dozens of cats laying over the ground in front of them, even on the steps of the shrine itself. There were all kinds of colors and breeds, some awake and some asleep. It was a cat haven. "Whoa," Uraraka breathed. "I've never seen so many cats before, all in the same spot. Why are they all here?" Izuku pointed. "I think I figured out why." Laying down near the mass of cats was a familiar blue-haired girl. She was curled into them, asleep, and some of the awake ones lightly stepped around her. As they watched, the black cat next to them slowly stalked over, skillfully wading around felines until she made her way to the girl and booped her on the nose. The mysterious girl woke up, intelligent gray eyes focusing on the two of them. "Hello, Uraraka-san, Midoriya-senpai. You're that girl from before. How do you know our names?" Uraraka asked, surprised. Her quirk lets her learn through her cats, somehow. Izuku answered for her. "It's logical to assume that she's heard us talk before. Also, she just implied that she was an underclassman." Mentally going back through the class lists. "You're Nano Seika, right?" Izuku guessed. Nano nodded, absent-mindedly stroking the black cat. Her face was still blank. "You're very observant, Midoriya-senpai. My quirk, feline, lets me access the senses of every cat in the city while I'm asleep, as well as view their memories." Uraraka's eyes widened. "Wow, that's pretty cool. So that's why you're asleep all the time. You must know everything that goes on in this city." Izuku realized, amazed. "Everything that the wandering strays see? Yes. I know about perfect recall, reset, and profit." Izuku narrowed his eyes. "I won't tell anyone, though." "What did you call us here for then?" "Nano," Uraraka asked. "I'm here to make the both of you an offer, Uraraka-san, Midoriya-senpai." Izuku winced. "You really don't need to call me that." "What's the offer?" Nano tilted her head. "Okay, Midoriya-san. I overheard that you needed a way to gather information, especially in a reset. With my quirk, that's what I do best. I've never been able to do anything with the things I know. You clearly found a way to. So you want to help us?" Izuku summarized. "Not just that. I will support the two of you in your hero careers with my quirk when possible. I'm not planning to be one myself. I want to be a vet, if that wasn't obvious, but I don't really have plans for that future. I will enter UAS general education course a year after you do." Izuku wasn't surprised that she knew what school they were planning on. That was generous, to say the least. "There's something you want, isn't there?" Nano handed them a picture. Izuku took it curiously, Uraraka leaning over his shoulder to see. It was a beautiful silver cat, his blue eyes almost bored as they glanced over at the camera. "Do you just have printed pictures of all your cats?" Izuku couldn't help but ask. As she should. Uraraka gestured at all the cats at their feet. "Look at all of them. His name is Mercury," Nano said softly. He's really cute. A few hours ago, he got hit by a car. Oh my god. Uraraka caught on instantly. You want us to save him? Yes. Her emotionless voice trembled so slightly that Izuku nearly missed it. Please, when did it happen? Izuku questioned. Sometime between 8 a.m. and 1 p.m. That's when I noticed he was gone, and then found out what happened. I wasn't watching him, and I can't see the memories of cats when they. Nano trailed off. A 5-hour time frame. Our save is at 6:40 a.m. Izuku mused. If we come here immediately and ask you to connect to Mercury, can't you just make sure he never goes there in the first place? Because, even if you don't know where he was, if he's at the shrine there's no chance he gets hurt. Uraraka finished. Izuku glanced at her, and she smiled back. Nano nodded. That works. He's probably nearby. My past self would believe you. An easy resolution. But, I'm happy using a reset to save Mercury, offer or not. I'm sure Uraraka is too. Uraraka nodded her assent. But if we reset, you won't even remember this conversation, or have any reason to help us afterward. I can see why you'd think that. But simply mentioning Mercury's name is proof enough that I can trust you. Helping you two with hero work doesn't cost me anything. Also, my father has told me that I need more human friends. Izuku blinked, taken aback at the bluntness. Uraraka just grinned. Of course, we'll be your friends, and save Mercury. Nano actually bowed, low enough to make Izuku incredibly awkward. Thank you. They walked away from the shrine and back to Izuku's house to see how the robbery went. The main difference in the events was Midnight being put on patrol nearby, but she was able to skillfully subdue all of the villains with ease. Izuku learned that another one of the villains had a fire-based quirk, and that another had an enhancer. He wouldn't tell Tsukachi about the new information he got this reset, instead resolving to use the same words as last time. This loop was probably the best case scenario for the robbery, and he didn't want to risk that. Izuku nodded to Uraraka, and she clapped her hands together, familiar phrase on her lips. Reset. 6:40 a.m. Sere. Izuku smiled. We've reset. Cool. Why? Is this another villain thing? Uraraka tilted her head. Oh yeah, there was this armed bank robbery. But we can worry about that later. Uraraka blinked. That sounds like the more important issue. A cat gets hit by a car in a few hours. Izuku interrupted. Where? Izuku showed her the entire conversation with Nano. Uraraka took a few seconds to absorb all the information she just absorbed, hand-cupping her chin thoughtfully. Nano Seika, it's kinda weird going to meet someone for the first time yet already having memories of them. So, do you remember where this cat shrine is, Izuku-kun? Uraraka joked. I'm pretty sure I do, yeah. Izuku quipped back. Izuku, like the amazing friend he is, didn't show Uraraka the memory of having to trudge up the stairs. But like the petty person he was, he didn't warn her about them, either. Izuku was half expecting Nano to not be there, but there the cat-like girl was, asleep in a pile of fur. Izuku stepped over and gently poked her forehead. Nothing. Uraraka, can you? Uraraka shook the girl roughly awake, now knowing that she had a sleep-based quirk and needed more of a ... push. It was also interesting that she still could feel stuff while connecting with a cat, something Izuku would need to ask about sometime. Nano rubbed at her eyes sleepily. Midoriya-senpai and Uraraka-san. I wasn't expecting you two to show up here. Actually, you asked us to come here. You know about reset, right? Yes, I do. But why would I? Your cat, Mercury. He gets struck by a car within a few hours. Uraraka explained. You asked us to reset to save him. Nano's hands trembled. The most emotion Izuku had seen from her yet. I see. Thank you. Give me a moment, and I'll connect to him. Nano leaned more into the cats around her, her long blue hair dripping down onto them as she laid back down. Her breathing evened out within a minute. If only Izuku could fall asleep that fast. What a skill. Nano's eyes suddenly blinked open. We have a problem. Mercury, he's too far away. I thought your quirk covered the entire city. It does. I can connect to every cat in the city and sense what they do, but I can't compel cats to do anything if they're a certain distance away from his surroundings. Mercury's at this park right now. Izuku reconsidered. All right, I know where that is. Go back to sleep and send one of these cats to follow us. We'll run there as fast as we can, and you can guide us until we reach your control range. Okay, 7:14 a.m. Sere. Nano sent Star with them, the tabby leading them across sidewalks and roads in a dash. Izuku didn't know cats could even move that fast, but they were barely keeping up. I like using reset like this, Uraraka murmured. To save cats. Izuku tilted his head. Well, yeah, but that's not what I meant. As Prophet, we've helped lots of people indirectly these past few weeks. But this is something we're actively doing ourselves. If that makes sense. It does. Star flicked his tail at them. They were falling behind and the pair rushed to catch up. Even if we're just saving one cat, maybe when we get our provisional licenses, we can just pretend we end up on villain attacks by chance. I honestly can't tell if you're joking or not. Not completely. Why? I'm pretty sure UA would figure it out after you managed to get caught up in every single hero fight. Izuku-kun, your mother said that you chased those long before you ever knew the future. That's why she made you call so often and carry an extra handkerchief. Izuku held back a wince. She really tells you everything, huh? Uraraka only smiled. You were a cute baby, you know. Star suddenly stopped, turning to meow at them. Her paws patted at Uraraka's shoes. This must be how far she can direct her cats, Uraraka noted. And we traveled so far, that's an impressive range. They found the park easily after that and walked along a path of stone, enjoying the scenery in their search. It was a nice place, somewhere Izuku would definitely visit again sometime. Mercury was a little fatter than he was in the picture, but unmistakably the same silver cat, sunbathing in a patch of grass when they found him. He lazily glanced up at them as they approached. Izuku was glad they knew where he was. However, what do we do with him now? Izuku asked. Nano can't affect him from there. Do we just follow the stray around and make sure he doesn't get hit by a car? I guess. Uraraka mused thoughtfully. We could always catnap him. What? Like kidnapping, but with a cat. Catnapping. I really don't think that's how words work, Uraraka. That sounds more like we're about to put him to sleep. That's also an option. Izuku tried and failed to suppress his smile. How about, instead, we just take him back to the shrine? But Izuku-kun, you can carry him there. Yes, all cats loved Uraraka because she was Uraraka. Mercury didn't move as she carefully picked him up, actually curling himself around her shoulders. Is he too heavy? You're going to be holding him for a long time, Izuku asked as they started walking back. Nope, I can handle it. Hey, Izuku-kun, if Nano is feeling everything Mercury is, and I'm carrying Mercury, does that mean I'm technically carrying Nano? Izuku hummed. Yeah, pretty much. Is that weird for you? Not really, though I doubt Nano herself would let me pick her up like this. Should I ask her? Izuku glanced at the cat in her arms. Uraraka, you already have. Oh, right. They walked for a long while, talking about anything and everything. They must have been within Nano's control range for many minutes now, but Mercury didn't make any move to escape Uraraka's hold. Uraraka didn't place Mercury down until they reached the shrine stairs, letting him pad up the way easily. Meanwhile, the two of them didn't move, staring up at the many steps above. We've run around a lot today. Huh. Uraraka wiped the sweat off her forehead. I really don't want to fight those stairs again. You did just bring a fat cat all the way over here. I asked you if you wanted me to help, and you said no. Uraraka let out a long sigh. Izuku laughed, talking on impulse. You know, I can give you a lift if you want, just like how you carried Mercury. Uraraka brightened instantly. Really? Izuku blinked, not expecting her to take the offer seriously. But well, why not? He bent down and showed her his back, letting Uraraka scramble onto him like a cat. He stood carefully, stumbling a little at the sudden weight. She hugged his neck to stabilize, and once she was in place he started walking up steadily. Uraraka grinned into his hair. I've never been this tall before. The view's pretty great. When I look behind us it's like, if you keep shifting around, Uraraka, you're going to make me slip. Izuku muttered. Sorry. He was quite thankful that the shrine was nearly abandoned. Carrying her on his back like this was really embarrassing. Nano stared at them as they finally arrived several minutes after Mercury. Izuku awkwardly let Uraraka down before slumping to the ground himself, completely exhausted. We found your cat. Uraraka pointed at him. The blue-haired girl bowed. I see. I can't thank you enough for saving Mercury, Midoriya-senpai, Uraraka-san. Uraraka waved her off. It was nothing, Nano-san. No, really. My cats are well, everything to me. Nano paused. I must have offered you something before you reset. I'll grant that, whatever it was. Nano didn't remember any of their earlier conversation. Izuku knew Nano was rich, from the shrine she lived in as well as being able to provide for all of these cats so easily. Not to mention how useful her ability was. They could ask her for literally anything, and the girl would probably accept. He exchanged a glance with Uraraka, reaching a silent agreement. Izuku hummed. 2 things. Nano nodded. All right, what are they? 1. Stop calling me Midoriya-senpai, please. Nano slowly blinked, confused, and Uraraka snickered. And 2. How about being our friend? 12:06 p.m., Monday. At Aldera, Izuku had a long, nice table completely to himself, carefully avoided by every student. It was peaceful yet painfully empty at times, the bright blue seats going unfilled while people squished into the other table. It was as if Izuku was simultaneously at the middle of the social ladder and at the very bottom. He got along quite well with his classmates and other students, but because of his conflict with Katsuki, no one was really friends with him for fear of becoming a target too. And sitting near Izuku at lunch was seen as a friend thing, unfortunately. Despite the student body's fears, Katsuki never went after any other hero hopefuls, even the ones with weak quirks like the guy who bragged about his extendable eyeballs. He went after Izuku because he actually trying as hard as Katsuki was, pushing his body and quirk as hard as possible for the far-off UA exam, and learning hand-to-hand combat. The only other actually going for the hero course, and Katsuki couldn't accept that, especially from someone with a weak quirk. The first few months at Aldera, Katsuki was constantly looking for a confrontation with him. Izuku remembered abandoning the cafeteria out of necessity and spending his lunch alone on top of the roof every day. Aldera Junior High's rooftop was small, boring, and didn't offer much of a view. It was always left unlocked, but you would rarely ever find anyone up there. It was perfect for Izuku, a nice, quiet spot. He'd press his back against the wall and munch on the bento in his lap, watching glimpses of the field below through the roof's fence. Katsuki never truly stopped going after Izuku, but as they got older his attacks got rarer and rarer until Izuku felt safe enough to eat in the cafeteria uninterrupted, still alone, but sitting at a table instead of a hard rooftop. And since then, Izuku hadn't been up there once. So today, as Izuku followed Katsuki up to the very rooftop that he used to escape from him in the past and confronted him over the very same rooftop he associated with peace, Izuku couldn't help but feel a deep sense of irony. He'd wanted to search for Nano, to talk to his new friend. Unfortunately, today was the day Katsuki finally broke his strange silence and dragged him away, claiming they needed to talk. Izuku had been so shocked that he just let it happen. They did need to talk if Izuku was being honest, but Katsuki being the one to say it. Incredible. And that's how he ended up on the school roof with the same blonde he'd fought months before. The awkward silence between them painfully tangible. Katsuki was glaring hard at the ground, his hands clenched and unclenched in a slow rhythm, but there wasn't a hint of sweet nitroglycerin in the cold air. Meanwhile, Izuku watched Katsuki warily, not moving an inch as he scanned his eyes across the boy in front of him. This new, quiet Katsuki was alien, unreadable. None of Izuku's memories were helpful here. Was this some kind of nonverbal message? Was he gathering his thoughts, or was Izuku supposed to say something first? Izuku counted out 45 seconds before Katsuki suddenly muttered a curse under his breath and shoved his hands deep into the pockets of his black school uniform. His red eyes finally looked up into Izuku's green ones. Before Katsuki started, his voice low and deliberate, like he was picking every word with uncharacteristic care. "You called me a villain." Izuku winced, his perfect memory bringing that angry moment back to the front of his mind. "Yeah, I went way too far." "You were right." Katsuki cut him off, and Izuku's jaw dropped. "You were right. You were right." Was he dreaming? "Close your dumbass mouth, nerd. I fought and hurt a civilian with my quirk." That's exactly the kind of thing a shitty villain would do, isn't it? I mean, it is. No matter what all those teachers say, All Might definitely doesn't go around blasting teenagers. Katsuki saw the world so purely, Izuku couldn't help but think. Strong and weak, hero and villain, winner and loser. "I'm not some shitty villain who uses his quirk like that," Katsuki stated, firm. "I'm going to be the #1 hero." "Okay." Izuku knew he would. "Are you going to keep attacking me? Are you still trying to be a hero?" Katsuki countered. "Always," Izuku answered without a hint of hesitation. Instead of getting angry, Katsuki just nodded. "Yeah, I'll fight you without using explosion, though." "But didn't you lose to me even with your quirk?" Katsuki glared at him fiercely but didn't deny it. "For now, you're better at hand-to-hand combat than I am, shitty nerd. I'm just going to have to train even harder." His face was determined. Izuku still didn't understand. "But why do you want to fight me, anyway? Why did you do any of this in the first place, Katsuki? You don't want to be friends with me, sure. But your quirk is remembering things, right? That's a pathetic quirk for a hero. You'll never be able to fight villains who can destroy streets with just a blast or match blows with All Might. Someone needed to show you that you're too weak to be a hero." A bitter feeling rose up from the depths of Izuku's stomach. "So you had to play the villain, then? For nearly a decade? That's stupid. You declared me too weak, so you needed to show me that out of concern." Katsuki scowled. "No pride. You never fought back. Not fucking once, until now. You always ran away. Someone with a weak quirk, who won't fight back, becoming a pro hero like I was. Impossible. Of course, I ran away. I never wanted to fight you. You think a villain is going to care?" "Exactly. You aren't a villain," Izuku shouted back. "I'll become a hero, and capture villains without hesitation. But I'm not going to fight a future hero for no reason. And guess what? Every hero isn't All Might. Most of them aren't super powerful. Heroes with weaker abilities can still be good heroes. In fact, it's great that we have versatility and quirks like Sir Night Eye's foresight that can help in other ways." The wild pussycats. Izuku was on a rant now, but he couldn't stop. "Specialize in mountain rescue. 2 of them don't have combat quirks. Mandalay and Ragdoll essentially fight quirkless. but their quirks are incredibly useful to saving lives. You're smart, Katsuki, so why are you acting like a one-dimensional, quirkless dumbass? Katsuki stared silently, red eyes narrowing. Izuku met his gaze, willing his knees not to shake. He meant every word he said, but fuck, he just called the scariest person he knew a dumbass. A long, heavy minute passed before Katsuki scoffed. Guess you finally grew a backbone, nerd. He brushed past Izuku, stepping back into the school and closing the door shut. Izuku could only stare blankly after him as the loud blonde's footsteps faded away and the rooftop turned silent once more. 5:13 p.m. Monday. Izuku plopped down next to Yagi for a much-needed break, his arms and back aching. More sand fell into his poor shoes at the motion, but well, Izuku had stopped caring about that months ago. His brain flashed back through that conversation with Katsuki for the 4th time. It had felt good, really good, to finally get to say those things to him. But as the hours passed, Izuku only felt more tense, wired up, like he was missing something. He still didn't understand Katsuki. Yagi acknowledged him with a small smile before looking back at his work. Izuku would have thought it'd be more comfortable to do right on a desk or a chair, but the man seemed to be perfectly at peace curled into the beach just like this, papers supported on his knee with the breeze sweeping through his blonde hair. Come to think of it, Izuku and Uraraka still knew almost nothing about Yagi except that he was severely injured and knew a lot about the hero business. Oh, and he could throw a strong punch despite being built like a stick. It was probably very weird for 2 middle schoolers to befriend some old guy they knew nothing about. But Izuku and Uraraka weren't exactly normal students. And Yagi was kind, thoughtful, and not very suspicious. But with that said, if Yagi was going to spend this much time with them and never talk about himself, Izuku should really start asking questions. What are you, working on, Yagi-san? Yagi glanced up. He wasn't exactly hiding what he was writing, but it was just out of Izuku's view. Just some paperwork, young Midoriya. It's very boring stuff. For what? Izuku asked. Work. I've held a desk job at a hero agency for the past few years, you see. Well, that explained why he knew so much about heroes. That's pretty cool. Which agency do you work at? Might Tower, Yagi said casually. Izuku blinked. Wait, you work for All Might? That's amazing. It's not that big of a deal, really. I just file forms and write reports for him, small things like that. But you work at Might Tower, that giant skyscraper. Wait, does that mean you've met him? Yaga's face scrunched up for some reason. I have, yes. What's he like? Izuku pressed, eagerly. Well, how do I put this? All Might is exactly the same as you would imagine. He's bold, loud, and tries to make everyone feel safe. He's also very, very busy. I guess that makes sense. All Might seems like someone who would do his best to live up to his hero persona, even in the office. Izuku paused. I really can't imagine him behind a desk, though. Yagi chuckled. Most people probably wouldn't place the image of their symbol of peace with doing desk work. Izuku thought of Katsuki, and how he saw All Might as the standard for heroes, representing victory itself with his power. All Might always winning was amazing, for sure, but All Might wasn't amazing just because he always won. Yeah, he spends practically all of his time in the spotlight capturing villains everywhere. I remember seeing him on TV a few months back, when he fought Muscular. Of course, I remember, and even now, I rewatch his old fights a lot. The way he literally is the symbol of peace and can calm people down just by being there is incredible. Yagi tilted his head. I knew All Might was your favorite hero, but I was certainly expecting you to talk about his strength, or maybe even the speeches. Oh, no, his speeches are terrible, Izuku cut in bluntly, and Yagi nearly coughed up a lung. You're not one of the people who writes those things, right? I don't want to offend you, or anything. No, All Might prepares his speeches himself. I was just surprised to hear you say that. Izuku laughed lightly. His messages are all great, but he fumbles words a lot and generally just isn't made for public speaking. He tries, though, and that's what really matters. Maybe it's just the fact that I've seen all of them a dozen times. But I think most people ignore his small flaws like that because he's, well, All Might. They should realize he's still a person too, you know. Yagi had completely stopped writing now, his powerful blue eyes fixed on Izuku. Yeah, I do. But his catchphrase, though Izuku's face twisted into his All Might impression, sharp features, shadowed eyes, and a gritted smile completely jarring on a teenager's face. Yagi flinched back, startled. Never fear, because I am here. Izuku's face went back to normal. Is absolutely perfect. Simple and to the point, but it's so powerful. Young Midoriya, how in the world did you do that? Don't worry about it. I'm very much woe. Hey, Izuku-kun. Uraraka yelled out from the other side of the beach, a heap of garbage outlined in pink and floating above her. Are you gonna help out, or are you gonna just talk to the old man all day? Yagi sputtered indignantly as Izuku stood up with a small chuckle, brushing the sand off his pants. Be right there. 12:33 p.m., Tuesday. Izuku had a new quirk to analyze, and such a cool one, too. Does that mean you're always conscious, even while you're asleep? Izuku asked, his pencil furiously jotting down notes. Are you constantly vivid dreaming, then? Or do you not dream at all, since your sleeping mind is focused on your quirk? Nano blinked slowly. Her spoon paused in front of her mouth, the barrage of questions washing over her. Midoriya, do you eat lunch? You've been analyzing my quirk for nearly 20 minutes. I don't mind, but it's not even that interesting. Izuku gasped, insulted. Take that back, right now. I'm sorry. Apology accepted. Now please, answer the question. 4:13 p.m., Friday. Property of Izuku Midoriya, 14 years old. Quirk name, Feline. User, Nano Seika. Ability, Emitter. While asleep, the user goes into a dreamlike state that lets them get proper rest while still keeping them conscious enough to retain memories and activate the quirk. When activated, the user can possess any cat in a huge radius around them, allowing them to sense what the cat is sensing as well as see their memories. In addition, the user can compel a cat's actions if close enough. Observed use. Nano often uses Feline to check up on all the stray cats around Musutafu. Once, she found a specific cat's location from extremely far away and then sent another cat to lead people to him. Possible applications. Incredible potential for information gathering simply by checking the memory of every stray cat and their paths throughout the city to learn what they've seen. Cats can also serve as discreet scouts since people are much less likely to care about a wandering cat than a wandering human. Can possibly send cats to attack from range. But Nano being woken up will remove the effect overall low combat value. And obviously, this would risk the mentioned cats. Drawbacks. Needs to be asleep to activate the quirk, which can be a hard activation condition depending on the scenario. Nano has mentioned that she can get headaches if she stays connected to a specific cat for hours on end or overuses the control part of her ability. These headaches could possibly force her awake, canceling her quirk. Additional notes. Nano can fall asleep instantly. This is possibly because of Feline, a constant state of drowsiness for ease of use. Nano seems to spend the most time connected to Mercury in comparison to her other cats. Despite predictions, Nano does not seem to exhibit any other cat-related abilities. The analysis overflowed onto the next page in an organized jumble of information, going into a theoretical and scientific explanation that was a little shaky, as reasonings for mental quirks usually were. The page after was a detailed illustration of Nano's face, gray eyes staring blankly as usual. He captured her features as accurately as possible with his quirk, to the point where the drawing was nearly a photo. Resting on top of her blue hair was a yawning Mercury, his silver fur gleaming in the lighting. Izuku-kun, Uraraka began as she squinted down at the notebook in her hands. She sat cross-legged on the beach across from him, her face steadily growing more worried as she read. The subject of his newest analysis was currently asleep nearby, soundlessly snoring on the sand without a hint of discomfort. It probably wasn't very interesting to watch Izuku and Uraraka lug around trash. Are you stalking this girl? Uraraka sent a quick glance at the sleeping Nano before looking back at Izuku's face. What? No. Then why do you have a whole 2 pages of notes on her? We met Nano barely a week ago. Oh, yeah, I'd usually have more info by now, Izuku admitted. I'm more used to analyzing heroes. More info, Uraraka sighed. Sometimes, I forget how much you love quirks. How'd you learn so much about her quirk, though? Oh, she told me. I just asked her a few questions about Feline, and she didn't mind answering. Though I owe her some cat food, now. Uraraka hummed, low. She definitely needs it, with all of those stray cats. I've been wondering how she affords to take care of them. I wouldn't ask, Yagi said, suddenly next to them. Uraraka jumped to her feet, startled. You said young Nano lived at a shrine, correct? If I were you, I would not poke at her situation until she tells you herself. You're going to give me a heart attack, you sneaky skeleton, Uraraka muttered. It'll be a long time till you teenagers need to worry about that. Yagi chuckled lightly. Uraraka rolled her eyes. By the way, Yagi-san, after we take Nano-san home, do you mind coming over for dinner with us tonight? Izuku asked. Yagi blinked. Sure, if your mother doesn't mind. She's been wanting to meet you, actually. Oh, has she? He sounded worried. Uraraka pounded her fist into her palm in sudden realization. Wait, your stomach's super injured, right? Yagi was used to her bluntness by now. It is, yes. Why? I'll text Inko-san and ask her what she's making, so make sure to tell me if you can't eat anything. Young Uraraka, you don't need to go through the trouble. I wasn't asking, Yagi-san. All right, 6:32 p.m., Sunday. Naomasa stared at his old friend, barely believing his own ears and quirk. You're training kids. Toshinori rubbed the back of his neck, sheepish. He sat next to Naomasa's desk, the blonde a familiar enough sight in the precinct now to not draw any glances. Yeah, and in my true form, too. It just kind of happened. How? I found the two of them cleaning Dagaba Beach by themselves. Yeah, that one. They said it was for muscle training, and well, why not? I have free time now because Toshinori gestured at his stomach, so I offered to cart the garbage with my truck. That sounded like exactly the sort of thing his friend would do on impulse, and they simply accepted the help from a random, possibly dangerous man. Naomasa couldn't help but ask. I asked about that, actually, and young Uraraka just said, Yagi-san, no offense, but if you tried to carry this fridge you'd probably die. Ouch, I bet no one's ever said that to the symbol of peace before, Naomasa muttered. Toshinori chuckled, a small smile on his face. Definitely not, no. They're good, determined kids. The blonde leaned back into his chair at the memory, hollowed features growing more relaxed. His true form's smile was just as warm as his hero form's, yet more tangible, real. This sounds like a good thing for you, Toshi. Though, Naomasa lowered his voice. Is this about your quirk? No, I've been helping them with their muscle development and their hand-to-hand combat. They're going for the UA exam, but I'm not training them for that yet, though neither of them would be bad successors. Toshinori paused. I still haven't looked at Murai's choice, now that I think about it. Naomasa fixed him with a practiced look. You're going to have to check that out eventually. You know, the two of you can't keep avoiding each other forever. Naomasa, Toshi, Naomasa cut in gently. You need to get in touch with him. Toshinori sighed. I know, but it's just been so long. What if he doesn't want to see me? I doubt that. Really? Yeah, and either way, you'll never know if you don't try. Toshinori didn't respond, but Naomasa could tell he was thinking about it. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I have a new anonymous informant, one that I feel you'd find quite interesting. They hacked directly into our intercom without a trace, and their first tip was that urgent warning about Muscular. Naomasa watched Toshinori's face flash with realization, remembering that fight. How much damage would that villain have caused if they hadn't been given that message? They call themselves Prophet and say their quirk lets them see the future. Toshinori's eyes widened. A foresight quirk, like Murai. That's a very bold claim, but a true one, apparently. Not only does lie detector affirm it, but their record speaks for itself. Every case they've predicted over the past few weeks has come through exactly. So I can't help but be incredibly curious who they are. You're going to ask Murai for help, aren't you? Toshinori realized. Naomasa shrugged. Who better to find someone who can see the future ... than someone who can see the future? 5:46 p.m. Tuesday. Yagi wore a natural smile on his face today. It was small but didn't fade as the man took his usual spot on the beach. His shoulders seemed far lighter too, as if he'd been finally relieved of a great burden. You seem really happy today, Yagi-san. Uraraka piped up, echoing Izuku's thoughts. Did something good happen? Yes, something long overdue. I talked to an old friend for the first time in 5 years. What was that like? Izuku asked, curious. Not nearly as scary as I thought it'd be, Yagi said, almost wistful. It was quite nice to catch up with him. He hasn't changed a bit. Does he live far away? It must be hard, not having many chances to meet up. Ah, no, young Midoriya, that isn't it. We had something of an argument all those years ago. Both of us had strong opinions on my future, and well, neither of us wanted to give in to the other. We were left at a standstill and stopped working together, separated, then gradually fell out of contact. For years, Uraraka questioned, incredulous. Why didn't either of you try to fix things? We can both be incredibly stubborn, Yagi admitted, sheepishly. I didn't know how to reach out first, and apparently neither did he. There is another, more personal issue that made things even more complicated, but I feel like we're on good terms again now. Oh, Uraraka's eyes widened in realization. I get it. You two were in a relationship. What? Yagi sputtered. How did you come to that conclusion? You basically just described a breakup. Yagi-san. Of a partnership. We were co-workers. Uraraka snorted. Yeah, I bet you were. But what made you take that first step? Izuku asked. After procrastinating so long. Well, a particularly interesting case was brought to my attention. I thought of Murai, and how this was exactly the kind of thing he'd want to see. And someone close to me convinced me to call him. Are you allowed to tell us what the assignment was about? Yagi cupped his chin thoughtfully. Actually, I could probably tell you about this one. This wasn't official, anyway. Is it really okay to give out agency information like this? Nano wondered. Izuku hadn't noticed her wake up, but there were 2 cats now curled up onto her beach blanket with her. Where had they even come from? Yep, as long as the 3 Yagi smiled down at the animals. 5 of you don't go around telling anyone. I doubt it'll become an issue. Besides, I want young Midoriya's opinion on this. Well, now he was curious. We have a new, anonymous informant. They're quite a skilled hacker, entering our systems and personal communications to drop tips without a trace. Most fascinating, though, is their quirk. Izuku stared at the blonde man in disbelief. feeling Uraraka shift at his side. There was no way this was a coincidence, was it? Calling themselves Prophet, they have shown the ability to see the future and with incredible accuracy, too, Yagi stated, a hint of respect in his voice. Every case they've reported has been resolved easily, our heroes arriving early to the crime scene. But you said they were an informant, right? Izuku repeated. Not a vigilante. Yes. Why? Then they aren't really breaking any laws. So why is your agency, looking for them? We aren't trying to arrest Prophet, Yagi clarified, and Izuku held back a relieved sigh. But foresight quirks like Prophets, especially ones so accurate, are very rare and very sought after. Without protection and assistance, Prophet is in extreme danger. Also, we'd like to try convincing them to properly join the police. Izuku shared a glance with Uraraka. There was a choice here. They trusted both Tsukachi and Yagi, and could potentially reveal themselves to the police through them. If the police learned Prophet was just 3 teenagers, it'd change things. But they'd probably still let them help out as informants. But on the other hand, Yagi and Tsukachi would definitely have to report who Prophet was to their higher-ups, report Uraraka's second quirk, and connecting themselves to the police would make them much more obvious to outside attention as well. Uraraka's reset was simply too powerful to risk. Izuku shook his head subtly, and Uraraka's eyes flicked back to Yagi. If they are living under that much danger and secrecy, they probably won't accept that invitation. Uraraka mused, slowly. I mean, the only other foresight quirk user I've ever heard of is Sir Nightai. And not even Izuku knew anything about that guy before he was a hero. Yagi's lips tilted upward ever so slightly at the mention. Your old friend, the one that's helping you on this Prophet case. It's Sir Nightai, right? Yagi blinked, stunned, before breaking into a smile. You really are smart, young Midoriya. Yes, that's correct. You're telling me your ex is Sir Nightai? Izuku exclaimed, hands flying to his mouth. Oh my god, I can't believe I know someone who's dated him. Don't forget that he knows All Might, too, Uraraka interjected. Uraraka, please, I still haven't even processed that one yet. For the last time, young Uraraka, I was not in a relationship with Mirai. I wasn't. Then why do you say his name like that? Izuku snickered. He knew firsthand how tough changing Uraraka's mind was once she was set on something. Yagi gave up with a long sigh, laying back onto the sand. Nano reached up to pat him softly on the head like she was consoling a cat. At least you believe me, young Nano. Nano didn't say anything. Right, 7:15 p.m., Tuesday. Did you tell him? Uraraka asked as soon as they left the beach together, Yagi's tall form long since out of sight. Tell him what? I mean, did you tell Yagi about Uraraka gestured around with her hands? Prophet in my quirk, and then use a reset to redo it, since it didn't work out. No. That was the first time I went through that conversation. Really? You seemed so sure. Did you want to tell him? Izuku asked. No, Uraraka answered firmly. The more I think about it, the less appealing it is. And also, I have a feeling Prophet isn't going to be a simple, legal informant much longer. Watching a news report and then telling someone about it just isn't enough to save everyone you want to, is it? Izuku really couldn't hide anything from her. Yeah, I know wanting to do more as Prophet is selfish and really going into vigilante territory. Izuku confessed. I mean, all I can do is fight kinda well and hack into things. We haven't even gotten into hero school yet. Izuku-kun. Uraraka cut him off. If I can rescue even more people with you, I will. You don't need to convince me. Izuku blinked, stunned, before breaking into a smile. Thanks, Uraraka. In return, she poked him in the chest. Ochaco. Ochaco. 3:27 p.m., Thursday. Yaga's hands swung down, chopping the air between them. Start. Ochaco immediately swung straight for his jaw. Ochaco always fought far more offensively than Izuku did, rushing straight for her opponent with blows and grapples, a complete contrast to Izuku's more careful, analytical attacks. Izuku raised his arm on reflex to block, throwing his own jab at her face in the same instant. Ochaco didn't stop, instead leaning just out of the way so that his knuckles only grazed her cheek. Her next punch was a little too telegraphed and was caught easily in his palm, only for Ochaco to step around him, grabbing and twisting his arm behind his back. Her grip was tight enough to lock the limb in place despite how careful she was to only use 4 fingers. Gotcha, Ochaco claimed brightly from behind him. Now, surrender. Izuku brought his free arm to his trapped one, pushing down to counter her hold. Then he suddenly twisted to slam his elbow into her stomach, breaking free as she stumbled back. You're going to have to try harder than that, Izuku teased, lightly. Ochaco placed her hands on her knees, straightening up again. Her brown eyes flashed. Oh, I will. Ochaco kicked it up a notch. Her fists lashed out like whips against his arms and shoulders, pushing him back blow by blow on the beach. Izuku stepped out of the way of a roundhouse kick, saving his ankles. She didn't pause, pivoting on her heel and throwing a chop with her momentum. Izuku's favorite red sneakers traced an arc in the sand as he dodged, letting the attack fly by. He went to counter, only for Ochaco to stomp hard on his foot, ouch, literally stopping him in his tracks. Both of her palms shot for his face, and Izuku rose his arms to cover it on reflex. But no impact came. A feint, he realized too late. Ochaco snapped her leg up, kneeing him in the gut without hesitation. Izuku held back a wince. Payback. Ochaco grinned, smug, and tensed her legs to dash in again. This time, Izuku beat her to it. Izuku met her halfway, and her eyes widened. In a fluid motion, he grabbed her fist and turned sharply, his leg sliding to sweep her off her feet. His other hand pushed her shoulder just the right amount, and his opponent flipped over with a yelp. Ochaco's back crashed down on the sand, defeated, and Izuku smiled. Gotcha. Ochaco crossed her arms, almost pouting. I should have seen that coming. Stupid YouTube throws. Izuku chuckled. YouTube throws? Yagi questioned from where he'd been silently observing. Yeah, I get a lot of my moves from the internet. Yagi blinked. Well, that certainly explains that weird mid-air twisting kick you messed up last week. Ochaco snickered, and Izuku's cheeks flushed red. Usually I get good stuff from there. That was a mistake. Clearly, Yagi agreed with a small smile. But then who taught you the rest, and trained you to fight so well? You can't have gotten this skilled through just recollection, no matter how many videos you've watched. Here we go again. I used to go to a dojo. Tanaka-sensei is an amazing teacher, and she can give the instruction that I really can't. That's why I want Ochaco to meet her, but I'm not ready. Ochaco protested, sitting up. I mean, I've barely been training a few months. She'll totally think I'm terrible. She won't. Izuku interrupted. And even if, when, Ochaco corrected, if she does, then that just means she'll have to train you even more. But she'll be disappointed, and you'll look bad for bringing me. And there's no way she'll be disappointed when she sees you, Ochaco. Izuku snorted. Izuku-kun, as soon as you started trying I went down instantly. Only because I have a lot more experience than you do. Izuku reminded gently. Remember, young Midoriya is right. Yagi chimed in. For someone who started so recently, you are doing remarkably well in hand-to-hand combat. You're amazing, Ochaco. Izuku gave her his hand and she took it, letting him pull her up. Ochaco brushed the sand off her legs with a sigh. I guess I've pushed this off far too long, huh? 4:02 p.m., Thursday. Toshinori didn't know much about teenagers if he was being honest, or kids in general. It had been a long, long time since he was one, after all. But it was easy to tell how much potential Midoriya and Uraraka had. They set out to clean the trash-infested Dagaba beach with just the two of them for no reason other than training and community service. They had the drive needed to become truly great heroes, training daily long before they would even get to UA. Toshinori had no doubt that they would pass the exam by a landslide. Midoriya in particular. His quirk analysis was on a professional level, and he knew how to adapt that knowledge as well. And his hand-to-hand combat was already better than most actual heroes, enough for him to be the one teaching his peers. So, Toshinori was pleasantly surprised when Midoriya asked him to tag along, and quite excited to meet the person who taught the boy. He probably made a weird sight on the street, though. A tall, painfully thin man walking next to two teenagers that he looked nothing like. How long have you been learning from this Tanaka-sensei, young Midoriya? Toshinori asked. Midoriya ran a hand through his fluffy hair. A couple of years. She's super good, she could probably even beat you, Yagi-san. Tanaka-sensei's pretty cool. Toshinori could almost hear the respect in the boy's voice. Huh, do you think she'll let me spar with her then, sometime? He didn't fight much in his weaker form. If the time he could use one for all kept decreasing ... it'd be better if he tried practicing more without it. Yeah, though, Yagi-san, for someone with a desk job you're quite excited at the possibility of a fight. Toshinori chuckled. Ah, if only he knew. A desk job at a hero agency, my boy. I can't help but be influenced a little. Midoriya hummed. Fair enough. The dojo was a fairly big wooden building, shouts and voices easily audible as they approached. The inside was all traditional colors and padded with tatami mats. The three of them drew some glances as they walked in before the practicing students went back to what they were doing. All of them were clad in white martial arts uniforms. Then a woman nearly as tall as Toshinori broke away from a group of teenagers to greet them. Her black hair was tied back in a ponytail and her expression held stern as she took them in, only lightening up the slightest bit when her eyes landed on Midoriya. Izuku, the woman greeted. It's been a while. It has, Midoriya agreed, apologetically. Sorry that I haven't been coming to spar very often recently, Tanaka-sensei. She waved him off. Don't worry about it, I can tell you've been training anyway. Who are they? Midoriya gestured at each of them in turn. This is Uraraka, Ochaco, and Yagi Toshinori. Guys, meet Tanaka-sensei. It's nice to meet you, Uraraka greeted, and Toshinori nodded to the woman politely. Tanaka nodded back, then glanced to Midoriya. You want me to train the girl? It was more of a statement than a question. Yeah, I've shown her a lot these past few months, and Ochaco's really talented. She has potential. Ochaco, huh? Tanaka mused as the mentioned girl blushed at the praise. You've never brought me any of your friends before, Izuku. And who's this guy? Your dad. Toshinori nearly coughed up blood. Ah, no, that is certainly not the case, Tanaka-san. I'm just a friend of young Midoriya and young Uraraka, and wish to meet the dojo sensei I've heard so much about. If she found Midoriya befriending someone decades older than him strange, she didn't show it. I see. Are you going to test me, somehow? Uraraka asked tentatively. Before I'm allowed to join, I mean. Tanaka's hands folded neatly behind her back as she scrutinized the brunette. I do usually have a pre-test of sorts, but it's not an entrance exam. I would let you join my dojo, either way, provided that you've gotten permission from Uraraka's guardians. Which you have, right? A pause. I knew I missed something, Midoriya muttered. Tanaka sighed, almost fond. Of course you did, Izuku. It's not like you have a perfect memory or anything. That's what I always say. Uraraka blurted out. Like, how do you forget something when you have a quirk that remembers everything? He's just so absent-minded, sometimes. Yeah, definitely. I remember one time last week when he was so focused on analyzing a quirk we saw on TV that I couldn't get his attention for a full 30 minutes. Tanaka nodded in sympathy. When he does that, all you can do is wait for him to finish. Wait, that happened? Midoriya asked, tilting his head to find the moment. Though, sorry, Ochaco. It's all right, Izuku-kun. It makes sense when you think about it. Toshinori chimed in, amused. All of the space in his mind is filled up with heroes and quirks. The rest's just been shuffled to the side. Come on, I'm not that bad. What do you eat for breakfast yesterday? Ochaco interrupted. A notable pause. Waffles. Why? Who's the 13th ranked hero in America? Fury, actual name James Clay. His quirk's called Rage. He gets physically enhanced the angrier he is. It's pretty cool in action. Most of his ranking is from his combat prowess and niche fanbase. Blood type A. And at 32 he was diagnosed with actually, that's probably private. Toshinori stared, equal parts terrified and fascinated, as the boy rambled through all kinds of data on a man that most people in Japan probably wouldn't have even heard of. Some of that stuff definitely wasn't on the record. Resolved cases and with very low amounts of property damage despite his general image. Midoriya finally caught himself, looking sheepish. Yeah, I see what you mean, now. Tanaka turned to Uraraka. Get permission from your parents and come see me tomorrow. I'll see what you've got then. We'll be fighting with quirks, so make your preparations. The clear threat only seemed to make Uraraka look more determined. 4:47 p.m., Friday. Uraraka Ochaco's parents weren't poor, but they weren't exactly rich either. They owned a small construction company that did well, but only because of how hard both her papa and mama worked every single day. Ochaco wanted to help them. So when Ochaco got zero gravity and accidentally floated up her toys in that pretty, pink glow, she was so happy. Her parents wouldn't have to worry about heavy lifting or anything. She could make everything so much easier for them. And Ochaco was smart. She could do all of that annoying business stuff if she tried, easily. Sure, she wouldn't be able to become a rescue hero like 13 and learn to fly up to the stars to save people like she'd always dreamed of. But it'd be worth it. Papa and Mama didn't see it that way. They loved her and cared about that dream even more than she did. So an older Ochaco made a compromise. She'd become an amazing rescue hero, one of the best, and make more than enough money to give her parents the rich, relaxed life they deserved. Something like those couples in movies, maybe, resting peacefully together in one of those cliché perfect houses. She trained her quirk hard and learned what little fitness and hand-to-hand combat she could without any direction. 2 years before UAS entrance exam, Ochaco moved into a small apartment in Musutafu to prepare. It was hard at first to live alone, yeah, but she adapted. She called her parents every day on video. Papa and Mama always squished together to appear in the frame of her small phone and seemed to brighten up as soon as they saw her face. She got new gloves, nice, black ones that made her look cool, and friends at her new school. She went on long walks around Musutafu to get used to the place. She got a part-time job at a cafe for a while. It had a nice atmosphere, decent pay, and lots of new people to see every day. Ochaco definitely wasn't expecting her cafe to be robbed by a dangerous villain, and that dangerous villain to be stopped by a brilliant, green-haired boy her age, and then for that boy to casually lie to a police detective and then reveal that she had a second quirk all these years. Ochaco's quirk was part of her identity. Who she was, learning that she had another ... took a lot of time to process. But Reset was amazing. Even though she couldn't remember what she erased, she'd probably never tell Izuku just how much she hated that she forgot everything. She had the ability to reverse time. All of the terrible words, moments, tragedies, and deaths she would see as a hero could have happier possibilities if she worked with Izuku. How could she say no? And that eventually led Ochaco here. willfully heading off to fight a very scary lady after getting parental permission from her confused yet supportive parents. There were no stakes here, she knew. She'll lose against Tanaka badly, hopefully not making Izuku look like too bad of a teacher, and Tanaka would then accept her into the dojo anyway. It didn't actually matter if she impressed Izuku's old sensei or not, but to Ochaco, it felt like more than a meaningless pre-test. To her, this was a challenge, a way to prove her strengths, quirk, and potential. So when she tugged Izuku aside, she didn't ask him anything about Tanaka's fighting style, her weaknesses, or even her quirk. If he helped her, there wouldn't be any point. Instead, she silently handed him her precious black gloves. She instantly missed them and the comfort they brought, but she knew Izuku would take good care of them. Then Ochaco pressed her bare fingertips together, feeling the thrum of energy in her gut. Save, Friday, 4:48 p.m. Now that she set her mind to it, she'd do the best she could. Hey, Izuku-kun, did you bring your notebook? Of course, why? No reason. He glanced at her, eyebrows scrunched up the way he did while trying to figure something out. A second later, Izuku's face faded into understanding, a knowing smile growing across his face as he gave her a small nod. This was the first loop. All right. They caught up to Yagi and walked into the dojo together. It was mostly a haze from there. The tall, imposing figure of Tanaka walked up, clad in a black gi, and Ochaco said something before Izuku handled the rest of the talking. And then suddenly she was standing in front of Tanaka again. Just the two of them in the center of the dojo and its huge training mat. There was a big audience of students around them, for some reason. Was watching their sensei fight people that funny? The conditions were winning were throwing her opponent out of bounds or knocking her out. She met Tanaka's eyes again and wondered if that was even possible. Start. Izuku called off from the side, and Ochaco snapped back to attention. Focus, Ochaco. She started running, and her opponent shot forward in the same instant. Ochaco made her first move, tapping her clothes and activating zero gravity to make herself lighter. She used the sudden burst in speed to lunge, palms outstretched. If she could just remove Tanaka's gravity, she'd have the advantage. Tanaka's eyes flicked towards her open fingers at that moment, calculating. Then the woman twisted to let Ochaco's hands fly past her and grabbed her arm in an iron grip. The world spun, and Ochaco's back slammed hard into the tatami mat. So that's where Izuku learned to do that. Luckily, her weight was still reduced. Ochaco recovered almost instantly, rolling to her feet just in time to block a powerful roundhouse kick aimed straight at her face. Her arms trembled through her glowing shirt. Tanaka wasn't holding back at all. Ochaco let the heavy leg slide off to throw a palm strike, feeling it get batted away instantly. She dashed around to attack Tanaka's blind spot, just like Izuku taught her, but the woman shot a kick behind her without even a glance that made Ochaco leap out of range. She didn't give up, using a hook that missed Tanaka completely that suddenly turned into an uppercut that actually did come close to her opponent's jaw, and then Tanaka started to speed up, underestimating her less and less, and oh fuck. Tanaka launched into a really cool-looking series of kicks that Ochaco would have loved to observe if, they weren't aimed at her. As it was all she could do to defend against the barrage. But she was being easily overwhelmed more and more as the seconds passed, even though every attack was carefully aimed to avoid Ochaco's hands. They came from every angle relentlessly. A front kick snapped through the air by Ochaco's face, and her opponent's other foot crashed painfully against her raised arms. She ducked under one jab, then another, but missed the third one flying straight towards her face. Everything went black. 4:56 p.m., Friday. The first thing Ochaco saw when she opened her eyes was Izuku. He was looking down at her, fingers tapping a rhythm against the notebook in his hands. Izuku-kun, what happened? Ochaco asked, sitting up. Her head hurt a little, but she pushed the feeling away. She was still on a tatami mat, but everybody seemed to have wandered to other parts of the dojo except Izuku. Tanaka-sensei knocked you out. Izuku sighed. It's sort of a rite of passage in a way. She knocks out everyone who joins up with some experience already. She has the skill to do it safely, but yeah. That explained the required parental permission. And the audience. You're officially a student of this dojo now, Ochaco, Izuku said, his voice a little softer now. You earned it, and you showed her some of your potential. But you aren't satisfied with just that much, are you? Ochaco wordlessly reached out, and Izuku handed over his precious notebook, along with a pencil. She took it carefully in her hands, pinkies off the covers, and flipped past his amazing notes to the first open page. And then she began to write. 4:48 p.m., Friday. Now that she set her mind to it, she'd do the best she could. Hey, Izuku-kun, did you bring your notebook? Yeah. Ochaco glanced over to see him writing into it in neat, careful strokes. A couple of seconds passed before he handed his precious notebook over to her. She took it carefully in her hands, pinkies off the covers, and flipped past his amazing notes to the first open page. Reset number 1. Hello, past self. This is so cool. It's like I'm making a time capsule but for the past. Tanaka is even faster than I thought. And she hits really, really hard. I couldn't even make her use her quirk. When you try to float her, she's going to throw you over her shoulder and then aim a vicious kick at your face. I couldn't even figure out how to hit her after that. Good luck. Okay, that sounded terrifying. Her future self was probably exaggerating, though. The dojo sensei would definitely be holding back on her since she wasn't even a student yet. 4:48 p.m., Friday. Now that she set her mind to it, she'd do the best she could. Hey, Izuku-kun, did you bring your notebook? Yeah. Ochaco glanced over to see him writing into it in neat, careful strokes. A couple of seconds passed before he handed his precious notebook over to her. She took it carefully in her hands, pinkies off the covers, and flipped past his amazing notes to the first open page. Reset number 2. Hello, past self. This is so cool, it's like we're in a relay race. Tanaka is even faster than we thought, and hits really, really hard. No, we are not exaggerating. My arms hurt. I couldn't even make her use her quirk. When you try to float her, she's going to throw you over her shoulder and then aim a vicious kick. I know what you're thinking, just grab onto her leg. Nope, she sees it coming and dodges. I couldn't even figure out how to hit her after that. That was fewer exclamation points than Ochaco would have expected from a letter to herself. She must have expected that, try to go far better, and been disappointed. Poor Ochaco was pitying a future version of herself. Self-pity. Anyway, it sounded like that first lunge was a bad idea. She should make that a feint instead. Tanaka should be expecting that less. 4:48 p.m., Friday. Reset number 4. Hello, past self. This is so cool, it's like we're in a relay race. Tanaka hits really, really hard. Don't try to take her hits head on. She's fast, graceful, like Izuku-kun. In reset number 3, we apparently tried a feint and she immediately caught on and threw me over her shoulder. I tried going for a different feint, but then she saw through that one, too. So no longer how we make the first palm strike. We're getting thrown over her shoulder. I think you should work from that. As soon as you hit the mat, she's going to try to kick you. Don't try to grab it, roll to the side. Instead of what comes as instinct in that spot, another palm strike, go for a leg sweep. This probably isn't going to land, but you'll know how she reacts at least. That sequence of attacks, when she speeds up, you need to watch out for the jabs. I couldn't make her use her quirk. It sounded like Tanaka figured out zero gravity in just an instant. Whoa, no wonder the note was telling her to vary it up. More kicks, more kicks. 4:48 p.m., Friday. Reset number 5. Hello, past self. This is so cool, it's like we're in a relay race. Tanaka hits really, really hard. Don't try to take her hits head on. She's fast, graceful, like Izuku-kun. This didn't happen to me, but if you get thrown over her shoulder, she's gonna try to kick you. Don't try to grab it, roll to the side. New plan, try to hide your quirk until the right moment, so don't use it on your clothes. I know this'll make you slower, but trust me, I am literally you. Start off with a leg sweep. She's going to do this epic jump kick thing that you're gonna duck under, and then she's gonna aim this punch at your face. I did not dodge that punch. You should. You need to watch for the cool kicks and then for her jabs. You see an opening and try to get her with the palm strike. It's too obvious, and we suffer for it. I couldn't make her use her quirk, but I found a weakness. She is still underestimating us, despite what you think. So when you go for that second opening you see, put everything you have into it. Good luck. Ochaco bit her lip. 5 whole fights that she didn't remember, and she still didn't even have her opponent's quirk. But she still had plenty of precious thoughts and ideas to use. She met Izuku's eyes, beautiful emerald green, calmly watching her think. He must have seen her fight Tanaka 5 times already, but he was still here to pass on the little information 5 Ochacos had managed to obtain. She had the support of 5 Uraraka Ochacos and 1 Midoriya Izuku, and that gave Ochaco a new burst of confidence. Let's try out this plan. 4:48 p.m., Friday. Hey, Izuku-kun, did you bring your notebook? Yeah. Ochaco glanced over to see him writing into it in neat, careful strokes, pencil quietly transcribing a long message. A full minute passed before he handed his precious notebook over to her. She took it carefully in her hands, pinkies off the covers, and flipped past his amazing notes to the first open page. There was an entire letter written there, nearly taking up all of the given lines. Reset number 8. Hello, past self. This is so cool, it's like we're in a relay race. Tanaka hits really, really hard. Don't try to take her hits head on. She's fast, graceful, like Izuku-kun. We got her to use her quirk on reset number 6 for the first time. I carefully hid zero gravity for a while, then struck and hit her. Tanaka started to float and was surprised enough that I could push her towards the boundary. But then, the dojo mat suddenly rose up to wrap around her like an anchor. On number 6, we were so surprised that we got blindsided by a huge massive floor. Ouch, it's some kind of cotton manipulation or whatever tatami mats are made, and to a scary extent. Once you get her to use it, you need to start dodging. This is going to be a lot to remember, I know. It's a lot to write, even, but you got to. Don't use your quirk or any palm strikes until the right moment. Start off with a leg sweep. She's going to do this epic jump kick thing that you're gonna duck under. And then she's gonna aim this punch at your face. If you time it just right, you can catch it and land zero gravity. Do the throw. Don't get thrown yourself. But if you do, she's gonna try to kick you right after. Don't try to grab it. Instead, roll to the side and create distance. You need to watch for the cool kicks and then the jabs that come right after. As I said, you need to strike her in that second opening with all you've got. She was near the edge by then, so the float and push nearly got her out. Then she anchors down with her tatami quirk, and the floor becomes your enemy. Memorize this, okay. Left, down, right, jump, down, duck. That's where I got knocked out. And remember, you've got 8 Ochacos supporting you. And 1 Izuku, even if he's trying to hide how much he's rooting for us to stay as neutral. Yes, Izuku, you need to copy this part too. Good luck. Ochaco stared at the letter in her hands in awe. Whoa, there was so much information there to make sense of. All of those different sequences of events. Her original win plan with zero gravity and Tanaka's quirk itself. This would be so much easier if she could directly remember things like Izuku could. But she'd clearly made so much progress with just her own efforts. Step by step, reset by reset. And now it was time to see what she could do with it. Ochaco walked into the dojo, Izuku and Yagi close behind her. The tall, imposing figure of Tanaka walked over to them, pitch black eyes completely focused on Ochaco today. The weight there was enough to make a villain tremble. Scary. Are you ready, Uraraka? Tanaka asked. But Ochaco had this. Ochaco nodded, determined. Yep. Tanaka led her over to the huge training mat near the center. There was a large audience around them of students that she ignored completely. The spar ends on knockout, or if one of us gets thrown out of bounds. Tanaka intoned, voice low yet carrying all the way to Ochaco easily. Izuku, call it. Izuku jogged over to the side, offering her a small smile as he passed. Sure, Tanaka-sensei. Are both of you ready? All right, start. Ochaco started running, her fists clenching in anticipation, and her opponent shot forward in the same instant. Ochaco made the first move, sweeping her leg low. Tanaka leaped up effortlessly for an aerial kick that was completely useless since Ochaco had already dropped low to avoid it. Ochaco then raised her arms to catch the incoming punch, all 5 fingers wrapping around the arm. Gotcha. She twisted as Tanaka's body started to glow pink, easily swinging the weightless adult up in an arc over her shoulder before slamming her down into the dojo's tatami mat. Then she jumped back and hurriedly released her quirk, not giving Tanaka any time to realize the nature of her ability. Tanaka rose back up easily, eyes narrowed and reassessing. Ochaco definitely wouldn't get any more free hits. She raised her arms just in time to block a speeding roundhouse kick, arms trembling through her shirt. Tanaka wasn't holding back at all. Ochaco let the heavy leg slide off her to throw a punch, feeling it get batted away instantly. She dashed around to attack Tanaka's blind spot, just like Izuku taught her, but the woman shot a kick behind her without even a glance. Ochaco launched an uppercut at her face and it was caught a moment before impact. Black fabric brushing against her hand. Ochaco's fists flew as she frantically tried to make an opening. Tanaka was underestimating her less and less the longer they fought, which was what she wanted. But that didn't make things any less terrifying. Then the foretold cool kicks came and Ochaco carefully weaved through them with all of her concentration. A front kick snapped by Ochaco's face. And then came lightning-fast jabs, 1, 2, and then the hidden third one she already knew was coming. Tanaka seemed surprised that she'd dodged it. Ochaco saw an opening and almost went for it, hurriedly remembering her future self's warning. She let it flicker by instead, continuing to watch and calculate like Izuku would. Tanaka slowly backed up from Ochaco's assault until she was near the edge, on the defensive but still in control. She wasn't even sweating yet, calmly deflecting every strike headed her way with a natural ease that told Ochaco she'd settled in for a long spar. Izuku's training had increased Ochaco's stamina tons, but she wouldn't last nearly as long as the woman would. No matter how determined she was, she'd lose a battle of endurance. But another, bigger benefit of training with Izuku was that his movements were almost perfect because of his quirk. He rarely ever made any mistakes in form, in his kicks or punches. Other people weren't Izuku. Tanaka overextended just a little on her next punch and Ochaco lunged. Her palm stuck Tanaka's side and zero gravity activated. Without pause, the brunette pushed her opponent towards the mat's boundary. And then the tatami mat suddenly bent unnaturally, reaching up to catch their master. They anchored the now weightless woman to the arena, wrapping around her feet like robe sandals. That's not really fair, is it? Ochaco complained. Reading about it was one thing, but whoa, what a quirk. Before she could react, the floor suddenly rose up, rolling towards her like green ocean waves. Ochaco was tossed into the air and launched back before finally hitting the ground face first. Oh, the floor becomes your enemy. She needed to get all the way over to Tanaka without being yeeted out of bounds by that powerful, ranged quirk. There was no way Ochaco could do that normally. But luckily, there was one more trick left in her personal strategy guide. Left. Ochaco blindly rushed forward before curving to the left. Green mats flying past her face. Left. Ochaco dove to the side. A wave of tatami crashing over the arena. Down. Tanaka could form the floor into shapes too. A large fist sailed over Ochaco's head as she ducked, close enough to ruffle her hair. And then what was next again? The mat suddenly rose up, slamming into Ochaco's right side and nearly knocking her over. Despite being soft tatami mats, they were moving fast enough to hurt. Jump. Ochaco tapped herself and kicked off the evil ground, taking to the air to dodge pillars, and wasn't that a weird sight to see? The floor's designs all curled into the cylinders. She forced down the nausea that came with floating herself, already moving into the next instruction. Down. Release. The tatami shaped into hands and reached up to grab her as Ochaco pressed her fingertips together, dropping into a roll to avoid them. She rose up to her feet mere meters away from her opponent, Tanaka's black eyes now wide. The green tatami shot forward in multiple thin, blunt spikes. Ochaco ducked, feeling them just barely miss her body, now finally in range. Ochaco, and slammed her fist into Tanaka's jaw, whipping her face to the side with a satisfying crack. The world held still for a moment, the dojo completely silent except for Ochaco's tired, panting breaths. She did it. She actually managed to hit her. Tanaka turned her head back to Ochaco, her calloused hand slowly rising up to her face. Then she smiled. That was a great punch, Uraraka. Ochaco beamed. Thanks, Tanaka-sensei. She'd impressed someone this strong, someone who taught Izuku, and with nothing but her own body, mind, and quirks. Though, I'm still in bounds. Tanaka-sensei's foot tapped the mat below her. Ochaco raised her aching arms up and took a step forward, only for her legs to give out. She fell to her knees with a huff, completely spent. And you can barely move. So, what now? That was a very good question. I surrender. Ochaco tried. Tanaka hummed, considering. Nah, 4:59 p.m., Friday. The first thing Ochaco saw when she opened her eyes was Izuku. He was looking down at her, fingers tapping a rhythm against his knees. Izuku-kun, what happened? Ochaco asked, sitting up. Her head hurt a little, but she pushed the feeling away. She was still on a tatami mat, but everybody seemed to have wandered to other parts of the dojo except Izuku. Tanaka-sensei knocked you out. Izuku sighed. Even though you'd surrendered already. It's a rite of passage in a way. She knocks out everyone who joins the dojo with some kind of experience. That explained the required parental permission. And the audience. But you're officially a student of this dojo now, Ochaco, Izuku said, his voice a little softer now. You were incredible back there. No one's ever landed a hit on Tanaka-sensei on their first try before, you know. Well, I did cheat a little. Izuku chuckled. Maybe. But you were just using your quirk, exactly like she was. That reminded her. Hold on, Izuku-kun. Are you okay? Yeah, why wouldn't I be? I used reset a whole 8 times. I made you live through this fight for so long just to pass me my notes. I'm so selfish. No, you aren't. Izuku cut her off. I was fully on board with this, just like you often agree to help me with reset. Today we agreed to help you with it. Izuku smiled. A 10-minute loop isn't much to me. And this one was so fun. I watched you fight Tanaka-sensei 8 times, getting more clever, more intuitive with every reset, willing to do better the next time. You really are amazing. Ochaco, I told you she'd never be disappointed. He made her sound so cool, even though she must have been fumbling blind, struggling to get every little piece of information she'd gotten. Ochaco couldn't help but smile back, warm. I guess you did, Izuku-kun. Can I see those memories with you later? Sure. 6:26 p.m., Sare. What was the most powerful quirk in existence? When 80% of the population had superpowers, it was natural to wonder which one was the strongest. The most common answer you'd get in Japan would be All Might's quirk, despite the fact that no one actually knew what his awe-inspiring power was. The rest of the world was full of amazing abilities as well, like America's New Order in flight. Nearly all of them belonged to popular, incredible heroes or renowned, terrible villains. But now, well, the most powerful quirk Izuku knew of belonged to the girl on the floor next to him, cluelessly peering up at the textbook in her hands. Reset allowed the user to infinitely loop back in time as long as they had a save point. Even short-term time travel was incredible, capable of reversing any negative effects and creating endless loops to test solution. Everyone, heroes, villains, and maybe even vigilantes, would kill to get their hands on Ochaco if they found out about her secret quirk. Maybe the Hero Commission would be more subtle about it, but Izuku had zero illusions about their morality. If they found out about the literal time machine in Musutafu, there was no way they'd just leave her alone. Izuku worried. Ochaco lived alone and set a save every morning. If she got attacked by a villain, he'd have only hours to do anything about it. He'd have infinite tries within that time frame. Yes, and Ochaco definitely wasn't defenseless herself, but there was only so much two teenagers could do, and anything before the save was set in stone. Prophet was a red herring, an informant identity with the attention-grabbing gift of seeing the future. It also served as a cover for moves made with future knowledge. But right now, Prophet's identity was protected by nothing more than the limited cybersecurity Izuku had set up to break into the nearby police station. He needed to fix that. He thought of the way he'd asked her if they could do more a few days ago, imagining taking down small criminal organizations with the power of time travel, hacking, and a direct line to the police. All the people Prophet could help before Izuku and Ochaco earned their hero licenses. They could still do that, but Ochaco's safety needed to be his first priority. Izuku could set up contingencies and find ways to make their resets more effective. Izuku certainly knew how to work around different types of quirks from years of analysis. They especially couldn't afford to be blindsided by information-based quirks like Tsukachi's. At the very least, Ochaco's zero gravity would convince almost anyone that she didn't also have a second, far more useful quirk. A soft thump broke him out of his thoughts. Izuku glanced over to see the textbook fall onto Ochaco's face, her muffled sigh carrying through the hardcover. Izuku-kun, this is so boring. Ochaco whined. Why are we studying this much? We're not even taking UAS exam for another year, anyway. Izuku pushed a smile onto his face, even though she currently couldn't see him. It'll be easier if we start preparing now. You don't want to cram everything into the last week now, do you? A huff. Easy for you to say. You could probably take and ace the written exam right now, even without your perfect memory. I don't think so. UAS principal made that test and he's like one of the smartest beings on the planet. He reached over to lift the textbook off her face, revealing warm brown eyes and pouting round cheeks. That's fair, Ochaco acknowledged. I kinda wonder how they even prepare these tests, too. I mean, this one guy in my class can send telepathic messages to whoever he wants. How'd you catch him if he tried to cheat? Izuku flipped through the pages aimlessly. Well, is the communication one way? Or can he read minds, too? I'm pretty sure he can only give messages, not receive any. Does his quirk have any visible effects? Nope. Then you'd probably have to isolate him from the rest of the testers. Izuku hummed, the familiar topic of quirks easing his mind. I bet UA has to make accommodations like that for a lot of students. From what he'd heard, that school definitely had the budget to do so. Cheating on that exam is a terrible idea, anyway. Ochaco mused. Actual pro heroes will be watching you at all times, and if you get kicked out ... boom, it's over. Yeah, anyone who thinks they can sneak something past Eraserhead is an idiot. Who? Ochaco asked. Eraserhead. Who? Izuku gasped, horrified. Are you telling me that I haven't shown you Eraserhead? This mistake must be rectified immediately. Wait, how is his scarf floating? I thought you said his quirk was. Exactly. On screen, a figure clad in black skillfully took down a gang of villains by himself. He didn't seem to have any recognizable quirk until you focused on his glowing red eyes. Fists at him from every direction, none of them even coming close, but when the man attacked, enemies fell with every calculated blow. The less brave villains tried to run only to be ensnared by a flash of gray that yanked them back. Whoa, cool, right. Yeah, he really is. Ochaco agreed. I deem him like fourth coolest hero. What? Fourth? Izuku repeated, incredulous. No way. Who's after All Might in 13? It's 13 in All Might, Ochaco corrected. And third goes to Edgeshot, obviously. I mean, have you seen that man? But Izuku waved his hands at the screen. Eraserhead. Can Eraserhead twist himself into a massive web to knock out enemies and rescue civilians at the same time? No, that's what I thought. Eraserhead can erase overpowered quirks with just a glance. Edgeshot can fly. Eraserhead has more skill. No arg, true. But Edgeshot has a hat and a ninja mask. But does he have a cool scarf, Ochaco? Edgeshot's an actual ninja, Izuku-kun. A ninja. Well, Eraserhead feeds stray cats. A pause. Does he really? Yeah, I got this video off a street camera. Give. 5:12 p.m. Monday. As Izuku expected, Tanaka-sensei pulled them aside the second they stepped into the dojo. They got a few curious looks from the other students as the tall woman all but dragged the two of them over to a private corner, an unbreakable grip on their shoulders. Uraraka, what is your quirk, exactly? Tanaka asked, straight to the point. It's called zero gravity. Ochaco let her fingertips hover an inch apart. I can float things that I touch with all 5 fingers. Tanaka nodded. A useful quirk. But there's more to it, correct? Ochaco glanced at Izuku, and he nodded subtly. Tanaka caught the movement, black eyes narrowing further. Izuku trusted his old teacher. Yeah, I can see hints of the future, sometimes. Ochaco lied. It's like a vision, almost. I have no control over it. It's really weird that the foresight aspect has no relation to gravity manipulation. Izuku shrugged. We're still trying to figure out everything about it. Izuku trusted his old teacher, but this was still something they could only afford to tell half of the truth on. Well, Tanaka said, that explains the precognition. Ochaco winced. Was I that obvious? Not especially. Your reflexes are good. And Izuku has clearly trained you decently enough. But knowing exactly how little combat experience you have, it was suspicious that you could perfectly read some of my movements ... yet completely miss the others. Oh, I doubt anyone else will catch on as long as you're careful. It's good that you two are keeping this a secret. That said, you didn't see this conversation in a vision, right? No, why? Tanaka smiled, sending shivers down both of their spines. Then fight me again. Uraraka. Without your foresight. Ochaco turned to him, her eyes wide in terror, but there was nothing Izuku could do but place a sympathetic hand on her shoulder. Good luck, Och. You're up afterward, Izuku. Fuck. 3:41 p.m., Sunday. A plain of white, flat sand stretched out in front of them until it met the endless, deep blue ocean. The sun rose over the horizon, tangible sunlight dancing over the water. Not a single piece of trash was left. Izuku laid back on the beach, head resting on folded hands as he burned the image into his memory. Ochaco was beside him, her eyes wide in wonder. This was totally worth it. Izuku grinned, smug. I told you it'd be, didn't I? You did, Ochaco agreed. I guess you can be right sometimes. Only sometimes, huh? MHM. He took in the Ochaco next to him, comparing her to the girl he'd seen that day in the cafe with his perfect memory, seeing the small increase in height, the higher held shoulders, the brighter light present in her eyes. Izuku smiled up at the sky. I think I'm right a little more often than that. 7:20 p.m., Thursday. Now that the beach was clean, other people actually came to hang out there, relaxing and swimming together among the calm waves. He was glad to see his community happy, though he also couldn't help but feel the loss of their secret spot. Izuku and Ochaco's super long project was finally complete. This freed up lots of time from the schedule they'd been committed to for the past few months. Ochaco seemed to love training at the dojo despite the more varied and tougher workout Tanaka put her through. It was also a great thing that she now had more sparring partners than just Izuku, giving her a better training experience. The rest of the dojo students took well to her in turn, impressed with the newbie's skills. She could already give a lot of them a run for their money with and without her quirks. The other thing the two of them used their newfound time for, though, was a little less legal. Nano yawned outside of her shrine, stretching her arms up above her head. The bed of stray cats below her shifted with the movement, readjusting to pull her back into the deep realm of sleep. Izuku's voice brought her back just in time. Did you get anything on that woman I showed you, Nano-san? That. A few cats have seen hints of that weird silver human within the past few days, all around the city. Did you find out where she lives? Oh, that sounds really bad. Ochaco grimaced. The villain in question was a young woman of average build with long, gray hair. She wasn't a huge deal but had a couple of cases of quirk-assisted robbery already and was doing a pretty good job evading the police. Because of how the villain's hair manipulation quirk was stated to work, Izuku was simply calling her Needle Hair for now. Izuku thought she'd be a good first villain to tackle as Prophet, not that they were going to do any actual tackling. Of course, that'd be vigilantism. Instead, they were just going to gain information on the villain and hand it to the police, by showing Nano what she looked like and then spying on her with cats. Izuku shrugged. I mean, we don't have anything to go on except what she looks like. If we want to help catch her, this is really the best way. I don't mind, Nano said. I trust that this is an actual criminal. And I'm not really doing anything here but remembering things my wonderful cats have seen. She was at the park near UA for a while this morning, writing something. Melon sunbathes there most of the day. Why don't we reset and then have Melon follow her around today? Ochaco suggested. I mean, being tailed by a cat won't be too suspicious. But what if she attacks him? Nano asked, a distinct hint of worry in her usually bland voice. She won't attack some random cat, especially not in public, Izuku assured. Well, all right. Tell me to tell him to be careful though, just in case. I mean, you'll probably do that anyway, Ochaco said, pressing her fingertips together. One more thing, Nano added quickly. Midoriya-kun, I thought of this hilarious joke today that you need to tell my past self. Why don't cats? 6:46 a.m., Thursday. Play poker in the jungle? Izuku asked. Nano tilted her head. Why? Because there are too many cheetahs. The two girls just stared at him blankly. Midoriya-san, that's the worst joke I've ever heard. I've never wanted to erase my own memory more. Wa Nano-san, you're the one who thought of that joke. Izuku sputtered indignantly. Nano looked doubtful. Are you sure? I'd like to think I have far better humor than that. See, clearly, you don't. It's okay, Izuku-kun, Ochaco said. There's no need to pass off your own joke like that. I mean, it wasn't completely terrible. Really, that wasn't my joke. 5:01 p.m., Thursday. The call arrived as scheduled, and Naomasa picked it up on the first ring. "Hello," a cheerful female voice sounded throughout the meeting room. "Hey, Tsukachi, I got some extra info for you today. It's been a while since your last call, Prophet." Naomasa mused. "Some of us believed you quit the whole informant thing." "Nope, that's not happening anytime soon. Just why did those words have to register as truth? I foresaw an attack by some kind of ice villain at like 6:20 p.m. He didn't really seem to have a goal, and personally, I think he just wanted attention." Kamui Wood stopped him pretty quick, "But I figured I'd warn you anyway." "I see. Thanks for that. But you should still be careful." Prophet rolled right over him. "I also found where Needle Hair lives, and what she's up to." "Needle Hair," Prophet chuckled. "It's a nickname. You know, young woman, average build, long gray hair that has a really cool texture cause of her hair manipulation quirk." Her. Naomasa exchanged a wide-eyed glance with Sansa. That description exactly matched one of the criminals they were currently searching for. "So you go searching for villains now, too?" Naomasa asked. "Yep," Prophet replied. "I'm branching out a little, you see, kicking it up a notch." Prophet happily told him the details of both incidents and then hung up on Naomasa with a light farewell. Naomasa set his phone down. "So, the signal is still completely untraceable, sir," Sansa reported. "I can't get a hint of anything, much less a location." Naomasa sighed. "Yeah, figures. They clearly don't want to be found. At least they called when you foresaw, Night-Eye." Sir Night-Eye nodded. "Yes, that use of my quirk certainly paid off, though I'm unable to hear what's actually occurring in your future calls with this informant. From my analysis of Prophet's past tips, most of their information seems to be from collected news reports. Big, easily found details of events that usually come to fruition a mere day after the prediction. But interestingly enough, they've broken this established pattern today. The info we were given on Needle Hair is precise and overall extraordinarily useful. Prophet understands that capturing a villain is different from actively catching them in the middle of an incident. It requires more than just what they could see on the news." Naomasa's eyes widened. Prophet's quirk must be able to see other people's futures, just like foresight. That explains how they have such in-depth knowledge on Needle Hair and her movements. "Correct." Night-Eye pushed up his glasses. "How utterly fascinating. I've never met anyone with a quirk similar to mine before. I can't wait to meet this Prophet. You and me both, man." 3:07 p.m., Wednesday. "Now that you'll all be graduating soon, it's time to decide what you're going to be doing in the future." Izuku tuned back in to see his teacher waving a set of papers in the air, droning on about something actually important for once. "The school you're going to apply for is a big decision ... but I bet you're all going into heroics." Sensei, I kinda want to be a doctor." "Most of you are going into heroics. Why was this man even a teacher?" Izuku couldn't help but wonder. The class cheered in response, proudly showing off their quirks. Hands turned to rock, hair extended up to the ceiling, fire blazed into the air, and eyeballs jutted out of their sockets. To Izuku, it was disappointing. He'd analyzed every uniquely fascinating quirk in this room months ago, including their uses and potential. It was painfully obvious that almost none of them put the work in to train their bodies and quirks to push themselves to become a hero. To Katsuki, well, an explosive palm smashed through wood, crumpling his poor desk like paper. Katsuki stood up with a fierce scowl, his chair screeching back against the floor. "You weak-ass extras are batshit if you think you're getting into a hero course like me. Look at all of those little twig arms and pathetic quirks. None of you stand a fucking chance." The room burst into loud protests. "You don't believe me? Ha!" Katsuki scoffed. "Then try it. Apply to UA and see if any of you can even get close to me on the exam." Izuku replayed the scene in his memories as he walked home. Katsuki's small yet controlled burst of fire and force. His explosions were far better than the last time Izuku saw them. The blonde must be training hard. And that challenge, Katsuki had glared directly at Izuku as he said it, red eyes burning into green ones. Was the blonde trying to see if their fight had been a fluke? Or did he see Izuku as a rival now? Izuku pondered over it as he took his usual shortcut, deftly curving through small alleys and roads on an unconventional yet efficient path. It was easy to navigate a city when you had every route practically downloaded into your brain. He stepped into a small tunnel, immediately scrunching up his nose at the absolutely horrible smell. Izuku was, unfortunately, already quite familiar with the odor of garbage at this point, but this was somehow even worse than that, like something had just died in a pit of raw sewer. A huge mass of sickly brown-green lunged out of the shadows. Izuku dove to the side just in time to dodge the sudden attack, palms grazing the ground as he rolled to his feet. He looked back to see sludge take shape, growing and growing into something tall enough to reach the tunnel's ceiling. It had a writhing, oozing form that made Izuku automatically shrink back. And at the top of the creature was a murky face with grinning teeth and two floating, yellow eyes. Put simply, it was the most terrifying thing Izuku had ever seen. Holy shit. It cackled maliciously, slimy tentacles slithering out of its skin. "That's not very nice, kid." Now, hold still so I can steal your body. Izuku did not hold still. His favorite red sneakers pounded against the pavement as he turned and sprinted for the tunnel's exit, sunlight shining through the semicircle. Oi, oi, where are you going? I need you, kid. In a blink, the villain was in front of Izuku once again, easily covering the exit with his huge size. Why do you need my body? Izuku asked, proud of how firm his voice held. The slime cackled again. Izuku really hated that sound. Cause I need a disguise, dumbass. And your small skin suit will do just fine. Izuku leaped back, disgusting tendrils just barely missing his face. Clumps of murky green continued to swing at him from every angle, slapping against the tunnel's walls as he dodged them. A mutant or transformation quirk that caused the entire user's body to consist of this green sludge. But the villain was seeing and talking fine, meaning that every organ worked normally despite the quirk's effects. The slime could be manipulated to strike in a large variety of ways, this effectiveness only increasing in tight spaces. Izuku carefully watched the villain form every one of his strange arms and tentacles, predicting where the attack would strike before weaving to avoid it. It was a frantic blur of analysis and movement, fists sailing past him and whips grabbing at nothing but air. Stop dodging, the villain demanded. But dodging was all Izuku could do, even as he started to tire. He couldn't run away, and he couldn't even fight back since physical attacks were useless against an enemy completely made of slime. He spent a spare second glancing up at the villain's creepy, exposed eyes. Maybe not completely. Izuku hit the ground in a roll, muddy mass flying over his head, and unslung his backpack in a fluid movement. He pulled something out of the top pouch before swinging the bag with all of his might. The villain easily brushed the yellow bag aside. What was that supposed to? Izuku stabbed a pencil into his eye. The slime cut himself off with a roar of pure pain, his molded form spasming at the lapse in concentration. Izuku gritted his teeth, raising his other pencil. A huge amount of sludge rose up like a tidal wave, slamming Izuku against the wall hard enough to knock the breath out of his lungs with a painful hiss. The pencil fell out of his hands and clattered to the floor as slime held him in a firm, unbreakable grip. I can't believe you fucking stabbed my eye, you little shit. Oh, I'm going to make this hurt. Izuku struggled uselessly at his bonds. He couldn't break free, he couldn't move, he couldn't do anything. Fuck, was this really it? It's fine now. An unmistakable voice boomed in Izuku's ears. The villain's remaining eye widened in fear. Why? A single punch was thrown faster than either of them could process, sweeping wind through the tunnel like a hurricane and splattering every single bit of slimy villain against the opposite wall. Because I am here. Izuku landed on shaky knees, staring at the ground and panting hard. His heart pounded painfully against his chest, short breaths just not seeming to give him enough air. A large, comforting hand landed on his shoulder, grounding him. Breath steady now, my young boy. In ... and out. You're okay, you're safe. Izuku leaned into the touch and listened, feeling the urge to vomit gradually recede until he could push himself to his feet to look up at his savior. His eyes widened as he took in All Might himself, standing tall in his iconic red, blue, and yellow. In the hero's right hand was a bottle filled with slime the villain already captured. Oh my god, Izuku breathed, taking a million mental screenshots. All Might was really here, in the flesh. This was the best day ever ... Well, besides the fact that he'd almost died 2 seconds ago, and that he still wanted to violently throw up his lunch. But this almost made it all worth it. All Might chuckled. Hello to you too, young boy. Are you feeling all right? That was quite the nasty encounter you just had. All Might was talking to Izuku. Why yeah, I'm fine. Izuku stuttered into a respectful bow. I just dodged the slimy stuff for a while and that last hit knocked the wind out of me. Thank you so much for saving me, All Might-sama. Powerful blue eyes twinkled. No need for all of that, I was simply doing my job. Oh, okay. By the way, I know you're probably super busy and everything, but before you go, can I please have 2 autographs? Izuku said hurriedly, flipping to an open page in his notebook. All Might raised a noble eyebrow. 2. Izuku nodded with his entire body, barely functioning. Why yeah. Oh, 1 for me, Izuku, and another for Ochaco. Oh, I totally need to show her this memory, man. I've never been so happy to have this quirk before. All Might signed both pages with a bright grin, clearly used to dying fans. Here you go. Good luck, and I wish both you and your girlfriend success in your future endeavors. Thank you, Izuku's face blushed even redder than before. Wait, no, we're not dating. Izuku could have sworn he saw All Might grin wider, for some reason. And now I must be off, criminals and cases await. Goodbye, young boy. But that the symbol of peace dashed away in a blur, leaving his biggest fan to stare after him in awe. 7:34 p.m., Wednesday. Mom, Izuku said with all the seriousness he could muster. I love you. He took another bite of precious, heavenly goodness, savoring its blissful taste. Inko rolled her eyes fondly. You say that every time I make katsudon, sweetie. Well yeah, because it's always this good. Ochaco nodded vehemently in agreement, her eyes bright and her own plate almost empty already. Oh yeah, I wanted to tell you both something, Izuku remembered, swallowing down another mouthful. I kinda got attacked by a villain earlier. Ochaco's eyes widened. You what? Inko exclaimed. Are you okay, Izuku? What happened? When was this? I'm not hurt at all. Mom, don't worry, Izuku reassured her with a wide grin. I actually got saved by a hero before anything happened, and you'll never guess who it was. Kamui Woods, Ochaco guessed, her concern fading a little at his excitement. Backdraft, Eraserhead. Even better. Izuku beamed at her, holding up his newly signed notebook for her to see. Ochaco stared at it blankly. No way. Yep, there's no way. Yep, you met All Might, Inko said, stunned. Wow, that's incredible, Izuku. What was he like? He's even more amazing in person. Izuku beamed. He took out the villain in just a punch, and he was so tall I had to tilt my head back just to see him. He's also really kind and stayed there to help Izuku through the sudden, rising panic that set in as soon as the fight's adrenaline faded away and he was left with the realization that he'd almost just died, and that the memory was now permanently engraved in his mind. Izuku definitely couldn't say that. Patiently wrote me 2 different autographs, even though he must be super busy and everything. He quickly finished instead, forcing the memory away to focus on Ochaco. Wait, 2. Izuku handed over his notebook. Ochaco blinked slowly, taking it with 8 fingers and carefully tearing out her autograph. All Might's note to her was written in huge text, bold letters nearly taking up an entire page. I wish you luck in pursuing your dreams, young Ochaco. Go beyond your limits. Plus Ultra. You asked him to write one for me, Ochaco whispered, dumbfounded. Well, yeah, of course I did. Ochaco hugged him hard. Thank you. You're welcome. Izuku smiled, though it quickly turned into a wince. Okay, well you're strong now. I think my back just cracked. Ochaco pulled back, brown hair tickling his face. Sorry, I guess I don't know my strength anymore. Oh my god. You're amazing. This is literally the best gift ever. I don't know how you even remembered me while talking to the actual symbol of peace. Izuku-kun, I can't ever give you something this good. Izuku laughed, warm. Remembering stuff is my entire thing, you know. Besides, I'd never forget you. You don't need to get me anything. Brown eyes narrowed on him expectantly, clearly not taking that as an answer. Well, Izuku considered it. I guess that if you ever meet 13 you could get me an autograph from her. Ochaco nodded, determined. Deal. 4:02 p.m., Thursday. In hindsight, it was obvious. After drifting through another monotonous school day, Izuku went to meet up with Yagi and Ochaco for training. He saw an unmistakable tall blonde figure and walked up, noting that Ochaco was running late. Izuku opened his mouth. Hey, Yagi. Yagi turned to face him, powerful blue eyes widening slightly in recognition. Oh, Toshinori. Yagi was All Might. A millisecond later, Izuku's mind screeched to a halt at its own conclusion. What? That didn't make any sense. Despite Yaga's weak build, his reflexes were fast and his eyes sharp. He moved like he was used to having much higher mass, likely because he'd lost weight from his injury, but it barely left any openings. Well, how do I put this? Yagi said. All Might is exactly the same as you would imagine. He's bold, loud, and tries to make everyone feel safe. He's also very, very busy. You're telling me your ex is Sir Night-Eye? Izuku exclaimed, hands flying to his mouth. Oh my god, I can't believe I know someone who's dated him. A large, comforting hand fell on his shoulder. Breath steady now, my young boy. In ... and out. You're okay, you're safe. In hindsight, it was incredibly obvious, but that was exactly what made the fact so well hidden, wasn't it? No matter how many similarities you might passingly note between Yagi and All Might in appearance, the idea of someone not larger than life and lacking the sheer power and presence of the symbol of peace being All Might just seemed impossible. But now that Izuku had the chance to actually meet both of them, to compare their bodies, speech patterns, and movements, young Midoriya is everything all right. After all these years, I finally figured out what your quirk is, All Might-san, Izuku said quietly. Yagi froze in place, leaving the empty beach silent save for the crashing waves. An emitter-like transformation ability that bulks you up while in use. So much so that you're almost a completely different person. It gives you seemingly limitless strength and speed, seeming to work similarly to stockpile quirks. As All Might, you can stop trains, create tornadoes with just a fist, catch bullets with your hands, and carry hundreds of people out of a burning building within a minute. But without your quirk, all that muscle and power vanishes like smoke. Yagi can't do any of those things, though he can still throw a pretty strong punch. You're terribly injured and far more quietly thoughtful, so much so that anyone would doubt that you're really ... well, you. But you are still you. All Might is Toshinori Yagi, and Toshinori Yagi is All Might. A long pause. Yagi slowly straightened up to his full, impressive height, back cracking at the motion, and checked the surroundings for passers-by. He found none. He transformed, and All Might was suddenly standing in front of Izuku, arms above his shoulders in his signature pose and muscles straining against Yaga's baggy clothing. 5 seconds later the form dropped and he was Yagi once more. The greatest hero chuckled, genuine. You're completely correct, young Midoriya. I honestly doubted I could hide this from you forever, with how amazingly observant you are. Do you wish to hear the details? Izuku nodded. My quirk is called One for All, Yagi began. It's a strong stockpile quirk, as you said, that grants me pure power. But it is also a sacred torch you see. One for All is a quirk born several generations ago, one that can be passed down from one wielder to the next. Izuku's eyes widened. Quirks could be transferred to other people. He'd never even heard of anything like that before. Each wielder stockpiles their power and then empowers the next user, their successor. My abilities are the result of over a century of effort. But Izuku hesitated, eyes flicking to the hero's side. Go on. I know you want to ask, young Midoriya. You're your all might, Izuku murmured. What villain was strong enough to hurt you this badly? And why have I never heard of them? Yagi sighed, pulling up his shirt a little to expose the scar running over his entire left side. It was shaped like someone had drilled straight through his chest. And Izuku held back a grimace at the sight. I fought a terrible, terrible evil 5 years ago, Yagi stated grimly. He's still the most powerful villain I have ever faced. And in our final clash, he got me with this powerful parting blow. My power has been severely limited since. That explained All Might's gradually declining patrol lengths. Who was he? Yagi shook his head. You need not know, young Midoriya. I finished him off that same day. His voice was a mix of venomous satisfaction and hollow recollection. Izuku hated the idea of killing, but he understood that in desperate situations heroes had no choice but to use lethal force. But the very fact that someone had managed to push All Might that far was absolutely terrifying. Yagi lifted his lips up in a smile, trying to lift the suddenly somber mood. Well, you know my secret now. I don't need to bother running around so much to hide it from you anymore. That's certainly true. I trust you with this knowledge, young Midoriya. But remember that this is an important secret. Don't go around telling people about my quirk. Seriously, Izuku tilted his head. I'm going to tell Ochaco. Yaga's eye twitched. All right, and my mom, young Midoriya. Either I tell her your true identity, or you will, Izuku stated firmly. She needs to know. Fine, Yagi relented with a sigh. You're a lot meaner to me in this form. Huh, where'd all that precious hero worship go? Honestly, it's probably still processing all of Izuku waved his hands to indicate the older man. Phew, this is a pretty big shock. The symbol of peace smiled sadly. That I'm not as strong as you thought I was. Izuku shook his head. No, that you're just as human as the rest of us, Yagi-san. 6:07 p.m., Thursday. Izuku's mother and Ochaco stood across from them, waiting expectantly. What's this big thing you wanted to tell us, sweetie? Why are you moving me in front of the couch? Izuku stepped back to Yaga's side, dodging the question. Well, it'd probably be easier to just show you. What do you? Inko's voice trailed off as the small and skinny skeleton next to her son suddenly transformed into the massive and bulky symbol of peace. Hello, All Might boomed. Inko's eyes widened so much that Izuku was afraid they'd fall out. She fainted, toppling backward into soft furniture. Ochaco only blinked. Didn't see that coming. 6:16 p.m., Thursday. Izuku maneuvered his unconscious mother into a more comfortable position on the couch with practiced ease. Meanwhile, Ochaco interrogated All Might. All Might himself was in Izuku's living room and currently being interrogated by his best friend. That was an actual thing that was happening. Whoa, so you're Yagi Tashinori, Ochaco confirmed. Yagi nodded. Yes, but for a few hours a day, you're All Might and super buff and strong. And a lot more hot. Ochaco ignored him. Am I wrong? No, that's correct. Neat. I guess that explains Izuku's rant about your decreasing activity. An impending retirement. What? I never. Ochaco poked him, a slight smile playing across her lips. Izuku really needed to quit muttering. Yeah, I immediately noticed your patrol times and active hours decreasing 5 years ago. There was also a clear drop in the number of cases you solved per month and the number of interviews you took. Yagi blinked. That obvious? Pretty much. You still held a lot of press conferences, probably to make this step back less prominent. Without knowing about your injury, I just assumed you were retiring. People don't tend to mention it, but you have been a hero for quite a long time. I think that's the kindest way that anyone has ever called me old. Izuku scratched his hair, embarrassed. But why help us train, Yagi-san? Ochaco asked. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you are. But even if you have more free time now, there have to be a million better things for you to do than train 2 random teenagers. You could have set up an entire cleanup effort or something instead of driving up every day with your truck to load junk with us. So why? Yagi chuckled. The simple reason. I'm not nearly as busy in this form as you think I am. Young Uraraka, besides some paperwork. Everything I told you that day was true. I was curious and wanted to see the beach clean, a sight that was certainly worth it, by the way. A cleanup effort from my hero self would call way too much attention here. and I wouldn't deprive you two of your training like that. So I helped out myself. But moreover, you're retiring soon, Izuku stated quietly. Within a few years, Yagi confirmed. Damn, I've been All Might for quite a long time now, as you said. My body's getting old, so I've started to look toward the future. Training the two of you helped me learn how to do that, and recently, I got a teaching job at UA to find a successor for One for All and nurture the next generation of heroes with my experience. You'll still be there to teach us, Ochaco realized. Yagi grinned. Yes, and on that note, I must ask, do either of you wish to become my successor? You're both extremely qualified. I don't think young Midoriya desires the opportunity. Izuku shook his head. He had thought about it after learning All Might's secret, of course. He could probably help a lot of people if he became the symbol of peace and used All Might's ability. But ultimately, that just wasn't the kind of hero Izuku wanted to be. He didn't need or want that much spotlight. He was far happier becoming an investigative hero like Sir Night-Eye and saving people through his intelligence, skill, and future knowledge. Perfect recall would be more than enough. But what about you, young Uraraka? It's pretty tempting, Ochaco admitted. But no thanks. While being hella buff would be super cool, I have ... more than enough power to control and work on already. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if Ochaco didn't have to worry about reset and keep the ability a secret, which she have desired All Might's offer. On the other hand, he didn't even know if the human body could handle 3 powerful emitters at once. Dual quirk users like Ochaco were already practically unheard of. I respect your decision. Yagi nodded. One last thing. Though despite being a UA teacher next year, I won't actually be grading the hero exam. So just as before, both of your successes will be entirely up to your efforts. We understand that, Yagi-san. Don't worry, Izuku grinned back at his favorite hero. We'll do amazing. 4:58 p.m., Sunday. 4 months had passed since he made that statement. 125 days. And 125 green books to go with them. Izuku flipped through those memories casually, checking on their improvement. Izuku and Ochaco were both 15 now, a little more well-built than before. They started training even harder than before as UAS exam approached. Having zero clue what they'd be tested on was worrying for all Izuku knew. It could be something targeted towards powerful applicants, and he'd need every last piece of pitiful human strength he had. After the successful capture of Needle Hair, Izuku had started to carefully increase their activities as Prophet. They'd give Tsukachi hints on small-time villains, maybe a tidbit on a relevant case or the hero news that Izuku kept up with almost constantly. Izuku convinced Ochaco to save every other day instead of every morning, doubling the usual time they gained. Reliving an extra day didn't really matter to him anymore. They made sure not to rely on Nano's quirk too much since it was already registered in the quirk database. While its information-gathering abilities were incredible, it had a clearly defined range and couldn't see anything that wasn't happening in public view. His hacking skills were also coming along and were quite helpful in finding criminals, though he didn't want anyone to look into that either. Izuku made sure their calls to the detective were timed as unpredictable as possible to avoid suspicion. Tsukachi was incredibly sharp. A tiny bit of future knowledge was enough for him to close cases and move heroes to exactly where they needed to be in time. He really didn't seem like just a detective at all, actually. The phone rang, jolting him out of his thoughts. It was the simple one Izuku had specifically for Prophet, containing a voice changer and a few modifications so that it couldn't be traced. Speak of the devil. Ochaco took it. Hello, hey, Prophet. It's me. Ah, Tsukachi-san. Ochaco greeted cheerfully. You haven't called in a while. Is there something you need? Yes, I need your help finding someone. Ah, a villain? No, actually a hero. He's a good friend of mine named Saltaire, who suddenly vanished yesterday during his patrol. He didn't make contact with anyone beforehand, and there is still not a single trace to be found. A source of mine suspects it was a kidnapping. Ochaco hesitated. You know that I can't control my future visions that well. There's no guarantee that I'll see anything related to. That's fine, Tsukachi assured. But if you do happen to find anything useful, Prophet, please call me. The detective hung up on her, and Ochaco slowly lowered the phone. That was weird. He's never asked us to find a hero before. Ochaco noted. Yeah, Izuku rubbed his chin. Saltaire's only been gone for a day, and it didn't sound like Tsukachi had much evidence it was a kidnapping. So why'd he call us an anonymous informant he barely knows already? Ochaco shrugged. Tsukachi did say they were good friends. He's probably worried about him. Someone who can see the future is a very welcome extra set of eyes. But who exactly is Saltaire? I've never heard of him before. The leaping hero, Saltaire, real name Angelo Aikta. Izuku recited. A relatively new hero ranked 183 in Japan. His quirk, Leaper, lets him jump pretty high and gives him powerful kicks. He has short, orange hair in this really flashy hero costume. Well, it can't hurt to look for him, even if he isn't actually kidnapped. That's true. Tsukachi didn't really tell us anything except that he vanished yesterday, so if we reset right now, We'll rewind back around 34 hours and have more than enough time. I already know his patrol route, so if we get a cat to follow him. Didn't you just say his quirk was called Leaper? Ochaco interrupted. Nano's cats won't be able to trail him if he's jumping around everywhere. Izuku blinked. Right, then I guess we have to go with the, less legal solution. 5:40 p.m., Sere. I really should have asked this before. Nano tilted her head to the side. But Midoriya, why exactly did you have me place a tracking device on a pro hero? The three of them were in Izuku's room, the blue-haired girl almost out of place among all his hero merchandise. She had brought 2 cats with her, both of the adorable creatures now quietly curled into her side. The black cat on her right was the one who snuck Izuku's little device onto the back of Saltaire's leg a few hours ago. Izuku looked up from the tablet in his hands, sparing Nano a glance before staring back down at the moving green dot on the screen. We were told he'd be kidnapped today, so we've been keeping an eye on him. Stalking, Nano stated, for the past few hours, but his patrol route is almost over and nothing's happened. It's odd. The screen displayed a detailed map of Musutafu, with Saltaire's route clearly labeled in red and nearby locations shown. Saltaire was indicated by a bright green dot, and other than when he was sidetracked by fans or actively capturing small-time criminals, the green dot stuck to the schedule and faithfully followed the red line. Ochaco frowned. Yeah, but there's still enough time for something bad to happen. Couldn't you just tell that detective now that his friend might get kidnapped? Nano wondered. Izuku was already shaking his head. We have no information, so that won't really work. That's why I wanted to see what happens first. Wait, something's happening. The dot suddenly started racing off its directed path, zooming through the streets far faster than the leaping hero's usual pace across rooftops. He must be in a car. Izuku monitored the path carefully, hoping that they wouldn't leave the tracking device's limited range. Saltaire's pretty far away from his patrol route now, Ochaco stated. I think this is the kidnapping that Tsukachi was talking about. Well, he could have still gotten in the vehicle willingly, Nano pointed out. We can't see anything. He could be driving himself, for all we know. 10 minutes later, the little green dot stopped on a building. But to their surprise, it wasn't at an unknown location or even anywhere suspicious. It was the opposite. Izuku blinked. That's the water hose duo's agency. So all he was just going to a meeting. What? There was no way Tsukachi didn't know his friend was simply visiting another agency. The incident must have happened here, and now that he'd stopped somewhere, Izuku needed to track Saltaire for even longer in case he got kidnapped on the way back. How irritating. The three of them settled in for a boring few hours, taking turns staring at the stupid tablet and its unmoving green dot. Ochaco brought out some homemade matcha during the wait, something Izuku and Nano thanked her dearly for. Even the cats seemed to enjoy the dessert. Nothing ever changed. Saltaire remained perfectly accounted for in the water hose duo's agency, even as night fell. Impossible. Tsukachi told him that Saltaire was kidnapped during his patrol, so either something bizarre had happened to the agency or... Oh, Izuku sighed. Wow, I'm dumb. Sometimes, yeah. Ochaco agreed readily. What happened? So you know how we're waiting here for a kidnapping based on zero information? Right. 4:56 p.m., Sunday. Ochaco pressed her fingertips together, and they glowed a light, pretty blue. Save. 2 more minutes passed before their phone rang, just as before. Hey, Prophet. It's me. Hello, Tsukachi-san. Ochaco greeted. Is there something you need? Yes, I need your help finding someone. Who? A hero and good friend of mine named Saltaire. He vanished yesterday during his patrol. He didn't make contact with anyone beforehand, and there is still not a single trace to be found. A source of mine suspects it was a kidnapping, Ochaco answered calmly, her response already prepared. You know that I can't control my future visions that well. There's no guarantee that I'll see anything related to your missing hero. That's fine, Tsukachi assured. But if you do happen to find anything useful, Prophet, please call me. The detective hung up on her, and Ochaco slowly lowered the phone. She looked over at Izuku. I honestly don't blame you for falling for that. He sounded pretty genuine to me too, there. I know, right. 7:26 p.m., Monday. And so, Prophet didn't do a single thing to find Saltaire over the next day, already knowing that he would be safe with the water hose duo the entire time. But the public, and by extension, Prophet, wouldn't have any way of knowing where he was without literally stalking the hero as they did. Izuku really had to give Tsukachi credit for his simple yet very effective plan to find out Prophet's true capability. First, the detective would tell them about a kidnapped hero and ask Prophet to find him. Prophet would look into the future, and then one of 3 things would happen. Either they'd get nothing helpful, they'd find out where Saltaire actually was, or they'd see Tsukachi reveal a fake story about Saltaire's whereabouts a day later. If they got nothing helpful, Prophet's foresight would be seen as weak and unreliable. Izuku briefly considered letting them think this, but it might make Prophet a more vulnerable and attractive target. If they found out where Saltaire actually was, Tsukachi would know that Prophet's foresight was precise and could find exactly who they wanted. even if they were in secure locations like a hero agency. In this case, Tsukachi would probably play the kidnapping thing off as a misunderstanding. If they see Tsukachi's fake story, the detective would know that the foresight was focused on profit themselves and even its relative range if he planned out when to tell them the tale. It was a foolproof plan that'd benefit Tsukachi no matter how their foresight really worked. But unfortunately for him, Ochaco's quirk wasn't actually foresight. Ochaco picked up the call. "Hello. Hey, it's Tsukachi again," the detective said. "I'm just calling to tell you that we already found Saltaire. Reports showed that he got captured in the middle of his patrol, but luckily, he broke free of the villains within a few hours and was saved by Kamui Woods. He doesn't seem to be harmed at all, either." "Wow, what a lucky guy. That's incredible." Ochaco deadpanned. Izuku stifled a snort. "Yes, it is. Reset. 4:58 p.m., Sunday." Ochaco picked up the phone. "Hey, Prophet. It's me, Tsukachi-san." Ochaco greeted lightly. "You haven't called me in a while. Is there something you need?" "Yes, I need your help finding someone." "Really? Who?" "A hero and good friend of mine named Saltaire." Ochaco cut him off. "Wait, are you talking about the guy with orange hair and a super flashy costume?" "Yes." Don't worry about him. I heard with my quirk that he was captured by villains while on his patrol but escaped within a few hours with the help of Kamui Woods. Apparently, there wasn't even a scratch on him." "Really?" "Yeah, he must be an incredible hero. I'm honestly surprised the man is only ranked 183. My vision also told me that he was set to have a meeting with the famous water hose duo around the same time, probably to discuss those same villains who kidnapped him. I should try to find out who they are. Actually, they sound pretty dangerous." Silence. "Are you still there, Tsukachi-san? Is something wrong?" No, it's nothing. I was just surprised. Your foresight quirk is remarkably powerful, Prophet." "Thank you. Oh, sorry, I've gotta go now. Something's about to come up." "Saya, Tsukachi-san." Ochaco hung up on him, cackling, and Izuku laughed with her. The police were finally getting serious about finding Prophet, yet as long as they didn't know what her quirk actually was, they'd always be several steps behind them. 3:07 p.m., Friday. His consciousness came rushing back to his body, the world reconstructing around him as it had so many times before. Friday, 3:07 p.m. They were in Ochaco's room, cross-legged on the hardwood floor. She was sitting across from him with a massive notebook strewn out around her. Ochaco Analysis for the Future number 11 and Ochaco Analysis for the Future number 12 still resting open in her lap. Ochaco leaned forward, her auburn brown eyes wide with anticipation. "You just came back, right? What was the exam like? Was it hard?" In response, Izuku sighed. "Robots." Present Mike had been the one to explain the rules of the exam, which was great, but the longer the hero had talked, the worse the exam seemed for Izuku. First, they separate everyone by area, probably so that friends can't work together, and then drive us all to a mock city where the exam takes place. Mock City. Izuku waved his hand. "It's a huge, full-size replica of an urban landscape with buildings and everything. I'll show you in a second." The test's objective itself is pretty simple: defeat as many enemy robots as you can within 10 minutes. They have 3 main types: 1-pointers, 2-pointers, and 3-pointers, each scaling up in size, durability, and reflexes. You get Villian points every time you immobilize or destroy a robot. They have 40 slots, so I'm pretty sure the 40 students with the highest points get into the hero course. Ochaco frowned. "Wait, that's all they score on? But there are so many useful quirks that don't affect robots, though." That's just so dumb." "Yep," Izuku agreed, not even bothering to hide the bitterness in his voice. "Since we can't bring any tools or gear unnecessary for quirk activation, you practically need a physical kind of quirk. But that's just how it is. I doubt this targeted exam's even UAS fault. Really, the Hero Commission mainly wants flashy, powerful heroes that can grab the media's attention and make them look more effective." It's been over a decade since Izuku received his quirk, plenty of time to accept how the Hero Commission really worked, and that his subtle and weak memory quirk would be considered unheroic by a lot of people, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how useful it actually was. Izuku wordlessly held out his hand and Ochaco took it with hers. The memory set into sharp focus. He stood still on a gray street, surrounded by unfamiliar, anxious students. In front of him was a tall gate that led to an empty, lifeless city. A sense of nervousness filled the air as his testing group prepared to compete for their future. The next 10 minutes could very well determine the course of their lives. Though it was a little different for Izuku, wasn't it? This was the first time he was living this particular day, and something this important could always be improved with a second try. He was still planning on trying his best, of course, but possessing such a powerful redo button at his fingertips could easily instill the dangerous mentality of nihilism if he wasn't careful. Ochaco was about to fight somewhere in a testing area just like this, and there was no doubt she'd pass with how amazing she and her quirk were. Izuku, on the other hand, was going to have to struggle his hardest to kill enough stupid robots to pass. Go! A sudden shout pierced the area, Present Mike's booming voice ringing loud through his ears, and Izuku was off into the city. Only a few other students reacted when he did. The rest left behind in a moment of stunned surprise before desperately rushing to catch up. There are no countdowns in a real fight, Yagi had told them, and after learning who the man really was, the words held far more weight. The robots were colored a deep, dark green and had red orbs placed like eyes where their heads would be. Depending on the robot's type, they had distinct shapes and a number painted onto their sides. Izuku sprinted straight for the closest one, his favorite red sneakers pounding against the road. It was a one-pointer, vaguely humanoid with a large torso and a small, snake-like neck sprouting out of its top. A single red eye took up most of its tiny head, and it had two large arms with flat shields built into its exterior. Target acquired. The bot exclaimed threateningly at Izuku's approach, wheeling to meet him. A bulky mass of green metal swung towards Izuku's face. Far too slow. Izuku smoothly ducked under the blow and leaped up, his palms pushing against metal shoulders to launch himself higher. In midair, he twisted sharply into a perfect roundhouse kick, striking with all he had into its most vulnerable spot. The one-pointer's neck caved in at the blow to expose machinery, damaged yet not dead. Izuku reached in and viciously tore out different wires until its red eye finally dimmed. 1 point. Izuku took out 3 more one-pointers and 1 two-pointer with calculated blows before he realized that this just wasn't enough. He was falling behind the competition. Destroyed robots were littering the streets while he barely had 6 points. But what else could Izuku do? It took him a while to destroy one-pointers and two-pointers, and he didn't even have the attack power to kill a three-pointer. To make things worse, two-pointers and three-pointers had short-ranged lasers that made them harder to approach. The disparity between Izuku's meager human strength and the robot's durability and attacks was too large. An idea struck. Most of the robots seemed to be coming out of the street, hence the dead ones in clear view. But when Izuku traced the pieces of metal and compared it to his growing mental map of the mock city, he realized that a large number of them were appearing in groups somewhere. He dove into an alley and, as predicted, 4 two-pointers clustered together. Time to test his theory. The two-pointers were the fastest type, speeding at students on 4 flat legs. Their speed and short height made them hard to hit, and they also had a long tail capable of firing lasers. But inside a tight, enclosed alley, all of those advantages were useless. Izuku jumped in close, seamlessly weaving through all of their blows and beams. None of them came close, their attack patterns way too obvious to anyone with a sliver of martial arts training, leaving them to strike and destroy each other on accident. Within 5 seconds, Izuku was victorious in an alley of crushed metal. 14 points. Timing it just right, Izuku made 2 one-pointers crash into each other. 16 points. 3-pointers were way too tanky for him to beat, but their hail of lasers was great for taking down other robots. A group of clueless one-pointers was lured to their slaughter. 23 points. Izuku set 2 robots up to collide, only for an infuriating blonde to steal them with his blue lasers. He glared after the boy as he danced away. 23 points. A tail just grazed his head, stabbing into the robot behind him. Izuku snapped a kick in the opening and knocked the first bot's head clean off. 26 points. Izuku dove past a two-pointer's charge and grabbed its tail with a tight grip. He twisted it as hard as he could to aim the laser at other robots, taking down 3 before he was forced to kill the struggling two-pointer. 30 points. He yanked a girl out of the way of some lasers on instinct, pulling her to safety. She took down both two-pointers with a mushroom quirk before bowing to him shyly in thanks, a fringe of hair covering most of her face. 30 points. A mighty swing from a 3-pointer missed Izuku and smashed straight through 2 one-pointers at once. 32 points. With his new strategy, Izuku was rapidly catching up to the rest. Just a few more minutes in, suddenly, a huge crash made every student look up and then promptly deny their own eyes. A massive robot now towered over the mock city, its blocky face practically as big as a house. Numerous red eyes peered down at them as it casually wrecked the buildings it traveled through. The 0-pointer. Thankfully, it didn't seem very fast, although it was obviously impossible to fight. What an utterly terrifying obstacle. The other students panicked at the sight, screams erupting around Izuku as they all ran in the opposite direction. Izuku watched it for another moment before turning to follow, still looking for more points. Unfortunately, there were none to be found in the chaos. Besides a single one-pointer, Izuku didn't get any more points during the last 2 minutes of the physical exam. Time's up, and there the memory abruptly ended. Ochaco's room suddenly shifting back into perspective. Ochaco blinked a couple of times, readjusting a bit slower to their new surroundings. Whoa, those robots were a lot more threatening than I imagined, especially those huge 3-pointers. Zero gravity was super effective against robots. By the way, Izuku reassured. Really? Yep. You went around lifting them up to lethal heights and dropping them back down and according to you, got over 50 points. Whoa, did I give you anything to pass on? It's a little funny, actually. Ochaco excitedly told him how she did as they stepped away from Yue, missing the fearful glances from the examinees in her area. She walked freely next to him, showing zero signs of nausea or quirk exhaustion. You told me that the robots were too light, Izuku murmured, suddenly feeling an odd mix of pride and envy. It was almost sad to relive that exam. All those other students with powerful offensive quirks cruised through the exam and racked up incredible points, like that guy running around with engines for legs and kicking through enemies left and right. Ochaco did even better than all of them. And then there was Izuku, struggling to trick and defeat those same robots one by one. In the end, all I got on my first try was a pitiful 33 points, probably not enough to pass. What you did was amazing, Izuku-kun, Ochaco told him. You took down so many robots with actual skill and strategy, and even saved a bunch of people while you were at it. 33 points ain't bad at all. Plus we have another chance at it now, right? Izuku pursed his lips. But that's exactly the problem. I need that second chance. All this training, all this work, and I'm still too weak to pass the exam without using your quirk. I can't just use you like this to make up for my lack of ability forever, can I? That's not fair to you, Ochaco. If never met you, if I didn't have reset, I wouldn't even have a shot of becoming a hero. Ochaco suddenly broke into a laugh. No, Izuku-kun. It's the other way around. What? Look around you for a second. Come on, humor me. Izuku did so, albeit a little confused. Her room was smaller than his and relatively simple. She had a map of the stars plastered on the wall, and there was only a single piece of hero merchandise, the 13 figure standing proud on her dresser. The other decorations in the room consisted of pictures of her family, Ochaco or her parents smiling wide. He was in one too, actually, him and Ochaco both holding up matching peace signs in the frame. Her captured grin was so bright that he wanted to dive back into the memory and watch it again. His eyes landed on her wooden desk where 10 of the 12 notebooks he'd gifted her were piled in a stack, her bright pink bookmarks poking out of their pages. They contained months and months of data focused on her quirk and martial arts, her impressive progression over the time he knew her. Izuku glanced back at Ochaco to see her smiling. Ochaco analysis for the future number 12 gripped with 5 fingers, her quirk control now so perfect she didn't have to worry about accidental activation. It's the other way around, Ochaco repeated. Before I met you, I couldn't even float myself without getting sick. I barely had a chance of achieving my dream, and that was before I knew I'd be attacked by robots. Even without considering reset, you're the reason I've gotten this far. Meanwhile, you were strong way before you met me. Even if you somehow fail the exam, which I really doubt you did, you'd just get in through that other method we researched. Placing high in the sports festival wouldn't be that hard for you. The corner of his mouth quirked up at that. That's a pretty big claim, you know. I almost feel bad for the other students. Well, heck, we're going to be taking 2 hero spots anyway, Ochaco declared. I owe so much to you, Izuku-kun. So please, let me help you with stuff like this dumb, biased exam. Izuku relented with a sigh. I just wish I was strong enough to overcome my lack of a combat quirk and do stuff like this on my own, but I guess I'm not there yet. Maybe not. But you still took down, 26, minus 26 scary robots with no prior knowledge or offensive quirk. Even if that's less than the rest, or no one else will ever know, I'll always find that pretty cool. Thanks, Ochaco. She always knew what to say, somehow. 5 p.m., Friday. Yagi stood tall in a darkened room, intently watching the array of screens in front of him. Around him, almost a dozen pro heroes were writing down notes on what they saw. He hadn't had time to earn a full teaching license like his new colleagues, but he did make sure to complete several training courses over the past few months. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe that he could tackle education with nothing but his pro-hero experience and some time spent with teenagers. That'd be ridiculous. It was enlightening, really, to get that new perspective. It was well and easy to claim that he would be nurturing the next generation as an educator, but a lot harder to actually start doing it. Yagi was in his depowered form right now, his true identity already revealed to the trusted UA staff. It felt quite odd being in his weak and thin state around all of these young and fit heroes, but he supposed he'd have to get used to it. The joys of getting older. Maybe this was why Gran Torino was always so grumpy. As Yagi suppressed a shudder at the very thought of that man, Nezu spoke up. It seems that we have many extremely prospective applicants this year, everyone. The rat clapped his paws almost gleefully. This is going to be a very interesting semester. Rein it in there, boss. A scruffy, black-haired man Eraserhead muttered. I swear, you become more of a supervillain with every passing day. The creature only laughed louder at the insult. But is that such a bad thing, Aizawa-kun? Maybe if I was a supervillain, more humans would take me seriously. That was a joke, right? Nezu certainly looked non-threatening. He was cute, fluffy, and needed a custom-built chair to boost his height. The long scar on his face somehow only added to the harmless effect. But then you actually met him in person, and well, when you released the zero-pointer in testing Site B, immediately wrecked the surrounding buildings. The students are there seem to be extraordinary cocky, and while I do appreciate the confidence, there should certainly a limit, no, on it. The man in a large mask over his face, Power Loader, replied instantly. Shuzenji-san, please prepare to heal the red-haired girl in testing site as she'll likely be knocked unconscious within 13 seconds. The elderly woman recovery girl complied with a muttered curse. A truly scary being. And Yagi had faced down all for one himself. Yagi wrenched his focus back to the students in front of him, letting his blue eyes flick between the different testing sites. As Nezu said, the students were impressive. A large amount of them were defeating the robots easily with their wide variety of quirks. In one area, a green-haired girl stood still, hands touched in prayer, as vines tore through every robot in her vicinity. In another, a boy with engines on his legs effortlessly kicked through a three-pointer, Ingenium's younger brother, if Yagi wasn't mistaken. And in yet another, a black-haired boy charged straight into enemies with his skin hardened like a rock. But Yagi couldn't resist following two teenagers more than the rest the two he knew. Admittedly, he'd been worried for Midoriya at first. Although brilliant and quite skilled, the student's quirk was completely useless against the villain bots. And the villain bots were made of metal and had very durable armor. But then the exam started, and Yagi realized that he was a fool for doubting the boy for even a moment. Midoriya shot into the city the instant Mike called it, far ahead of the other examinees, and swept through the area like a seasoned pro hero, efficiently taking down the one-pointers and two-pointers in his path with well-placed kicks to their weak spots. If he didn't have it already, he definitely grabbed UA's attention when he started literally turning the robots against each other, tricking them into destroying one another with their own lasers and blows. The precision there was absolutely remarkable, and he was even racking up hero points as he did so by saving students and pulling them out of the way of attacks. It was almost like he knew what was going to happen next. Aizawa leaned forward in his seat, an interested gleam in his eye. I want that one in my class. His demand left no room for argument. Nezu chuckled, naturally. Meanwhile, Uraraka was doing even better. The brunette glowed pink as she gracefully flew through the streets, tagging every robot she glided by. Every robot she touched lit pink with her and floated up into the sky against their will. It was incredible to watch the massive villain bots lie suspended in the air, helpless, before they were ruthlessly slammed into the ground with her quirk's release. Uraraka didn't even seem to be tiring, powering through everything with a grin across her face. Yagi barely stifled a laugh at the expressions on the other examinees. Does that listener have a hero parent? President Mike Yamada asked, awed. We almost never see that kind of quirk control outside of the recommended kids. Nope, Mezu answered cheerfully. Uraraka-san's parents own a construction company, which is probably where she achieved all of that practice. She certainly has talent. Kayama-chan, how's the invisible girl doing? Yagi startled at that, glancing over. Sure enough, one monitor had been dedicated to a thermal camera that tracked a red, girl-shaped blob as she raced through the exam. None of the villain bots even seemed to realize she was there. Pretty well, actually, Midden Kayama replied, not taking her eyes off the screen. She doesn't seem to have the strength to take down a robot normally, but she's clever enough to sneak in attacks on distracted ones. She's also getting a ton of rescue points from all the unprepared examinees in her area. The Oken frowned. I really hate that we have a teenager fighting out there with zero protection. If she gets in, we need a costume for her like a SAP. Power Loader nodded. Yeah, I've been working on that myself. The support company we had a contract with just threw in the towel and gave her a pair of gloves, if you can believe it. What kind of costume even is that? We can sue them for that, right? Nezu nodded with a smile, his beady eyes glinting with malice. We most certainly can. Minutes passed, the students trying their hardest as the teachers monitored them and scored secret hero points. Yagi tried to remember all of the faces and quirks he'd be teaching. And then, Power Loader handed the principal a black device with a big red button. Even warned ahead of time, Yagi still couldn't help but gawk in horror and awe as an absolute mountain of a robot suddenly appeared to wreak havoc on the city, breaking buildings, crushing streets, and terrorizing the poor examinees. What the hell was this school? 5:06 p.m., Friday. Ochaco loved flying. Well, it wasn't technically flying, like say Hawks or Captain Celebrity, but it was close enough. By making herself weightless, Ochaco could leap as far as she wanted and then straighten her body like an arrow to dart through the air at high speeds, her arms tied at her sides. It felt powerfully exhilarating to move like that, to glide way above the world below. Of course, it had taken months of hellish torture before she could even hover in place without violently vomiting up rainbows. Ugh, her soft, green-eyed cinnamon roll turned into a harsh and unforgiving taskmaster when it came time to train quirks, unrelenting until she was completely at her limit. At this point, he knew when she was about to lose her lunch before she did. but all that work had been worth it. Now, Ochaco could speed around a cityscape with ease, using all the footholds around her, the green robots, the gray walls, the tall blank buildings to bounce around like a pink ping-pong ball and slam every robot she passed into the concrete. She'd stopped counting her points a while ago, lost in the crashes and lasers and metal. It was just so fun to use zero gravity like this. Ochaco finally stopped wrecking robots when the zero-pointer arrived in all of its metal glory, recognizing the enemy from Izuku's memories. Actually watching the giant robot smash through buildings and roll towards her, the street crumbling under its massive tracks, was a very different experience from witnessing it in Izuku's calm mind. Terrifyingly epic. She sprinted away just as debris started to fall around her. 4:31 p.m., Friday. A full, anxious week passed before the two of them finally got their exam results through the mail. They each received a small holographic disc in place of a normal letter because evidently, Yue was very, very rich. Izuku carefully opened his first, a slight tremble in his hands, and it lit up to display a small, blue projection of All Might. "Hello, young Midoriya." And likely young Uraraka. Small Might grinned. "I'm in charge of delivering a bulk of the letters, you see. It's a little tiresome, but very satisfying. If this is what All Might," an exhausted voice called from off-screen. Izuku perked up next to her. "Just tell him what he got." Of course. My apologies." The sound of crinkling paper. "Young Midoriya, you passed the written exam with flying colors and then achieved an impressive score of 41 billion points on your practical exam. We were all very impressed with your strategy and skill. However, killing robots wasn't all there was to the practical." "What?" Small Might chuckled. "If breaking things was all we cared about, we wouldn't be very good heroes, would we? There was secretly a second point system in the practical hero points. You got some of these bad boys if you saved other examinees out of goodwill, as you certainly did. And so, when we add in your 15 hero points, your total score is a formidable 56, more than enough to earn your spot into the hero course. Congratulations, young Midoriya, and welcome to your Hero Academia." The recording clicked off, leaving the living room in silence. "I passed," Izuku realized belatedly. "I actually passed." Ochaco couldn't help but grin. "Yep, I told you, didn't I?" Izuku smiled back at her, tentative but warm. "You did." Ochaco ripped open her letter next, turning on the disc with her own mix of nerves. It was a miracle she didn't accidentally float the thing. "Hello, young Ochaco, and likely young Midoriya. You got a high score on the written exam and did absolutely incredible on the practical, young Ochaco, earning a stunning 62 billion points. That's already more than enough to win you a spot into UAS hero course." "Holy shit," Ochaco breathed. However, destroying robots wasn't all there was to this exam. We had a secret, second point system in the practical hero points. You got some of these bad boys if you saved or helped other examinees out of goodwill, just like you did. So when we add in your 20 hero points, your total score comes out to a full 82 points. With that, young Ochaco, you've earned first place in the practical exam. Holy shit. Congratulations, young Ochaco, and welcome to your Hero Academia. Ochaco looked over at Izuku, stunned, and his smile widened. She pulled him into a tight hug and he didn't resist, both of them feeling just as giddy. She called her parents a couple of minutes later, holding it so that she and Izuku were visible in the frame. "Oh, hello, Mama, we got in." Ochaco yelled. "We got into UA." Mama beamed instantly, full of pride. "That's amazing, honey. I know how much you both wanted this. Hold on, let me get your dad over here." Papa poked his head in a few seconds later. "I knew it. I bet you showed them all who's boss, Ochaco." "Yeah, she definitely did," Izuku informed him happily. "Ochaco got first place. She got first. That's incredible. Hana, you hearing this?" "Yep. Our daughter's really gotten strong, huh?" Ochaco waved her hands wildly, feeling a flush creep up her face. "Guys, I really didn't do that much." "She definitely has," Izuku agreed easily. "She destroyed so many robots that she terrified the other students. And she saved a ton of people while she was at it. She wasn't even tired afterward." Papa laughed. "She's going to be such a great hero, isn't she? Haha, it seems like it was only yesterday that she was this absolutely adorable little girl seeing 13 on the TV for the first time. Where did all that time go?" "Awa, I remember. That was so cute." "Guys, 6:03 p.m., Friday." Izuku gave her an amused glance. "Ochaco, are you actually complaining about going out to buy matcha?" "Of course not." Ochaco rushed to clarify. "That'd be blasphemy. I'm just saying that we still have plenty of stuff at home from last time. And this place is a bit expensive, isn't it?" "A little, yeah," Izuku admitted. "But we're celebrating right now, aren't we?" Ochaco couldn't really argue with that. They bought more than enough matcha for both of them before finding somewhere to sit and munch happily across from each other. They talked about what they hoped UA would be, how great it felt to start to realize your dream, and debated whose matcha tasted better. The matcha was simply heavenly, the sweet goodness filling Ochaco up completely. It was absolute perfection. Every bite just made her want to buy more, an extremely dangerous thought for her wallet. If only she could perfectly immortalize this taste or something. Wait a minute. Ochaco swallowed down a mouthful of matcha and leaned forward. Izuku-kun, when was the first time you devoured this delicious, divine dessert? Emerald eyes blinked twice. Around 7 years ago. Why? Can you show me the memory? Please? Ochaco realized what she was asking for too late. Memories were what Izuku treasured most. They were the purest part of him. Wasn't it super personal too? Sure. Izuku didn't even hesitate as he reached over to grab her hand. He sat on the living room couch, a half-full notebook sitting snug in his lap. A pencil dangled between his index and middle fingers as he thought of what to write next. He was completely alone, his mom working late today. Again, at 8, Izuku had a pretty good hold on perfect recall. And he really loved having a quirk like this. But at the same time, it was clearly doing something to his mind. Izuku was constantly being drawn towards his 8 years of memories, to experience and travel through them instead of existing in his present. No time passed when he was in a memory. He knew, but being stuck in memories forever would probably be very bad. But today, the house was eerily silent without his mom's warm voice and presence, and there wasn't anything to anchor Izuku to this lonely couch, to this moment. He was in danger of losing his footing and slipping away into his mind. Hence, his desperate quirk analysis. Izuku really liked using hence. It made him feel very smart to use, even if it was just in his thoughts. Izuku was halfway through another page on Hawks's fierce wings when finally, there was a knock on the door. Yes, he bounded over as fast as his small legs could take him, peeking through the peephole before he swung the door open. Mom. Inko flashed him a tired smile, a plastic bag clutched in her left hand. Hello, Izuku. I'm sorry for being late. No, it's fine. I know you're pretty busy and stuff. I'm very sorry for the wait. I did get something for you, though. Izuku blinked owlishly. A present, something like that. Give me a minute. Soon, there was a plate laid out on the table in front of him. He looked on curiously as several small objects piled up on it, some kind of sweet, maybe. What's that, Mom? It's called matcha, Izuku. Try some. They did look very tasty. Izuku picked one up and took a bite. His eyes widened as a sense of bliss warmed his mouth and continued through his entire body. He took another bite, then another, his mind instantly memorizing the taste and ranking this precious sensation just under Katsuki. Delicious. It's so good, Izuku exclaimed, his mouth full. Inko smiled. It is, isn't it? I almost forgot what matcha tasted like. It's been so long since they've sold good matcha in this area. It's almost better than Katsuden, Mom. Why don't we just have this every night? My, that's very high praise. Though every night's a bit much, maybe every once in a while. As a special kind of thing. Yeah, reality suddenly slammed back into her, the memory's taste slipping just out of her grasp. Something wet slid down Ochaco's cheek. Whoa, Ochaco, Izuku asked, concerned. Are you okay? Was that too much? She blinked, lifting a hand to her face to find tears. Yeah, I'm fine. Just the memory matcha. You know, I didn't think that'd work so well. Experiencing something for the first time again was a truly wonderful feeling. She wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, looking up to see him still watching her. Ochaco smiled back. Your quirk really is beautiful, Izuku-kun. If you don't mind, you should really show me more memories sometime. You know, outside of profit stuff. A bit of red entered his cheeks, one hand reaching up to scratch at his green hair. Maybe. My life before I met you really isn't too interesting, though. His other hand was still holding hers, the two clasped together at the center of the table. I doubt that, Ochaco told him honestly. And it doesn't have to be something major, I just love experiencing the way you see things. His hand was a bit bigger than hers when she lined them up. And he didn't have little pads along his fingertips as she did. His fingers were also thinner and more dexterous, probably because of all of the writing and drawing he did. But his calluses matched hers. And when she interlocked their fingers like this, their hands fit together perfectly. Izuku hummed, not moving his hand away. But that's not completely fair, is it? I mean, I can't see any of your memories. That's true, Ochaco admitted. What if I traded you stories in exchange, then? They might not be as good as actual memories, but I think I'm pretty decent at storytelling. Really, It's a little embarrassing, though, so I haven't told one in a while. But yeah, sure, then. Izuku smiled softly. I think I'd like that a lot. 7:46 a.m., Monday. You know, we're pretty lucky that we both ended up in 1A, Izuku said thoughtfully. Ochaco blinked. Oh, she hadn't even considered that. You're right, what would we even have done if they put us into different classes? Reset and have Yagi convince the rest of the staff, Izuku stated simply. But if they had an actual reason to separate us, well, we'd pretty much stuck. They were both clad in their new UA uniforms. Ochaco's consisted of a gray dress jacket that she was forced to wear a tie with and a dark green skirt. She didn't like the gray, terribly drab for a school uniform. Really, and she definitely didn't like the tie. Ties just weren't her thing. But the skirt was very pretty, though, and the whole uniform was quite comfortable. She wouldn't even mind fighting in this. Izuku's was mostly the same but with pants. He was also wearing his classic red sneakers instead of the provided UA shoes because the dork absolutely loved that pair. They navigated through the maze of halls easily. Izuku had the school's layout memorized, and soon they were in front of their new classroom. 1A's door was ridiculously tall, so much so that if she stacked 3 whole Izukas she'd only barely reach the top. Only 5 other students were already inside. A tall, elegant, dark-haired girl was talking quietly to a shorter girl with ear jacks for ears, both of them wearing small smiles. And near the front of the room, a tall guy with glasses seemed to be lecturing a redhead with spiky hair and a pink girl with horns. And by that, Ochaco meant that she was completely colored pink, including her skin color and cotton candy hair. Mutations could be so cool sometimes. Ochaco curiously wandered over to the second group, knowing that Izuku was following behind her. And that is why you cannot take off your tie. The glasses guy was scolding, his hands chopping through the air as he talked. It is against the dress standard of this prestigious institution, and by doing so you fail to represent this school's honor and history. The redhead's eyes were wide, his hands raised high in surrender and his tie firmly in place. But the pink girl only pouted at the speech, her hands still fiddling with her uniform. Come on, man. The tie they gave us is this terrible red that doesn't go with my face at all. Be that as it may, as a fellow classmate I still cannot allow you to do this. What if I dye it a different color, then? He sputtered at that, absolutely horrified. Bad idea, Ochaco interjected, cutting the guy some slack. I mean, I passed a lot of other students and upperclassmen on the way here and they were all wearing perfect ties. You don't want to look out of place at orientation, do you? The pink girl blinked, exposing black scleers. That's a good point. I'll ask Sensei when he shows up then, see what he says. Thanks, Ochaco smiled. Uraraka Ochaco. And the guy behind me's Midoriya Izuku. Izuku nodded politely. After so long, it was almost odd to refer to him with his surname. Nice to meet you, Uraraka-chan. Midoriya-kun. The pink girl responded cheerfully. I'm Ashido Mina. The glasses guy actually bowed. I apologize for my late introduction and extended lecture on rules. My name is Ida Tenya, and I look forward to learning with you all. The redhead waved the apology away. Don't worry about it. Man caring about the rules is pretty manly. Oh yeah, I'm Kirishima Ijiru by the way. Ida, Izuku repeated. Like the Ida family that's been in heroics for generations. You're Ingenium's brother. Ida straightened up with pride. Correct. My brother is a truly excellent hero, and I hope to one day follow in his footsteps. That explained why he was so formal. He was totally a rich kid. Speaking of heroes, who do you guys think our homeroom teacher is gonna be? Ashido asked. I heard that everyone on UAS staff is a pro hero. It's probably gonna be someone high up in the rankings, right? Kirishima said. Like alumni or something. UAS a pretty big deal. Like someone in the top 10. Maybe. That'd be so cool. Ida's eyes gleamed. I would be honored to learn from such an experienced individual. Ochaco didn't think it'd be someone in the top 10 excluding All Might's special circumstances. All of them were probably busy. But a school that constantly pumped out high-ranking heroes and had a budget bigger than Ochaco's total lifetime earnings would no doubt get someone super professional and skilled. A well-known and respectable hero, right? Wrong. Once as all 20 students were present, 1A's homeroom teacher slid through the doorway in a fucking yellow sleeping bag. The hell? It was like watching a huge, ugly caterpillar slowly crawl across the floor. And the worst part was that he still managed to be so stealthy that only a handful of students saw him. The caterpillar stood up when he got to the podium, unzipping his bag to reveal a scruffy, black-haired man with the biggest eye bags Ochaco had ever seen. His dark clothes and scarf only barely looked like a hero costume. Half the class startled when they finally noticed him, the classroom's conversations fading into surprise. It took you all almost 7 seconds to quiet down. Their new teacher huffed. How inefficient, we're going to have to work on that. My name is Aizawa, and I'm the homeroom teacher for Class 1A. Aizawa was nothing like what they expected. He sounded and looked unkempt and completely exhausted, as if he wanted to be asleep somewhere instead of teaching a class. If he really was a hero, no one was going to recognize who he was. No one, that is, except, you're a racerhead. Izuku blurted out in excitement, one of the most skilled underground heroes in Japan. Ochaco blinked, gradually seeing the resemblance herself. The rest of the class just looked confused. That's right, Aizawa raised an eyebrow, a slight hint of surprise in his expression. Haven't been recognized in a while. Izuku practically beamed. Anyway, we're not going to be wasting any more time. So all of you, get changed into your gym uniforms and meet me out on the field. You have 10 minutes. But Aizawa-sensei, what about Orienta? Aizawa was already walking out the door. The class stared for a second, dumbfounded, before frantically scrambling after him. He didn't even tell them where the locker rooms were. After a hectic few minutes, 20 students dressed in iconic blue stood in front of their homeroom teacher. Izuku was next to her, his emerald eyes sweeping over their new classmates. Ochaco could recognize Bakugo a couple of meters away, a scowl fixed on his very punchable-looking face. There was various exercise equipment strewn about the area, like grip devices and sandboxes. 8 minutes, Aizawa stated flatly. Within expectation, but I definitely expect improvement. The exhausted, messy man they had met back in the classroom had suddenly transformed into a stern, unyielding instructor. He seemed even stricter than Tanaka, and that was really saying something. Instead of attending your UA orientation, we will undergo a quirk apprehension exam in order to properly assess your current limits. Uraraka, you were first in the practical exam, right? Ochaco straightened at her name. Yeah, stand in that white circle over there. Aizawa handed her a small ball. How far was your furthest throw in middle school? How was she supposed to remember that no one cared about those tests? Ochaco shot Izuku a pleading glance. 62.4. Her savior mouthed. Thanks. Ochaco looked back at Aizawa. 62.4 meters. Aizawa didn't mention their exchange. Alright, now try it with your quirk. Well, alright then. Zero gravity was practically made for this test. Ochaco threw the ball with all of her might, activating her quirk at the last possible moment. The projectile glowed pink as it flew off into the sky. Higher and higher until the dot was completely out of sight. When Aizawa held up his gauge to display a blinking infinity, Ochaco couldn't help but smile. Whoa, did she just launch it into space? Testing you without your quirks would be simply illogical, Aizawa continued. So instead, to accurately assess your potential, you will all be competing against each other in 8 physical exercises. You're allowed full use of your quirk. You mean we really get to go all out with our quirks? The guy with weirdly shaped elbows repeated. Awesome. Alright, now we're talking. The blonde yelled, a lightning bolt running through his hair. So this is what UAS like. This is going to be so fun. Ashido exclaimed. Yeah, fun, huh? Aizawa's voice sliced through the noise, low and harsh. This isn't some game. All of you are going to be full-fledged pro heroes in 3 years, with all the hardship that entails. If this test isn't serious enough for you, then maybe I need to add some real stakes. His grin turned almost malicious. How about this? Whoever gets last place on the quirk apprehension will be instantly expelled from UA High School. Chaos. What? I can't be expelled. See, can he even do that? There's no way he's allowed to. But I am, Aizawa stated simply. With its prestigious status, UA High School and its teachers are given a lot more freedom in their methods. So if you're lacking in potential, I have the ability to kick you out right here. Could their homeroom teacher really expel one of them, just like that, even after they put in all of that effort and passed the entrance exam? It didn't make sense. Ochaco met Aizawa's gaze, determined, but she could tell that the hero was 100% serious. And either way, there was no way in hell she was letting herself get last place. And so Wana competed in Aizawa's tests, all of them filled with varying amounts of panic and resolve. Well, except Bakugo, who was always full of rage, and that scarred guy, who just seemed completely indifferent. It was cool to see how everyone used their quirks to their advantage, some more creatively than others. Some students excelled at particular tests. Ochaco herself got the highest score on the ball throw, and then later aced the standing long jump by floating across the sandbox. Ada won the 50-meter dash, naturally, and the tall masked guy with multiple arms utterly crushed the grip strength test. Ashido did best on the flexibility exercises, claiming that she was a dancer. The short boy with purple balls for hair got the most side jumps by rapidly bouncing across the line with his quirk. His physical condition was absolutely terrible, though, and he was getting super low scores on all the other tests. And Ochaco really hated the way he was staring at her and the rest of the girls. It made her feel uncomfortable, like needles were stabbing into her back. Class 1 only had 6 girls, so it was super obvious too. The tall, dark-haired girl already looked like she wanted to be far away from him. Ochaco didn't want to even know what he was saying. The mentioned dark-haired girl easily had the most total points so far, her quirk's sheer versatility giving her an edge on practically every exercise. She could create anything, making the object she needed pop right out of her skin: a metal clamp for the grip test, a bike for the endurance run, a literal cannon for the ball throw. Ochaco could almost feel how badly Izuku wanted to analyze that quirk. The only reason he wasn't already muttering was that he was entirely focused he was on not getting last place himself. This test was a lot tougher for him than it was for her, after all. But Izuku was doing super well nonetheless. His score was currently somewhere near the middle through his sheer physical prowess, just below that guy with a tail. He was almost as flexible as Ashido. He could kick a ball at the perfect angle to get it further than that frog girl, and he was second only to the dark-haired girl on the endurance run. The exercises finally ended with the endurance run, and Aizawa pulled up their complied scores. First place, Momoye Irazu, Second place, Shouto Todoroki. Third place, Katsuki Bakugo. Fourth place, Tenya Ida. Fifth place, Fumikage Takoyami. Sixth place, Mizo Shoji. Seventh place, Ochaco Uraraka. Oh, there she was. Seventh place wasn't bad, especially considering that this was a physical test. And the guy in front of her was huge and had like 8 arms. Her eyes slid down further until she found Izuku's name. 10th place, Izuku Midoriya. And beating half the class with a memory quirk was even more impressive. Someone did have to come in last, though, and face Aizawa's wrath. Ochaco glanced at the last name on the list. 20th place, Minoru Mainta. The short boy with balls for hair was practically trembling in place, gaping at his name with wide eyes. Ochaco felt kinda bad for him. Being expelled really sucked, but she also couldn't deny the pure relief she felt knowing that he wouldn't be in their class. Yikes, Aizawa's voice brought them to attention. Actually, the expulsion was simply a logical ruse. No one will be expelled from UA High School today. Ochaco blinked. It was a lie. Ashido breathed out a sigh. Wow, you totally got me there, man. He was motivating us to do her best. And none of us even noticed. The tailed boy realized. The dark-haired girl spoke, her head held high. I did, actually. No hero school can simply punish or expel their students so easily, especially after such a long entrance process. It was simply an impossible 3. Instead, Mainta Minoru will be immediately and permanently transferred into the general education course. Aizawa continued mildly. Silence. While you're really going to kick me out? Mainta sputtered. There's no way. You can't. Why not? I passed the hero exam. Aizawa nodded. You defeated some mindless robots and just made the points cut? Yes. You have decent strategy and planning skills. But that's not all that hero potential is, kid. He gestured back at the scoreboard. Several of your classmates have quirks that are barely helpful or even completely useless for these physical exercises. Izuku shifted next to her. While your pop-off lets you shine in more than a few of them. Yet as a result of your lack of effort and training, you still managed to end up in last place and do worse than every single one of them. Mainta's mouth opened, then closed. Damn. Moreover, Aizawa drawled on. The way you treat your female classmates within only minutes of meeting them is a harassment case waiting to happen. That's simply not the kind of student anyone wants to turn into a professional hero, including me, so yes, I can easily justify your transfer to Gen Ed. Pack up your things and we'll discuss the details on that later. Aizawa turned back to them as a very dejected Mainta shuffled away. And for the rest of you, class is dismissed. I'll see you all tomorrow, don't be late. And with that he walked off, leaving the 19 remaining students of one in stunned silence. Did that really just happen? 6:22 p.m. Monday. Sasaki Murai, or as he was better known, Sir Nidai, considered himself to be a very logical person. It was that very quality that made him one of the best investigative heroes in the business. His calculated decisions based on facts and pure, deductive reasoning were his strongest weapons in solving cases and locking away villainous scum. Ever since that fateful day 5 long years ago, Murai had put those very skills above his quirk, deciding to only rely on foresight at crucial junctures. His loyal sidekicks assumed that he was managing his cooldown, or that he was going to further lengths to keep his activation requirements a secret, both valid reason. However, the truth was far more selfish. Murai was afraid of what he could see, afraid of what terrible future he could lock into existence. Good vision or bad, he'd be overpowered by the rushing stream of fate and dragged towards its inevitable conclusion. Foresight was never, ever wrong. Until profit. Now, when Murai activated foresight on Tsukachi, the visions he saw could actually change. He'd see no incoming calls from Prophet the rest of the week. And then there would suddenly be one the next day. He'd prepare for the fallout of a future incident and then watch it be completely averted. The future was malleable. Prophet's quirk could overpower foresight and by extension, destiny itself, and fix it to their own whims. How utterly incredible. Where had such a powerful quirk user been all of this time? And why did they suddenly become active within the last 2 years? 6:23 p.m. Monday. Uraraka Teichai was a tall, well-built man with little bits of stubble sprawled across his chin. He had large hands, kind eyes, and a wide smile. On the other hand, Uraraka Hana looked like the spitting image of her daughter. She had the same short, chestnut brown hair, the same round face, and the same constant blush around her cheeks. Both of them were missing the little pads along Ochaco's fingertips that indicated a touch-based quirk. It's been months since we've gotten to meet face-to-face, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka grinned, always the first one through the doorway. How are you doing, kid? Izuku shook his hand. I'm doing great, Uraraka-san. Just a little busy with my new course load and all. UAS not the top school around for nothing, huh? No, sir. His mother stepped out of the kitchen then with a welcoming smile, fully in host mode. Oh, Teichai-san, Hana-chan, Ochaco-chan. You're here. Hey, Inko. Sorry that we're late. Hana apologized with a nod. Ochaco held us up a little. You see, she lost her phone and had us searching all over her apartment for it. And guess where I found it? Ochaco visibly winced, her cheeks tinting an adorable red. Inko laughed. The couch. Inside the couch. Hana confirmed, amused. Really, I wonder sometimes how my little girl even lives by herself. Mama, don't worry, Ochaco-chan. I misplace my things all the time too. I'm so lucky my Izuku's memory is so good he can always tell me exactly where everything is. Meanwhile, I can put my phone down somewhere and then immediately forget all about it. Ochaco perked up. I know, right? He has basically everything tucked away in that big brain of his. He has so many facts. I can ask him totally something random like what the capital of Germany is. That's just common knowledge, though, Izuku interjected. Germany. Inko blinked. It's Berlin, Mom. Thank you, honey. And boom. Ochaco finished. I don't think that was much of a challenge, Ochaco. Uraraka put in mildly. How about this? Midoriya-kun. Which country invented tea? China, almost 5,000 years ago now. What color is a giraffe's tongue? Purple. When was the First World War? Izuku searched through the history textbooks saved in his memory, flipping through hundreds of boring pages for stuff about there it was. 1914. What mammal has no vocal cords? Giraffes. How many eyes does an ordinary, quirkless bee have? 5. Izuku blinked. Wait, aren't these all just trivia questions? And why were there 2 questions about giraffes? Yep, and you knew the answer to every single one of them. Uraraka exclaimed. I take back the skepticism, kid, you're amazing. I should bring you out to trivia night sometime. I'm pretty sure they ban memory quirks at those things. 6:23 p.m. Monday. As always, Mom's cooking turned out to be absolutely delicious. It automatically brought a smile onto his face, and with his perfect memory, he could capture the exact moment that the taste set in for every person at the table, and they visibly brightened up. How was your first day at UA, you two? Hana asked after a few minutes of bliss. Izuku and Ochaco exchanged a glance. It was interesting, Ochaco said. We met our new classmates, and most of them seemed pretty nice, though we didn't really get a chance to talk to them. Our new homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, didn't want us to waste any time with side conversations, Izuku explained. I've never heard of that pro hero, Hana remarked. Does he operate in this area? Izuku nodded. That's because he's an underground hero, one of the best at that. He doesn't care for rankings or appearances. Instead, he's solely focused on logic and efficiency, getting us attentive, dressed, and ready as fast as possible. My, he certainly sounds quite strict, Inko commented. But I'm glad that your new teacher is so serious. Honey, I feel a lot better knowing someone like that is the one teaching you how to stop dangerous villains. Yeah, I get what you mean. And Eraserhead fights with a non-physical quirk, just like I do. But I still kinda wish he hadn't made our first day hadn't been so intense. Intense? Uraraka repeated. He made us skip the student orientation to take his quirk apprehension test. Ochaco took over. He had everyone compete in these physical exercises with our quirks to see where we were. There was a ball throw, an endurance run, and a bunch of other stuff. Like a pre-test. Hana asked. Yeah, but so much more stressful, Ochaco exclaimed. He told us that whoever got last place overall would be expelled. Apparently, UA teachers are given free rein to do that. To be fair, a lot of kids weren't taking the test seriously until Eraserhead said that, Izuku said. But wow, that was a lot of pressure. Perfect recall didn't give him an advantage in a single one of the exercises. It had been a tense few minutes as Izuku did his absolute best in every test, knowing that practically everyone he was competing against was better off here than he was. And if he let himself fall to the bottom, everything he had worked so damn hard for the past few years would just slip out of his fingers. So he forced himself to do as many push-ups and sit-ups as he could, full of an odd mix of desperation and determination. His long jump had just been embarrassing, really, but his dash, grip strength, and repeated side steps had been decent enough, he thought, and he was able to somewhat replicate that frog girl's kick and shift its angle a little to get a very nice distance on the ball throw. Izuku was super lucky that the last exercise was an endurance run. With all these years of morning jogs and workouts and sparring, he could keep going longer than almost anyone his age. All in all, he ended up in 10th, Ochaco said, and I placed 7th. I'm pretty proud that we beat half the class, actually. A lot of them seemed super strong. That's great, Ochaco. But what about the kid who got last? Inko asked, worried. Was he really? Izuku winced. The guy in last place didn't seem to take Eraserhead's words seriously at all or put much effort into his tests. His quirk was pretty useful, and I did see him make use of a fair amount of its applications, but he clearly didn't do a single bit of physical conditioning before UA, not to mention his very unheroic personality. Yeah, Eraserhead didn't expel him, but he did transfer him to general education on the spot. We were all shocked that he actually followed through with the threat and a little scared, honestly. But there wasn't any malice in the way he did it. He calmly and logically explained why he was kicking Minda out of the hero course. Ochaco huffed. Minda wasn't prepared to be a hero at all and was a total creep, sure. But just because kicking him out was logical doesn't mean that it was right, Izuku-kun. I don't think he would have made a very good hero, either. But Aizawa shouldn't have made that decision on just the first day using the results of his own weird pre-test, I guess. But he was only moved to general education in the end, Izuku pointed out. Not actually expelled. For all we know, Minda could get transferred back in after he performs decent enough in the sports festival. A few current heroes have gotten into the hero course through that event. That's true. Seems pretty unlikely to me, though. Oh yes, the sports festival's coming up soon. Hana latched instantly onto the new topic. How do you kids think you're going to do? It depends a lot on what the events are this year, mama. Like, I'm totally screwed if we have to do that maze thing. I remember that one. Uraraka chuckled. It blindsided almost all of the freshmen last year. Izuku and I have always loved watching the UA festival every year, Inko said. It's so incredible to think our own children are actually participating in this one, isn't it? Uraraka nodded in agreement. Yes, in just a few short weeks, it's going to be our daughter up on that podium giving the annual speech to the entire country. I couldn't be more proud of her. Ochaco froze in place. Speech? Your speech, Ochaco. You know, the one you get to give as the top scorer on the practical exam. A moment of startling realization and pure, dawning horror. Then, fuck, language. 11:02 a.m., Tuesday. Every single person on UAS staff was a licensed pro hero. Izuku was still getting used to the idea. Honestly, being taught by actual heroes and seeing them every day was practically a dream come true even when he was stuck in art history or English. The chef was no exception. UA students were served lunch by the cook hero, Lunch Rush, a rescue hero well known for his amazing culinary skills. 6 years ago, he prepared 10,000 full-course French meals for victims of a typhoon all on his own, and in his cafeteria. He served a wide variety of food that Izuku and Ochaco both loved. I can't believe you never told me I was giving a speech, Izuku-kun. Today, though, the latter was a bit too distracted to enjoy her food. Honestly, I thought you already knew, Izuku replied. That's why the top practical score is such a big deal in the first place and everything. And you told me you watched the festival every year. I totally forgot about it. Ochaco wailed, her face falling into her hands. I never even expected that I'd get the most points. On the bright side, you have a really good chance to get yourself recognized at the festival. A good speech will bring a decent amount of focus onto you before the competition even begins. And you're amazing enough to do the rest. But it's so much pressure, though. There are going to be thousands of people in that stadium. And so many more watching worldwide. If I mess up or say something dumb. You won't, Izuku assured her. We have weeks to prepare for it, Ochaco. Ochaco sighed. Yeah, I guess I'll just need to practice a lot. Oh yeah, speaking of practicing, we have our first heroics class today, right? Wonder what Yagi-san's gonna make us do. He's going to throw us right into the thick of it, Izuku responded immediately. Really? Yep. I mean, UAS a pretty big deal and it's his first day on the job. He'll probably start us off with something small. 2:04 p.m., Tuesday. The battle trial. All Might grinned wide, standing tall in his Silver Age costume with his hands on his hips. All 20 of you will form 10 teams of 2 and then compete against each other in a designated combat scenario. The symbol of a piece was more a hero than an educator, and his time with Izuku and Ochaco plus a few months of a teaching course simply wasn't enough to change that yet. On that note, the symbol of peace himself was currently in front of them in full hero mode, and this time, Izuku wasn't even reeling from a villain attack. If his 4-year-old self was here, he'd probably faint. Heck, current Izuku might faint. One team will be acting as heroes, and the other as villains. All Might explained. The villain team get 5 minutes to hide the paper mash bomb in any room in the building and prepare before the heroes enter. The heroes win if they manage to touch the bomb, while the villains win if they can last the full 10 minutes until time runs out. Alternatively, a team can win by capturing or knocking out both of their opponents. The building will have 5 floors, Eraserhead added, and multiple entry points. You'll be provided with earpieces so that you can hear me once inside. All Might will be stationed inside the fake city and will interfere in the exercise if necessary. Any questions? The purple-haired girl with the earjack Quirk raised her hand. Isn't this a bit complicated for our first day, All Might Sensei? All Might chuckled. I believe in learning by doing, you see. This is how my mentor taught me as well, and I trust you all are quite capable. Jiru blinked at the response but didn't say anything more. That was a lot of trust to put into a bunch of temperamental teenagers. Wait, where the fuck are the pins to my gauntlets? Katsuki yelled out a moment later, holding up his grenade-like arms. Sure enough, their firing mechanisms seemed to be missing. Eraserhead didn't even blink. Until you pass the appropriate safety course, offensive support items of extreme magnitude will be disabled. Similarly, Midoriya, your gauntlets will have their electricity function locked until you attend the required lecture. You'll need to sign up for that at some point as well, Kaminari, but you're allowed full use of your quirk for now. Ashido, so he'd gone through all of their support gear, Izuku noted. In contrast to their beloved mentor, Eraserhead seemed to be a very competent teacher. Izuku's costume was a black bodysuit made out of smooth, protective fabric with emerald green highlights along his limbs and sides. His boots were reinforced with iron soles and his forearms and hands were covered with thin, metallic black gauntlets to increase the power of his attacks. With a small button, he could unfold the part around his fingers to transfer memories. He had a green utility belt around his waist that was hooked with 2 hyper-density seals 5 kg projectiles modeled after Sir Night-Eye's unique, stamp-shaped weapons. There was also a circular device on his palm to deliver a wicked shock, though it was currently disabled. Ochaco had given him the idea for that based on the very first villain they had encountered, and it was weirdly symbolic. If that's all, we're going to jump right into it. All Might declared. The first match will be Midoriya Izuku and Kota Koji as heroes versus Todoroki Shoto and Ashido Mina as villains. 2:07 p.m., Tuesday. A minute later, Izuku was staring up at a tall building. If he was with Ochaco, they could probably just float up to the roof and work their way down to take the villain team on directly. Sadly, he wasn't working with her for this exercise. He turned to his actual partner, a fairly well-built, quiet boy with a rock-like head. He seemed nervous, his hands currently clasped tight in front of his chest, probably because they were about to face the most powerful recommended student in their year. Todoroki Shoto, the son of the number 2 hero. He was rumored to have a powerful elemental quirk that let him produce both ice and fire in huge amounts and 6 girlfriends. So far, Izuku had only seen him use his right side, the ice part of his abilities. He was very skilled with his quirk and his movements were clean and efficient, casually displaying years of experience. Izuku doubted that a man like Endeavor would loosen up on his son's training. After all, Ashido Mina was an excitable, agile girl whose quirk seemed to let her create acid. She had several mutant aspects as a result: light pink skin, black sclera, and horns. She could control the viscosity of her acid, allowing her to smoothly slide to where she wanted to go or effortlessly dissolve steel. In contrast, Izuku had a good memory and Kota could talk to animals. Not exactly the best odds. Kota, how exactly does your quirk work? Kota gestured something with his hands. Izuku blinked, confused. Kota gestured again. Oh, sign language. Izuku leaned forward, staring closely at the boy's movements. Can you repeat that again, but just a little slower? He'd never actually used JSL before or met anyone who did. However, perfect recall certainly had its perks. And with every hand sign saved into his memory combined with a collection of YouTube videos he watched on nonverbal communication when he was 8, Izuku could translate fluently. My quirk is named N1-50ICE. I can talk to animals and ask for their help. What about you? Oh, my quirk just gives me a good memory, Izuku answered. But I'm pretty skilled at hand-to-hand combat, too. Do you have any combat experience, Kota-san? Kota shook his head. All right, try calling for some animals now. And let's see how many allies we can get before the exercise starts. Unfortunately, it turned out that there just weren't many creatures to be found in a fake cement city. Izuku was beginning to lose hope when finally, Kota found a passing hawk named Gary who agreed to assist them. Gary was enthusiastic to be doing something. Actually, since according to Kota he was very bored and lonely. Izuku had eyed his classmate for a moment, wondering if the rock-like boy was messing with him. It was simple enough to have Gary fly circles around their target building, carefully peeking through every window for the fake bomb until he found it in a room on the 5th floor. According to what Gary told Kota and Kota signed to Izuku, the bomb was placed in the center and the room was otherwise empty and untouched. Todoroki was most likely in the hallway outside the optimal position to attack approaching enemies and use his wide area attacks in an open space without hitting the bomb. Ashido, on the other hand, will definitely split away to confront Izuku and Kota directly. She had the advantage in both mobility and range over them. So we'll enter through the front, Izuku decided, and make our way up with Gary scouting out the way. You didn't use your quirk at all during the apprehension test, so a random hawk inside the building will confuse but not immediately alert her. We can probably eliminate Ashido with the both of us, but it'd take way too much time. Do you think you and Gary can hold her off by yourselves? Kota hesitated. I can try, but I doubt it. My skin is durable, but not nearly durable enough to resist her acid. Sorry, that's fine, Izuku replied. I just need you to buy me enough time to slip past her. Okay, but doesn't this plan leave you to face off against Ice Boy alone? How are you going to beat him? Izuku just shrugged. Honestly, he had no clue. 2:12 p.m., Tuesday. Start. Aizawa's monotone voice resounded throughout the fake city. and the hero team was off and into the building. Kota sent Gary ahead to look out for Ashido, the hawk surprisingly agile in the tight hallways, designed just for urban scenarios. Everything inside, from the floors to the walls to the steps, was colored a dull, plain gray. Knowing exactly where the bomb was meant they didn't need to spend any time combing through every room. Instead, Izuku and Kota struck a direct path for the stairs up. They found Ashido on the 3rd floor, sliding down the hallway on a veil of white acid at high speeds. Her limbs swung back and forth in an impressive show of balance as a bright grin graced her face. She never saw Izuku peek around the corner, a small stamp held tight between his fingers. He launched the projectile right into her path, striking her knee at the perfect angle and sending her tumbling down to the floor. Ack! A confused villain regained her bearings just in time to get dive-bombed by a hawk, wings flapping in her face and screeches loud in her ears. Of course, Gary didn't actually hurt her. Kota was way too nice for that, but it was extremely disorienting for the girl nonetheless. Izuku gave Kota a nod before he ran right past their downed and distracted opponent up to the 5th floor. He picked up his fallen seal on the way he'd probably need it. The good news was that he knew exactly which room the bomb was in. Gary had described the interior of it to Kota, who translated the information for him in an interesting game of telephone. And well, the fact that the furthest room in the hallway had its door completely covered in ice and a tall, dual-haired boy standing guard in front of it didn't exactly hurt either. The bad news was that the room he needed to get into was far away, completely covered in ice, and had a tall, dual-haired boy standing guard in front of it. Todoroki turned, and heterochromatic eyes met emerald green. Izuku broke into a sprint. Time slowed to a crawl. The distance between them was approximately 20 meters, all flat ground, and the hallway was only a few Ochacos wide. He had 2 hyper-density seals hooked to his belt and stamina left in spades. Beautiful white crystals bloomed into existence, sprawling across the gray floor within moments. He sidestepped the attack with casual ease, spikes piercing nothing but air. Todoroki shifted his weight to his left leg, shoulders loosening out. The fingers on his right hand curled in before the rest of the arm swung forward, his entire body twisting in with the movement. Izuku dodged to the right and a huge wall of ice rushed past him, chilly air brushing over his cheek. His next exhale was visible, his bodysuit tight against his skin. He put a bit more weight into his steps, maintaining his balance on the frozen floor. A twitch of Todoroki's hand and Izuku ducked smoothly, ice shards racing right over his head. Those heterochromatic eyes widened just the tiniest bit, his blank face expressing the slightest sliver of confusion. When Izuku was 5 meters away, the air temperature dropped, ice sliding out from every part of the hallway and stretching rapidly across the ceiling, floor, and walls like a contained glacier. And in the narrow hallway, there was no space to dodge an attack like that. Izuku threw 2 seals. The first one was effortlessly deflected by a mass of ice, making it nowhere near Todoroki and creating a sizable dent in the wall. The second streaked sideways, totally away from his opponent, and shattered the nearby window. Izuku dove after it just before the ice wave hit, tumbling through the new exit and right out of the building. And then he was in terrifying free fall and facing a 5-story drop. He shot out his arm, gloved, desperate fingers grasping a ledge and holding tight. Izuku crawled along the side of the building as quickly as he could, found the bomb room from the outside, and kicked his way in through the window. Surprisingly, Todoroki wasn't inside. Why hadn't he burned through his own ice barrier yet? There was no one to stop Izuku from stalking up to the paper mache bomb and placing his palm on it. And the heroes have captured the bomb, winning them the exercise. All Might's voice rang throughout the building, carrying a hint of pride. Teams, please return to the monitoring room for the review. 2:23 p.m., Tuesday. The large wall of ice outside of the bomb room was melted away just 5 seconds after the exercise ended. This was great for Izuku, who really didn't want to have to climb out the window and go down the long way. But it did make him wonder, why did it take his powerful opponent so long to thaw out his own barrier? Was Todoroki's fireside super weak? Or something? Izuku stepped outside to see the dual-haired person in question, surprise practically leaking through the boy's blank expression and fingers twitching at his sides. He gave Todoroki a passing nod as they exited the frosty building, picking up a tied-up Kota and a dazed Ashido on the way together. The 4 of them walked into the monitoring room to be met with stunned stares and satisfying silence. Clearly, most of the class hadn't expected Izuku and Kota to win. Ochaco, however, didn't look the slightest bit surprised, throwing him a proud grin that was wide enough to reach her auburn brown eyes and warm enough to bring Izuku's chilly skin back up to room temperature. He quirked his lips up at her in return, and somehow her smile widened further. Great match, All Might boomed. Now, students, who do you think the MVP of this match was? Yaoyorozu's hand shot up into the air. Midoriya-san, of course. He came up with a simple yet efficient plan that took into account both his and his partner's abilities, then proceeded to capture the bomb and win his team the exercise. She hesitated, eyes flicking to him and back. Though, I must admit that his stunt at the end there was incredibly reckless. A fall like that could have easily resulted in serious injury if it weren't for that handhold. I remembered that ledge was there from when I first saw the building. And with my gauntlets being able to hold onto it wasn't an issue, Izuku interjected quietly. I knew both of those things before I jumped, so it wasn't reckless. A 5-story drop was dangerous, but he knew exactly how to fall to effectively absorb his impact, and Recovery Girl's office was stationed only a few rooms away. So he might have broken something if he did slip from the ledge, but he'd then be carried over to one of the best doctors in Japan and all right within no time. If this exercise had been a real villain situation, of course, there'd be no Recovery Girl on standby and no friendly ally to carry him to safety. But it wasn't a real villain situation. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. I can tell you calculated the risk beforehand, Midoriya, and that was probably the most logical move you could have made. But as your teacher, please don't jump out of a 5-story window over a practice exercise. I slid out from every part of the hallway and stretched rapidly across the ceiling, floor, and walls like a contained glacier. And in the narrow hallway, there was no space to dodge an attack like that. Izuku nodded. Not unless he had to. Yaoyorozu cleared her throat and continued. The other half of the hero team, Koda, performed his role very well by locating the bomb and distracting Ashido. He cooperated well with Midoriya and showed effective teamwork in the initial ambush. The villain team, on the other hand, didn't seem to show the same level of communication. While Todoroki's idea to split up wasn't a bad plan, no alternatives were suggested and all of their actions from then on were entirely separate. Ashido was wholly unprepared for an ambush, and as a result never returned in time to assist her teammate. Todoroki chose a great place to put the bomb and positioned himself well, but he failed to account for the building's exterior, and as a result, lost the objective. So in conclusion, Yaoyorozu finished. Midoriya is the MVP of this exercise. Damn, that was almost a speech. All Might coughed lightly. Ah yes, that is all correct. Thank you for the very thorough analysis, young Yaoyorozu. Anything to add, Aizawa-san? Don't underestimate your opponents next time, Todoroki, Eraserhead stated gruffly, eyes narrowed. The dual-haired boy didn't respond. If that is all, then let's move on to the next match. Izuku settled in to watch the rest of the battles, analyzing the quirks on display as he learned more about his new classmate. Ajiro was a martial artist with a tale that was very confident in his skills, firmly deciding to take on the hero team by himself and leaving his partner, the invisible girl, Hagakure, to guard the bomb alone. He fought against both Ida and Takoyami alone for a few minutes before he was soon overwhelmed by their powerful quirks. Takoyami's Dart Shadow and Ida's engine-powered kicks both possessed an incredible amount of brute force that Ajiro simply wasn't equipped to deal with. Hagakure's quirk gave her an invaluable advantage against her opponents, and in her sneak attack, she managed to wrap her capture tape around Takoyami. But she wasn't nearly fast enough to also stop Ida from capturing the bomb. Kaminari and Jiro made an interesting team with their interactions and personalities, seeming to have met each other before UA. Both of them had useful quirks with decent offensive potential. Unfortunately for them, however, they were up against two of the most level-headed members of their class. Yaoyorozu had a defensive plan to counter both of their quirks well before the start was even called, and Isui turned out to be quite skilled at hand-to-hand combat. The result, Jiru's sound blasts barely affected her opponents before she was promptly knocked out by a rather spectacular dropkick, and Kaminari used every volt of electricity he had in one go only to barely scratch Yaoyorozu's blanket and fry his own brain. Izuku didn't know what the blonde was expecting. That was possibly the single worst way to use his quirk in battle. It left him completely useless and caused uncontrollable damage to enemies, allies, and surroundings alike. Had he not practiced control at all in the past decade, he'd had his abilities. And next up, Bakugo as the sole hero versus Aoyama and Sato as the villains. Sensei, Ida protested immediately, chopping through the air with his hands. Is this matchup not unfair? It's 2 against 1. Now that there were only 19 people in the class, one team had to end up with a member short. Missing a teammate would be a huge disadvantage for anybody. Izuku glanced over to see Katsuki's face twist into a wide, vicious grin. Anybody but Katsuki, of course, the great protagonist who never wanted to take help from anyone. They watched Katsuki dash into the building as soon as the planning period ended, his red eyes bright. Ochaco turned to him. Who do you think's gonna win this one, Izuku-kun? Katsuki, Izuku answered simply. Even 1-on-2. I don't know much about Sato or Aoyama, but neither of their quirks have the potential to really overwhelm him. Also, Sato's intelligence decreases rapidly the more he uses his quirk, and Aoyama's stomach hurts the more he uses his, while Katsuki's explosion only gets stronger the longer he fights. Excuse me, Yaoyorozu spoke up, curious. But how exactly do you know what all of their quirks and drawbacks are? I do not recall witnessing Sato's quirk even once during the apprehension test. Don't worry about it, Ochaco told her brightly. Izuku-kun just knows these things. That statement only serves to worry me more, Uraraka-san. On screen, Katsuki rapidly made his way through the building, propelling himself forward with small blasts from his palms. A quick glance was all he needed to confirm that each room was bombless before he moved on to the next one. And with every empty floor the blonde passed, he only seemed to get more pissed off. Meanwhile, Sato and Aoyama waited inside the bomb room together, tense and ready. There was a clump of sugar in Sato's hands and a bit of blue light already visible on Aoyama's belt. Izuku had seen him casually destroy some villain bots with that laser at the exam, so it must pack quite a decent punch. So they chose to stick together, Yaoyorozu observed. That's a good decision with their higher numbers. But battling the hero in the bomb room is still very risky, especially when the said hero has considerable mobility. If Bakugo touches the bomb even once, they'll lose the match. Normally, you'd be right, Izuku said. But Katsuki doesn't actually care about the exercise at all. He's just looking for a fight. If that's true, he must be very narrow-minded indeed. And about that, I cannot help but notice that you keep calling him by his given name, Yaoyorozu stated. Are you two friends, Midoriya-san? No, we aren't. Izuku couldn't help the way his lips tugged into a frown. We grew up in the same neighborhood, though, and our moms are on pretty good terms. Katsuki finally found the bomb room and burst in with a fierce glare, smoke rising off his palms. It made for a fairly terrifying sight. And the people who hadn't seen the blonde angry before everyone but Izuku and Ochaco seemed to freeze in place. Red Eyes scanned the room and found the paper mash bomb in the center, only to proceed to ignore it entirely in favor of the two villains of the exercise. Katsuki charged right past the objective like it wasn't even there and lunged at his targets. See, Yaoyorozu didn't reply, still staring at the screen in utter disbelief. But why? The bomb is right there. Ochaco snorted next to him. Aoyama got his wits back first, firing off a blue beam from his belt only for Katsuki to twist in midair and dodge it effortlessly, striking out in the next instant. An explosion slammed into Aoyama's chest plate, fiery orange glinting off his visor as he was thrown back into the wall. Sato leaped in to help, muscles straining through his hero costume and already buffed up on sugar. His first punch was stopped short by one of Katsuki's grenade-like gauntlets, creating several cracks in the metal, and the second sailed harmlessly over the blonde's head as he ducked under it. Katsuki's fist shot up into Sato's jaw in an uppercut that whipped the taller boy's head back. Bulky arms sluggishly reached out for a counter, only to grab at nothing but empty air as Katsuki propelled himself up and over him with a series of aerial blasts and drove an explosive palm into his open back. Izuku couldn't help but wince, knowing exactly how much that must have hurt. Sato stumbled forward, dazed, and barely turned around in time to block a violent barrage of explosion. The fabric around his crossed arms burned away little by little under the unrelenting assault. Katsuki's grin widened. Bakugo's really running circles around them. Huh, Ochaco commented. He certainly is, Yaoyorozu agreed, sounding impressed despite herself. Though he is brash and arrogant, his reflexes and combat prowess are simply undeniable. Aoyama recovered in time to save his teammate, catching Katsuki in the side with a laser beam and knocking him away from poor Sato. Katsuki landed on his side and rolled right by the bomb, once again into a crouch, shouting something with a snarl. Aoyama responded with another beam, this time clipping the angry blonde's ear. Katsuki dove in close and took on both villains at once, dodging and blasting fiercely. He took an enhanced punch from Sato and threw two back in return, twisting around to keep Aoyama in his sights. He seemed to be targeting that villain in particular, likely tired of his ranged attacks. Aoyama was surprisingly agile, sliding out of the other blonde's reaches and blows with grace and a smirk. He was still wearing his huge red visor and seemed to be getting more and more confident the longer he dodged. Then Katsuki finally caught the escaping boy's too long cape in his grasp, and Aoyama's eyes went wide. And that was why neither Izuku nor Ochaco had capes on their costumes. Aoyama has been knocked unconscious and eliminated from the match, All Might announced a second later, his voice a touch confused, probably wondering why Katsuki was still beating up his classmates instead of winning the exercise. Izuku watched Sato fall roughly 30 seconds afterward next to the completely forgotten paper mash bomb, unable to hold off his opponent alone. That was just the kind of person Katsuki was. Izuku and Ochaco had designed their costumes together over the course of a single afternoon, high on matcha and excitement. She was way better at the whole aesthetic thing than he was, and combined with his ridiculous attention to detail, they had the skill to create two great designs. Her costume had a similar color scheme to his full black with colored highlights, the emerald green replaced with a nice light pink that mimicked the glow of zero gravity, and was made out of the same protective fabric. Her boots were geared towards landings and absorbing impact, giving them a lot of stomping potential. She had open-fingered gloves along with special wrist guards that fired miniature grappling hooks, and several pink accessories all over her costume that pressed into her pressure points to reduce her nausea. They also gave her a bit of that astronaut vibe she loved so much. For our last match, everyone, All Might boomed. We have Kirishima and Shoji as the heroes versus Uraraka and Zero as the villains. Zero was the boy with interesting-looking elbows and a tape quirk, not the strongest offensive-wise, but more than useful in an exercise with capture as a win condition. He seemed nice enough, listening attentively to Ochaco as she described her plan. Her open hands gestured wildly as she spoke in the way she always did, and Izuku could almost imagine her voice at the sight. Outside, the hero team seemed to have settled on a frontal assault. Kirishima punched his palm with a grin as he stood next to a stoic Shoji, and began. Ochaco stepped out of the bomb room and Kirishima and Shoji immediately headed off into the building. Meanwhile, Zero started drawing long lines of tape in the space around the objective. Within minutes, he had a giant, white web to trap any approaching heroes. The paper mache bomb itself floated up, higher and higher until it was now resting comfortably on the ceiling. Ochaco glowed a bright pink as she activated her quirk on herself. A single jump took her a decent stretch across the hallway before she kicked off a wall to propel herself farther, then another to go even farther. Soon she was flying through the building at high speeds, changing direction and accelerating with sharp twists and pushes. Ochaco was easily one of the most mobile members of their class inside an enclosed space like this, and with a 10-minute exercise, she didn't even have to worry about overusing her quirk. Uraraka-chan's so damn fast, Ashido exclaimed. I wish I could bounce around like that. Asui tilted her head. Don't you have your acid surfing thing, Kiro? It just isn't the same, Tsu-chan. Ochaco made her way down the floors as Kirishima and Shoji made their way up, both forces set to collide in the middle. With Shoji's additional ears, the heroes would be able to find the bomb incredibly easily. And unlike Bakugo, Kirishima and Shoji were reasonable opponents that actually cared about completing their objective, so Ochaco needed to greatly slow down or stop their opposition before they got near the bomb room if her team was going to have a chance of winning the exercise. A blur of black and pink turned into a long corridor just as a rocky redhead and masked man stepped into view on the other side. Both teams caught sight of the other in the same, frozen moment. Ochaco moved first. Kirishima ducked, his mouth open wide in an exclamation as dangling fingers just missed his spiky hair. Shoji reached for Ochaco's airborne form a beat too late, grabbing at nothing but air as she flew past them. Ochaco pressed her fingertips together and lost her pink glow, dropping to the ground in a smooth roll and whirling back to face her opponents in a crouch. Her lips curved up into a ready grin. Kirishima rushed at her with a similar expression on his face, his quirk active over his entire upper body. His skin was sharp, jagged edges visible even through the camera. He swung for her face, overextending a noticeable amount. Ochaco sidestepped the attack, grabbing the hardened arm with both hands to make him weightless before turning with the momentum to throw the poor boy over her shoulder and slam him down behind her. The floor cracked under the impact. A collective wince went through the monitoring room. Kirishima floated up a second later, dazed, confused, and suspended in midair. Shoji seemed far warier now that his teammate had been subdued so easily, making use of his impressive reach to keep Ochaco away. His many arms lashed out at her in a burst of powerful punches, yet it wasn't enough. Ochaco's smaller form weaved through the storm of fists, deflecting everything she couldn't dodge off her wrist guards. The grin on her face never faded as Shoji was forced to take one step back, then another, and then another. He seemed to be frantically tracking her palms, likely realizing that if she got even a slap off him he'd be just as weightless as his poor partner. But there was no way for him to escape, so it was all he could do to fend her off for another dozen seconds before she finally landed a palm strike on his chest. The attack barely did any damage, but it forcibly lifted the tall boy into the air and let Ochaco smoothly wrap her capture tape around his main arms before he could react. Shoji has been captured and eliminated from the match. Then, Ochaco stepped over to a still-floating Kirishima and looped the tape around him as well. All Might announced the end of the exercise as she released both members of the hero team, letting them fall to the floor in a heap. 2:47 p.m., Tuesday. Ochaco strode confidently back into the monitoring room, basking in the glow of a flawless victory. She scanned the room, seeing Izuku and bounding over. He flashed her a happy thumbs up and she beamed back at him. She seemed to be experiencing a decent bit of nausea, only visible in the minuscule wobble in her step. Floating a hardened Kirishima and the large Shoji at the same time must have been a lot of stress on her quirk. He made a mental note to ask his mother to adjust dinner a little. Obviously, the MVP of this exercise is Uraraka, Yaoyorozu stated, tapping a finger against her chin. She constructed an effective plan to defend the bomb and then quickly captured both of her opponents. Zero nodded, a little put out. Yeah, no complaints here, she totally carried me. Honestly, I sorta wish I'd gotten the chance to do more than stand there. Do not fret, Zero-san, Ada said. You performed your role in this exercise admirably and set up quite the wonderful trap. And according to my esteemed brother, a pro hero who can reliably defend an objective is invaluable to hero operations. Oh, thanks, Ida. No problem. You are exactly right, young Yaoyorozu. All Might grinned. Young Uraraka calmly looked at the situation and defeated 2 power-focused combatants with great efficiency. Take this as a lesson. Students' touch-based quirks are very troublesome to face in close combat. Especially you, Kirishima, Aizawa suddenly said, and the redhead jumped. I get that you're a brawler, but rushing and recklessly can get you killed out in the field. Sorry, sensei. When Aizawa didn't say anything else, All Might continued. With that, students, you are all dismissed. Make sure you remember what you have learned today and to pack your hero costumes into your cases before you leave. 5:10 p.m., Tuesday. Izuku turned at the sound of soft footsteps, hearing them easily in the nearly silent park. Hey, Yagi-san. Oh, it's Yagi-san. Yagi waved, sinking into the wooden bench next to them. Good evening, young Midoriya, young Uraraka. The loud and confident symbol of peace that had taught them just hours before was now the quiet, slightly awkward skeleton that they knew once again. It was a shift that Izuku was still getting used to. I called you two here to ask how my first class went. Yagi rubbed the back of his neck, sheepish. Honest opinions, please. Not too bad, Ochaco said. I mean, it was a bit too much for the first day. That bomb scenario was like something you'd see in a movie. But it was very plus ultra. And you did get Eraserhead to sign off on it first. Yagi nodded, surprisingly. He was in favor of the exercise when I explained the details and my safety precautions. I think that as long as you all are physically safe, Aizawa has zero issues with throwing your class into the deep end. Ochaco shivered. You personally picked out the teams, right? Izuku stated. Why did you set me and Koji up against Todoroki and Ashido? Yagi chuckled. I should have known that you'd realize that they weren't random. People with incredibly powerful, overwhelming offensive quirks are your greatest weakness, young Midoriya. So I wanted you to have a chance to fight an opponent like that. And, well, from what little I know about you and young Bakugu's shared history, pairing us up against each other wasn't a good idea. Exactly. That all sorta sounded like favoritism, Yagi-san, Ochaco commented. Yagi smiled. Did it now? The way I see it, I was simply ensuring that my students had good matches. Fair enough, Izuku hummed. Any luck finding a successor yet? I think so. Sir Night-Eye called me the other day. Oh, the ex-boyfriend. Ochaco interjected, and said that he has someone in mind for me to meet. I trust his judgment, and the person he chooses will surely be worthy of my sacred torch. Izuku opened his mouth, then closed it. Yagi said that he and Sir Night-Eye had fallen out of touch because of a sensitive, personal issue and opinions on All Might's future, so at least a large part of their separation was about One for All's legacy. Izuku didn't have any right to step in there, but you aren't going to offer One for All to this person just because Night-Eye thinks they're worthy of it, right? Yagi blinked. Huh, I am mean. The way you phrased that is a little weird when you haven't even met this hero yet, Izuku said, quietly. It's your quirk, isn't it? I trust your judgment, and Night-Eye should too. You're right. Thank you, young Midoriya. No problem, Yagi-san. 6:34 a.m., Wednesday. You know, Izuku-kun, we're basically living together right now. Izuku stumbled next to her, nearly tripping over his own feet. What? Ochaco jogged on. I mean, every day you wake me up super early every morning so we can go on a run. We come back to your house to eat Inko's delicious breakfast, and then we head off to school together. We eat lunch at the same table with our friends, walk each other home and train, then I have dinner with you guys again. Well, yeah, I guess you have a point. Izuku paused. Is that a bad thing? Nope. Ochaco replied cheerfully. I like spending time with you. I just think it's a little funny, that's all. Izuku hummed. They had gotten pretty close over the past 2 years, hadn't they? They were woven intricately into each other's lives, far beyond the partnership that had initially tied them together. Izuku couldn't even imagine a day without her now. They ended their jog a few minutes later, careful not to tire themselves out before class, and stopped just in front of his house. Ochaco pressed her fingertips together in front of her, a slight blue glow shining through her hands at the contact. Save, Wednesday, 6:41 a.m. Ochaco pulled her hands away to squint curiously at his face. Anything? Nope. Awa, 7:25 a.m., Wednesday. Are you too sure you have everything? Inko asked again. Yes, we're sure, Mom. Really? All of your pencils and notebooks? Even your bentos? What about your handkerchief? I know you both have that field trip today. Mom, 7:50 a.m., Wednesday. There was a huge pack of reporters outside of the school when they arrived, swarming around UAS gate like hungry vultures. The clamor of voices demanded to see All Might as if the man wasn't busy being a teacher. And the number one hero. Clearly, the news that Yagi was teaching here had been leaked, though really, it wasn't going to have stayed under wraps for very long. Izuku and Ochaco pushed through the crowd as quickly as they could. As soon as they told them that they were general education students, they were left alone. Good morning, Uraraka-san, Midoriya-san. Hey, Ida. Hello, Ada-san. I am glad to see both of you arriving at class early. Ida beamed. Our academic studies are of utmost importance, after all. You say that, but Aizawa-sensei himself is probably going to get here late, Jiro said dryly. He doesn't seem to care at all about homeroom. Ada's eye twitched, but he didn't deny it. And all of those assholes crowding the gate don't exactly make arriving on time easy, either. I know, right? Ochaco exclaimed. Like, come on. Do those vultures have nothing better to do than to harass some teenagers? Oh hey, Midoriya. Kaminari leaned over Jiro's desk to greet him with a smile. I didn't get a chance to tell you how awesome you were against Todoroki yesterday. Where'd you learn to dodge like that, man? Izuku shrugged. It's mostly experience. My quirk helps a lot with that kind of stuff too. The blonde leaned further. It does. Huh. What is your quirk, anyway? Jiro shoved Kaminari off her desk, sending him tumbling to the floor. Izuku blinked. Yeah, I didn't see you use a quirk on the entrance exam either, Jiro noted casually, as if nothing had just happened. So do you have some kind of analysis quirk, then? Or a reflex booster? No, nothing like that, Izuku replied, abruptly realizing that most of the class was now paying very close attention to them. He tapped a finger against his temple. My quirk gives me a photographic memory, letting me instantly recall anything and everything I've experienced in my life. Yaoyorozu clasped her hands together, eyes gleaming. That's an incredibly useful ability, Midoriya-san. Oh, what I wouldn't give for an infallible memory. The ability to permanently save all of my formulas. Oh, so my theory was right. Then you can create anything as long as you remember the exact chemical makeup of its components. That's so cool, Yaoyorozu-san, Izuku gasped. It must have taken so much studying just to make the basic items you've utilized so far. No wonder you're a recommended student. But how does the quirk work? An emitter like that must have several supplementary mutations, both physical and mental. How are you circumventing the law of conservation of mass in the first place? Creation does make pink sparks and also seems to drain you ever so slightly, meaning that the quirk is likely using something inside of you as a fuel source. A poke to his side brought him back to reality. Breath, Izuku-kun. You're scaring the poor girl. Izuku winced, glancing at an amused Ochaco and then back to a stunned Yaoyorozu. Sorry about that, Yaoyorozu-san. I get really into quirk analysis. Jiro snorted at that. Bit of an understatement there, dude. Yaoyorozu just smiled. Don't worry, Midoriya-san, I found it all quite interesting. Her cheeks tinted an embarrassed red. As for how my quirk functions, well, my lipids are the fuel source you described. They transform into atoms that I use for my creations and therefore, I must intake far more calories than normal to power the process. Ciro's eyes lit up with understanding. Oh, so like how poop works. The classroom went dead silent. Then Yaoyorozu's head fell into her hands, the picture of absolute despair. Ciro, Jiro growled, her earjacks posed to strike. Apologize. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Oh, I'll show you sorry. I mean, that sounds great for studying and stuff, Kaminari said thoughtfully, still laid out on the floor. He scratched his head. But how does a good memory help you in a fight, Midoriya? Aren't you just fighting like, quirkless? Ochaco opened her mouth. Well, are you fucking dumb, Pikachu? Katsuki scoffed, his arms crossed over his chest. The nerd can memorize every single thing you do and come up with a counter to your fighting style within seconds. If you think that shit isn't useful, then your brain's even more fried than I thought. Izuku blinked, utterly baffled. Did Katsuki just offend him? Holy shit. 8:01 a.m., Wednesday. As predicted, and in true Eraserhead fashion, their teacher arrived at class over a full minute after the bell had already rung. All conversation was instantly cut off as soon as the ugly sleeping bag got to the podium, no one daring to risk incurring his wrath. So everyone's here, Eraserhead noted, bored. Great. All you need to do in homeroom today is elect a class president and a vice president. I don't care how you do it, just tell me who your representatives are by the end of class. Bye. With that, their homeroom teacher curled into the corner of the room and took a nap. Did Izuku want to be class president of 1A? He had only taken the role once, for a single year of middle school. He didn't have many connections with anyone there, nor did he need it to boost his UA application, so the whole thing had honestly just been a huge waste of time. Being the class president of 1A, though, would be completely different. It was a position that would make finding internships and work studies far easier and also gave him influence in a school that, unlike Aldera, actually mattered. But more importantly, it would make him the leader of 1A. He wanted to create and lead an investigative hero agency like Sir Night Eyes one day. And this would give him invaluable experience towards that goal. And with Reset, well, having people listen to him in a pinch would be wonderful. Ochaco was looking at him. He gave her a small nod and she smiled back. Izuku raised an eyebrow at her in return, and the smile dropped away with a vehement shake of her head. Phew. Ada sprung out of his seat. Fellow students, I believe that we should decide our representatives through the tried and true method of democracy. The best candidate, the student with the highest number of votes, will win. You say that, Ashido noted slyly. But you really just want to be president yourself? Huh. Ada wilted a little, then straightened up again. Yes, I cannot deny my own selfish desire for the position, but I shall endeavor to win it anyway. But won't everyone just vote for themselves, Kiro? Asui wondered. Kaminari glanced at her. Ah yeah, that's a good point. Well, that just means whoever wins deserves it, Kirishima claimed boldly. There were way too many confident, outgoing people in Izuku's class who would probably try for president just for the popularity and prestige of it all. And more than a few people who deserved it. Not necessarily, Izuku spoke up. I don't think that all 19 of us even want the position. I mean, I was class president in middle school, and all of those meetings and extra work could be a struggle for some people once UAS course load described by many of its past graduates as terrifyingly vigorous really kicks in. This is one of the best hero schools in Japan, after all. His perfect memory didn't miss how both Ashido and Kaminari flinched. So while voting is a pretty good idea, we should nominate a couple of candidates first, maybe a few people who actually want the position, and then have them come up one by one to give a short speech on why they should be president. Then, after that, the rest of you all vote for your favorite nominee. Izuku finished. Does that work for everyone? He got several nods, and a thumbs up from Ashido. Bakugo rolled his eyes. And naturally, Todoroki wasn't. No, wait, the apathetic Todoroki was actually paying attention to what Izuku was saying, and even watching him intently. Yaoyorozu stood from her seat, narrowing her onyx eyes on Izuku. So are you going to nominate yourself, then, Midoriya-san? Izuku stood up as well to meet her gaze with a smile. It was a good thing that their seats weren't close to each other. She was easily a fair bit taller than he was. Yeah, you. Yaoyorozu nodded. Yes, I will also choose to nominate myself. Great. We have 2 candidates so far, then. Izuku turned to the rest of the class. Does anyone else want to run? No one liked public speaking, so the casual addition of a speech to the whole class was a major factor. And after the exercise yesterday, where Yaoyorozu calmly and intelligently broke down every single person's battle performance, it was clear that she was brilliant and exceptionally driven, the kind of person you did not want to run against. Both of these things further whittled down his number of opponents, and in the end, Class 1 only had 5 people running for class president: Izuku, Yaoyorozu, Asui, Bakugo, and Ida. Greetings, fellow students. My name is Ida Tenya, and I possess the engine quirk. His hands chopped sharply through the air as he spoke. My family has been in heroics for generations, carrying a powerful legacy of honor, courage, and responsibility, and I shall continue this noble line as the next ingenium. As president, I will endeavor to follow and enforce every single rule in our UA student handbook, as well as add some new ones. I will increase the penalty for tardiness and uniform misconduct, as well as the punishments for these 24 other infractions and violations. Asui Tsuyu, Quirk Frog. A short bow. Please call me Tsu. I have been told that I am a very blunt person, so I apologize in advance if that throws any of you off. I will always be honest and upfront with all of you about myself and my actions. You can trust me, Kiro. Hello, everyone. I am Yaoyorozu Momo, the Yaoyorozu heiress and a recommended student for this course, and my quirk is called Creation, a polite yet genuine smile. You might have heard about it earlier, but please allow me to explain my abilities once again. Essentially, my quirk lets me transform atoms into whatever I wish, a feat that requires no small amount of intelligence and management ability to perform. Luckily, those are 2 qualities I possess in droves. If you elect me as president, I will transform each and every one of you into brighter, better versions of yourselves as we head towards our shared dream of becoming pro-heroes. Furthermore, I'm Bakugo Katsuki, and my quirk's explosion, a deep huff, hands shoved into his pockets. Why should you vote for me? Well, that's fucking obvious. See, I'm the strongest. I'll take down every shitty villain in my way. And if you follow me, I'll make all of you dumbasses stronger too. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and my quirk is called Perfect Recall, a warm grin, emerald green eyes sweeping over every single one of his classmates. Simply put, I believe that I'm the best candidate for this position. My photographic memory will make the tasks and duties of the role as easy as can be, giving me plenty of time to lead and connect with all of you. I'm an expert in quirk analysis and know exactly how to improve each and every one of your capabilities. I will always be here to talk, listen, or help. I will never give up on any of you. Izuku and the other 4 candidates stayed at the front of the room as the voting box went around, each student dropping in a single slip of paper. The results came in. Midoriya Izuku, 7. Yaoyorozu Momo, 4. Asui Tsuyu, 2. Bakugo Katsuki, 1. Ida Tenya, 0. Nice. 10:05 a.m., Wednesday. Yaoyorozu slid into her seat with a sigh, setting her huge bento down on the lunch table. You had that one from the start. Izuku paused, a spoon held halfway to his mouth. You took total control of the class and was the one to propose the whole election process in the first place, Uraraka continued. And your speech was certainly praiseworthy as well. I must admit that you are far more fit for the position than I, Midoriya-san. Izuku smiled. I think you're giving me a bit too much credit there. Uraraka-san, I just did my best to win. If I hadn't made myself look like a good leader before the vote, you would have won by a landslide. Heck, I would have voted for you if I wasn't running. Ah, thank you. Besides, I had votes from Ochaco and Koji before I even started talking. Izuku shrugged. Still have no idea why Todoroki voted for me, though. Probably cause you beat him soundly in yesterday's exercise. Ochaco piped up from next to him. Maybe. But isn't that an even better reason not to vote for someone? Ochaco shrugged. I think you impressed him, or something, by jumping out of a window. Izuku tilted his head, skeptical, and still tagging the objective. Yeah, wait a minute, Uraraka requested, confused. How do you know who voted for you? Did Todoroki and Koji tell you that they did? He gave her a puzzled glance. Did she forget what his quirk was? We watched everyone write down their votes. I just traced their pencil movements. I suppose I'm going to have to get used to that. Yeah, Izuku agreed. I'm looking forward to working with you this year, Uraraka-san. Uraraka smiled back. To you as well, Midoriya-san. The three of them enjoyed a peaceful, uninterrupted lunch period. 11:02 a.m., Wednesday. We don't need to arrange the seating for a bus ride, Izuku explained patiently, standing at the front of the class. They were all decked out in their hero costumes once again, all of their gear fully repaired. No one seemed to have made any changes yet except Aoyama, who, thankfully, was now missing his long and flashy cape. Ada blinked, an action that was barely visible behind his helmet. But as students and future heroes, should we not proceed into our transport in an orderly, organized fashion? We can do that by simply lining everyone up, Izuku told him. We only have 19 people in the class and don't actually know what kind of bus it is yet. Oh, I see. Ada bowed at a complete 90 degrees. I apologize for hastily questioning your judgment then, Midoriya-san. Don't worry about it. Now that he was president, Ada was treating him with even more respect than before. It was pretty jarring to someone like Izuku, who had had exactly one friend before entering UA. One filled into the bus in an orderly line after Eraserhead and settled in. Ochaco took a window seat around the middle, and Izuku slid in next to her. The bus automatically started moving once everyone was seated because of course this school had self-driving buses. Todoroki-san, can I ask you something? Isui spoke up, drawing the class's attention to her. Todoroki seemed slightly surprised to be spoken to. Yes, I heard that you actually have two parts to your quirk, the ability to create ice from one side and fire from the other. Why do you never use that fire? Todoroki narrowed his heterochromatic eyes. I don't need it. Why not? The air temperature started to drop, and Izuku hurriedly intervened. Hey, I'm sure that Todoroki has his reasons, Isui. Call me Tsu, Kiro. Wasn't that a derivative of her first name? That was super informal. Titsu, he held back a cough. And it seems pretty personal, too, so we really shouldn't pry. Isui nodded in acknowledgement. She turned back to Todoroki. Sorry, Todoroki-san. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. It's fine. But man, even with just his ice, Todoroki's quirk is so damn awesome, Kirishima said, staring down at his palm. I wish my hardening was nearly as flashy as that. Ashido elbowed him lightly. Don't sell yourself short, Ijiru-kun. Your quirk's pretty great in a fight, isn't it? But, Ochaco nodded brightly. Yeah, I couldn't risk taking a single one of your reinforced punches yesterday. I had to float you off first, Kirishima, since you were the most troublesome opponent there. No offense to you, Shoji-kun. Shoji just shrugged. None taken. Kirishima blinked, then burst into a grin. Thanks, Uraraka. No problem. Hardening is a really useful quirk for a hero, Kirishima-san, Izuku chimed in. You've got the perfect defense to protect yourself and civilians, and can pack a punch when needed. Yeah, Ijiru's totally Oz. Wait, Kaminari, are you okay? Izuku followed her eyes to see said blonde hunched forward in his seat, hands clasped together tightly. His skin was paler than usual, and there was a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple. And then a millisecond later Kaminari was looking up at them with a bright grin, his arms wide and his posture as cheerfully open as always. The change had been so quick that if Izuku didn't have his quirk he would have missed it. Yeah, sorry, I'm good. Just a little car sick. That's all, or is it bus sick? I'll be fine in a bit. You really gotta sleep more. Man, you've almost got bigger eye bags than Aizawa-sensei. Siro joked. Kaminari rubbed the back of his neck at that, sheepish. Yeah, honestly, I was too worried about this exercise thing to get much shut-eye. I mean, Aizawa-sensei told us literally nothing about what we were gonna have to do today. Jiru snorted. So you were so excited about the field trip today that you couldn't fall asleep. What are you, a primary school kid? I mean, the man has a point, Zero said. All we know is that this heroics class is gonna take all day. With a teacher like ours, who knows what'll happen? What if he puts us in some kind of weird death maze? Dude, you've been watching way too many shitty movies. You never know, Jiru. It could happen. Jiru rolled her eyes. Yeah, and pigs can fly. Zero beamed. Yes, exactly. I heard about this awesome quirk zoo in China the other day. Oh, for fuck's sake, Zero. 11:24 a.m., Wednesday. Class 1 followed their teacher off the bus and through a huge gate, stepping into a massive plaza. There were different areas visible in the distance, each with some kind of distinct terrain. A pro hero walked up to greet them. Ochaco screeched, bouncing up and down like an adorable mass of excitement. Oh my god, it's 13. Izuku-kun, look. Izuku stifled a smile, reaching out a hand to steady her. Yeah, I see her. It's really her, Ochaco breathed, starstruck. What do I do? I feel like I'm gonna faint. I don't think that'd make a very good first impression on her. Ochaco, Izuku teased lightly. Izuku-kun, Eraserhead asked the space hero something, and 13 raised 3 gloved fingers in response. So Yagi had used up all of his time in his hero form. Izuku frowned. Unexpected situations and attacks happened sometimes, sure, but how on earth had the man managed to burn through all 3 of his hours before he even arrived in UA? If Eraserhead's scowl was anything to go by, the underground hero felt the same way. 13 moved to introduce herself, her steps light and delicate despite the bulky white spacesuit she wore. Hello, students, and welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, otherwise known as the USJ. My name is 13, and I am a teacher and pro hero that specializes in rescue operations. As you all experienced in Aizawa's quirk apprehension exam and later in All Might's battle trial, your quirks are all incredibly powerful. This is wonderful for your future career, of course, but with that power, you carry a dangerous risk, 13 said, her voice lowering into something more serious. Take my quirk. For example, Black Hole has served me well in rescuing hundreds of people, yet at the same time it has the capacity to turn people into atoms with the slightest mistake. If we aren't careful as pro heroes, our abilities can easily harm or even kill other people. He wasn't expecting her to bring that up, but it was true. Every single person in one except Hagakure, Zero, and Izuku had potentially lethal quirks, and even then, all it took to kill someone was a hard blow to the head. Every hero needed to be careful and trained. That said, 13 continued. You students will have plenty of time to learn that control over your next 3 years at this prestigious school. That journey starts today, and then a portal formed into existence down in the main plaza, cutting her sentence off short. The purple darkness widened further and further until it was wide enough for 2 figures to step out of it, a man with scruffy blue hair covered in severed hands and a huge, hulking figure with a beak and inky black skin. The darkness itself revealed 2 glowing, yellow eyes in its center and settled in next to them. Behind the 3 walked out dozens and dozens of more strange individuals, all wearing malicious smirks and grins and a variety of activated quirks. Villains, Eraserhead cursed, stepping in front of them. Izuku watched as in less than a second their lazy, unkempt teacher transformed into full hero mode, his usually slouched frame turning tense and straight, his gray scarf uncurling from his neck to float threateningly off his shoulders. 13, get the kids out the gate and back to the bus. All right, what are you going to do? 13 asked. I'll hold them off. There were at least 30 villains down there, Izuku realized, ignoring the main 3 ringleaders. Eraserhead's style was specialized to quick and efficient takedowns, not fighting a huge group at a disadvantage, yet he was about to charge into them without hesitation anyway to buy their class time to escape. Kaminari, use your quirk to push a signal through to the school. There was no response. Izuku glanced over to see the blonde staring at the approaching villains and frozen in fear, hands trembling at his sides. Kaminari, their teacher called again, stern and grounding. Kaminari startled back to reality, fiddling with the device strapped to his costume. WHOK, Aizawa-sensei. Eraserhead pulled his gold goggles over his eyes and leaped into battle. He was down the stairs in 2 seconds and facing the villains in 3. They turned a variety of quirks on him, from sharpened hair to fired projectiles, but every single one suddenly failed at the crucial moment and their confused users were easily and cleanly knocked out. Eraserhead fought with cool, calm efficiency. Every punch and kick landed with a pained hiss as he took down every single opponent in his path with brutal focus. His capture weapon almost seemed alive as it struck out at enemies, blocked attacks, and threw villains into each other. It was awesome. Izuku tore his eyes away from the sight at 13's shout. Okay, let's go. Through the gate, students. Hurry. They rushed to the large doors in a panicked, anxious mess, half the class terrified and the other half itching to go back for their teacher. But he had ordered that they get out of here, and getting reinforcements would help him more than anything. They were almost at the gate. Then the portal villain warped in right in front of them, cutting their escape short. And where do you think you're going? he asked in a deep voice, sounding almost amused. There was a glint of something silver in his dark, misty body. Before any of them respond, Katsuki and Kirishima attacked, a large explosion and a hardened fist striking the villain in the same instant. Guys, no, 13 called out. The smoke vanished to reveal the villain entirely unharmed. His yellow eyes now narrowed. How scary. I suppose you all are the cream of the crop after all, even if you are merely kids. Unfortunately, none of your attacks will ever reach me. We'll see about that, asshole, Katsuki growled, launching another blast at where the villain's face was. Izuku yanked Katsuki away as the misty void expanded through where he just was. Kirishima, get back. If you touch that darkness, he's going to warp you away. Kirishima hurriedly complied, his eyes wide. And the rest of Wanna took a step back as well. Oh, you've already figured out how my quirk works, boy. I mean, you clearly warped all of those villains in here. It was pretty obvious. Fair enough. 13 moved in front of Izuku, her finger pointed at the villain in an obvious threat. Surrender now, villain, or else. Don't use your quirk on him, 13-san. Izuku advised quietly. If he can create portals, then Black Hole is way too much of a risk to use. 13 flinched, then turned to Kaminari. Kaminari, have you gotten through to the school yet? Kaminari shook his head, pale. I fucking can't. They have somebody jamming all the signals. No reinforcements until they physically got someone out. Something that wasn't going to happen with this villain in the way. Should they reset now? No, it was still way too early. He could get so much more information if he kept this loop going. He needed to focus on beating this warper. Unfortunately, warp quirks were incredibly rare. He didn't have the slightest idea what their weakness was. Katsuki and Kirishima's physical attacks had done nothing, meaning that the darkness wasn't a part of the villain's body. So was he entirely intangible, or was there something underneath? A strange, eerie chuckle. So your brain's behind this group, Midoriya. What an interesting child. It's going to be a shame to kill Yo. Todoroki, freeze him, Izuku yelled. A huge mass of ice erupted in front of him, all-encompassing frost covering the misty villain in an instant. It seemed like they had got him for a second. Then it was all torn apart by two dark, purple discs that combined back into darkness as the villain flowed upward, rising above the shattered crystals to his full, massive height. How rude. The amusement was gone, replaced with cold apathy. That's enough of that, then. This time, Izuku wasn't nearly fast enough to escape the advancing void. 11:28 a.m., Wednesday. Izuku snapped back into focus as his body hit the water and sank through, a thick yet slippery weight present around his skin and a new jolt of pain running through his side. He closed his mouth, oriented himself vertically, and kicked hard to the surface. His head broke through, arms keeping him afloat over the waves, and he took a greedy gulp of air. It looked like he was in some kind of lake. A glint of white. Izuku whirled around just in time to dodge a lunge from a fucking shark, gleaming teeth chomping down where his arm was. Cruel laughter followed the near miss. A lake filled with villains. Fuck. Oh, there's one. And this one actually landed in the water. Haha. Finally, those creepy fucks pulled through. I can't wait to rip him apart. No thanks. Izuku desperately swam in the opposite direction, but from the gaining voices behind him, it was no use. Every villain here seemed to have some kind of water-based quirk, most of them aquatic mutations. He threw an elbow behind him, his gauntlet-covered arm bashing a woman who looked like an octopus in the face, and swam even harder. He stood zero chance in a fight against all of them in the water. He needed to get to land. Midoriya, over here. Kirishima. Izuku glanced over to see a giant white ship just floating in place and a familiar boy with spiky hair leaning over the railing. Ashido was next to him, her usual excited smile replaced with a tense frown. Izuku doubled in speed, frantically shaking off villains to reach the ship. He scrambled up to the top, and Kirishima's strong grip pulled him over. He let out a relieved breath as he stepped onto the deck, his bodysuit dripping wet. So you two got dropped here, too? Ashido bobbed her head. Yeah, we got trapped in the darkness before we could get away, and next thing I knew, I was on this ship and staring at a bunch of villains. She shivered. Who all want to brutally murder us. At least we landed on the ship. Kirishima clenched his fist. He warped you right into them. Izuku nodded. And they'll be climbing up here to get us in less than a minute. We need a plan. If only Ochaco was here. We have my acid, Ashido suggested nervously. I haven't used my quirk at all today, so I can spam him from up here for a while. But we can't hold off that many assholes with just the three of us forever, and as soon as this ship goes under me and Ajiru are like, super screwed. Kirishima winced. Yeah, with my hardening activated, I sink like a stone. And Mina's acid doesn't really mix well with water, so we need to get off this ship and onto land as fast as we can. Izuku concluded. From the glass dome right above our heads we're still in the USJ, and I can just make out the plaza over there. There's probably more villains about in the rest of the facility, but our chances of fighting them off will be far better over there than here. This USJ seemed to be a place to train their rescue capabilities. A huge facility filled with terrain simulations like this lake. That's how Izuku knew that this ship wasn't operable in the slightest and that there were no rafts or anything on board. The three of them could try and swim for it, but they wouldn't make it very far before being caught by all of those aquatic villains. What to do? What to do? Izuku looked down at his palms, uncurling and curling his gloved hands. He had been recently cleared to use electric-based support gear, hadn't he? No, this wasn't a fucking movie. If he electrocuted all of those villains, they would be seriously injured and maybe even drown. These were people, even if they were horrible ones trying to kill them. He couldn't just do that. They're almost here, Midoriya-kun. But did he have a choice? Okay, here's the plan, Izuku decided, unclasping his left gauntlet with deliberate, robotic movements. There was a slight chill as the air hit his now bare forearm. I'm going to drop this in there. And when they stop moving, we're swimming for it. Ashido blinked. Wait, what? No time to explain. Izuku cut her off as he stepped over to the railing. Watching the villains greedily swarm the boat like a bunch of hungry piranhas, he flicked on the circular device on his removed gauntlet, held it over the edge, and let go. The screams weren't satisfying in the slightest. 11:33 a.m., Wednesday. The swim back to shore was silent. Neither Ashido nor Kirishima seemed to hate him for what he just did, or even fault him for the decision, but it had thrown them off all the same. He didn't blame them. And when they finally made it back to glorious, precious land and set foot onto the plaza again, they were greeted with a horrifying sight. The huge, hulking figure they had seen earlier had Eraserhead's head slammed into the cement, bits of blood visible around the point of impact. His elbow looked like part of it had been torn off somehow, or even disintegrated, and the villain covered in hands was laughing down at the fallen hero. Your quirk's pretty neat, I've gotta admit, the villain told him casually, especially against people like me. But my Namu here was built to fight All Might. The name was said with scathing, audible hatred. Your Eraser's fucking useless against something that's just that strong. That said, the bastard still isn't fucking here. What kind of boss doesn't show up to his own boss fight? So the goal of this attack was to kill All Might. Then, a familiar darkness materialized next to the hand villain. Shigaraki Tamura, I have finished dispersing the students. Fucking finally. I've already dealt with Eraserhead over here. What about your mini-boss, Kirigiri? 13 has been killed, Kirigiri responded, and Izuku's blood froze. Ashido and Kirishima went just as still next to him, though unfortunately, one student managed to escape during the battle. Seriously? Damn it, this place is totally gonna be swarming with heroes soon and All Might still isn't here yet. Shigaraki scratched at his neck, agitated. Then he paused. Though, I wonder, would killing some NPCs get him here faster? He knew they were there. There was a blur of black and gray as Shigaraki suddenly sprinted towards them, accelerating to ridiculous speeds in under a second. His hand reached out, centimeters from touching Ashido's face. Izuku's reinforced boot slammed into Shigaraki's solar plexus with every bit of force he possessed, sending the villain tumbling across the concrete in a jumbled mess of pale limbs. The hand on his face flew clean off from the impact and landed in the water with an audible splash as Ashido took a delayed step back, stunned. Shigaraki finally came to a stop several meters away and rolled to his feet. His head snapped up in a harsh glare, chapped lips and burning red eyes freshly revealed to an unfortunate world. Father, how dare you came here to kill All Might, Izuku stated. I don't know why and honestly, I don't care. 26 different dumbasses have tried to kill him this week alone. You're not going to be reasoned by anything I tell you. What I want to know is why you're trying to kill my class instead. Why don't you just fuck off already and go fight the man himself? Surprisingly, the villain actually laughed at that. Wasn't expecting that kind of language from a hero brat. Smashing him to pieces may be the main objective. Yeah, but I'm not above completing some measly side quests beforehand. All of you heroes need to be destroyed eventually. Anyway, the words were said as a simple fact, as easy as one might say that the world isn't flat or that katsudon was delicious. Shigaraki's face twisted into a smirk. And more importantly, well, I'd never turn down the chance to get some free EXP. The portal villain, Kirigiri, and the giant hulking figure were still standing still near Eraserhead's fallen form. It didn't look like they were hurting him, but the man clearly needed medical attention. For that, Izuku would need to get past these assholes first. He unclipped a hyperdensity seal from his belt and threw it right at the villain's face in a single, fluid motion. Shigaraki's grin only widened as he tilted his head to dodge it, the projectile grazing his cheek by a hair. Damn it. Then he was dashing forward again, crossing the distance between them in an instant. Burning red eyes met emerald green. Shigaraki clearly had some kind of offensive touch-based quirk, but its actual effect was unknown. He could very well be the villain who destroyed Aizawa's elbow. Ashido and Kirishima were still at Izuku's sides, Ashido now an extra step behind him. He didn't know skilled Ashido was, but Kirishima didn't seem to have much combat experience or training beyond some basic boxing skills. Neither of them had been able to react to Shigaraki's lunge at all. With his hand-to-hand combat quirk and zero support gear, he was the worst off out of the three of them here. And Izuku leaped backward. yanking both students roughly with him by their costumes, making Shigaraki grab at nothing but air. "Both of you, behind me," Izuku ordered. "Firm." Ashido, aim at his arms and legs. Kirishima, stay here and watch our backs. Gotcha, please. All right, Midabro. Despite the situation they were in, the instant trust they put in him made him feel warm, reliable. He wouldn't waste it. Shigaraki pounced for his neck, his fingers curling in like claws into a motion that was far too practiced for Izuku's taste, and he ducked low to avoid it. His right arm rose up, the one still covered in a metallic gauntlet, to smash hard into the villain's solar plexus in the exact same place he'd struck him before. But this time, Shigaraki didn't even flinch under the impact. He simply swung his forehead forward to crash into Izuku's with an audible crack. Pain exploded in Izuku's skull as he stumbled back, desperately blinking away stars. Fuck. Shigaraki lunged again in the opening, and Izuku brought his arms up just in time. Right arm stopping the pale hand short, only to watch in horror as his gauntlet suddenly started to disintegrate before his eyes. Black metal crumbling away into nothing under the villain's touch. Holy shit. Izuku jerked his arm away, horrified, and Shigaraki cackled at the sight. It wasn't a pretty sound. "There it is, haha. How I love the reactions. So what now, little NPC?" Something white flashed by Izuku's vision. "Arg." Shigaraki's voice broke into a startled scream as the glob of acid burned through his black pant leg. "The fuck?" Ashido fired again, and the villain was forced to leap back, acid dissolving through the cement where he stood. It didn't look like she was lowering her dangerous solubility much at all. "Back off, basic bitch." "Basic," Shigaraki repeated, indignant. "Take that back right now, you low-leveled piece of shit. Make me, you pathetic excuse for a tutorial boss." Ashido hissed, full of venom. "I mean, all black and a bunch of severed hands, how fucking emo can you get? Get the fuck out of my school." Shigaraki screeched. "I'll kill you." Shigaraki Tamura, do you require assistance? Stay out of this. Izuku snuck in another kick on Shigaraki while he was distracted, his favorite red sneakers crashing hard against the villain's side. Shigaraki bounced back against the concrete, and this time Izuku followed, dashing in before Shigaraki could recover and hurling blows with reckless precision. Deadly pale hands flickered out in response, aiming to disintegrate Izuku's face and neck and limbs, but none of them came close to touching him. Izuku had already memorized exactly how long the man's arms were, exactly how far he could reach. All of Shigaraki's attacks were fluid and blindingly fast, but the fact that every single one of them were attempting to achieve five-finger contact made them ridiculously predictable to Izuku, who had more than enough experience against touch-based quirks. As a result, the once terrifying villain ringleader faced a total, one-sided beatdown as a first-year hero student weaved through every one of his grabs with calculated ease, sliding just out of reach and breaking him down with brutal focus. The gauntlets lining Izuku's forearms were gone, one thrown away and the other destroyed, but he had one glove left, and his iron-soled boots were still entirely intact. He had designed his hero costume like this for a reason, to make his normal punches and kicks into reinforced blows that struck hard enough to do actual damage. And it was working. Shigaraki only seemed to be getting more and more frustrated as all of his attacks failed to connect, and every single one of Izuku's slammed into his body with painful accuracy. "Stop fucking moving. Get him, please." A strike to the gut bent Shigaraki over with a harsh cough, a fierce uppercut sent him stumbling back, and a punch to the jaw nearly knocked him over. Izuku thrust his gloved palm into Shigaraki's chest, and the electricity glowed bright, a beautiful blue that glinted off Shigaraki's wide red eyes. And then it was over, the villain's muscles locking up as he fell backward onto the cement. Finally, Izuku swung low to knock out the downed villain, only to instead hit something very, very solid with a sudden flash of pain. Izuku's right arm broke against it on impact with a loud crack. He screamed, "What the fuck?" He hadn't looked away. He hadn't blinked. In one frame of memory he was attacking Shigaraki, and in the next the hulking Birdman had stepped in between them like a massive, ink-eye black wall. Beady eyes stared down at him, completely emotionless. Some kind of teleportation quirk. He had arrived with the warper, but a short-range type was still possible. Wait, no, the concrete between him and a fallen Eraserhead was visibly damaged. He had simply dashed here. It was pure speed. But my Namu here was built to fight All Might. The name was said with scathing, audible hatred. Your Eraser's fucking useless against something that's just that strong. This was why Shigaraki was so confident they could kill All Might. He had some kind of overpowered monster that could match him. Fuck. No wonder Eraserhead had been smashed into the ground so easily. Namu, Shigaraki barked from the ground. Kill the NPCs. Izuku's brain kicked into overdrive. Anything near All Might's level of speed of power was going to smash Izuku to pieces within a second. He only had time for one move. The Namu was currently in front of him, with the muscles in its ink-eye black arm already bulging out. The most direct route to killing him would be a straight punch through his skull, and he instantly dropped to the ground, arms and body flat against the cement. A millisecond later, a massive black fist burst into existence where Izuku's upper torso just was, the wind blowing over his face and sweeping back his hair. The air shook with the impact, and somewhere behind him, Ashido shrieked, "Holy fucking shit." Izuku rolled to the side and stood, ignoring the jolt of pain in his broken arm. The Namu's head snapped to him and its beak clacked shut. "Ashido, aim for the legs." Izuku screamed. 2 large globs of acid splashed onto the monster's massive knees. Ashido's control seemed to have vanished entirely, now her acid actually starting to dissolve through its durable flesh. The Namu paused, looking down at its damaged, immobile legs curiously, but it didn't seem to register the pain at all. Kirishima leaped in fearlessly with a hardened punch to the monster's head that didn't even make it blink. Izuku climbed up its huge body frantically, letting loose his electric glove into its brain at maximum output. That finally seemed to do something. The disgusting smell of burning flesh and ozone hitting his nostrils and almost flashing him back to the day at the cafe. And then a massive backhand hit him with the force of a train and Izuku was suddenly weightless, flying through the open air at supersonic speeds and tumbling down for a single, strange moment until he finally slammed into the ground dozens of meters away and rolled to a stop in a heap of broken, aching limbs. Fuck. Every single part of Izuku's body hurt. He couldn't even tell what was broken and what fucking wasn't. Wait. That wasn't true. His arms and ribs were definitely broken. And his collarbone too. Turns out that being punched by something made to fight All Might fucked you up. Izuku tried to stand and realized he simply couldn't, settling for raising his head. The Namu was right in front of him, its inkai black skin taking up all of his vision, probably here to finish him off. But for some reason, Izuku wasn't dead. Its huge fist, bigger than Izuku's entire head, had been stopped centimeters from his face by an equally huge palm that was far lighter in color. Izuku blinked, his head swimming and aching like hell. Wait a minute, he knew that palm. "You are safe now, young Midoriya," All Might boomed, voice ringing through the plaza, and even through the haze that was Izuku's mind, he could recognize the burning anger in the hero's voice. "Well, because I am here." The symbol of peace had finally arrived. Izuku coughed, and a new wave of pain racked through his body. Pretty fucking late, though. All Might's huge, sturdy back flinched at that. "I'm glad you're here, though," Izuku added, black flooding into the edges of his vision. His eyelids felt impossibly heavy, he was so damn exhausted, but now that All Might was here, everything was finally alright. "Have you seen Ochaco, by the way?" "I have, yes. She was by the gate when I arrived." Izuku smiled at that. "When you beat up all of the villains, can you tell her to come here? There's something I need to tell her to do." "Of course, young Midoriya." "Thanks, Yagi-san." Izuku let the comforting darkness creep in, and everything finally went black. 9:04 p.m. Wednesday. Awareness came back in waves, his consciousness gradually building itself up block by block until his thoughts and feelings and memories were solid again once more. Izuku opened his eyes to an unfamiliar room of clean, white walls, a soft bed lying underneath his body, and warm sheets resting over his chest. It was entirely silent, save for the quiet sound of pages turning. Almost automatically, he flipped back through his most recent memories. There were the past few seconds of waking up here, a few hours of dreamless, peaceful sleep, and then pain, a fierce agony coursing through his entire body, an endless feeling of helplessness and resignation, and then finally a single moment of blissful relief. For a minute, Izuku just let himself breathe and stare up at the ceiling tiles. His body wasn't broken anymore, but everything was still sore in a way that he could feel in his very being. So this was what Recovery Girl's quirk felt like. Every bit of remaining stamina he had must have been used up mending his injuries the way it did, which explained how utterly spent he still was. Even then, the amount his natural healing process had been accelerated was simply incredible. There was a reason she was one of the best healing heroes in Japan, after all, and Izuku was experiencing it firsthand. "Thanks for healing me, Recovery Girl," Izuku said to the ceiling. The rustling papers paused for a moment, then started up again. "Ah, you're awake. How are you feeling, Midoriya?" "Tired," Izuku admitted. "I don't think I can move at all right now." "That's perfectly normal for a healing of this scale," Recovery Girl reassured him kindly. "You were severely injured, but he got you here before anything could become too permanent. You'll be just fine with some rest, sweetie." "Is Aizawa okay?" "I patched up his elbow and dealt with that nasty head injury already, yes. It's going to be at least a few weeks before he's up and moving again. But he's going to be okay as well." "That boy's a stubborn one," Ochaco screeched, bouncing up and down like an adorable mass of excitement. "Oh my god, it's 13. Izuku-kun, look." Izuku stifled a smile, reaching out a hand to steady her. Yeah, I see her." "The portal villain said that he killed 13. Izuku whispered softly. "Was he lying?" A measured pause. Then, "No, he wasn't." Izuku let out a short breath. He didn't know 13 well. She had been his teacher for all of minutes, really. But in that short time, she had defended his class with everything she had, even while stuck in one of the worst quirk matchups possible. Was it his advice? Was what Izuku told her the reason she died? Had he helped her when she needed it most? What else could Izuku have done in that situation? But all of your classmates are fine, if a little bruised and scraped up here and there, Recovery Girl added. You don't have to worry about that. The only student seriously injured was. The door burst open. Izuku. Izuku only had a moment to react before a familiar blur of green had her arms wrapped around him, loud sobs filling his ears and wet tears dampening his shirt. He wished he could move to hug her back. Hi, Mom. I was so worried, Izuku. Inko cried. All they said was that there had been a villain attack and that you were badly hurt. I got here as fast as I could. I even ran a red light or two. And you know I never do that, and when I finally got here you were completely out of it. He had been unconscious for a full 10 hours. If it weren't for Ochaco-chan here, I would have lost it. Izuku glanced over to see the mentioned girl standing by the foot of his bed, unusually quiet. Her brown hair was messy and full of dust, and she was still in her hero costume, the bodysuit scuffed and damaged in several places. Her eyes were puffy and red as they scanned over every part of him. She was worried, but all right. What a relief. I'm okay now. You too, Izuku told them with a smile. Recovery Girl said I'd be just fine with a little rest. Her quirk really is amazing. Thank you, young-un. Hell, like I could move right now. I'd totally be getting her autograph, Izuku quipped. From the way all three women just looked at him blankly, they clearly hadn't found that as funny as he did. You have very nice classmates, Izuku, Inko said as her tears finally dried up. The red and pink ones seemed very kind. The glasses boy led me all the way here. And that tall, responsible girl was there to hand me handkerchiefs before I even asked for them. Though I dearly wish I got to meet them under different circumstances. I'm so glad that you've made such good friends here. Thanks, Mom. She bit her lip. And also, I need you to know that I still support you. In becoming a hero, I mean, I always will. You know that, right? Izuku opened his mouth and nothing came out. He nodded instead. Inko nodded firmly. Good. His mom's eyes glanced over at Ochaco for a split second, then looked to Recovery Girl. She pulled something small out of her purse and stepped over to the hero. Since, as he pointed out, Izuku can't ask you for an autograph himself at the moment, I'll do so in his stead, Inko said. And I would like also one as well. I cannot thank you enough for what you did to save my son. Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl just nodded. Simply doing my job, Midoriya-san. Come over here, I have a pen in my office. His mom really was amazing. Izuku waited until their gradually fading voices were completely out of earshot before he looked up at Ochaco. Emerald green eyes met auburn brown ones. And he said the first thing that slipped into his groggy mind. I'm glad that you're okay, Ochaco. But you aren't, she responded instantly, sharp. It was the first time she had spoken since she had walked into the room. I am now, though. It was bad, Izuku-kun, Ochaco said, wringing her hands together as she spoke. You were bleeding way too much and both of your arms were bent out of shape and you were barely even breathing when Yagi-san laid you onto that bed. And if he had been a millisecond slower getting to the USJ, you wouldn't have even been that. Izuku frowned. That must have been a horrible sight to see. No wonder she was so worried. And I don't even have to tell you all of that, because I know that every single second of it is already burned into your ridiculous memory. So whatever pain I think you went through must be so much fucking worse, and I hate that I can't do anything to fix that. But you know what's the worst part of it all, Izuku-kun? You barely survived something that terrible. And the very first thing you think of when you were finally safe is that you want to go back and do it all over again. Ochaco's voice trembled, hands curling into fists at her sides. She looked tired, almost tired enough to pass out. Had she even slept since the battle? Yeah, Izuku admitted. I want you to reset. A sigh, low and resigned. He hated that sigh. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize, Ochaco said. I know you have to do this, Izuku-kun, and I'm going to help you. I'm just... She reached out with a dusty, gloved hand and gently brushed back some of the emerald curls on his forehead. Izuku blinked up at her. Worried. And if anything, I'm the one who should be apologizing to you. In a minute, you're the only one who's going to remember all of the shit that just happened. I am, Izuku agreed. But I don't mind that. You never do, somehow. Ochaco sighed again, but this time it was lighter. You're way too self-sacrificial for your own good. Izuku-kun. He didn't know what to say to that. Ochaco broke into a huge, wide yawn, stretching out her arms with it and then letting them fall listlessly to her sides. He felt himself smile. We do still have over 58 hours until our checkpoint expires, Izuku murmured. That's more than enough time to take a nap before we reset, isn't it? Ochaco paused, considering. A nap? Huh. And here I thought you wanted to go back as soon as possible. I changed my mind, Izuku told her. Ochaco smiled a little at that. She tugged off her helmet, finally freeing her hair from its grasp, and placed it down on the table. Then she turned back to him. Scoot over. Izuku shifted to the side and Ochaco lifted the thin white sheets to squeeze in snugly next to him. There wasn't nearly enough space for both of them on the tiny hospital cot, so she ended up curled up against him, armored hero costume jostling against his aching side. Her arms fell over him carefully, her head landing on his chest not carefully enough. Watch the ribs, Ochaco. Sorry, but she didn't move away, and he didn't ask her to. Instead, he just let himself melt into the contact, warm and safe, and felt himself finally relax as his breathing evened out with hers. It was perfect. 1:46 a.m., Thursday. Izuku woke up again to soft rumbling in his ears and a comforting weight on his chest. He opened his eyes to the precious sight that was a sleeping Ochaco. A sleeping, snoring Ochaco, which explained the rumbling. All of the lights were off in Recovery Girl's office. The hero must have come back and then decided against waking them. He could just barely make out his notebook in the darkness, laid carefully on the desk next to Ochaco's helmet. Ochaco, the adorable snores cut off. The girl on him slowly stirred at the sound of her name, brown eyes blinking wide open. Oh, hi. Izuku's smile widened. Hello, I didn't know you snored, Ochaco. Ochaco's cheeks blushed a deep red, bright enough to be visible in the darkness. I live alone, okay. It's not exactly something that I need to worry about. Really? Izuku asked. Even when you're so loud that Recovery Girl could hear you from a different room. What? Izuku nodded, making his expression appear as solemn as he could. It's true. She came over here all worried and everything. I can show you the memory, actually, if you want. Ochaco laughed, warm, and he felt it through his entire body. Liar. I can literally see your mouth twitching. Izuku-kun. Awa, I almost got you though, didn't I? Maybe. Izuku let the moment last just a little bit longer, waiting out 5 more precious seconds of peace. Then he forced himself back on track. Hey, Ochaco, what happened to you after Kirigiri warped you away? Her smile fell a little, but didn't fade completely. She'd clearly expected him to ask. The same thing that happened to the rest of our class. I was with you, suddenly got swallowed up in darkness, and then suddenly whoosh, I'm in another part of the USJ, surrounded by broken buildings and mean-looking villains. Ochaco shrugged, her shoulder brushing against his arm with the motion. None of them were very tough, but there were so many of them that it was a pretty tiring fight anyway. And the ruins I ended up in were specifically designed for rescue training. So all of the structures were super unstable and just ready to collapse on me. Not exactly the best place to use a quirk that throws debris around. Then I ran into Bakugo, of all people, who seemed just as happy about being stranded here as I was. We found a path out and made our way back to the plaza together, though by the time we did, Ochaco trailed off, meeting his eyes again. I was unconscious, and All Might was finally here. Izuku finished. Yeah, he got you and Aizawa-sensei to safety before going head-to-head with that giant bird thing, using even more power than he did against Muscular. I didn't really watch most of the fight, but from what I saw it was pretty incredible. They almost made a hurricane every time their fists met, and moved so fast that I could barely keep track of them. The annoying hand guy was taunting him the entire time, bragging about how strong his Nano was. Apparently, the thing was able to endure Yaga's punches because it had a shock absorption quirk. Izuku blinked. Wait, the villain really just told you guys it's quirk? Seriously? He didn't seem very smart, Ochaco agreed. So Yagi used that knowledge to overwhelm the Nano completely, hitting it so many times that it reached the limits of its absorption. Then he yeeted it up through the dome and into the sky, and we haven't seen it since. The one All Might fight I miss, huh? Ochaco's lips tugged up slightly at that. Yep, after the Namo was taken down, the 2 other ringleaders escaped through a portal. Yagi couldn't stop them since he was pretty much out of time by that point, but he stayed in buffed form until the teachers finally arrived, and zoomed you over to Recovery Girl. And well, you know the rest. Izuku nodded. Is that all you wanted to know, Izuku-kun? Are you ready for me to, rewind, now? Was he ready to relive all of yesterday, including the terrifying villain attack that his class had only barely survived? Probably not, but he knew, deep in his newly mended bones, that the longer he stayed here warm and safe and cuddled in Ochaco's arms, the harder it would be to go back. Yeah, I am. Ochaco raised her fingerless gloves into the space between them and pressed her hands together. They glowed a soft blue at the contact, just enough to light up her face in the darkness. Wide, worried eyes, stiff features, and pursed lips. Izuku took her in with a smile. I'll be all right, Ochaco. I have almost an entire day to prepare for this thing. Hell, maybe I'll even stop any of it from happening at all. Don't worry about me. A light scoff. I'm always going to worry about you, Izuku-kun, especially when you tell me to reset. 6:41 a.m., Wednesday, 6:41 a.m. Ochaco pulled her hands away to squint curiously at his face. Anything, from save to reset, from start to finish, every single loop began and ended with Ochaco. Izuku was always perfectly positioned to notice the differences between her future and present selves. And there were always differences. Of course, slight changes in the expression on her face and in the way the light wherever they were fell across her hair. Or maybe missing scruffs along her clothes and absent bruises along her skin if they'd done some particularly intense training before they reset. Humans changed with the steady passage of time. So therefore future Ochaco would never seem exactly the same as present Ochaco. So unlike the girl in the last second of his memory, present Ochaco had hair entirely empty of dust and bright orange sunlight falling across her face instead of the dim, blue glow of her own quirk. Her winded grin and spotless gray school jacket struck an even sharper contrast to future Ochaco's tired smile and battered bodysuit. It was the first time that Izuku had really felt like he had just rewinded his best friend. Something's wrong, Ochaco noted, already frowning. Are you okay, Izuku-kun? What happened or well, what's about to happen? But she was still his Ochaco. Izuku took a deep breath. So, you know that heroics field trip we have later today, right? 6:50 a.m. Wednesday. It seemed like they had got him for a second. Then it was all torn apart by two dark, purple discs that combined back into darkness as the villain flowed upward, rising above the shattered crystals to his full, massive height. How rude. The amusement was gone, replaced with cold apathy. That's enough of that, then. This time, Izuku wasn't nearly fast enough to escape the advancing void. And that's when he separated the entire class, Izuku explained as the memory faded from their vision. When I opened my eyes again, I had been warped away to an entirely different part of the USJ, a flooded area with a cruise ship that had several aquatic villains already there. Later I found out that everyone else had also been sent to different zones by those portals, with enemies ready for them at each and every one. Divide and conquer, huh? Ochaco mused. Where was I sent to? A destroyed mock city filled with broken and unstable buildings, Izuku answered. You told me that Katsuki ended up there too, and helped you fight your way out. Ochaco wrinkled her nose. Out of everyone, I got stuck with him, and in a place horrible for both of our quirks, too. Kirishima, Ashido, and I managed to fight off the aquatic villains and get back to land. There, we found Eraserhead badly injured by the ringleaders of that attack. Shigaraki, the weirdo covered in severed hands, went on a monologue and revealed that the goal of their attack was to kill All Might. They implied that their giant bird monster thing was engineered for that very purpose. Seriously? Izuku nodded. It was almost as fast and strong as All Might, and even had shock absorption to counter his punches. Luckily for us, the thing couldn't move or do anything without Shigaraki's orders, and it was mainly focused on attacking All Might. So the three of us just held off the other villains for a few minutes until the teachers arrived to save the day. After that, I met up with the rest of the class, Recovery Girl checked us over, and we reset. Izuku finished. Ochaco met his eyes, searching for something. He watched her back. You aren't actually going to show me the rest of the attack, huh? No, Izuku agreed. Not yet, at least. Sorry. Ochaco simply nodded. All right, what do we do next, Izuku-kun? 7:02 a.m., Wednesday. The phone rang, a low noise that quickly filled the silence of Nezu's office. He picked up before it sounded again. One paw curled tight around the device. He hadn't been expecting a call right now, much less one from a detective. How interesting. Tsukachi, Nezu greeted cheerfully. What a pleasant surprise. Hello, Nezu-san. Sorry for calling out of blue like this. Don't worry, I wasn't busy. Nezu dismissed the man's concerns. What can I do for one of my favorite humans today? I got an urgent message from an informant a few minutes ago, Tsukachi stated, straight to the point as always. Nezu appreciated that. They told me that you have a field trip scheduled for one to a place called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint at around 11 a.m. and that the entire class was going to be attacked by villains there. Nezu narrowed his eyes. Who is this informant? They go by the codename Prophet and have assisted me in dozens of cases over the past 2 years. Their quirk lets them see visions of the future, something that I couldn't help but doubt at first. Even with my quirk, but every single prediction they have ever given me has come true. It's absolutely incredible. Their very first vision to me is what allowed me and Toshi to capture Muscular. If Tsukachi believed this strongly that the informant was the real deal, then it would serve him well to listen to the warning. Nezu did not take any chances when it came to the safety of his students. What exactly did this prophet tell you, Tsukachi? 7:29 a.m., Wednesday. Are you too sure you have everything? Inko asked again. Yep, really. All of your pencils and notebooks, even your bentos. What about your handkerchief? I know you both have that field trip today and everything. You need to bring something special for it. It's important to be prepared, Izuku. And also, I need you to know that I still support you. In becoming a hero, I mean. I always will. You know that, right? Izuku smiled back, bright. Yeah, we have everything we need. Thanks, Mom. 7:47 a.m., Wednesday. Izuku quickly hurried them through the swarm of reporters and into the gate, saving them both a few minutes of being fiercely questioned by a nosy crowd. He walked through UA, as familiar maze of hallways and stepped through the classroom door, Ochaco right behind him. The exact same students as before seemed to be present save for Kaminari, who hadn't arrived yet. Izuku's eyes immediately flicked to Eda. The tall boy saw the two of them a moment later, his eyes widening behind his glasses in recognition. Then his posture straightened a fraction, mouth already opening to deliver a practice greeting. "Good morning, Uraraka-san, Midoriya-san." "Good morning, Uraraka-san, Midoriya-san." "Hey, Eda." "Hello, Eda-san. I am glad to see both of you arriving at class early." Eda beamed. "Our academic studies are of utmost importance, after all." Izuku glanced over at Jiru. "You say that, but Aizawa-sensei himself is probably going to get here late," Jiru said dryly. "He doesn't seem to care at all about homeroom." Ada's eye twitched, but he didn't deny it. "And all of those assholes crowding the gate don't exactly make arriving on time easy, either." "I know, right?" Ochaco exclaimed. "Like, come on. Do those vultures have nothing better to do than to harass some teenagers?" "Probably not," Jiru replied. "UA,'s new hero course is pretty big news, and getting anything on All Might is like the scoop of the century." Izuku nodded. "Yeah, everyone's pretty shocked that their number one's a teacher now. I don't think the media attention on us is gonna die down anytime soon." Ochaco dropped down into her seat with a sigh. "Man, I just want to walk to class without being interrogated, you know." "Perfectly understandable. Unfortunately, dealing with the press is a skill absolutely necessary for heroes to hone throughout their careers," Eda told her. "Even if you become an underground hero, you'll need to interact with the public at some point or another." "Your brother's pretty good at that," Izuku commented. "I've seen almost all of his interviews, and they all feel so kind and reassuring." He cut himself off as Kaminari stumbled into the classroom, breathing hard, and fell into his seat next to Jiru. "What's got you in such a rush, jamming way?" Jiru raised an eyebrow up at the blonde. "We still have like 10 minutes until class starts." Kaminari took another second to catch his breath. "I was making pretty good time over here, even left sorta early and everything. But then I ran into someone I knew on the street, and they had something they needed from me." "Oh, a friend?" Ochaco asked. Kaminari chuckled. "Low. Something like that. Anyway, I finally get to UA, only to find a fucking army of reporters blocking the gate. They asked me if I was in the hero course, so I was like, yeah, why?" Izuku winced. "And then they all closed around me like sharks, asking all sorts of stuff." Kaminari exclaimed. "I had to sprint out of there as fast as I could to get away. It was terrifying. And that is why none of us answered any questions," Jiru said dryly. Izuku and Ochaco nodded along. "Silence is a very effective tactic in dealing with the press," Yaoyorozu stated. "Matter of fact, they are here to find interesting details on us and All Might. Whether those details are true or not, keeping quiet will leave them with nothing to work with." As the young heiress of the extremely prestigious Yaoyorozu family, she was no doubt speaking from experience. "And anyway, they should not be hounding us like this until we're licensed heroes, or at the very least adults." "You think those reporters would piss off if we sixed Aizawa-sensei on him?" Siro wondered. Ochaco's eyes lit up. "Oh, definitely. I'd love to see that. I mean, the guy's absolutely terrifying. And I get the feeling that he likes media attention even less than we do. Come to think of it, we've still never seen Aizawa-sensei's quirk," Kaminari mused. "Maybe it's like some kinda stealthy underground thing." "That'd be cool." Izuku shook his head. "Nah, it's nothing like that. His quirk's called Erasure. It's an emitter that lets him temporarily erase any non-mutant quirk in his line of sight. It's extremely effective in ambushes." Kirishima's eyes widened at that. "Well, that's a real game changer. Like you're in the middle of a fight and boom, your quirk suddenly stops working." "Damn. I mean, I can definitely see how it's useful," Kaminari said thoughtfully. He scratched his head. "But in an actual fight, isn't that quirk pretty weak? Doesn't that mean he has to fight, you know, quirkless?" Ochaco opened her mouth. "Well, are you fucking dumb, Pikachu?" Katsuki scoffed, his arms crossed over his chest. "That prick can render you powerless when you least expect it and has decades of hand-to-hand combat experience that you don't. If you think the ability to nullify someone's quirk isn't strong, then your brain's even more fried than I thought." 10:05 a.m., Wednesday. 1A's field trip wasn't cancelled. Prophet had made a rather desperate call to Tsukachi that morning, one that they were quite lucky he was available for, and the detective had assured them that he would handle the situation and immediately contact Nezu. And as weird as it was, the incredibly well-connected detective probably did have a direct line to such an important figure. But with 1 hour left, 1A's field trip still hadn't been cancelled. So all Izuku could do was hope Nezu did something with the information. If he dismissed it completely, well, they were kinda fucked. Yaoyorozu slid into her seat with a sigh, setting her huge bento down on the lunch table. "You had that one from the start. You took total control of the class and were the one to propose the whole election process in the first place. And your speech was certainly praiseworthy as well. I must admit that you are far more fit for the position than I, Midoriya-san." Izuku smiled, past memories flashing through his mind. I think you're giving me a bit too much credit there. Yaoyorozu-san, I just did my best to win. If I hadn't made myself look like a good leader before the vote, you would have won by a landslide. Heck, if I didn't run I would have even voted for you. And then there was the fact that Izuku had already won this election, and just had to repeat the exact same things he said before to win again. He even got an extra vote this time, likely due to the additional confidence he had in delivering his speech. Yaoyorozu blinked owlishly back at him. Ah, thank you. 11:06 a.m., Wednesday. Hey, Kaminari. What? The blonde startled in his seat at the sound of his name, completely yanked out of his thoughts. Wide eyes flicked over to meet Izuku's green ones. Izuku held out a soda can, tilting it slightly so Kaminari could read the label. Do you want some ginger ale? It's pretty good for dealing with nausea. Kaminari blinked at him, taken aback for a second. Then his lips curved up into a tiny, grateful smile as he reached out to take it. Thanks, Midoriya. You know, I didn't really take you for the kind of guy to drink soda. He wasn't. It had felt weird even buying the can from a vending machine an hour ago. Izuku shrugged. Yeah, I don't drink stuff like that very often. Ochaco here, on the other hand. Soda's awesome. Ochaco chimed in. It just has that nice, bubbly taste, you know. Should you really be saying that as like an ex-cafe employee? Izuku wondered. Well, I don't work at a cafe anymore, do I? Ochaco hummed. If anything, you're weirder for not liking soft drinks. Izuku-kun. Kaminari took a sip from his can with a smirk. But carbonated drinks are terrible for you. So is coffee. And I don't see you swearing off that anytime soon. 11:24 a.m., Wednesday. Izuku stepped off the bus and immediately noted a crucial change. Cementos and Present Mike were here. Both men were in hero costume, as usual, and stood to greet them in front of USJ's gate. Izuku couldn't read anything off Cementos's face, but Present Mike appeared distinctly cautious, almost wary, a sharp contrast to the loud and kind English teacher Izuku had come to know. Aizawa exchanged a few words with both of them before the group walked further in, catching sight of another member of UAS staff. Ochaco screeched, bouncing up and down next to him like an adorable mass of excitement. Oh my god, it's 13. Izuku-kun, look. A thick, puffy white jacket joined with a high-tech helmet to form a durable hero costume that looked just like a spacesuit. Two wide eyes shone through the front of the helmet that blinked once, then twice as they approached. Izuku's mouth set into something determined, fingers twitching towards his utility belt. Yeah, I see her. It's really her, Ochaco breathed, starstruck. He glanced over to see his best friend just as purely excited as she was before. A smile stretched wide across her face. What do I do? I feel like I'm gonna faint. Aizawa asked the space hero a question, and 13 raised one finger in response. Wait, no, she was actually pointing up at the sky. Right on cue, a blur of red and blue crashed down from above. Izuku's eyes went wide. Greetings, everyone. All Might boomed. I am here for another heroics lesson. No way. Man, I still can't believe we're actually being taught by All Might. I know, right? I'm not sure I'll ever get used to it. Instead of only having 2 pro heroes protecting the class, they now had 5, one of which was the symbol of peace himself. Prophet's warning had clearly managed to reach Nezu, with almost unbelievable results. Thanks to Reset, Izuku now had a golden chance to save everyone, to minimize the damage to his class and make sure not a single person here was hurt or killed. He wasn't going to waste it. 11:26 a.m., Wednesday. 3. If we aren't careful as pro heroes, our abilities can easily harm or even kill other people. 2. That said, you students will have plenty of time to learn that control over your next 3 years at this prestigious school. 1. That journey starts today, with, right on time, the portal materialized before Izuku's waiting eyes. The purple darkness widened further and further until it was big enough for Shigaraki and the Nano to step through, dozens and dozens of villains walking in behind them. 13 cut herself off short. Aizawa's slouched frame suddenly turned tense and straight, his capture scarf uncurling from his neck. Present Mike's smile fell off his face. Cementos bent low, his blocky hands within reach of the ground. All Might's powerful blue eyes narrowed, and Shigaraki grinned, almost feral, severed hand back on his face. There you are, All Might. You're a hard fucking guy to find, you know that. Haha, I have heard that before. Yes, mostly from news reporters. All Might agreed. But you fellows don't exactly look like the press. So why are you all here? I'm here to kill you. All Might, Shigaraki interrupted, gleefully honest. I'm going to fucking rip you apart in front of all of your students, limb from limb, until there is nothing peaceful or mighty left of you. It's going to be awesome. The malice was practically tangible in his voice. Izuku couldn't help the shiver that ran down his spine. I see. All Might grinned back, entirely unfazed. Quite the bold declaration, villain. But can you back it up? You fucking bet I can. Namu. The monster left Shigaraki's side in a blur of black, faster than Izuku's eyes could track. and then All Might was in front of him, holding the Namu's massive black fists in place with his palms. His suit was suddenly torn in several places, likely from moving so fast so quickly, and the heroic grin on his face had faded into something more serious. That was quite the reckless attack. There, All Might told his opponent. Do you not know how to hold back? There are kids right behind me, you know. The Namu's beak clacked. Hold back. You want me to hold back? Shigaraki repeated. Now, why the fuck would I do that? I brought this super opus tank here to end your shitty life, but if I happen to take out some of those worthless NPCs too, well, that's perfect. All of you heroes deserve to die. All Might threw a mighty punch onto his opponent, and it only shifted back a few meters, scarred skin effortlessly absorbing the blow. He landed another blow, then another, and then another, to almost no effect. The Namu's attacks were slower than the hero's but just as powerful. Every time the two combatants clashed, the air shook and the concrete cracked under their feet, huge gusts of wind rushing out on either side of the collision. It was almost as if they were standing in front of a tornado. Damn, if Izuku wasn't so terrified, he'd probably be fanboying like hell right now. 13. Take the students and get out of here. Aizawa's voice cut through his thoughts, firm and grounding. Present Mike, go with them. Cementos, All Might. And I'll take care of the villains here. 13 nodded. All right, Kaminari, use your quirk to push a signal through to the school. There was no response. Izuku glanced over to see the blonde staring at the approaching villains and frozen in fear, hands trembling at his sides. Kaminari startled back to reality, fiddling with the device strapped to his costume. WHOK, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa's eyes shone red as he turned back to the villains. Then the hero grimaced after a second, eyes dimming back to black. A mutant? Huh. Fuck. Izuku had really been hoping that his teacher could erase that overpowered shock absorption quirk. Besides that, there was no way for them to help All Might except. Okay, let's go. 13 shouted. Through the gates, students. Hurry, getting all of the students out of his way. The class rushed to the large doors together, Ochaco right at Izuku's side, with Present Mike leading them and 13 bringing up the rear. They were almost to the gate when Kurogiri warped in front of them once again, cutting their escape short. And where do you think you're going? A deep voice that sounded almost amused, coming from somewhere deep inside that misty body. Izuku swiftly stepped in front of the class, his gloved hands reaching out to stop Katsuki and Kirishima before they could move. Back to the school, of course, Izuku answered lightly. Are you going to stop us? I am, Kurogiri confirmed. Eliminating you children is the secondary objective of this mission, a side quest if you will. I cannot let any of you leave this facility alive. The students behind him stiffened in a mix of shock and horror. Well, that's awfully cruel, isn't it? Present Mike said. From what your hand-covered weirdo a boss said, you guys are just here to take out the big guy. What issue do you people have with a couple of kids? Nothing, Kurogiri replied. But orders are orders, and quite frankly, your attempts at stalling are simply a waste of my time. With that, the villain lunged for them, cloudy darkness expanding forward in a massive mist. Yeah, only to be blasted back by a wave of pure sound. Kurogiri's wispy form shrank in with the force of it, his attack completely forced away. Orders are orders, huh? Then I guess you won't have any problems with me kicking your ass. Present Mike grinned fiercely. A sound quirk, Kurogiri mused. How interesting. Rock on. The second yell threw the villain back again, but this time he recovered from it even faster. The third passed harmlessly through Kurogiri's form without a trace, and the fourth was caught and directed back at Present Mike through a portal, nearly taking out the hero with his own attack. Present Mike's quirk could affect Kurogiri and buy them time, but it couldn't do any damage since that darkness the villain used to warp people wasn't part of his actual body. To take down Kurogiri, Izuku needed to target his weak spot. Todoroki, I need you to freeze only the bottom part of the villain, Izuku said quietly. Be precise. Todoroki looked at him for a moment, expression unreadable. Then he threw his right hand forward. The rush of ice was just as beautiful as it was the last loop, a chilling wave of frost that enveloped Kurogiri in just a second. The villain broke free instantly again, misty darkness bursting outward. There, a metal brace hidden within the mist, shaped to fit a neck with interesting markings along its side. It was exposed for barely a fraction of a second, but that was more than enough time for perfect recall to save its location. Izuku turned to the scowling boy next to him. How good's your aim, Katsuki? Huh, what kind of fucking question is that? Izuku poked his shoulder. There, a metal brace hidden within the mist, shaped to fit a neck with interesting markings along its side. Izuku handed over one of his hyperdensity seals, and Katsuki's lips stretched into an unsettling grin. The sharp bang drew Kurogiri's attention, but he was still too slow to react to the explosively propelled, stamp-shaped projectile that slammed into his neck with brutal force. The villain committed the cloud equivalent of a full-body flinch under the blow, glowing yellow eyes going wide. Gotcha. He's not entirely intangible, sensei, Izuku called out. There's something solid you can hit under all of that mist. Present Mike flashed a thumbs up over his shoulder. Thanks for the assist, little listeners. It was a testament to the severity of the situation that neither Present Mike nor 13 scolded them for actively attacking a villain. Kurogiri's eyes landed on Izuku, noticeably warier now. What a dangerous attack. It's impressive that you children figured out my weakness so soon. I suppose you are the cream of the crop, after all. Especially you there, Midoriya. So you're the brains behind this group, Midoriya. It's going to be a shame to kill you. How do you know my name? Izuku cut him off sharply. That isn't public information. And no one here has referred to me by name once in the past few minutes that we've been here. I'm afraid I cannot tell you that, Kurogiri responded. They must have hacked into UA's servers somehow, either using that same person they currently had jamming communications, or some other technopathy quirk, or maybe even just pure skill. If they bypassed UA's security, they would have all the information they needed, including when this field trip would take place, and what all of the students' names and quirks were. It all made sense. They almost never give us straight answers, little listener, Present Mike said. Leave that part to the police. Our job, you see, is to save people and capture the villains. Amplified to an incredible degree by his quirk and precisely aimed through the directional speaker, Present Mike's voice was an incredibly potent weapon. Faced with the said weapon pointed right at his weak spot, all Kurogiri could do was raise a massive mist in front of him like a shield to protect himself. Even then, the vibrations were still visibly affecting his wispy form. How long can you keep that up, villain? It was working. Mike-sensei's so cool, Kirishima marveled. He's taking on that terrifying guy all by himself. And he's totally kicking ass. Ashido finished. He is certainly impressive, 13 agreed. But stay alert, students. We need to evacuate as soon as Mike creates an opening for us. Are those strong enough? Yaoyorozu asked Jiru. The purple-haired girl had new, durable-looking earmuffs over her ears, though there was still a wince on her face. Kinda. Jiru mouthed back. Thanks, Yamomo. Holy shit, Mike's quirk is strong. Izuku glanced back at the fight to see Present Mike advancing on the villain, triumphant, as Kurogiri shrunk further and further under the onslaught of sound. The villain's eyes were getting lower and lower on his misty form, almost as if he was sinking. Wait, Izuku looked down just in time to see a massive portal opening right under their feet, purple darkness stealthily stretching underneath them entirely unnoticed. A split second of realization before dawning horror set deep into his bones, immediately followed by a wave of dread and utter helplessness. Fuck. Izuku opened his mouth. On check. 11:31 a.m., Wednesday. Izuku snapped back into focus at the sensation of freefall, of a plummeting feeling in his stomach and wind rushing by his face. He tucked in on instinct and hit the ground in a roll, mitigating the impact throughout his entire body. He pushed himself to his feet and stood up. Fire. Every building around him was on fire, a bright orange-red coloring his entire field of vision. The heat pressed up against his face and wrapped around his skin. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead. He hadn't been sent to the shipwreck. This was a completely different part of the USJ. Another carefully created rescue zone. None of the flames were actually spreading to anything else and were instead just burning in place. But even if it was man-made, Izuku was still trapped in a world on fire. Aha, there's one. Finally. That misty fucker actually pulled through. Let's burn him up. A world on fire filled with villains. They came from every side, casually stepping through the flaming landscape to surround him. Almost all of them seemed to have some type of heat resistance or fire quirk. How much did Shigaraki pay you guys to do this? Izuku asked. Oddly enough, he didn't feel any fear right now. There was only a strange sort of numbness at the situation before him, at everyone and everything caught under his eyes. A pause. Then a woman at the front chuckled. So you already know the boss's name? The villain mused. Didn't think he was that popular. As for how much yen we're getting, well, it's plenty. It must have cost a lot to get so many villains in on such a risky plan. For all of his immaturity, Shigaraki seemed to be incredibly well funded. Not that it's gonna matter much to you, kid. A man jeered. He had a bear mutation that manifested in his face and arms, covering them both in brown fur and extending deadly claws from his hands. You're about to be dead meat. What a useful quirk. Obviously enhanced strength, extra fire resistance, and sharp limbs that were absolutely perfect for removing debris. He would make an excellent rescue hero or firefighter, or be successful in many other types of physically demanding jobs. But instead, he was using it to kill children for some yen. Another villain in a ski mask laughed. This voice came from about a meter to the left, marking him as the closest enemy. You tell him, Kuma. Izuku twisted into a sprint, within range before the masked man could even react. He feinted at his face and startled arms shot up to block, leaving the villain completely open to the iron-soled boot that struck him between the legs. Hard. The villain crumpled to his knees with a scream. Without pause, Izuku laced his fingers together and brought them down on his head to knock him out. A flash of light lit up at the edge of his vision and he ducked on instinct, a ball of fire flying right over him. He could feel the heat glide along his scalp. The female villain whistled, a fireball now resting in each of her open palms. Damn, now that was ruthless, kid. A simple emitter quirk that produced flames from the user's hands. Her fire seemed to be above average in temperature among quirks of the type, though still far lower than Endeavor. It had taken less than a second for her to conjure up another projectile after that first attack. Yet again, countless usages in various jobs or hero work. But instead, she was using it to kill children for some yen. No wonder that weirdo sent so many of us. Izuku rushed her, her right arm thrust forward in response, hand curling in like a newbie baseball pitcher. Izuku read the trajectory before the fireball even left her palm and twisted to avoid it without breaking stride. It would take her too much time to create more fire on her right hand after that miss, so she was going to attack with her left next. He threw his last seal. It zipped through the air before striking the back of her left hand at the perfect angle, knocking her flaming palm up, and into her own jaw. The villain reeled away with a shout, in obvious pain but not visibly burnt in the slightest. So that was the limit of her heat resistance. What the fuck? Izuku's gauntlet slammed into the exact same place on her jaw and sent her flying backward against the concrete. She rolled to a stop a few meters away, unconscious. Loud footsteps beat against the ground and Izuku whirled around just in time to see two massive paws aimed at his face. He crossed his arms to block on reflex, sharp claws screeching harshly off his metal-covered forearms. The bear man named Kuma by the ski mask guy laughed harshly. Did those two dumbasses really just get taken down by a kid? Let me guess, you're gonna try and beat me down the same way? Huh. Izuku kicked at the villain's ankle in response, earning a satisfying hiss. Then he threw all of his weight into a punch at the villain's solar plexus. Kuma caught the blow effortlessly in a large paw, bare features twisting into something that resembled a grin. Fuck. Huh? I barely even felt that one. You don't even have a strength mutation, do you, kid? The backhand struck Izuku across the face with the force of a train, knocking him clean off his feet and up into the air. The world spun for a dizzying second before he hit the ground in a painful tumble of limbs. Izuku blinked away at the stars floating in his vision and pushed himself to his feet. The bodysuit helped absorb the impact on the rest of his body, but that one blow to the head had almost given him a concussion. Do you even have a physical quirk? The villain wondered. I didn't see you use any shit against those two either. Are we not good enough for your quirk? Huh. Someone suddenly grabbed him from behind, roughly holding his arms against his back. Izuku struggled on instinct, stomping hard on the new villain's foot, but their grip didn't budge an inch. Gotcha, kiddo. Another man stepped up next to Kuma, this one wearing an odd-looking dragon mask over the top half of his face. Two fangs were visible over his exposed mouth. Kuma laughed at Izuku's obvious surprise. What, did you think the rest of us were gonna come at you one by one? You kicked that guy over there in the balls without even hesitating. We're not gonna line up for you like dominoes. Though, I could kill you by myself if I wanted to, of course. Are you sure about that? Izuku tried to taunt. You seem to need a lot of help, actually. Pretty sure, Kuma replied, not pausing and advanced toward Izuku. Immobile as he was, a single slash from those claws would probably rip Izuku's face apart. Izuku reached out blindly behind him, fingers grasping for contact. It took a desperate second of useless fumbling before he finally felt the warm skin of his captor's wrist. Pain. Izuku's vision went white for a moment. He felt like he was on fire as a sharp sting ran through his entire body. His mind stilted as it was forced to memorize the sensation before he toppled to the ground, completely numb. And then the iron-tight hold on him was suddenly gone, a chilling scream sounding right next to Izuku's ear. Izuku grit his teeth in and threw his elbow back into the villain's stomach, creating distance. Then he whirled around to knock him out with a hastily thrown left hook, perfect form wavering the slightest bit as he regained his composure. Electrocution fucking hurt. Izuku glanced back to see the dragon-masked villain open his mouth wide. Flames spewed out in a scorching stream as Izuku leaped to the side, burning the ground where he just was. An emitter that let the user breathe out flames. Decent range, with far more intense heat than the fireball woman. Speaking of heat, Izuku thought as he wiped a hand across his sweat-covered face. If he fought in an area covered in fire much longer, he was probably going to collapse. He could already feel his stamina draining away faster than normal. He needed to hurry up. Izuku watched the villain's mouth open again, shoulders rising and chest expanding with the breath, and rolled out of the way of another blast. He picked up his fallen seal as he stood and launched it with all of his might. The stamp-shaped projectile struck the villain dead center in the middle of his forehead and he fell like a sack of bricks. Kuma lunged at him while he was distracted, extended claws just barely missing his eyes. Izuku ducked and weaved under the following swipes, carefully dodging the attacks he could and blocking the ones that he couldn't. His gauntlets held up against the villain's claws, but the force of each blow still shook his entire body. And then the bear man finally made a mistake, paws curling in for a swing that was just a bit too wide. Izuku seized the opening to step in close and grabbed the villain's face in his gloved palm. Real bears had big, thick fur coats and several layers of insulating fat, so electricity wasn't very effective on their bodies. But their faces were a different story. Their super-sensitive lips, nose, and tongue took a sudden shock as a very unpleasant occurrence. Izuku's glove activated, electricity glowing a bright, beautiful blue as Kuma's eyes widened. He let out a deep sigh as the bear villain finally collapsed, his heart racing in his chest. Slow, deliberate footsteps sounded behind him. Izuku whirled around, hands raised up for another opponent only to see a familiar dual-haired boy blinking back at him. Todoroki, Midoriya. Todoroki returned. His face appeared just as expressionless as usual, despite the fact that they were in an active villain attack. His eyes swept over the clearing, glancing at all of the unconscious villains strewn about, before looking back at Izuku. I see you've dealt with things over here. I have, Izuku agreed. What about you, Todoroki? Are you injured? Todoroki shook his head. No, none of the opponents here provided me with any challenge. Of course they didn't, Izuku muttered, glad for it yet slightly bitter all the same. 11:37 a.m., Wednesday. By the time they made it back to the plaza together, the battle there was over. The entire plaza was a mess, formerly pristine concrete now filled with cracks and craters. Dozens of unconscious villains were laid out around these ruined areas, some of them trapped in various blocky-looking constructions. In a place like this, Cementos seemed to be practically unstoppable. Aizawa had Shigaraki roughly pressed into the ground, eyes gleaming red behind his golden goggles. The hero's elbow was partially decayed again, but it didn't seem as serious. Kurogiri was similarly held down near the plaza steps. Present Mike keeping a tight hold on the villain's metal brace as 13 and a couple of students watched on. The purple darkness had receded so much that Kurogiri's form seemed almost humanoid. And at the center of it All Might was beaming wide, his fist raised high into the air. The Nano was gone, probably through that new hole in the glass ceiling. The numbness in Izuku's chest finally fled, washed away completely by the pure, endless relief settling in its place. He almost fell to his knees with the force of it. They'd won. They'd really, actually won. 12:01 a.m., Wednesday. With the help of the pro heroes, the rest of the students made their way back to the plaza. Kaminari was finally able to contact the school, and Nezu was swiftly informed of how everything went down. Both Kurogiri and Shigaraki were taken away. Recovery Girl arrived almost immediately to check everyone over. Most of the students were exhausted and bruised in places, but no one had any serious injuries except Yaoyorozu, who had her broken left arm held in a self-made sling. It turned out that she was the one that had been warped to the shipwreck in Izuku's stat. She had found a way out without having to kill all of the villains there. She really was brilliant. He was not. His memory was a terribly cruel thing. As soon as the adrenaline faded, as soon as he knew that everybody was okay, the choice he made on that ship was free to come rushing back in perfect clarity. He flicked on the circular device on his removed gauntlet, held it over the edge, and let go. Even if he had erased it from the timeline, the fact didn't change that Izuku consciously drowned a bunch of living, breathing humans to survive. He had seen a whole 16 villains in the water, and there had likely been more of them around the ship. If those villains were no longer dead, did the fact that Izuku killed them even matter? They were effectively only dead in Izuku's mind and memories. After all, if he told someone everything and they believed him, they probably wouldn't consider the villains dead. But since Izuku himself had experienced the event, he felt like he had killed them. He had killed people. Was he a murderer? The law wouldn't say so. 3 15-year-olds up against over a dozen villains in an unexpected attack was clear self-defense. He had also passed that safety course before even being allowed access to the electricity function on his gauntlet. And Izuku knew that heroes sometimes needed to use lethal force in desperate situations. But the disturbing part was that in all of his emotions over this, there wasn't an ounce of regret. He absolutely hated the fact that he had caused deaths when his entire purpose and very drive was to save, and was sad that was forced to make the decision to do so. But flicking through the memory once, twice, thrice, and 4 times, Izuku still couldn't think of a single other choice he could have made. There was no other way to defeat all of those villains with the equipment, body, and skills that he had, even taking into account Ashido and Kirishima's abilities. So Izuku felt absolutely no regret over killing the villains, because he would make the exact same choice again if he had to. Did that make him a monster? Izuku looked down at his gloved hands. It probably. Izuku-kun. The familiar voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He glanced over to see Ochaco run up to him. Her hair was messy and dusty, and her bodysuit was scuffed and damaged in several places, just like before. But this time her eyes were adorably bright in her helmet, and there was a tired yet happy smile stretched across her face. Izuku's heart caught in his chest. Auburn brown eyes scanned him back merrily. "You're okay, Izuku-kun. I was super worried about it all from what you told me, but it looks like everything went well." Izuku smiled back, already feeling lighter. "Yeah, it did. How was the ruins zone?" "Pretty annoying," Ochaco said. "But that was more cause of Blasty over there. Fuck you too, round face. Then the actual villains, Ochaco continued, ignoring the shout. Where were you sent? Some place made for fire rescue, Izuku answered. It was a bit tough, but I managed. Ochaco smiled at that. That's good. They watched Recovery Girl fret over the other students for a while, kindly speeding up their healing and handing out cute bandages. The heroes weren't exempt. Either Aizawa and 13 were promptly dragged over for a checkup as well when they got too close to the older woman. Hey, Izuku-kun, can I borrow your notebook? Izuku blinked, pulling out his treasured notebook from its place in his costume and handing it over to her. Sure, but why? Ochaco grinned. You'll see. She rushed over to the heroes, so excited her boots were practically floating off the ground, and eventually came to a stop in front of 13. Oh, of course she wanted an autograph. Ochaco gushed to 13 for almost a minute, hands gesturing wildly as she spoke. The rescue hero looked more and more flustered the longer it continued. Then Ochaco skipped back to him, precious prize in hand, and proudly shoved the notebook in his face. There were 2 autographs on the page. Izuku's eyes went wide. He looked up at Ochaco to see her beaming from ear to ear. I promised, didn't I? Izuku felt a warm laugh tumble from his lips. Yeah, I guess you did. Thanks, Ochaco. Anytime, Izuku-kun. 7:58 a.m., Friday. The seal was a grounding weight in the palm of Izuku's hand. His thumb brushed absent-mindedly back and forth over the blunt end of it, automatically memorizing its size, mass, and texture. A fascinatingly simple support item, small and easy to carry, yet dense and heavy enough to pack a powerful punch when thrown right. Night-Eye modeled his projectiles after office stamps to fit his image of a typical, everyday salaryman, and Izuku couldn't help but take after one of his favorite heroes when it finally came time to design his own costume. Getting to use the support gear of your heroes was a dream come true for any fanboy. But out of the 2 precious seals he had been given, Izuku had already lost one attacking Kurogiri. He was glad that he took action then, of course, and was fully prepared to not get the projectile back after tossing it at a guy who was literally a human portal, yet Izuku couldn't help but be annoyed about it all the same. It was almost like he'd lost a piece of his hero merch. Maybe he could ask for more from the support labs. A quiet rustle pricked the edge of his awareness, barely audible over the conversations taking place all over the classroom. Izuku glanced up just in time to see Aizawa smoothly slide through the door and over to the podium. 5 seconds, Aizawa observed as all came to a halt, his voice as monotone as always. Not bad, but there's still plenty of room for improvement. By the end of this year, I expect all of you to be able to notice my presence and react accordingly, not just Midoriya, Jiru, and Shoji. Staying aware of your surroundings is a crucial skill for any pro hero. Moving on, I'm sure every one of you knows what event is coming up in just a few weeks. The UA Sports Festival is one of the important programs in Japan, with millions upon millions of live viewers every year. This makes it the perfect chance to test your skills under pressure. Those of you that are aiming to be limelight heroes in the future will have the golden opportunity to show off your capability, while those of you going for the underground can more subtly catch the attention of pro heroes like me. I expect this entire class to put in its best effort. Aizawa's eyes narrowed in on them, heavy with intent. So I hope you all enjoyed your day off, because over the next few weeks, all of you are going to be training harder than ever. 9:28 a.m., Friday. Izuku idly doodled in the margins of his completed English assignment, tracing out a tiny dark shadow from memory, a cute, bird-shaped head complete with wide eyes and a pointed beak on its end. He added little claws to the figure like the ones he'd seen the sentient Quirk use during the battle trial. What a truly fascinating quirk. That's pretty good, listener. Izuku nearly startled in his seat at the sound of Present Mike's voice, so zoned out he hadn't even noticed the man leaning over his shoulder. For a hero so loud and lively, he could be surprisingly stealthy when he wanted to be. He looks just like Dark Shadow-kun, Present Mike praised. And you got everything right on the assignment, too. Nice work. Several students looked over. Izuku resisted the urge to curl in on himself. Though I am a little concerned about just how quickly you finished it, the teacher continued. His voice changed as he suddenly switched languages, his accent growing noticeably stronger. You said you were already fluent in English, right? Izuku nodded, responding in English as well. I started learning pretty early on, yeah. I've always been a huge All Might fan. Present Mike grinned at that. The big man's pretty great, huh? People say that he's single-handedly increased our nation's goodwill towards the states. I've gotten distracted. I actually came over here to ask you to stay behind after class, Midoriya-kun. Am I in trouble, sensei? No, nothing like that. See, the thing is, 10:02 a.m., Friday. Word around the other teachers is that you've been breezing right through all of your assignments, Present Mike claimed, his voice echoing throughout the now empty classroom. Even Midnight tells me that you already know everything in her art history curriculum, and that's not exactly common for heroic students, you know. Izuku scratched his cheek. I did some self-study before UA. You aced ectoplasm's pre-test, listener. Trust me, impressing that guy's a real feat. It's clear that you aren't being challenged at all where you are now. What kind of educators would we be if we didn't try to fix that? Not a single one of Izuku's teachers in the past had tried to fix that. To that end, President Mike continued cheerfully. Our esteemed principal wishes to personally assess your abilities himself. Izuku's blood froze in his veins. Isn't that great? Yeah, when did he say he wanted to see me? Right now, actually. He said you could take your lunch break in his office. Do you need me to show you where it is, listener? Izuku forced a smile onto his face. No, I think I can find it. Thanks though, Mike-sensei. No problem. 10:06 a.m., Friday. Izuku was a huge fan of Nezu, despite how incredibly hard it was to find any information on the hero's career and past operations. Nezu wasn't a frontline fighter who brawled openly in the spotlight, nor an underground agent who quietly patrolled the streets in the night. He was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes to make sure both types of heroes survive. Because of this, Nezu was far more known to the public as UA High's principal than as the licensed pro hero he was. Yet the fact remained that Nezu was one of the smartest beings in Japan, if not the entire world. He possessed an intelligence quirk potent enough to calculate complex scenarios and solutions within seconds, and the planning skills to utilize that to maximum effect. Izuku had a very, very important secret he needed to keep from the world. Getting the attention of someone like that was the opposite of what he wanted, especially when said someone had just found out about Prophet's existence through a major event. However, there still wasn't a single thing actually connecting Midoriya Izuku to Prophet as of now. There wasn't much risk in meeting the hero as long as he was careful. If anything, it would be way weirder if a hero student went out of his way to avoid the head of his own school. And Izuku kinda really wanted to see Nezu in person, so he headed for Nezu's office as requested, following his memorized map of UA, until he arrived at a room near the center of the school. He raised his hand to knock. Come in, only for a cheerful voice from inside to acknowledge him before his knuckles even touched the door. Izuku stepped in to see a modest-looking office, simple and sparsely decorated. A couple of school awards were proudly hung throughout the room, boasting various student achievements in bright yellow text. Most of the office's space was taken up by a desk of beautiful, polished wood in its center. It was cluttered with stacks upon stacks of documents, a mountain of paperwork that nearly covered up the creature sitting behind said desk. Nezu had gleaming white fur and adorable mouse-like facial features, complete with little box ears and a very round nose. He wore a sharp suit with the same red tie as the student uniform. A hint of a tail peeked out from behind his chair. The only thing that didn't fit in with his cute image was the eye-catching scar stretching over the creature's right eye. Izuku couldn't help but wonder how he'd gotten it. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? Who knows? I'm the principal, Nezu. And you must be Midoriya Izuku? Yes. Izuku blinked at the puzzling introduction, then nodded. Why yeah, that's me. It's nice to meet you, Nezu-san. Likewise, Nezu chirped. Please, take a seat. Izuku did. Now, as Mike told you, I've called you here to assess your academic capabilities and rework your future courses accordingly, Nezu stated. I understand that this is a little sudden, and also taking over your lunch break, but hopefully it'll be worth your time. The head of the school himself was worrying about Izuku's time. How are you going to be, assessing me? Izuku asked. Through a special written exam that I've created myself. You'll enjoy it, but we can get to that later. First, Nezu reached under his desk and pulled out a small bento box. Let's eat. Your brain needs energy to function, after all, and I wish to test you at your very best. Izuku set his own bento box down on the desk, careful not to knock over any stacks of paper as he opened it up. Mom had packed him some onigiri today, simple and deliciously homemade, and he dug into the rice with a small smile. It was incredibly hard to ignore the fact that he was sitting across Nezu while he did so, of course, but Izuku did his best anyway as the minutes passed. He'd never felt so painfully awkward just eating a meal before. Why do you want to become a hero, Midoriya-kun? I need to save people, Izuku replied before his conscious mind even processed the question. Then his chopsticks froze halfway to his mouth, emerald green eyes flicking up to meet beady black ones. I've always wanted to. Nezu nodded. An admirable response, if not a slightly cliché one. I hope for all of my hero students to have an answer to that question before their second year. Then if you don't mind me asking, why did you become a hero, Nezu-san? I suppose it's only fair if I answer that as well, Simply put, I wish to punish evil beings and make all of them suffer. The air in the cozy office suddenly felt far heavier. Izuku shivered a little with it. Then Nezu clapped his paws and the odd feeling vanished. I see that you're done eating, Midoriya-kun. Are you ready to begin your test now? Izuku folded his chopsticks and napkin back into his bento box, placing them carefully off to the side before returning his full attention back to the hero. I am. Wonderful. Then, without further ado, the test turned out to be a small packet of paper, barely 3 pages long and almost entirely made up of free response questions. The first one asked him something basic about math, prompting some age-old formula from the depths of his perfect memory. The second was just as easy, requiring him to balance a simple equation of chemistry elements. Then the assessment leaped up to the level of the entrance exam, with questions similar to those he had faced just weeks ago. He breezed through them and flipped to the next page, only to see stuff that was most decidedly not high school level, even by prestigious, best hero academy in the nation plus ultra standards. Izuku only barely resisted the urge to glance up at Nezu as he continued, his pace slowing the further along he went. The third page didn't have anything academic on it at all. There was only one question printed on its front, a seemingly simple puzzle that he soon realized was far more layered and complex than it appeared. He needed to come up with a solution to perfectly satisfy a set of easy requirements, yet every single one of said requirements contradicted the others in some way. It was almost as if he was being forced to think outside the box. It took all of Izuku's remaining lunch break to figure out a loophole that would actually work, and he found himself filling in the last page with an almost euphoric burst of accomplishment. Then he finally looked up at Nezu and handed in his test. It took the principal a mere 5 seconds to grade the fruits of Izuku's labor, beady black eyes scanning each page at inhuman speed before small paws flipped to the next. A smile formed across Nezu's mouse-like features when he finished reading and set the paper down. That was a good sign, right? So, how well do you think you did, Midoriya-kun? Nezu prompted. I have no idea, Izuku admitted honestly. That was the hardest test I have ever taken. I'm glad I could challenge you, then. In fact, you did extremely well, so well, in fact, that you are already far beyond UA's academic curriculum. I am, indeed, Nezu confirmed happily. You are quite fond of self-study, it seems, and that paired with your clear genius and memory quirk has let you learn anything you desire. Though, this does mean that as an academic institution, UA has been left completely in the dust. I must apologize for not noticing your plight sooner, Midoriya-kun. It's fine, Nezu-san. Really, I don't want to create any more work for you and the rest of the staff. Nonsense. Nezu cut in with a chuckle. Helping humans like you is the very reason that I'm here. So effective immediately. You will be unenrolled out of all of your current classes except for heroics. You can still attend them if wish to spend time with your fellow classmates, of course, but they are no longer part of your schedule and workload. In place of them, you will instead have personal lessons with me in this office. I will teach you everything I can about tactics in your future career, and do my best to develop your potential over your next 3 years here. Izuku stared at the hero, stunned. You want to mentor me? Nezu grinned in response. Correct. What do you say? On one hand, spending the majority of his academic career with the smartest being in the country was a very easy way to accidentally reveal his most important secret. But on the other, how could Izuku possibly pass up an opportunity like this? Learning under a hero like Nezu would be everything. So would it be selfish for him to accept? Or would it be more ridiculous to even consider saying no? What would Ochaco say? 2:58 p.m., Friday. It's about time a teacher recognized how smart you were, Ochaco exclaimed proudly when he told her, almost sounding happier than he was. Seriously, you were just wasting your time listening to Present Mike lecture you on a language you're already fluent in. Yeah, I'm going to miss you in ectoplasm's class, though, Ochaco sighed. I need someone to suffer through the pain with. I'm sure that you aren't the only one in our class who hates calculus, Ochaco, Izuku said, amused. True. Besides, if you think that's bad, you'd absolutely hate to see the questions Nezu made me do. I've never taken a scarier test in my life. Izuku then tapped a finger against his chin, as if he'd just been hit with an idea. Wait, actually, why don't I just show you the memory? Ochaco shook her head rapidly at the very thought, eyes wide. No, I think I'm good. Really? Izuku tilted his head to the side, all curious innocence. But I thought you loved seeing my memories. I do. This one could help you in your studies, though. Are you sure you don't want to see it? I mean, maybe. But in this case, wouldn't it be better to, not? I mean, as far as test integrity goes and all, it'd be bad if we. Izuku's lips twitched up against his will. His best friend abruptly cut herself off at the movement, auburn brown eyes narrowing in on him. He broke. Izuku-kun, you should have seen your face. That wasn't funny. I really thought you were going to make me live through some kind of hell exam. This is serious. Izuku-kun, stop laughing. 3:03 p.m., Friday. A thick and sturdy-looking steel door marked the entrance to UA's first-year support labs, striking a sharp contrast to the ordinary wooden ones present all over the rest of the school. There was even a card reader on the side required to open it. Ochaco's gloved knuckles hit metal once, then twice before her hand dropped back to her side. Nothing happened. Ochaco knocked again. This time, the door instantly slid wide open to reveal a pink-haired girl in a dusty tank top and overalls. There were an odd pair of steampunk goggles plastered tight over her forehead and a golden utility belt full of tools tied to her hip. Her most defining feature, though, was her eyes. Colored an odd greenish yellow and shaped with little crosses in their center, they shrunk in an infinitesimal amount as the girl caught sight of them, irises adjusting and focusing in a manner similar to that of the lens of a camera. They seemed to scan Ochaco in under a second, passing over her hair and face and uniform before narrowing in on her hands. With the special black gloves covering 3 fingers on each of Ochaco's hands and defined pads along the fingertips that were exposed, she had clearly noticed that Ochaco had a touch-based quirk. Then the pink-haired girl looked over Izuku's hair and face and uniform and limbs to try to figure out what his was. She found nothing at all, of course, but oddly enough that only appeared to make her more curious. A support student, one that had a fascinating visual-based quirk and an obvious amount of intelligence. Ochaco opened his mouth. "Hey, hero students." A bright exclamation cut her off. "I didn't know any hero students were gonna be swinging by. What do you want?" She leaned further forward with every word, her face already pressed deep into Ochaco's personal space. Ochaco somehow took her energy in stride. "Yeah, sorry that we just kinda popped over here like this. Were we supposed to make an appointment or something?" A careless shrug. "I have no idea. Then I guess it doesn't matter. I'm Ochaco Uraraka. And this is Midoriya Izuku. We're here to request some changes to our hero costumes. Hatsume, future head of Hatsume Industries." The girl introduced herself proudly. Then her eyes lit up. "Hero costume changes. I can do that. Follow me, we gotta talk to the Clawman first." The support lab appeared to be pretty advanced, despite the fact that it was made for the first years. Izuku couldn't name even half of the machines in the room. Only 2 or 3 students were still working on and building stuff, not including Hatsume. Clawman turned out to be the excavation hero, Power Loader, a brilliant support and rescue hero. The man was entirely shirtless and wore a huge, claw-shaped helmet that covered most of his ginger hair. Interestingly enough, he tensed up as soon as he caught sight of the 3 of them. "Hatsume," Power Loader started, his voice carefully controlled. "Please tell me you aren't here to tell me about another accident." Izuku blinked. "Not this time," Hatsume chirped back. The hero let out an audible sigh of relief. "All right then, what do you need?" Hatsume spread her hands wide, gesturing towards the 2 of them. 2 hero students dropped by for costume changes. "Can you give me their designs?" Power Loader nodded. "Names: Uraraka Ochaco, Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. I'm Majima Higari. Feel free to come to me about any support-related concerns." A pause as he shuffled through papers. Here we go. Try not to blow anything else up." Hatsume took the offered packets with barely restrained glee and bounced over to one of the empty work tables. Izuku and Ochaco exchanged a glance before following her. "So support students are allowed to handle costume changes and adjustments?" Izuku asked. "That made a lot of sense, actually." Hatsume bobbed her head in affirmation. "Yep. We don't actually get to make your costumes. That's up to the established companies that UA commissions, but we're free to work on them as much as we want." Her eyes skimmed over both of their designs at a rapid pace as she talked, intensely curious. "Your quirk causes you some kind of nausea, right? Everything here seems to be built around that." Yeah. I have just the baby to help you, then." Ochaco's eyes went wide. "Baby?" "Yep," Hatsume agreed happily. "It's a pretty common quirk drawback, so I thought up babies to reduce it months ago." "Oh, she was talking about her inventions. What does this baby do then, exactly?" Izuku asked. Hatsume took out an empty sheet of paper and started sketching, quickly drawing out what looked like a wrist guard. It was somewhat bulkier than usual, though, and shaped like some sort of giant blob. "It has plenty of defense, see? And if you press a button here, the inside will clamp down hard on your pressure points. I think I could build one to fit you pretty easily." Ochaco's bodysuit already pushed against her pressure points in this way, but with just a glance Izuku could tell that Hatsume's additions would be way more effective than anything the support company gave them. The weight could be an issue, but it'd be well worth it. Ochaco certainly seemed to agree. "That sounds perfect, Hatsume-san." "Thanks." Hatsume beamed back, her hands placed on her hips. "Of course it does. I designed it. Just don't forget who worked on your costumes." "Yeah. I've heard that second years can sign exclusive contracts." 4:19 p.m., Friday. Yagi Toshinori watched a blur of white, red, and blue zoom around the training room with an almost nostalgic sense of wonder. Nearly a dozen sidekicks were laid out on the floor in its wake, clutching at their sides in pain and gasping desperately for air. Within a minute, a single young man was the last one left standing, toned arms held high in a classic pose and a bright grin stretched wide across his face. Power, known as the strongest UA student and already a pro hero in all but name. Many predicted that Takada Mirio would break into the top 20 as soon as he debuted. The boy possessed an incredibly impractical quirk named permeation that allowed his body to pass through matter at will. Toshinori could only imagine how ridiculously difficult such an ability was to control and use in battle, yet despite that, Takada had managed to turn it into something truly unstoppable over years of hard work and dedication. It was no wonder he was Mirai's protege. You see it too, don't you? Toshinori glanced over to see his old partner, the younger man's lean frame stepping to his side without a sound. Mirio has the most potential out of anyone in my agency, Mirai stated, his voice carrying a subtle yet definite note of pride. His technique is almost unmatched, his physical strength is comparable to those with power-based quirks, and his mind has quickly absorbed every piece of tactical knowledge that I have imparted to him. He certainly seems very impressive, Toshinori agreed. The two of them watched as Tagata pulled the downed and winded sidekicks around him to their feet, his booming laugh just barely audible from where they stood. None of the heroes who had just been taken down by a high school student seemed irritated by him in the slightest. If anything, they all appeared to look up to and admire the boy despite his younger age. The most important thing about Mirio, however, is none of that. It's instead in the kind of person he is. Mirai pushed up his glasses. Mirio is the perfect choice to become the next symbol of peace, Toshinori, both in personality and presence. He is exactly who we need to step up to the plate after I retire, Toshinori finished, forcing away the cough in the back of his throat and the bloody bile that had almost slipped out with it. His injury had always worried Mirai the most. Yes, Toshinori considered it. He watched the boy in front of him for a pensive minute, imagining the hero he would become and the hero he could become if he was the successor to One for All. What would Nana do? Who would Nana choose? Then Midoriya's words came to mind, and he quickly shut down that line of thought. No, this needed to be his and Tagata's decision, no one else's. 4:25 p.m., Friday. Toshinori waited until Tagata's training had concluded before approaching him. The boy glanced up immediately at the sight of him and put down his water bottle with a smile. Why, hello. I don't think I've seen you around here before. Toshinori gave him a small smile in return. This is the first time we're meeting. Yes, my name is Yagi Toshinori, and I'm an old friend of Sir Night Eyes. He's told me a lot about you. Tagata's eyes widened. A friend of Sir's? Huh. You must already know who I am, then. But I'm Tagata Mirio, also known as the pro hero Lemillion. Nice to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Why the name Lemillion? Toshinori asked. He'd been wondering about the number stamped across the boy's costume for a while now. I get that question all the time. I guess people are mostly used to seeing heroes named after their abilities. Nothing wrong with that. Of course, they're all pretty cool, too. But I chose this name because of my dream. It's impossible to save everyone. No one can be everywhere at once, not even All Might. But as heroes, we can save as many people as we can. Tagata grinned brightly, his knuckles pressed into his hips. And that's why I'm Lemillion, the hero that's going to save at least 1 million people. So this was what a true hero was. That's quite a remarkable dream, young man. But from what I've seen of you today, I'm sure that you can accomplish it. Thank you, Yagi-san. I have a long way to go still, though. Tagata let out a laugh, rubbing at the back of his neck. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead. Toshinori pressed into the opening. Young Tagata, as someone who watched the first sports festival and knows just how hard you have worked to become strong with a quirk like yours, do you think your dream would be any different if you had a stronger quirk? If you magically had the chance to gain even more power in addition to permeation, would you take it? The boy blinked twice, caught completely off guard. Then he looked down at his open palm, clenching and unclenching his fist as he mulled it over. His smile didn't fall. I wouldn't take it, Lemillion finally declared, confident and firm. My dream would be the same no matter what quirk I was born with. But I also wouldn't be the same hero I am today if I hadn't spent all those years training to master the one I got. I'm going to be Lemillion with nothing but what I was born with, no magical gift or extra quirk needed, even if I do accidentally go naked sometimes. And that was that. Toshinori smiled. I see. Thank you for giving an old man your time, Lemillion. No problem. 8:58 a.m., Sarah. Namasa let out a hiss through tightly clenched teeth, letting his head fall into his hand as the phone call ended. 3 days. That was how long the Musutafu police force had managed to hold the ringleaders of the USJ-attacked Shigaraki and the currently unnamed warp villain in custody. The Nano had been found hundreds of meters away from the school and promptly carried off to a lab when it became obvious that the monster with an exposed brain was, in fact, not human. Early reports showed that the Namu didn't move or respond at all to any external stimuli outside of Shigaraki's voice, like some sort of terrifying attack dog, which was creepy as hell and all, but Naomasa could handle that. It wouldn't be the first time a villain had gotten a little too creative trying to kill his best friend. Then the next day they found out that the Namu had multiple quirks. Not just one quirk with multiple functions or a dual quirk or even a rare case of 2 quirks in one individual, but at least 5 entirely different abilities in one body. And even worse, 5 entirely different abilities in one body that all countered All Might. There was only one villain that could engineer a monster like that. Naomasa immediately alerted the commission and gave the order to move both Shigaraki and the warp villain to a far more secure facility. But it hadn't mattered in the slightest as soon as he decided to break out his underlings, which turned out to be today. It was done. Both of the ringleaders of the USJ attack were missing, and Naomasa now had over a dozen guards who would never see their families again. The bastard had even drilled their skulls in exactly like he'd done to Toshinori's stomach 5 years ago to drive it all home. All for one was alive, recovered, and gunning for a rematch. And the only hero strong enough to stop him was weaker than ever. 10:39 am, Sare. It was almost like a dance at this point. He took a step forward, and she took a step back to match. He struck fast and precise, with hooks and jabs at her face and stomach that she only just managed to block. Kicks that would have toppled her over months ago were now carefully dodged and sidestepped. And then she countered, her hands lashing out at him like whips in an attempt to activate her quirk. He weaved through them with practiced ease, her padded fingertips grazing the edges of his clothes with every missed attack. She took a step forward. He took a step back to match, and so on and so forth they went, trading blows across the tatami mat. Izuku couldn't keep the grin off his face even if he wanted to. He won the spar a little over 53 seconds later, pinning her to the tatami mat in a move that'd make a pro wrestler proud. It was super tricky to beat Ochaco like this since he had to restrain her in a way that prevented her from touching anything if he didn't want to suddenly find himself floating off the ground, but the challenge of it all only made his achievement that much more satisfying. Still riding on an adrenaline high, Izuku waited for Yagi to call the match. 1 second passed, then 2. Yagi did not call the match. Izuku looked up to see the hero completely out of it, so much so that he hadn't even noticed their spar had ended. His face was twisted into something that Izuku had never seen before. Burning blue eyes focused on something far beyond the dojo as his stick-like frame tensed up straight. Yagi-san. And then the look was gone, a thin smile taking its place on Yagi's face. My apologies, young Midoriya, young Uraraka. It seems that I zoned out a bit there. Who won your bout? Izuku-kun did, Ochaco told him. Then she frowned. Are you feeling okay, Yagi-san? Perfectly fine, I can assure you, Yagi responded. Just feeling a touch tired. That's all. Getting a healthy amount of sleep is very important. You know, Ochaco said slowly, even for people your age. Yagi's smile turned a bit more genuine. Why are you calling me old, young Uraraka? Me, I would never. Izuku tracked Yagi's facial expressions as the man talked, watching him swiftly hide that small bit of something with the same mask that he wore as the nation's strongest hero. The only difference, though, was that his fake smiles were way easier to see through in his true form. But as much as Izuku tried, he couldn't match that expression to anything he had ever seen in his memory from Yagi, Toshinori, or All Might. He had no idea at all what his hero was feeling or how to help him. Yagi chuckled. Of course, maybe the man really was just feeling a little tired. Heck, the pressure and duties of the symbol of peace combined with the responsibilities of a teacher for one of the most prestigious institutions in the nation must be a lot to deal with every day. It was only natural that he'd feel kinda worn out sometimes. That must be it. 10:41 am, Sere. That definitely wasn't it. Ochaco wasn't born yesterday. It took the emotional intelligence of a microwave to take a look at their tall skeleton mentor and realize that he was fucking pissed at something. Not tired or whatever dumb excuse he'd given them, which was something she'd never imagined thinking before. All Might had been such a steady, unchanging image for peace and safety throughout her entire childhood that the very thought of him being angry was like impossible. Endeavor. Sure, All Might. Never. But of course, Yagi could get mad at stuff too. He was a real-life person, not just a cardboard cutout. He just rarely did because he was the kindest old dude ever. So it was all the more terrifying for Ochaco to imagine what could possibly put that look on his face. If anything, I should be the one giving that lecture to you too, Yagi said. Being teenagers in your growing phases and all. I read somewhere recently that 13-18-year-olds are recommended by experts to get a whole 9 hours of sleep every single night. At her side, Izuku tilted his head. That's an outdated pre-Quirk era statistic. Actually, we really only need around 7 now. Still, that's quite a lot, is it not? Likely more than the amount required of a man of a slightly older age. Fair enough. Ochaco felt her lips quirk up. You really are getting super into this teacher thing, aren't you, Yagi-san? Yagi grinned back. I certainly am. Speaking of which, how did yesterday's heroics go for you both? The Great UA Sports Festival training plan hasn't been too harsh on your class, has it? It's a lot, Izuku admitted. We have less than a week until the sports festival, so it makes sense to increase our training like this and all. But maybe you should go a little bit easier on them. I think Kaminari almost passed out last class. Young Kaminari. But he seemed perfectly alright when I ended for the day. Ochaco couldn't help but snort. Even after decades of being a celebrity, it seemed like the man still didn't know how his fans worked. It's still pretty new to all of them that they're learning the actual #1 hero himself. Of course, Kaminari's gonna force on a brave face after surviving one of your classes. I mean, if me and Izuku-kun hadn't met you before UA, we'd probably be acting just like he is right now. I see. But besides that, Izuku hurriedly added, you're doing a great job at pushing almost everyone past their limits. Ochaco and I are more than ready to go plus ultra and show our skills off to the world at the sports festival. Ochaco punched her fist into her palm with a satisfying smack in ready agreement. Yeah, though we're still working on Ochaco's speech. All of that bravado left her in an instant, soon to be replaced by cold fear. Yeah, the worst part about knowing someone with perfect memory was that whenever you tried to forget about something, say, the incredibly important speech that you're gonna have to give to millions of people, they were always right there to remind you of it. Yagi chuckled at that. Public speaking. I still remember the very first time that I had to give a speech as a novice hero. It felt even scarier than the villain I had just defeated, which is saying a lot, considering the fact that said villain was as tall as a building, Izuku muttered. Though you made the takedown look effortless anyway. I did have to speak English as well, since this happened in America. Ochaco forced out a laugh. I'm glad I don't have to do that, at least. However, you are going to have an immensely larger audience than I did, young Uraraka, Yagi added after a moment. Hundreds of times larger, in fact. But I believe you can do it. Good luck. He flashed her a thumbs up, awkward yet oddly sweet just like everything else Yagi did. Thanks, Yagi-san. 2:03 p.m., Monday. The real reason that Ochaco and Izuku had been so quick to assure Yagi that he wasn't being too hard on his students was, of course, because Aizawa was infinitely worse. Unlike All Might, Aizawa had more than just a few months of experience training teenagers. He knew exactly how much they could take, exactly where their limits were, and exactly how to push them past those limits. Yet the man was still always fair. Everything that Ochaco had seen him do the past few weeks had been to teach them to be smarter, more careful, to be better heroes. Even though his classes were all super hard and scary, and today's lesson was shaping up to be his most terrifyingly fair class yet. Aizawa had the 19 of them change into their hero costumes as usual and line up in Gym Gamma, right next to a large circle outlined in red paint. You're all going to be sparring again, Aizawa drawled as soon as they were all there. With a focus on the hand-to-hand techniques that I went over in class last week. Think of this as a little test of your current combat ability. Being a class full of enthusiastic and mostly high-energy teenagers, his words instantly hyped everyone up. Ochaco was right there with them, clenching her fists tight in front of her in excitement. Who'd she get to go up against this time? She really wanted to try out some of the new stuff she'd learned. Hopefully, Aizawa would let them pick partners this time so she could get that rematch against Ajiro. Yeah, you guys won't be pairing up with each other today, Aizawa continued after a moment, almost as if it were an afterthought. Instead, all of you are going to be fighting me, one by one. Ochaco's smile slid right off her face. 1A's chatter died out in an instant. But instead of giving rise to much-deserved fear, like her, the 18 other members of her class only seemed to be feeling a mix of confusion and anticipation. None of them had even heard of the name Eraserhead until Izuku revealed his identity, after all, and most of them had been too focused on Present Mike and Kurogiri at the USJ to see the awesome moves their teacher pulled off on the villain army. Izuku had explained what Aizawa's quirk did to everyone already, but how many of them actually understood just how humbling the ability was? Finally, a chance to see what the damn hobo is really made of. Bakugo, stop referring to our teachers in such a rude manner. Shut the fuck up, Four Eyes. What a mad banquet of darkness. Aizawa recaptured the room's attention with a lazy wave of his hand and a single raised eyebrow. If you're so confident then, Bakugo, why don't you go first? Bakugo's face twisted into a grin at the challenge. I thought you'd never ask. Izuku and Ochaco exchanged a glance as the blonde stepped up to the circle. He's fucked, isn't he? Yup, the rules are pretty simple. The match ends when someone surrenders or is knocked out of this boundary. Make sure you quickly move off to the left side once you lose to make space for the next student. All quirks and gear are allowed. Got it. Let's fucking go already. Bakugo leaned forward slightly, placing his body's weight almost entirely on his front foot as his hands stretched out flat behind him. It was painfully easy for even Ochaco to predict what he was gonna do next. Aizawa nodded, appearing almost bored in his all-black hobo clothes. He didn't bother reaching for the white scarf around his neck or even getting into a stance. All right, then, go. Twin explosions instantly blasted Bakugo toward his teacher. The blonde lunged through the air with a right hook, his open palm aimed right at the older man's face. Two things happened in the millisecond before he made contact. First, Bakugo's entire face suddenly spasmed with a satisfying amount of shock as his reaching hand failed to release any explosion at all. Then, Aizawa sidestepped the strike with casual ease and performed a picture-perfect roundhouse kick to an airborne Bakugo's side. From the sidelines, Ochaco watched with pure glee as the blonde asshole went flying with the impact. Bakugo twisted in midair and thrust his hands behind him to counter his momentum with his quirk, only for nothing to happen once again. The blonde ended up hitting the ground in a roll that nearly put him out of bounds. He pushed himself to his feet with a glare. So your quirk erasing bullshit's fucking instant? Ha, correct. Aizawa nodded, his eyes glowing red. What are you going to do about it? Bakugo answered with another lunge. He seemed to still be pretty fast without his quirk managing to fake a second right hook just like the first before he feinted into a quick punch with his left. But Aizawa wasn't fooled. The real blow was caught firmly in his palm before the hero delivered a sharp counter to Bakugo's stomach, nearly knocking the boy clean off his feet. The blonde rushed in carelessly afterward only to take another strike, this one actually throwing right out of the red circle. Within seconds, one of the strongest members of their class had been taken down with almost no effort at all. Ochaco mentally bumped down her chances of beating her homeroom teacher from extremely unlikely to non-existent. But that didn't mean she couldn't try, though. You're way too expressive, Bakugo, Aizawa stated. Your eyes and body language give away every single move you make. I don't think I need to explain why fighting like that is a bad idea, do I? Bakugo grumbled to himself under his breath and stalked off the mini-field. Aizawa glanced over at the remaining 19 of them who had suddenly developed a healthy amount of respect for him over the last minute. Who's up next? Hiroshima bravely volunteered himself for the challenge. He went on to activate his quirk on his entire upper body as soon as his match started, only for his rock-like skin to fade back to normal instantly under Aizawa's gaze. Hiroshima startled at every blow he took as he was forced out of bounds, probably never having taken a hit without his hardening before. Takoyami and Dark Shadow were both down and forced to surrender as soon as it became known that Erasure kept Dark Shadow completely restricted inside of his host. The bird-like boy didn't really seem to know how to fight without his shadowy partner. He really needed to work on his hand-to-hand combat, Ochaco thought. There was a brief moment where she thought Ida was going to win from sheer speed. But apparently, Aizawa could still effortlessly react to the boy's attacks anyway. What the hell? Anjiro had burst out some super fancy moves with his tail, soon followed by a quick flurry of flips and kicks. He lasted the longest so far, holding out an impressive minute before Aizawa kicked him out of the ring. Ochaco glanced over at Izuku as that fight ended to see his beautiful emerald eyes still focused on their teacher, tracking and analyzing every single move he made. His face was touched with something approaching pure wonder. What a fanboy. I'm gonna have to ask you for your memories of this. After, Ochaco murmured just loud enough for him to hear. Sure, especially that bit where Bakugo got absolutely destroyed. That was fucking hilarious. Izuku laughed softly at that. It was, wasn't it? I can't believe I used to be scared of that guy. Ochaco grinned back at him. Me neither. He turned his attention back to the ring, where Shoji was rapidly losing. It was a weird sight to see a much smaller Aizawa easily overpowering the much larger, multi-armed figure in front of him. Ochaco couldn't believe she was gonna get a chance to fight someone so strong. You're going up next, aren't you? Huh, how did you? Your eyes kinda light up when you're right about to do something exciting, Izuku explained quietly. It's impossible to miss. Ochaco felt her face heat up in her helmet. They do. Izuku smiled at her. Yeah, they do. Good luck, Ochaco. She blinked back. What was she even supposed to say to that? Ochaco was almost glad when Shoji got thrown out of bounds a few seconds later and gave her an excuse to escape from the amazingly adorable existence that was Midoriya Izuku. I'll go next, sensei. Aizawa just grunted. All right. She bounced over to the red circle and met her teacher's eyes across the distance, forced to crane her neck up slightly as she did so because of the lanky man's height. Her fingertips tapped a quick rhythm against her sides, unable to contain the growing anticipation within her. She could do this. Go. Ochaco sprung forward, her boots launching her off the ground and propelling her far farther than normal. Her body felt weightless and free. There was a familiar glint of pink at the edge of her vision and an even more familiar swell of nausea deep within her stomach. This much usage of zero gravity was nothing to her now thanks to her training. And, well, Aizawa's eyes flashed red and she was suddenly weighed down by gravity once more. The ever-present tingle running through her hands and fingers vanished along with her body's pink glow. It wasn't like Ochaco was going to be using her quirk much in this fight, anyway, since she'd been expecting him to use Erasure. The deactivation of her quirk didn't throw off her balance much. She landed smoothly on her feet, her temporary weightlessness getting her just close enough to throw a straight punch with everything she had. Hiya! Aizawa casually deflected her attack off his arm, but Ochaco didn't stop there, aiming a second one directly at his face. Izuku had told her that his quirk forced him to keep his eyes open, so if she could only make him blink, this fight would be way easier. Unfortunately, her teacher seemed to be used to people trying exactly that. Her fist was caught squarely in his larger palm before his leg snapped up into her side. The exact counter that he'd hit Bakugo with. It was way too fast for her to block. But unlike Bakugo, Ochaco wasn't in midair when she was kicked, so she could grit her teeth in, plant her boots on the ground like an anchor, and just barely stop herself from getting knocked clean off her feet. Ouch! A flicker of surprise crossed Aizawa's blank features as she powered right through his blow to attack him once more. She swung at his face again. Then again, her bulky new wrist guards narrowly missing him with every pass, until Ochaco finally made a mistake and overextended, her fist shooting out a little bit too far on her next punch. There was only a split-second thought of "oh fuck" before Aizawa grabbed her arm and launched her flying right over his shoulder. She was airborne and falling toward the edge of the circle before she could even blink. But then the reflexes born from years of experiencing zero gravity kicked in. She flipped herself in midair to face her teacher, reorienting herself in a practiced motion and pointing her arms straight out. There was a quiet click as she curled her fingers in to push a button on her costume. Twin pink grappling hooks fired from her wrist guards, only barely missing Aizawa as he leaped back to dodge, and embedded themselves into the floor. She pulled herself back into bounds with them just in time, landing in a crouch on the floor before the grappling hooks retracted back into her hero costume. Ochaco decided there and then that she fucking loved these things. Thanks, Hatsume. She straightened herself up to go again, her fists held out in front of her in the boxing-like stance Izuku taught her. Her heart pounded in her chest. Didn't expect you to be using those so soon, Aizawa commented lazily. His red eyes were now bloodshot, little red lines streaking across his scleres. It was scary as hell. Those types of support items usually require a bit of practice. Ochaco grinned back, fierce. I'm a quick learner. HM. This time, Aizawa went on the offensive. The space between them was crossed within a single breath, her grin vanishing as a second burst of "oh fuck" flooded her brain. This was no time to get cocky, Ochaco. She shot out both of her hooks only for him to somehow dodge both at point-blank range as he advanced, one flying past his jaw and the other grazing his baggy black costume. She crossed her arms just in time as a powerful punch crashed against her hasty defense. Ochaco ducked under the next swing but couldn't react fast enough to the kick that followed it, nearly getting knocked off her feet a second time and granting her stomach membership to the rapidly growing Aching Body Parts Club. She stumbled back a step and yanked on her hooks, the long metal wires flying back past Aizawa to her wrists, and giving her a precious moment to think. Ochaco was completely and utterly outmatched here. He'd been coming at her for like 2 seconds and she was already screwed. What could she even do in this fight? She could barely keep up with his attacks while one of them struck hard enough to threaten instant loss. Ochaco wasn't even fast enough to hit him. But what if she didn't have to be? Aizawa lunged in with another punch, and instead of blocking or deflecting or dodging it, Ochaco stepped directly into the blow. She could feel the man automatically pull back in that split second so that she wouldn't take it full force, but the strike to her sore stomach still hurt like hell anyway. But she'd gotten the opening she needed. Gotcha. Ochaco pushed through the pain once more and gripped the offending arm in front of her with both hands, trapping him in place, before she put all of her weight into a reckless tackle at the lanky man's center of gravity. Aizawa was way too close to react to the unexpected move and as a result toppled right over when her helmet smashed bodily into his chest, his eyes widening ever so slightly with the impact. His back slammed flat against the gym floor as she landed on top of him, her open palms swinging blindly up at where she thought his face was. The warm tingle returned to Ochaco's fingers as if it had never left. Before she activated her quirk on his entire body with a push, she looked up to see Aizawa's now glowing, weightless form float helplessly toward the edge of the red circle. A small glimmer of hope rose up within her chest the further away he flew. No matter how strong Aizawa was, he couldn't do anything while stuck in zero gravity. Was Ochaco actually going to win this? Then, as if he'd heard her thoughts, her levitating teacher proceeded to perform possibly the sickest move in human history. One of his arms reached up to grab the scarf around his neck as the rest of him leaned gracefully back into open air. And then he spun, so fast that he turned into a blur of black and gray, and slammed something into her helmet hard enough to make her see stars. What? Ochaco reeled backward in shock only to realize that she was held in place by the surprisingly sturdy cloth now coiled tight around her waist. When had that happened? Before she could even process it, she was already being yanked right off the ground and up towards her floating teacher. There was a single, surreal second where a wrapped-up Ochaco was finally pulled up to Aizawa's height. And the asshole actually grinned at her, showing off way too many teeth. His eyes were their usual dull black and entirely dead of emotion as he did it, too. It was the most unnerving face Ochaco had ever seen. Fuck, nice try, kid. And then Ochaco was crashing down to the ground as he flung her away with his capture scarf. She tumbled against the gym floor for a bit, her helmet and bodysuit absorbing the impact, until she finally came to a stop several meters away from the red circle to stare blankly up at the ceiling. What the fuck? Ochaco repeated to herself in a winded whisper. So this was what fighting a pro hero was like. Holy shit. She wanted to do it again. Her quirk vanished again with the soft rustle of clothes. Ochaco lifted up her head to see Aizawa land gracefully within the red circle and walk up to her. His capture weapon hung back around his neck and his hands already stuffed deep into his pockets. That wasn't bad, Aizawa stated, sounding almost impressed as his eyes lost their red glow. Your quirk is incredibly useful in close combat, and you have clearly trained to make full use of that. The fundamentals aren't bad, though you definitely need experience. And that last move, that kind of unpredictability, is exactly what I want to see from all of you when you fight. He was using Ochaco as a positive example. Well, but you're way too reckless when you attack, and that makes you too easy to counter. That's illogical. Work on that. Okay. Aizawa only grunted in acknowledgement as he walked back over to the red circle. She just kinda laid there on the floor after he left, her limbs all heavy and sore. Then Izuku poked his head into her field of view, his curly green hair framing his upside-down face as he looked down at her. The overhead gym lights backlit the entire side of him and somehow made the freckles dotting his cheeks look extra noticeable. She had the sudden urge to poke them. "You okay, Ochaco?" "My body feels like one giant bruise," Ochaco told him honestly. He chuckled. "Yeah, I can't even imagine. Aizawa-sensei's strong, isn't he?" Understatement of the fucking century right there. "But you did amazing against him. Anyway," Izuku continued. He beamed at her. "You forced the Eraserhead to use his capture scarf. You've improved so much so quickly that it's incredible, Ochaco." Her fingers twitched a little against her will at the praise. "Well, I've had some pretty great teachers. That could be a part of it." "Could be," Izuku agreed. "Can you stand?" Ochaco wordlessly stretched a hand up in response and he took it in his, pulling her right to her feet. She wavered slightly where she stood for a second, still kinda dizzy from being spiked into the ground by an overpowered hobo, and held onto Izuku a little tighter for balance. He didn't let go of her hand after she was steady, despite the fact that it was probably really sweaty and gross right now. But then again, this was the same guy who'd put her through countless hours of exhausting training over the past 2 years. He'd definitely seen her at worse without caring before. The thought made her feel a little happy yet also kinda embarrassed. What a weird feeling. "Are you fighting next, Izuku-kun?" "No, I'll be going last," Ochaco hummed. "Ah, so that you have the most time to analyze him first, right?" Izuku nodded. "I'm going to need every advantage I can get against." A dozen meters away, Aizawa slammed Sato into the gym floor and held his massive form down until he surrendered. The poor guy practically sprinted away from the red circle as soon as Aizawa let him go. Ochaco couldn't help but wince at the sight. "Is it weird that I'm more terrified of Aizawa-sensei than actual, established villains? Even after fighting him. Especially after fighting him." Izuku laughed. "A little bit, yeah. But I can't say that I blame you. Like, how the fuck is he that fast? Even Eda couldn't blitz him. He's just that fast." "Bullshit. That is clearly superhuman speed. He probably trained like, super hard or something. And don't even get me started on his fucking scarf." 2:48 p.m. Monday. Quirks worked in the human body thanks to a special something called the quirk factor. This mysterious extra gene turned humans into quirked humans, made superheroes and supervillains a reality, and completely changed the course of history. Ochaco's, like pretty much every other touch-based emitters, were in her hands. Her factor gave her finger pads that activated her quirks on contact and also changed her body in other more subtle ways to make zero gravity and reset function. Mutant factors were similarly easy to find most of the time, while transformative ones could be present almost anywhere in the body. There was almost no public information on Eraserhead, but from just what they'd seen in rare bits of video footage, it was likely that Erasure worked by directly shutting down the target's quirk factor itself. That was the only explanation for how he could trigger it, nothing but a glance, no sight of skin required. Pretty much the entire class ended up struggling against Erasure, even the kids with mutant quirks. She'd thought that they'd have a huge advantage since they didn't need to activate their quirks to fight and already possessed extra features, yet it turned out that disabling their quirk factor still affected them a lot. Anjiro found himself unable to lift his tail. Shoji couldn't make any new arms or move his stumps much. Jiru's earjacks lashed out in jerky, uncontrolled strikes to barely any avail. When Tsu tried to shoot out her tongue, it stopped short only centimeters away from her mouth. Ochaco couldn't even imagine how weird it'd be to suddenly lose control of your limbs. Though despite the suppressing effect, Ajiro still had his extra tail under Aizawa's quirk, just as Shoji still had more arms than anyone else she'd ever met, and Jiru still had her built-in whips to poke people with. And Shoji and Tsu clearly still wielded the naturally enhanced strength in their arms and legs, respectfully, while Siro and his weird duct tape elbows weren't erased at all. Did Toru's quirk count as a mutant one? Either way, her invisibility had remained perfectly intact, meaning that Aizawa did need to see at least something to activate his quirk. She'd have to ask Izuku exactly how the science of it all worked later. He'd probably get super happy that she'd asked and jump at the chance to talk about something he loved, with some complex in-depth lecture that'd make her head spin. He'd be grinning wide with excitement the whole time too, his usual quiet manner completely gone as he broke down a subject that made actual scientists struggle with cheerful ease. Speaking of Izuku, he was gonna be facing Aizawa soon. What would the man's quirk even do to him, anyway? Perfect Recall was a mutant quirk with some emitter-like features. Anjiro, Shoji, Jiru, and Tsu had just proved that mutant quirk factors could also be temporarily turned off by erasure. Izuku's quirk factor was part of his brain. Ochaco whirled to face her best friend, suddenly afraid. "It doesn't hurt me at all," he answered quietly, squeezing her hand once. "My mind just feels a little kinda weird for a while, and I can't bring anyone else into my memories while his quirk's active." "Oh," Ochaco took his answer in. "Well, that's good, then." "Wait a second." Her eyes narrowed in on him. "How many times, Izuku-kun?" Izuku held up 3 fingers and something deep inside her clicked into place. 2:50 p.m. Monday. Ochaco exclaimed. "No wonder you had that tissue ready for me this morning before I sneezed." It hadn't seemed weird at the time, since they were mid-conversation and she was distracted by, sneezing at the time and all. But now that she knew they'd reset, though, the moment was pulled to the front of her mind. "I thought I was subtle about that." Ochaco snorted. "You, subtle, never." She didn't need to ask him why he hadn't helped her with her spar. She was already happy with how well she'd done against Aizawa-sensei. And while she definitely wanted a rematch sometime down the line, messing with today's achievement wasn't something either she or her future self wanted. And Izuku would have told her about anything urgent or profit-related as soon as they'd reset. That meant, "How close have you gotten?" "Not very," Izuku admitted sheepishly. "I really did mean it when I said I'd need every advantage I could get against him." Ochaco hummed. "But I think I've gotten a pretty good read on him now." A dozen meters away from them, Aizawa faced the final few members of 1A. Even after fighting so long, the man only seemed slightly winded. His movements no less fast or fluid compared to how he was at the start of class. Kaminari failed to activate his electricity before it was erased and took a quick loss. Todoroki showed off a surprising amount of hand-to-hand skill for someone who relied on his quirk so much before being eliminated as well. Koji put up a decent fight with his natural rock-like resistance before surrendering. And then Aizawa glanced directly over at them, expectant. At the only student in the class who hadn't gone yet. Izuku gave her a small smile and Ochaco flashed him a bright thumbs up in return. He let go of her hand and walked into the red circle with calm, even steps. It looked as if Aizawa asked him something, but the question was too quiet for Ochaco to hear. Izuku shook his head and only then did Aizawa shift his body into a combat stance. A stance that was a perfect replica of the one Izuku was already in. Their arms were in identical positions and their feet were planted a similar distance apart. The two of them had their body weight lowered in exactly the same way, and even their hand placement matched up perfectly. If it weren't for the height difference, Ochaco would have thought Aizawa was staring into a reflection of himself. A reflection that had bright green hair, a more elaborate costume, and a focused grin that completely contrasted the blank stare on Aizawa's face. She leaned forward where she stood, ready to catch every detail of the spar that was about to play out in front of her. This'd be a learning opportunity like nothing else. Izuku didn't look the slightest bit anxious. Actually, Ochaco realized with an odd sense of wonder, even though he was about to fight a teacher. This was the same guy she'd seen stutter himself into submission upon meeting a pro hero. Aizawa had just sparred with their classmates for almost an hour. Izuku had lived through this class period 4 different times now, watching and observing and analyzing the hero. And when you added that to all the time he'd spent researching before UA, well, he had way more than just a pretty good read, didn't he? Go. Erasure activated, casting Aizawa's eyes in a terrifying red and floating up his hair as Izuku drew 2 seals from his costume with his gloved left hand, balancing one on the base of his index finger and grasping the other in the space between his middle and ring fingers. Wait, she'd seen him practice this move before. Izuku first flicked up his first seal with his thumb so that it flew high in an arc, as if he were flipping a coin, and then whipped his arm back to launch his second one straight forward. Aizawa was forced to respond to the direct attack first, catching the seal in his palm with an audible smack, and almost leaving himself open to Izuku himself as the boy attacked within that same moment. Izuku's right gauntlet crackled with electricity, flashing blue against Aizawa's all-black costume as the underground hero carefully dodged the strike. The student followed up with his left and the teacher gracefully stepped out of range, directly into the path of the falling first seal. It struck Aizawa in the shoulder from above, not doing much yet surprising him enough to make his eyes slightly widen. A hero as experienced as him would have instantly realized just how completely he'd been predicted. Izuku used the opening to lunge in again, and this time, Aizawa didn't retreat. The two of them clashed in a flurry of strangely similar punches and kicks, matching blow for blow and counter for counter in a dizzying dance that gave her a headache just watching it. A perfect memory combined with an awesome talent for analysis and a frankly insane drive to train meant that Izuku really fucked up anyone who relied on hand-to-hand combat. He'd only memorize more and more of their attacks, movements, and habits the longer he watched them without some kind of combat quirk or gear to throw at him. You were quickly gonna get overwhelmed. Ochaco knew that better than anyone. So despite Aizawa's years of experience, he was gradually getting pushed back by a first-year student using an almost perfect copy of his own fighting style tweaked for said first year's smaller build and also filled with a bunch of stolen moves from other heroes. And it didn't help that Izuku's electrified gauntlets made his attacks extra annoying to block. A minute of this passed before Aizawa's blank face finally shifted into that same unsettling grin from before. Only at the sight of it did Izuku tense up his body in anticipation, his emerald green eyes turning narrow and alert. Interesting. Aizawa's capture scarf whirled to life as that single word left his mouth, lashing out from his neck and just barely missing Izuku as he dove out of the way only for the gray cloth to somehow loop back around and catch him by the ankle anyway. He was yanked right off his feet in the next moment and flung towards the edge of the ring. The slight disappointment rather than surprise that flashed across Izuku's face told Ochaco that this wasn't the first time this had happened. Something made even more clear when Izuku casually twisted his body to free himself from the hold in midair to land in a smooth roll inside the red circle. But that second of recovery was all the time Aizawa needed to close in. Izuku's gauntlet shot up to bat away 2 speeding strips of scarf before he ducked under a third. Yet even he couldn't also deflect the kick thrown by Aizawa himself at that exact same moment. Bam! It struck Izuku hard in the chest and threw him back almost a meter before his iron-soled boots dug in to stop his momentum. Izuku let out a startled hiss after that, seeming to put all of his focus into ducking and weaving through endless strikes of cloth in a frantic effort to not be caught. Now that Ochaco had the chance to actually see Aizawa's support gear in action for the first time, she could honestly say that the weapon made no sense at all. The scarf somehow floated off his shoulders in a set of concentric circles and then shot out its ends at high speed at the target like a mass of whips, but could also adjust said ends in midair to correct its own trajectory. If that wasn't enough, the various parts of the scarf also twisted and turned around in different directions and at different timings, as shown in Aizawa's ridiculous attack moments ago, making the weapon nearly impossible to dodge. The hero controlled the wild thing with delicate flicks of his fingers and hands as if he were a puppet master in an impossible feat of dexterity and skill. And yet he still had the concentration to run around and fight Izuku close up at the same time. It was absolutely ridiculous. Ochaco couldn't even imagine how long it had taken to master a fighting style like that. No one could ever hope to beat someone like that in pure hand-to-hand combat, especially if they were alone. Anybody who tried would be ensnared by gray cloth from every direction and pummeled into the ground by a racerhead in the literal blink of an eye. Anybody but Midoriya Izuku, that is. Even as he desperately dodged and deflected the hero's attacks, Izuku's emerald eyes rapidly darted across his opponent. They captured every twist and turn of the capture scarf, trailing along the edges of the special cloth and where it met Aizawa. They captured Aizawa's fingers, hand movements, and every flick of his wrist, and added it all to what Izuku had already memorized about the hero's fighting style. A low swipe struck just a little too close and seemingly toppled Izuku over. He fell forward only to then push off the concrete with one hand to land back on his feet, catching another strip under his boot as he did. His gauntlets flew up to grab a third whip just centimeters away from his face. With that, he had temporarily immobilized Aizawa's capture weapon. Before a fourth one could be thrown, Izuku pulled hard on the scarf to yank the person attached to it towards him. Aizawa rose to the bait instead of pulling back, flowing with the momentum to throw a punch that was too fast to follow, only for Izuku to let go of the cloth and step right past the blow as if he'd already seen it coming. Aizawa reacted instantly, aborting his punch mid-lunge to aim a backhand behind him. Izuku blocked it with his own hand and his right arm was thrown aside from Aizawa's superior strength. But that didn't matter, as his left was already reaching towards his opponent's face, the electrified gauntlet it wore gleaming bright with blue light. Aizawa forced his head back and the crackling electricity just barely missed his face. But he wasn't the target, Ochaco realized at the exact moment the hero did, and closed around the capture scarf that hung tight around Aizawa's neck. Izuku stole the weapon right off of him, knowing exactly which direction to pull in to do so and exactly how to flick his wrist to perform the movement. Aizawa moved forward to stop him, of course, only to be stopped in that crucial second by Izuku's right palm as it shoved into the space between them. That was all the time Izuku needed to take a step back out of range and sling his prize snugly around his neck. The two combatants paused there, facing each other once again. Did our class president just steal Sensei's? I think he did. Holy shit, Madabro's insane. He is certainly far more adept at hand-to-hand combat than the rest of us, Yamomo admitted from where she stood, though it looked like it hurt her a bit to say. Bakugo let out an audible huff but didn't protest. But can he actually wield Aizawa-sensei's weapon well? Such an unusual, whip-like construction must require quite a bit of experience to use, no. Yeah, if I tried to use that thing I'd accidentally choke myself, Kaminari said. Jiru snorted at that. Same here, Izuku-kun definitely can, Ochaco claimed confidently. Yaoyorozu glanced at her. I assumed he had some sort of confidence in his ability to do so, given the fact that he stole it in the first place. But what makes you so assured? Ochaco smiled. You'll see. Aizawa took advantage of the brief breather to pull a tightly wound ball of gray out of his pocket, unfolding it instantly to reveal a second capture scarf and attaching it to his neck. Because of course the man had a backup one. His eyes didn't leave Izuku's once. You've got some surprises, kid. Izuku stared back as he settled into the exact same stance Aizawa was in. Just like at the start of their spar, this one had them lean further forward to fight more aggressively. Their feet placed wide to leap and their hands positioned on their capture scarves. Thanks, sensei. Certainly a lot bolder than I thought you were, Aizawa said. Never had a student successfully steal my binding cloth before. Do I get extra C credit for doing it, then? Izuku asked. Extra credit? Huh. Aizawa grinned. How about this? If you impress me with that thing, I'll teach you how to use it. Izuku's eyes lit up in adorable excitement at the challenge. There was no warning or call to resume the fight. Both teacher and student simply lunged within the same moment and the space between them became a blur of gray. The capture scarves met in the middle, lashing out at each other and tangling up into a mess as they canceled themselves out. Every time Aizawa's cloth twisted and turned to escape the deadlock, Izuku's was right there to match it. But Izuku was clearly a step behind in every clash. He was just a little bit too slow controlling his new weapon and was forced on the defensive as a result. He could copy every one of Aizawa's attacks nearly flawlessly and execute them just as fast. Yet his transitions between them were still delayed enough to see the difference. In a pure contest of weird scarf combat, Izuku as he was now would definitely lose. Luckily, he had far more than just that. Izuku closed the distance and brought the spar into hand-to-hand once again. Melding his new scarf techniques with his variation on Aizawa's fighting style, the threat of his electrified gauntlets, his seals, and his favorite hero moves. Smash! Aizawa crossed his arms to block the straight punch and actually shifted back with the force of it, along with the classics, of course. And with all of that, Izuku could just barely manage to hold his own against Eraserhead while the man was genuinely trying. Her best friend really was amazing. He couldn't keep it up forever, though. As the minutes passed and more blows were exchanged, Izuku was tiring noticeably faster. His face was almost completely covered in sweat at this point, the slightest fatigue shining through the calculated grace of his movement. Ochaco could see a little bit of exhaustion on Aizawa now too, despite how well the guy hit it. He'd been fighting for like an hour now after all. And then the two blurs of motion suddenly stopped, so abruptly that Ochaco blinked at them in confusion. Aizawa's fist had frozen centimeters away from Izuku's face, and Izuku had stilled in realization as soon as the hero had. Fuck. Huh. What happened? Ochaco looked a little closer at the two of them, curious, until she saw it. Izuku's back foot had stepped just outside of the red circle after his last dodge. Izuku, along with Ochaco and the rest of their class, had been so focused on the fight that none of them had even noticed that he'd eliminated himself. Aizawa chuckled, low and amused. She was seeing more emotion from the man today than in the past few weeks combined. Always be aware of your surroundings, Midoriya. That is one of the most important lessons in heroism I can teach you. 5:05 p.m., Friday. The weather was perfect today. No clouds, a beautiful blue sky, golden sunlight that felt warm, yet not warm enough to not make her overheat in her dress jacket and uniform, and a dozen super soft cats around her to cuddle against. Well, the last thing wasn't part of the weather, but it was definitely perfect. Ochaco let out a little sigh of contentment as she burrowed further into the bed of fur, and the cats shifted to accommodate. She was so glad that they'd learned to trust her. This was pure bliss. It seems like our cats are getting along once again, Midoriya-senpai. Yeah, I've also noticed that yours has been a lot less stressed as of late, particularly concerning that major event that you two are set to participate in soon. I've noticed that too. Maybe she's finally realized that she's more than awesome enough to tackle that event. She felt her cheeks turn a bit red as she heard the smile in his voice. Must be the sun. I'm not sure, Nano replied, thoughtful. There was the soft sound of turning pages. That is quite a complex thought for a cat to have, isn't it? As much as I love them, critical thinking isn't exactly their forte. I would have thought that you of all people would defend feline intelligence, Izuku said. On the contrary, it is because of who I am that I am perfectly rational about the subject. How would you defend your cat's intelligence? There is an audible pause. Hey, Ochaco peeked her eyes open, indignant yet unwilling to leave the soft blanket she rested on. You two do know that I'm not actually a cat, right? The two of them were cross-legged on the shrine's stone path a meter away from her, a textbook laid out between them. Nano wrote in her notes as she talked, half focused on her work, while Izuku peeked over to point out any mistakes she made. Cats do not speak. Yes, Nano agreed, glancing over at Ochaco. But you do have finger pads and enjoy lazing about in the sun just as much they do. Ochaco blinked. You also blink exactly like a cat would. Come on, Nano-chan. A tap of pencil on paper. This question's wrong, Nano. You missed a step. Nano looked back. I had a feeling. How am I supposed to do it? Try the problem again first. I'll tell you if you still can't figure it out after that. You are a harsh taskmaster as ever, Midoriya-sensei. If Nano thought this was bad, she'd crumble like an underbaked cookie if he trained her to fight like he did Ochaco. Cookies now she really wanted to eat one. Izuku just shrugged. Thanks, and I told you that you didn't have to call me that, didn't I? You did. But then you started helping me with math, and now it just seems terribly rude not to. Isn't it more rude to just ignore what I tell you to call me? And wait, isn't this worse than when you used to call me Midoriya-senpai? Nano tilted her head to the side. Her mannerisms were more cat-like than Ochaco's would ever be. From my perspective, not much. And you only requested that I not call you Midoriya-senpai back then. You never specified what I should call you. The contract stands fulfilled. Ochaco snorted. You'd make a great lawyer, you know. Thank you, Ochaniko-san. No problem, yes, Chan. Izuku laughed. I can't believe you just made an English pun. Mike-sensei would have been so happy to hear it. More like he'd never let me hear the end of it, Ochaco said. She shifted slightly to get more comfortable as she talked, careful not to disturb any of the cats around her. You're lucky that you tested out of basically everything. Izuku-kun Mike's great and all, but if he makes us study one more meme I'm gonna lose it. Your English teacher, one of the most famous heroes in Japan, makes you study memes. Nano repeated, puzzled. Teachers get almost complete control over their curriculums, you see, so they have the freedom to do pretty much whatever they want. I told you about how Eraserhead kicked someone out of our class on the first day, right? Yeah, President Mike thinks that having his students study American memes is a good way for us to learn English. It was funny at first, but translating a message from a language you don't completely know is hard, especially when said message makes absolutely zero sense at all and has a ton of weird slang in it. Izuku frowned. Nezu doesn't show me memes. You're fluent in English, Ochaco told him. Still, and this is the school you both want me to attend next year. Nano confirmed. Ochaco sat up a little and exchanged a glance with her best friend. Yep, yeah, of course. Do business students still have to participate in the events like the sports festival? Sort of, Izuku replied. They're there to analyze the heroic students and scout out opportunities with influential people in the crowd, not compete, so most of them step out within the first round. Nano nodded at that, visibly relieved. She didn't share Ochaco and Izuku's burning desire to become heroes. She was more than content helping them as she did while aiming for her own kind of future. Nano wasn't much of a fighter anyway, and definitely would have hated the attention that came with the job. It's gonna be so awesome when you get in, Nano-chan. Ochaco stretched her arms up at the sky, letting her padded fingertips trail through endless blue. You'll be our kuhai for real and get to hang out with us all the time. We'll have lunch together every day, Team Profit united at last. And when we enter our third-year sports festival, you'll be right there in the stands to cheer us on. That does sound very fun. Nano murmured quietly. I think I'd like that. Ochaco smiled. Speaking of the festival, though, do you two have a plan for it? Are you going to use reset? Of course we are, Ochaco exclaimed. We're gonna fight with everything we have, plus ultra style. How could I say that I've tried my hardest if I don't even use half my power? We'll have to be a bit careful though, Izuku said. If we reset more than a few times, my precognition might start to be a little, obvious to the millions of people watching. You're not a very good actor, Ochaco agreed. Izuku's lips twitched up. Good enough to fool you, though. Hey, that was only because I'll be watching you guys too, Nano interrupted, serious. With Inko-san and the cats. I won't fall asleep, so please do your best. Good luck. Ochaco's smile widened. Coming from one Seika Nano, there was no greater honor than that. Thanks, Nano-chan. Thank you, Nano. Of course, 7:03 a.m., Monday. Even after so much time had passed, it still felt so weird to have a quirk that she'd never remember using. Ochaco knew exactly how to activate said quirk and had even seen herself activate it through Izuku's eyes, but she'd never truly know what it'd be like to do so herself. Reset was a big red button that was always sitting right there in front of her, just waiting to be pressed. Only instead of setting off an explosion, it'd erase an entire timeline. It was awesome, yet also so very terrifying to constantly have that kind of power at her fingertips. The activation words for her quirk had become a taboo to her as a result, too dangerous to dare say out loud whether her hands were pressed together or not. With one mistake, Ochaco could rewind the entire world or force a permanent bookmark on its progress. And to think that just a few years ago her biggest worry was making things float. Despite all of the worry that came with it, though, in the end, she couldn't deny how amazing her second quirk was. All Ochaco had to do was press her fingertips together when the time was right, watch that soft little blue glow as it seeped out between her hands, and save. Monday, 7:03 a.m. 7:03 a.m., Monday. Let herself say the words. Then she'd immediately glance back up. ignoring the sudden drain on her stamina to meet the eyes of the one and only person whom her quirk seemed to affect. Izuku's lips lifted into a tired smile as soon as he came back to his senses. She also saw some pride in his face, along with a decent bit of something else that she couldn't make out. Ochaco didn't think she'd ever get used to watching her best friend suddenly change in the blink of an eye. How was our first sports festival, Izuku-kun? It was a lot, Izuku said after a moment, but it was pretty fun overall. I have quite a bit to show you. Well, that sounded good. But first we need to, called Tsukachi. Oh, 7:14 a.m., Monday. Do you remember how you told me about the hero killer, Tsukachi-san? Whatever Ochaco had been expecting him to start the call with, it wasn't that. She'd heard about the hero killer, of course, with how quickly news about him was spreading throughout the nation. But the villain hadn't made appearances anywhere near Musutafu yet, so outside of a request to look out for him from Tsukachi, she hadn't thought about him in weeks. Prophet calling about a guy with that title could only mean something horrible had happened. The audible pause on the other end of the line told her that Tsukachi had realized the same thing. Yes, I do. Did you see him? No, Izuku replied, not directly. But he shows up in Hasu today. I don't have an exact time frame, I just know that he ambushed Ingenium on his patrol and gave him severe, almost fatal injuries before making his escape. Fuck, Tsukachi cursed, mirroring Ochaco's thoughts. Okay, thanks for the heads up. I'll try to get some more heroes on him. Anything else, Prophet? Please save him, Tsukachi-san. With that, Izuku hung up. He put his modified phone on his bed and fell back into his chair with a sigh. Ingenium, Tensei Ida, their friend's brother. I'm so glad that I have this quirk, Ochaco murmured quietly, speaking around its name as always yet endlessly grateful for it nonetheless. Yeah, me too. 11:42 a.m., Monday. The waiting room was filled with anticipation, quiet conversations, and the muffled cheers of the crowd that leaked in through UA. As thick stadium walls. Izuku seemed content to sit in his thoughts, probably thinking up some super tricky last-minute scheme or something as Ochaco spent her few minutes of prep time talking to the others. Nina and Jiru were going on about how they weren't allowed to bring their hero costumes while reassuring Toru about her chances of being seen by pros with her quirk. It was pretty cheesy, but just being around everyone helped settle down the fluttering butterflies in Ochaco's stomach. Despite the fact that she was about to, put everything she had into beating them into the ground, it was fun to compete against her classmates like this. They were all in this together and doing their best to win. She was jerked out of her thoughts when Todoroki stood to his feet and leveled a stare of steely determination at her partner sitting next to her. The dual-haired boy crossed the waiting room in long strides until he stood right in front of them, uncaring of how he'd gained the entire room's attention in the process. What was the strongest student in their class, the son of the number 2 hero, the scarred guy who hadn't spoken more than a few words to anyone in his entire time at UA, approaching someone for, what was he going to say? Emerald green eyes met blue and gray ones in turn, expectant and unflinching. The way Izuku looked back at him almost felt cold, somehow, as if he was the one who could lower air temperature at a whim. Midoriya, you took a win against me during the battle trial, Todoroki stated. I acknowledge that you are extremely skilled in combat, even more so than I am. But in the face of pure power and training, it won't matter in the slightest. I am going to defeat you today and achieve victory. That wasn't the kind of speech you gave to a passionate rival for a fated battle between men, or to start a friendly competition with your classmate. There was genuine anger behind those words, anger that might not have even been entirely directed at Izuku. Ochaco clenched her fists. Thanks, Izuku said, not sounding thankful at all. I don't care what you say, though you aren't going to win this festival, Todoroki. I won't let you. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. Didn't take you for the kind of guy to pick a fight, Todoroki, Ochaco commented. If anything, I would have expected Bakugo to be the one throwing challenges around before we've even gotten inside the stadium. You got something to say, round face. You gonna deny it, Blondie? Bakugo scoffed. I don't need to challenge any of you worthless extras, cause I'm the strongest. None of you stand a fucking chance, so if half and half's gonna be declaring war on anyone, it should be me. Man, did he even hear the words coming out of his own mouth? Ochaco was suddenly glad that she'd scored first in the entrance exam. Can you imagine what kind of speech Bakugo would have given in her place? Yikes, Kirishima stepped in with his hands raised in an attempt to keep the peace. Whoa, there's no need to fight, guys. We're all classmates here. Todoroki was already walking away with that same quiet purpose that he'd approached them with. Ochaco glanced over at Izuku to see him watching Todoroki's retreating back, ignoring the rest of them entirely. 12:04 p.m., Monday. To kick things off for y'all, we've got a speech from our very own first-year representative 1A's Uraraka Ochaco. Showtime. The smile Izuku gave her as she left his side quelled the last of the nervousness that she felt, equal parts proud and warm. For all that her best friend idolized All Might, she thought, The symbol of peace's trademark grin really had nothing on his. She was completely calm by the time she stepped up to the podium and took the microphone from Kayama-sensei's waiting hand. She tapped her fingers against the deep blue of her gym uniform yet didn't float. Her feet stayed firmly planted on the ground, steady and unwavering. Ochaco smiled. "Hello everyone, and welcome to the UA Sports Festival. None of you are here to hear me talk except for my amazing family watching from home, of course, so I'll keep this short and sweet. I wish every student competing good luck in the coming events, and pledge to do my absolute best to win them myself. Plus Ultra." The crowd roared back her school motto, and Ochaco stepped off the podium with it still ringing in her ears. 12:30 p.m., Monday. The first event was the easiest, especially for Ochaco, whose primary quirk made every single obstacle in this race meaningless. She could float right over robots, canyons, and minefields alike. The only real problem she faced was the competition. Without her grappling hooks and without much to kick off of, she couldn't build up much speed while in zero gravity. She might get through the race without much effort, but floating herself through everything would be super slow. She probably wouldn't make the top 10 in the end, while being a massive target for the other students the whole time. It was a good thing that she had a partner who could run faster than almost everyone else and memorize every future move that their competition would make. "Do you need to see the memory again?" Izuku asked, quiet enough that the students crowded around them couldn't overhear. "Nope, I've got it," Ochaco whispered back. Izuku nodded. Then he turned around and lowered himself slightly, just enough for Ochaco to hop up onto him. Her legs wrapped around his back as his arms went under her ankles to stabilize her. Her hands landed on his shoulders to achieve full contact. Her stomach fluttered again, but this time the feeling had nothing to do with nervousness. This was the best way to play to both of their strengths, as Izuku's memory of their first loop had shown, but holy shit was it embarrassing. She couldn't believe she was about to piggyback her best friend on national television. 10 seconds, Izuku said. But she'd promised her best mere minutes ago, and she was damn well going to deliver on that. 3, 2, 1, start. She activated her quirk just as Present Mike's voice boomed through the tunnel, and Izuku leaped into action. He cleared the crowd of students within a second, soaring above their heads while they were still starting to move. Her hair grazed the top of the tunnel as they flew. They burst out of the choke point and into open air before anyone else, both of them glowing the same bright pink. Ochaco held onto him a little tighter for balance and pressed her fingertips together. Release. Izuku took most of the impact, but she still felt the jolt as his feet hit the ground. He landed smoothly into a sprint with the momentum, long since accustomed to the effects of her quirk. "What's this? It looks like Uraraka and Midoriya have broken through the crowd first, working together to get a lead on the rest," Mike announced. "I didn't think I'd see any listeners would be working together at this stage." "It's only logical to," Aizawa said, sounding much calmer than his counterpart. "How'd they even get him to be a commentator, anyway? Especially with quirks like theirs." Ochaco heard sharp pops behind her, along with the odd crackling sound of cement freezing over. "They aren't alone though, folks. Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ida are right behind him. One slip up and that first place spot is up for grabs. Man, One sure seems to be a cut above the rest. Class 1 has survived villains and fought in real combat. They share a sense of drive and urgency from experience that their competition just doesn't have yet. Sounds like you're real proud of your kids, Eraser. But we're about to see just how much they've learned with our first obstacle, the Rockin' Robo Inferno." A few zero-pointers came alive in front of them, massive monoliths of deep green that rose up to a height taller than most buildings. Dozens of red eyes bore down in obvious threat. Ochaco grinned up at them. "Over or under, Izuku-kun?" "We went over them last time," Izuku noted idly. "Let's see if going under saves us a few seconds." She activated her quirk again, but this time, she made sure to only float herself along with Izuku's uniform and shoes. The added weightlessness gave him a huge boost in speed while still keeping them grounded. He cut a path through the staggered statues, running under gigantic robotic limbs and weaving through the maze of metal with the bold confidence of someone who already knew exactly where to go. The lurching robots didn't even come close to touching them as they passed the first obstacle, her weightless form clinging awkwardly to his back all the while. "I feel like a baby koala," Ochaco muttered. Izuku laughed, and she felt his shoulders rise with it. He was barely out of breath. "Don't worry, Ochaco, you'll be the one carrying me through the next round." "That's totally different, Izuku-kun, and you know it." It only took Izuku a few well-timed jumps to dodge Todoroki's frost as it nipped at their heels. The show-off had frozen every single zero-pointer in place behind them with a single attack. He'd even ensured he did so while the robots were off balance to fuck over everyone else. Their lead increased as they reached the second obstacle and proceeded to fly right over it in a gentle glide. Bakugo passed Todoroki here with his own explosive flight as Ida adapted surprisingly quickly to slide along the ropes connecting the cliff. It sure was strange, Ochaco thought as they flew, to live through something you had already seen memories of. Longer memories like this really hammered that feeling in. Izuku had made frequent glances over his shoulder in the first loop even as he memorized the incoming obstacles, so Ochaco knew exactly when to float them over threats coming from both in front of and behind them. She also knew that all of 1B was being super passive in this stage in order to gain an advantage later on because Takage Setsuna possessed a transformation quirk that split her body into fully functioning parts that she controlled through a type of telekinesis that was rather perfect for this, and Honuki Juzo possessed an emitter quirk that softened. Ochaco shut her eyes tight and forced away the sudden burst of analysis, the beginnings of a headache stirring in her brain. Cool as they were, Izuku's memories always came with way too much info. "How's your nausea?" Izuku asked. "Still fine. How much of a break do we get before the first event?" "Only around 10 minutes, Izuku said, turning his face slightly towards her. "But when you add in the time it took for midnight to explain the cavalry thing and to get everyone into teams, it's more like 50. Ochaco hummed. "That's long enough for me to recover. I'm good to float us over the minefield too, then, unless you want to." "Yeah, that's our best bet. I didn't see where all the mines are last time. And Todoroki's going to attack as soon as we drop into his range." Something about the way he said the boy's name made Ochaco frown. "What's the deal with you two, anyway? I didn't think you cared about the battle trial that much. Did something else happen?" Izuku hesitated a second too long. She suddenly wished she'd asked him that question when she could see his face. "Kinda. We talked. It got pretty personal. I learned a lot about him. And then I got pissed off." Ochaco blinked at him. "What? Oh, what's this?" "It looks like Todoroki has made a sudden comeback in the middle of the third obstacle, passing Ida in the blink of an eye," Mike declared. "His ice sure is versatile, huh? He is now head-to-head with Bakugo and fighting fiercely with him for balance over our minefield. Who will triumph in this elemental clash? And ahead of them, we have Uraraka and Midoriya ... who just glided over the finish line. They don't even look like they're paying attention to us." "Wow, flight quirks have a bit of an advantage in this stage," Aizawa pointed out mildly. "We should really do something about that." "Huh, yeah, 12:42 p.m., Monday. Except for our first place winner, Midoriya, who's worth a special 10 million points. Midnight smirked, cracking her whip against the ground. "You know what they say, heavy is the head that wears the crown." Every student turned towards Izuku with those words, realizing that his headband was the only one they needed to win the second stage. Izuku just watched them back. "You have 10 minutes to get your teams ready, everyone. Good luck." "Are we gonna go with the same team as we did last time?" Ochaco asked him. "That worked out pretty well. They'd ended up in 4th place, sure, but the 4 of them had made it past the second stage despite the massive bounty on them. Hatsume's gadgets and Takoyami's dark shadow were a huge help." Izuku shook his head. "Nope, we're trying something new. Can you go get Kaminari? I'll bring Yaoyorozu." "All right." Ochaco found Kaminari and his bright yellow hair almost immediately. It looked like he'd just missed Jiru before she joined Hagakura's group. "Hey, Kaminari, wanna join up with us?" He whirled around at the sound of her voice. "Uraraka, that'd be Oz. Wait, you're with Midoriya, right?" "Yep." Kaminari scratched his cheek, suddenly uneasy probably because of Izuku's 10 million points. Couldn't really blame him for that. "Don't worry, we've already got a plan to win this," Ochaco reassured. Not that she actually knew what said plan was, yet, but Izuku definitely had one. "We'll get to the third stage, no problem." Kaminari glanced over at Izuku. Then he looked back at her with a tentative smile. "Okay." Izuku was talking to Yaoyorozu as they returned, his hands gesturing wide to describe some kind of object as she nodded in understanding. He brightened up when he saw the two of them approach. "Oh, Ochaco, you got him. Nice." Yaoyorozu blinked at Kaminari. "Suddenly, some of your requests make far more sense, Midoriya-san. Do you think you can make all of them?" Izuku checked. "I believe so." "Make all of what?" Kaminari asked. "Midoriya gave me a list of chemical formulas and structures, or, to put it more accurately, he implanted the memory of them directly into my mind," Yaoyorozu explained. "And the pure detail within ... When did you even have time to design all of these? It's even labeled for convenience." "They're just a few ideas I had," Izuku stated simply with a smile. "Feel free to use them in the third round, too, when we get there. But there's a reason I'm giving you this, Yaoyorozu-san. Creation forces you to carefully recollect formulas in order to make things, meaning that your biggest weakness is speed. Emitters that require more complex operation and increased mental strain to use properly often adapt their user's brain as well to keep up. I bet that you've always been great at short-term and even long-term memorization of simple strings of information, despite that sort of enhancement bearing no direct relevance to your actual ability. This adaptation still doesn't compare to legitimate memory quirks. You probably still need to regularly study your formulas to maintain total mastery, but it's definitely something. I can't even imagine all the precise changes to your brain chemistry and overall biology needed for it all to even work. Not to mention whatever the hell you're doing with your lipids and energy conservation. I'm totally lost, Kaminari muttered. Ochaco coughed lightly, trying and failing to suppress a smile. The point, Izuku-kun, right? The issue you face is that your mental adaptation by itself isn't fast enough to keep up with active combat. I've noticed in class that it takes way too long for you to run through all of your quirks options in the face of a threat. Choose one of them, remember its exact composition, and then create it to respond to said threat. You'll probably get faster at it with training. But for now, that method is just too inefficient. An opponent can rush you before you even finish a single item. Yaoyorozu stared at him. Her shoulders had hunched in some time into the thorough and accurate breakdown of her and her capabilities. Yet the heiress still held her head high. What do you suggest, then? How many rooms does your house have, Yaoyorozu-san? Izuku suddenly asked. 208. Yaoyorozu tilted her head. Why? She didn't seem to register the shocked looks Ochaco and Kaminari threw her way. Holy shit, rich people were crazy. What did they even need all that space for? Izuku pressed on. And how many of those are you intimately familiar with? 183, Yaoyorozu said with a small smile. I was a rather adventurous child growing up. Right, okay, now form your house in your mind, really build it around you in your mind's eye. Start with the inside structure and work outward, filling in all the details you can remember. What do the walls look like? How cold is the air within? What do the hallways feel like when you walk through them? Fit each of your 183 rooms exactly where they go and then hold this mental image tight in your mind until it burns into your memory. A minute passed. Got it. Yes. Pick out 15 of your rooms, preferably ones located near each other, and place one of the designs I gave you in each of them. You can do this however you want, maybe a poster of bright text on the wall you see when you walk in the room, or a notebook laying open on the furniture. It doesn't matter as long as it's something tangible that you can visualize and remember. Now, whenever you want to remember something, I want you to imagine yourself running to the right room and instantly having it at your fingertips. Organize everything you need like this so you'll never have to stop and look for anything again. Yaoyorozu's eyebrows furrowed in concentration. I never thought of methodizing my memories in such a way, though it may take me a while to get used to. This process will make me far more efficient. Thank you for teaching me it. Is this how you use your quirk, Midoriya-san? Yeah, and you're going to be our main offense and defense in this stage. So really, this is partly for my benefit. There's no need to thank me. Damn, you really weren't kidding about that quirk analysis thing, huh? Kaminari said. Nope. Izuku smiled brightly. Want me to do yours next? Kaminari's face twisted into a grimace. My quirk is fine. Electrification is pretty strong and also kinda useful for other stuff. The problem is me. No matter how damn hard I try to control my electricity, it just doesn't work. Sorry, I'm like the worst person you could have chosen for this event. If you guys are anywhere near me when I light up, you're gonna get shocked too. I don't know how much of a help I'll be, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu-san, can you make the first two designs, please? Kaminari paused mid-sentence, confused, as the mentioned girl proceeded to hand Izuku a large white sheet and a long narrow rod. I know about your weaknesses. That's why I had Yaoyorozu make these, Kaminari. This cloth, he held up the sheet she'd given him, is super resistant, so it'll keep us safe while you go wild. And the rod's the opposite, so you can direct your quirk through it to shock exactly who you want to. Kaminari blinked twice. Then he looked down at the simple items Izuku held in pure awe. Something to direct my quirk through ... Why didn't I think of that? I have a dozen things I want to say about your quirk and its side effect, not to mention other ways to possibly control your voltage, but unfortunately we don't have the time to get into it right now. I'll save that for later. He turned to her. Now, last but definitely not least. Ochaco grinned at him. Me. You, Izuku agreed. I've already given you enough lectures for a lifetime on zero gravity, not that I'm done analyzing it yet, mind you. Of course, so we can skip that. Your job is going to be floating all four of us with your quirk. We'll use that mobility to escape at first, and after that, I guess we do our best to guard my headband. Our position will be much safer once we steal some of the others in the process. Any questions? None? Nope. No. Then let's get ready. 12:46 p.m., Monday. They got into position. Just like Izuku said, Ochaco was the one carrying him this round along with Yaoyorozu and Kaminari at his sides. Their headbands were all tied tight and secure around Izuku's forehead. The insulated sheet was held by Yaoyorozu and angled so that she could cover herself, Ochaco, and Izuku when needed, and Kaminari already had his copper stick leveled at their enemies. You have less than 60 seconds left until we begin. Everyone, make sure you're all nice and comfy. The weird horse formation team Midoriya was in wasn't exactly comfy, but they could hold it until time ran out. The bigger problem, in Ochaco's opinion, was the way every other team was leering at them like lions waiting to pounce, ready to swarm them from the start. They wouldn't get the chance. Are we all ready? Izuku's voice sounded from above her. Yeah, yup, yes, jump in 3, 2, 1, begin, Midnight yelled. Now, Ochaco activated her quirk on all four of them. their clothes, and handheld items before they leaped up as one. In an almost exact replica of the obstacle course, Team Midoriya escaped into the air from the very first second. Several things happened within that same moment. The concrete and dirt liquefied below them, softening as if they were mud. Thick, thorny vines struck at the spot where they had just been, soon followed by tethers of tape, purple balls, globs of glue, and a huge hail of horns. Holy shit, Kaminari breathed at the sight. They really want your headband, man. Well, they aren't getting it, Ochaco shouted. The four of them slowly floated up above it all, glowing bright pink and probably looking ridiculous as hell. Kaminari and Yaoyorozu hadn't even experienced her quirk before this. She was glad that they'd managed to hold on. It looks like Team Midoriya has managed to dodge the initial swarm. But how long can they survive against this onslaught? Zero gravity allowed them to dodge the first wave of attacks, including that tricky softening quirk from 1B. And the longer they stayed up here, the more likely the enemy teams would focus on each other instead of them. But there was a single enemy in particular that had both a very strong grudge against Izuku and the capability to still reach him. Since Team Midoriya didn't have any way to actually move once they got into the air, they were a wide-open target for Deku. Bakugo screamed, "Shield!" Yaoyorozu complied just in time, and Izuku raised the newly formed shield in front of his face, already knowing exactly where the rabid blonde would aim. The arm-length steel construct was built extremely thin, letting 1A's vice president create as fast as possible, yet also curved inward to deflect the heat of an explosion. And since they were currently under the effect of zero gravity, Bakugo's attack actually knocked Team Midoriya flying away from him when they blocked it. "Where the fuck do you think you're going, Deku?" "Away from you," Izuku called back cheerfully. Bakugo blasted after them with a scowl, rapidly crossing the new distance between them. Apparently, just launching yourself dozens of meters away from your team in the middle of a cavalry battle wasn't against the rules. "What now?" Kaminari asked. "There's no way that's gonna work twice." "Yeah," Izuku agreed. "But it doesn't need to." Kaminari, "Jab him as soon as I give the signal. Keep a tight grip on your end of the rod and focus on pushing your electricity through it." "Yaoyorozu, you've got the perfect creation to spring on him in the opening." Bakugo might have abandoned his team, but they still had theirs. "Wait, what's the—" Izuku chucked his thin shield at the approaching blonde like a frisbee, and the gleaming metal cut a straight path through the air. Bakugo carelessly batted away the projectile and lunged in with a smirk, only to jerk back at the very last second as Kaminari's electrified rod brushed his uniform sleeve. And then, before he could even register how close he'd come to being shocked, Yaoyorozu's net expanded right in front of his face. Ochaco grinned, a triple threat that not even Bakugo Katsuki could dodge. "What the fuck? Get this shitty thing off me." A weighted net was the perfect counter to him. It was large enough to cover his entire body, durable enough to resist his desperate explosions, and heavy enough to drag him back down to earth. If Bakugo's remaining team members hadn't managed to catch him just before he hit the ground, he would have been eliminated right then and there. "It worked," Kaminari exclaimed happily. "None of you guys got hit by my quirk, right?" "I have not," Yaoyorozu confirmed. "Nope," Ochaco replied. She'd felt a little worried when she saw him light up, but the insulated sheet sure worked like a charm. "Great job, guys," Izuku said. "That'll keep him down for a while." A familiar thrum reached Ochaco's ears, the sound of some kind of robust machinery, yet nothing like the droning of her parents' machines or Ida engines. She furrowed her eyebrows. Where had she heard that before? "Ochaco, drop us." Ochaco didn't hesitate. Release. Team Midoriya fell out of the sky, losing their pink glow all at once, and a swarm of white horns flew right above their heads. The horns were very clearly directed at Izuku, more accurately, the very expensive headband tied to him. Their newest challenger swooped into view behind the barrage. "Hatsume," Ochaco blurted. "Hey, a 10 million. Hatsume beamed at them. Her goggles were lifted up to expose her scope-like eyes and rested just under her headband. Two 1B students were at her sides and lifting her up into the air with the help of two rocket boots, her signature jetpack, and a swarm of flying horns. She had all the same inventions and gear on her from the last loop. The horn girl was Tsunotori, Izuku's memories told her, and the guy with all the sharp edges was Kamakiri. "All the eyes are on you, so I'm here to steal all them off you. Horns, do the thing." Shit, landings were tricky with her quirk. Ochaco had to let go of everyone and then catch them again just before they hit the ground so that she could release a second time afterward to finally touch down. Doing this with 4 people and accounting for all the stuff they were wearing and carrying took some serious focus. Doing it all while dodging a bunch of horns was tough. Yaoyorozu's quirk reflexes and shields were the only reason they didn't immediately lose the 10 million upon landing. And said shields were being knocked away faster than Yaoyorozu could make them. "So close," Tsunotori exclaimed in English. Ochaco activated her quirk on her entire team for the 4th time in rapid succession, making her gut twist with the sudden rise of nausea inside of her. and since her hands were busy holding onto Izuku, she couldn't even clutch her stomach or pressure points. She pushed through it anyway. Hold on to him, guys, Ochaco called. This time she floated only Izuku and everyone's uniforms, leaving the team far lighter, yet still weighed down to the ground. And they sprinted away from their attackers. Hey, get back here, Hatsum yelled. I still need to show off my babies. Kaminari and Yaoyorozu weren't that fast. Ochaco realized, even with her quirk, most people didn't run every day like her and Izuku. Hatsum only had 2 teammates in this loop, too, so she was even more mobile than when she'd been on their team. Team Midoriya couldn't outrun her jetpack and rocket boots for long. Go straight for now, Izuku told them. Then in a few seconds start curving our path to the right. Got it, Midoriya? But wait, that route will take us closer to the center of the arena, Yaoyorozu protested. Ochaco sighed. Of course it will. We'll be swarmed instantly. Nope, Izuku replied cheerfully. We won't. See, we're on the ground now, so. She felt the ice before she saw it. The chill was painfully tangible in the air around them as it pressed against her skin. Her gym uniform could barely suppress it, and by the way Yaoyorozu and Kaminari were shivering, neither could theirs. But their shoes were all far worse off. In fact, they'd just been completely frozen solid. Wow, what a crazy show of power, President Mike exclaimed. In a single second, Todoroki has rooted every other team in place. Incredible. Every other team but one, Aizawa pointed out. I gotcha now, 10 million, Hatsum shouted in triumph. Her scope-like eyes gleamed as she closed in on them, her jetpack humming behind her. She stretched out a hand to pluck her prize, and from the other side came Team Todoroki, dashing towards them with single-minded purpose. Ada's engines let them cross the arena in no time at all as Sato's strength easily carried them forward. Maybe they could fend off Hatsum, but there was just no way Team Midoriya could deal with both of them at the same time, especially while stuck like this. So they didn't. Ochaco. In a single motion, Ochaco threw Izuku's weightless form away from her as hard as she could. She launched him straight up into the air mere seconds before Hatsum reached them. Every point they had still firmly tied to his head, and all eyes in the stadium tracked him as he sailed farther and farther into the sky. If Bakugo could do it, why couldn't they? It looks like Team Midoriya has gotten rid of their rider. He can't fly, can he? He can't, Aizawa confirmed warily. Her stomach did a frantic front flip. She forced it back down. Don't let go, don't drop him, don't throw up, don't let go, don't drop him, don't throw up. Team Hatsum swerved upward for Izuku, not interested in the 3 of them. Ada's engine screeched as he abruptly came to a halt as well. Yaoyorozu quickly formed a net gun and fired it to stop the support student, only for Kamakiri's blades to slice it apart before it could reach her. Shit, we have no way to help him from here, Kaminari said. Why'd you throw him, Uraraka? How's he gonna? Tsunotori's quirk, horn cannon, allowed her to detach and shoot the horns on her head. Since she could grow a new pair almost instantly, she could spam it to fire off a whole storm of the things. Sounds like a pretty strong ranged quirk, right? And Izuku was just floating there aimlessly. At first glance, he has zero chance of dodging dozens and dozens of horns. Not to mention avoiding Hatsum and Kamakiri as well once they flew up to him. The thing was, though, that Team Hatsum didn't care about attacking Izuku himself. All they wanted was his headbands. Hatsum wanted the spotlight to show off her babies, while Tsunotori and Kamakiri wanted to guarantee they made it to the next round as hero students. In sharp contrast to Bakugo, none of the 3 were really aiming at her best friend. Horn cannon didn't just shoot horns. According to Izuku's perfect memory of the last loop, Tsunotori could also telekinetically control them after launch, yet only up to 4 at a time. If Izuku knew both exactly where his opponent would aim and how many projectiles they'd send, then, well, Ochaco would bet on him getting out every single time. A dozen horns shot towards a weightless Izuku, only for him to twist his body into a sort of horizontal spin midair, executing a copied move that'd make a master trapeze artist faint. He tucked his head full of headbands and kept all their points safe as Tsunori's projectiles pierced the air past him. His blue uniform gained several new cuts. 4 horns broke off from the pack and looped around as emerald green eyes tracked their path. The first one was batted away by his hand and the second grazed his cheek, both extremely close to just ripping the points off him. But Izuku's spin lined his sneakers up perfectly with the last 2 approaching horns, letting him kick off them to propel himself far away from Team Hatsum, once again escaping free with the help of his opponent's attacks. Get out of that, Kaminari finished, stunned. Going straight down to reach for his own team would have put Izuku within range of Todoroki, and going up would make him an open target for the team with a jetpack. So Izuku instead shot himself at an angle towards the other teams, namely, the ones that were still frozen by Todoroki and unable to get free. Come on guys, let's go, Ochaco urged quickly. We've got to catch him. A few slashes of a created blade got what was left of their team free of the ice and running after him. She watched her green missile strike Team Hagakure first, Neither Kota, Hagakure, nor Jiru had any defense besides the latter's jacks, so their headbands were snatched right off their invisible rider as Izuku flipped forward, landed on Koji's shoulders, and launched his weightless self off again. He flew right by the closest team to Hagakure, Shishida and Rin from 1B and took their headbands as he passed as well. Unlike Bakugo, Izuku couldn't fly. He needed to calculate exactly where he would bounce off next and what to use to kick off for every single movement he made, with the only objects in this flat field being other competitors. And if he touched the ground even once, their team was screwed. His luck ran out with his third target. After watching the weightless Wonder blitz two teams, Kendo, the orange-haired president of 1B, had more than enough time to react to his approach. Her giant hand swatted him aside like a bug and knocked him flying away before he even got close. At the same time, her telekinetic teammate Yanagi reached for the headbands Izuku had just stolen and pulled two out of his hands before he even realized what was happening. If Ochaco hadn't so carefully tied their points to his head, he probably would have lost them right then and there, too. Of course, Izuku's only reaction to being countered and slammed that hard was pure delight at the sight of two new quirks, even while he had zero control of his current momentum. He was now flying off to the left and moving even further away from Ochaco, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari with every second. Sure, that meant he was also further from Todoroki and Hatsume, but it still put him at more risk, especially since the only team in that direction was Gotcha. A mass of tape abruptly stopped Izuku's flight and snared him in a bundle of white. "Nice catch, Shiro," Mina exclaimed. "So manly," Kirishima said. Shiro grinned. "Thanks, there's no escape now, Deku." Bakugo barked. "Reel him in, duct tape." "I told you, it's not duct tape." "Yeah, like that isn't even the right color." "Doesn't matter." Izuku's trapped form was yanked helplessly toward Bakugo's team. Mina reached out first, her eyes fixed on the most expensive headband in the arena. Her hand closed around the 10 million, brushing against his forehead in the process. And then the pink girl let suddenly go of the headband. Her eyes went wide and unfocused as her usual perfect balance vanished from 1 second to the next before Mina toppled backward where she stood, nearly taking her whole team with her. "Whoa, Mina, what are you doing?" I have no idea. What the fuck did I just? Tisk, get it together, raccoon eyes." Izuku used the confusion to stretch his hand out and tag Shiro's elbow with a second memory. With Shiro now also falling over, Kirishima was forced to use all of his sturdy steadiness to stabilize the team. Bakugo managed to land a single blast on Izuku's arm, actually provoking a wince from her friend. But in turn, Izuku managed to twist free of the tape and escape. His eyes met Ochaco's across the field, and he kicked off towards the rest of Team Midoriya, his aim and balance slightly off thanks to his own quirk. 1 minute remaining. Mike announced, "Grab all the points you can, y'all." Now was their chance. With no rider and most of their stuff still weightless, Team Midoriya rushed towards their airborne leader. Hatsume was too far behind to stop them. Their biggest obstacle was the team running in front of them, Team Todoroki, who were just too damn fast thanks to Ida's engines. They'd gotten between the members of Team Midoriya the second they realized they were trying to unite. "Flashlight," Izuku yelled in midair. Takoyami leaned forward and dark shadow shot out of him in a dark blur. The sentient quirk lunged for Izuku to intercept. Yaoyorozu pulled out her newly formed creation with her signature sparkle and flicked it on, casting Team Todoroki in a sudden spotlight. The flashlight was tweaked for maximum power and only designed to be used once, making it so blindly bright that the four humans had to shut their eyes in the face of it. Dark shadow instantly shrank back into Takoyami, and Todoroki's icicles missed Izuku completely. It was a little tricky, but working together, Ochaco, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari managed to catch a weightless Izuku and stabilize him on their horse formation once again. "That was so fucking cool, guys," Kaminari cheered. "That was ridiculously reckless, both of you," Yaoyorozu scolded them. "If a single team had managed to knock him down." Izuku laughed, sheepish. "It was, wasn't it? But it worked, though. A little warning before you eated me would have been nice, Ochaco." Ochaco grinned up at him. "I knew you'd be fine." Izuku had managed to keep the 10 million throughout the entire event, with less than a minute on the clock. Everyone was about to get a lot more desperate to change that. Pretty much all of the other teams had already broken free of the ice and were now eyeing Izuku's 10 million head. It'd guarantee them victory no matter how few points they had right now. So just like the start of the cavalry battle, every other team rushed straight for Team Midoriya. They came in from all sides, and this time, not one enemy was underestimating them. Hatsume, Tsunotori, and Kamakiri's approach from above meant that they couldn't even escape into the air like they'd done before. Good thing they still had one triumph card left. Kaminari, do the thing. Kaminari was clearly running on fumes at this point, but his eyes lit up anyway as he prepared to use his strongest move. Here goes everything. Indiscriminate shock. Yaoyorozu covered them all tightly in the insulated white sheet as the competition stepped into their trap. 1.3 million volts. Bright yellow electricity raced out across the ground to cover almost the entire area, shocking every single team around them in a single, brilliant flash that almost matched Todoroki's earlier strike. Every student was stunned in place as their muscles locked up from the current. The only two teams spared were Hatsume's, as she desperately swerved her jetpack out of range, and Todoroki's as his insane reflexes had made an ice shield just in time. No, my babies. What? I can't move. Oh, shit, what the fuck? They had a move like that this whole time. Great work, Kaminari, Izuku said. Unfortunately, the dude was too dazed from his own quirk to respond. The whirl of engines rose above the sounds of shocked students as Team Todoroki stepped out from behind their ice shield completely unharmed. Ada said something and then his legs started to glow a bright, brilliant blue. I'm counting on you, Ada declared with determination. His legs started to glow a bright, brilliant blue. Hold on tight. Recipro. Ochaco blinked, burst. A sudden gust of wind rustled her hair and brushed against her skin, and she opened her eyes to see that Team Todoroki had suddenly reappeared behind her. Sato looked dizzy on his feet. Takoyami and Dark Shadow's eyes were wide. Ada's engines were smoking up a storm, and Todoroki Shadow was staring down at his empty hands in disbelief. And that brings an end to our cavalry battle, everyone. Mike's voice boomed throughout the stadium. Stop the horses cause we've got a clear winner. Team Midoriya takes first place by a landslide with 10,570 points. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.